Excited.
Yeah, it should be a super good time here in Prague. I'm really looking forward to seeing what interesting decks come. Obviously, we're in a sealed format here today, with the main event coming over the weekend. What kind of things, is there anything you're looking at? Is there anything you're excited about?
Yeah, it's exactly like you said. Today is sealed. For the people who don't really know it, we call it limited, a very, very fancy name. But basically the players will get 6 booster packs, and from those 6 they have to craft a deck today on the spot, and this is the deck they will take into the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. So they've got a range of options from both the bases that they unpack and the standard bases that will allow any aspect to be played once per game as an epic action. So it really does kind of open as much opportunity as possible for deck building within this format.
Exactly. We will see probably some kind of meta. I've been talking to the more famous players here, and they've already got something in mind that they will play for sure. So we'll try to showcase as many different decks as possible, but it will be excited for sure. A special thing also, if you just attend, if you just come over here, Callum, you already get a really, really nice playmat, and I will show it to you in a second.
Exactly that. We've got personally one of my favorite, even just entry mats that we've come from Star Wars Unlimited here.
Yeah, it's a very special mat, and this is every event. Every regional that you attend, there is a special event that you just get by just showing up. You just have to come here, play with your friends, boom, you get this amazing mat.
Yeah, exactly that. Don't even have to do any of the kind of top scoring.
Exactly.
Don't have to become a finalist. You get such a beautiful map, just like you said, just for entering, just for showing up. You get your packs. Obviously, you keep whatever you get. So you might pull some showcases, might get that legendary you've been missing. But past it all, you get to play a lot of really good games of Star Wars Unlimited.
Yeah, there's a lot of top-tier players here. I've already seen a lot in the venue, so it's amazing to just get paired up to them. They're also super friendly, so you don't have to sweat as soon as you see a famous name. They're all very, very chill. Also, oh, sorry, Callum,
Yeah, no,
go for it.
I couldn't agree more. Every interaction I've had within Star Wars Unlimited has been nothing but positive, from competitive players, from casual players, from new players wanting to learn. Everyone has been nothing but great.
Yeah, that's the thing. I really think this is one of the things that highlights Star Wars Unlimited is the community feeling. Like, everybody's here because they love Star Wars, they love TCGs, and it just comes together as well. A special thing about this event is players who make day 2, so after round 9, have 21 points, they get even a more sick mat, and I'll show you.
Exactly that. So the rewards here are always amazing, no matter which event you head to. We've got the prize wall down at the end of the arena to demonstrate to all of our players what you can get for, as you said, those prize points. So it can be for low-tier prizes, you can get packs, and up into the higher tiers, you can get playmats, you can get sleeves, you can get boxes, like we've got our something you can grab.
Exactly, and imagine you come to the main event, it didn't go as you planned. Sad, you are out of the main event, but don't even worry about it. There are so many side events going on throughout the whole day that you can just play those, have fun, grab some tickets, go to the prize wall and get whatever you want. You get the promos, you can get packs like you said. There is for everyone here something to do.
Yeah, exactly that. Like you said, the side events that go on throughout the day is just another opportunity to get all those points, just to have some fun, get some more packs through, because what else do we play card games for
Exactly.
other than just mindlessly opening as many packs as possible?
I love opening packs.
Looking for those chase cards or just some of your personal favorites. But exactly that. There's always points to get. Even if you've dropped from the event in its main event section, you can always jump in for those side tickets.
Exactly, but I think it's going quiet now, so I think the players are getting ready. Before we jump into action, we will cut to a hype video from last year. No, not even last year, right? It was, when was it? In October, which is last year. I'm sorry, guys. But yeah, we'll see you after that.
We start. Hello and welcome. I'm joined by Al. I'm Callum. We are here for the wonderful limited regional championship here in Prague. The format is looking quite interesting. Tell me what you can about it, Al.
Yeah, so first of all, I just want to say I'm really excited to be here, happy to be here. As much as I love Constructed, my favourite way to play any card game is Limited. I think it's just such a beautiful way to play the game, to be able to just have the the pure core rules. So yeah, really excited for that, and I've got a whole day of Sealed today, just Limited today. But yeah, the format, it's a really interesting one. For the first time in a long time, I think we've got a format where pretty much all of the common leaders are balanced, and yeah, it's a really exciting place to be.
Yeah, exactly. It's very interesting. So like we said, it is a sealed format within this regional qualifier. Today being our Friday, we've got 9 rounds of Swiss play with, as it says here, a 2x or better needed to move forwards into the weekend, with Saturday and Sunday being later eliminations. And then we've got our Premier format, the day 1 being the Saturday with Swiss play again, and then the Sunday being a max of 5 rounds with a top 8 single elimination bracket, with draft being the format for there.
Yeah, so as always, you're getting 2 for the price of 1 with your regional championships. You're getting 2 events, 1 in Premier, so if you're particularly interested in that, you can watch that. But I think most people will want to watch both events. Again, I think just as a viewing spectacle, Limited is a fantastic thing to watch. Just seeing people work with, very limited card pools with suboptimal decks. I think it's a fascinating way to see some of these top players play. And then Premier, really gives you good ideas about what you can bring to your locals and events for yourself. So yeah, fantastic. 3 days, full days worth of play to enjoy.
Yeah, exactly that. It's a very interesting kind of way to play as a deck builder's perspective. So you've got to figure out kind of what actually is your kind of best case scenario with what you're given. Exactly like you said, you've got those limited options in both your leaders, in your bases, in deck building. So sometimes you might be running something a little bit more out there, but the rewards for it are amazing. So we're just going to go over a few little bit of the participation and both the placement itself. The participation rewards for the event here today is both the playmat that we saw a little bit earlier on, alongside some of those set prize packs. And then with the placement prizing is, again, that secondary playmat we saw with even more of those set prize packs. It's going to be very interesting to see what comes out of decks today. Is there anything you're kind of to mind? Anything you think that's going to be the kind of heavy hitters for today?
Well, like I said, I think unlike a lot of other formats, this one in Limited, draft, the format is pretty wide open in terms of what leaders you open. All of the common leaders are playable. Some of them are slightly stronger than others. Vel may be one that stands out just because she gives experience tokens. Anybody who's played Star Wars Limited for any amount of time now will know how good experience tokens are and leaders that provide them in this format. But yeah, you can play mostly anything. In Sealed, really, it is what pool did you open. So you need to build and pick a leader based on the pool that you open. Do not come in with a plan. I always say build the pool, not the plan. So don't come into Sealed with this sort of preconceived notions of what's good. Look at the cards that you get in your 6-packs, and you've really got to build with those whatever you can. Sometimes it's just a playable nuts and bolts deck, and you could hope you squeak through today too. And where obviously you'll get a whole new pool for draft. And then sometimes you're going to open some amazing bombs, an amazing pool, and then you've just got to make sure you pick the right leader for the job. But really, the pool will dictate what these players are playing rather than anything else.
Absolutely. You can't just, like you said, go in with that kind of set plan. You have to go with what you've been given. You've got to make something out of that and show your skill both as a player working with limited resources, but also as a deck builder to build something that will stand that test against our more meta leaders that we found in our limited. Like you said, Vel. We've got even things like Boba that I've seen do exceptionally well, or a Sing with a kind of more heavy control if you're able to find some of those kind of key cards. I think we've got a few kind of examples to show. Let's start with yours, Al. What kind of deck have you seen do well for this limited?
Well, hopefully we'll get it up on screen soon. But yeah, what I've been looking at, here we go, Aura Sing. So really, I just wanted to talk primarily about one of the most important things, I think, in any limited format, in any game of Star Wars Limited, really, is turn 1. There really are sort of diminishing returns as the rounds go on and you get further into the game. The most important turn of any game of Star Wars Limited usually is turn 1. less so in Constructed, in Premier, but in Limited that is very much the case. And I think in this format in particular, it's incredibly important. And a big reason for that is that card you can see there, Canyon Frontrunner. Like I said, it's probably the most important card in a lawless time, because if your opponent is going first and they open with a Canyon Frontrunner, they then can control the game, the whole rest of the game, really. They can defeat your turn 1 play in most instances straight away with its ability. It will survive the attack, and then next turn they can keep doing it. So it's incredibly powerful, that Canyon Frontrunner. I think the most important card in the set. And now, some of the counters to that I've put on screen as well. Leppy Lookout, Rocket Jumper. Both of these you can play with shield tokens. You can play as a 3-1 shielded for Leppy Lookout and a 2-1 with Rookie Rocket Jumper. So neither one is immediately value traded by the Canyon Frontrunner, which means that you can actually not just instantly lose the game on turn 1 if your opponent opens with that. Aura Singh, however, the reason it's a bit of a combo with her is because if Aura Singh opens up with Canyon Frontrunner, she can use her ability to defeat a Leppy Lookout or a Rookie Rocket Jumper, any unit with 1 HP, immediately defeat them, which means that if you do have a couple of Canyon Frontrunners in your Aura Singh deck and you're playing Cunning, you're in a really good position in Sealed, I think, day 1 to do really well, because there are very few ways your opponent can actually combat that.
Yeah, 100%. Aura Singh was my personal choice for some of the pre-release events for this set, and absolutely, there's just some powerhouse units you can bring out super early, and with Aura Singh's action, like you were talking about previously, they can just finish off those last little units that might have gotten by, or that you've been able to set up that perfect lethal for with Aura Singh.
Yeah.
I, on the other hand, have taken a slightly different approach with my chosen deck. Boba Fett, Crate Claw Commander. I love bounty hunters. I love bounty hunters.
Who doesn't?
And Boba Fett leading the Crate's Claw is just the perfect choice for me. Deploying out on 5 is always great, especially against something like Aura Singh, who's deploying out on those later turns, coming in as a 3/6 with Raid 1, but with that key ability of when a friendly bounty hunter unit attacks end, if the defending unit was defeated, you may exhaust this leader. If you do, create a credit token. It's a whole wordy sentence, but it more or less ends with, if a bounty hunter attacks something and kills it, you can exhaust them and make a credit token. And like we've got up on the screen here, things like Boba Fett for a price is such a punishing unit if you can get it out for 5 resources and then spend credit tokens to use his when played or use his on attack to just completely pulverize ground units, especially if he's hitting base for 6 damage, using then his on-attack trigger to then deal damage to a unit he hasn't even targeted. I've also brought up Shio Fane and IG-88. Obviously, the bases that we've got allow you to play off-aspect units, and some more absolutely heavy-hitting units consist of those bounty hunters. I think we're just getting into our game here.
Yeah, here we go, round 1. So the start to hopefully 3 long and enjoyable days of Star Wars Unlimited. Well, it looks like we have got an Aura Singh there, and another leader we've already mentioned as well, Val, is also coming in. So I think there's been a lot of debate in sort of Team Enigma and the kind of competitive circles about which leaders are strong. I think people started off thinking that Aura Singh was really strong and that Vel was a bit weaker, because your opponent, if they can make use of the credit tokens that she provides, then they can really punish you. As time's gone on, I think people have realized, Vel, actually, the experience tokens are so valuable that it may even be worth giving your opponent the credit tokens a lot of the time, especially because there are, at common, credit hate cards in the set. So I think both of these leaders have kind of gone up and down in sort of competitive estimations as time's gone on, but I think they've kind of ended up in a place where I think both are absolutely viable. But again, it really depends on the pool that was opened. So I suspect that Mate and Wojciech have probably decided to pick these leaders based on the pool rather than the leader's strength themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Vel poses a even bigger difficulty for Aurora, because if she ever gets anything down to that kind of 1 health remaining, Vel will just go, okay, I'll give it an experience. I'm now at 2. You now can activate your leader's action, and if Wojciech isn't ready for that, it's going to become a very difficult situation to get around, especially if he's planned his turn around it.
Oh, absolutely. You make a really good point there. There's a bit of a rock, paper, scissors type leader cycle in this set where, as you say, Aurasing is countered by Vel because, she can buff about a range of the ability. Vel herself is countered by the client, another common leader, because when Vel uses her ability, your opponent then counts as generating that credit token, which means the client's ability can be used. The client is a 4/4 shield to deploy, and then the hand leader, who's also common, has Saboteur and is a 4/6. So, he value trades there. So there is this cycle of leaders that all kind of counter each other. So I think that Mattia will probably be happy with this initial stage, before the game's even started. I think this leader matchup is certainly favoured for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we've been talking about, we've got the 27 health point bases, we've both got Stygian Spire, and we've got the Imperial Command Complex, both with the same epic action to play a card from your hand, ignoring one of its aspect penalties. So, like we've been talking about, it really opens up the ability for deck building. So it'd be interesting to see what kind of maybe those one of, two of extra cards each player has kind of slided in that might not typically fit their aspect pool. But there's definitely, especially if you pull some of the legendaries, some really heavy hitters that can come out.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this format has been made really unique by those 27 HP bases because, on the one hand, unlike 30 HP vanilla bases that we used to, the games probably will go quite quick, slightly quicker than they would otherwise, just because having 3 less HP, means you can end the game quicker. But it also, as you say, because it means that you get to play out of aspect cards with, in every deck, rather than just sort of the odd deck here and there in limited that we're used to. It does mean, again, that more powerful cards will come out, and again, that probably will speed up the format slightly as well. So even though I'm not expecting this format to be as fast as something like Jump to Lightspeed was, I do think that the kind of base itself is leaning towards more aggressive format. And actually, a key card there I saw in Mattia's hand, which is one of the most important cards in the entire set, in my opinion, for Vigilance, is Mastery upgrades. Oh, and is that the? I think that's the. I can't quite see with the glare. Is that the? Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's the frontrunner, Canyon frontrunner as well. So I think he's got the 2 most powerful cards in the set at common, in my opinion, Mastery and Canyon frontrunner, which is a fantastic start for Mattia there. And no turn 1 play for Wojciech. Oh, it's actually the other way around. Sorry, yes, we've got. It's Vel on the right hand side. There we go. Okay, but there was an answer. There we go. So the Canyon frontrunner has been defeated there. So even though Wojciech didn't have a or is it I can't tell if it's Mattia on Vel or because I think they're slightly flipped there. So I'm not sure which player's on Vel there, but let me just see if I can. Yeah, Wojciech's on Vel. Yeah. Okay. So luckily for Wojciech, even though he didn't have a turn 1 play, he did have an answer to the Canyon frontrunner. But it does mean now he's behind on board. This Imperial Door Technician is now put him behind, which is going to cause him some difficulties. Vel is only useful if you can actually upgrade things with experience tokens.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very punishing opening, and we've already seen that epic action come through. It's going to be very interesting to see how we're able to kind of pull back from this position. And like you're talking about, we've got Mastery up on your screen here. With it being a 4 cost down to a 3, if it is attached to a unique unit for +3/+3 with 27 HP bases, like you were talking about, that becomes a lot of damage very quickly, and especially with no units anywhere, it's going to become a harder and harder kind of situation Wojciech finds himself in to kind of deal with these units.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble here, Wojciech. That follower of the code on the side of Mattia now is it's a 5/6 restore 1 with that Mastery. Did have to pay the full 4 for it, but yeah, it's 5/6. He can just trade in Imperial Door Technician, and now Aurasing, would have been able to use her ability to defeat the Bith Brute. But this is what we were talking about. The experience token denies the Aurasing ability action. So actually, kind of punishing Mattia. They could have just attacked straight in with follower of the code, defeated the Bith Brute. He got a credit token out of the deal. So I think the way he played it, again, it depends on how valuable that credit token is to him. We're already getting to the later stages of the game. But yeah, the epic action was actually used on round 1, and that Canyon frontrunner took me by surprise because he's playing Aurasing with command. So that's how he got the Canyon frontrunner. But you see that for a common, to include that in your deck and to use your base to play that card out of aspect just shows how powerful that is.
Yeah, absolutely. And it like we were talking about, it was an interesting decision to go with the Door Technician first. missing out both on the heal and then to also then have to swing in your other unit, but we are going to see the credit unit spent, and Zeb will deal with the ground unit, so we are getting a little bit of board control back, but we are going to spend out 6 resources and bring in, I can't quite see it from here.
Yeah, the Zeb Aurelios, one of the strongest uncommons in the set, I think for sure. It's, you know, and it's really got Wojciech back into this game, defeating so Mastery and the Canyon Frontrunner have both now were defeated basically with removal from Wojciech, so he's in a really good position here. Vel is a much more threatening leader, I think, than Aura Singh. So in space, that's an IGV55 listener. Of course it is, yeah. It's a 5/6 Sentinel in space. The Sentinel not really relevant here. There's probably not very many space units coming out, but really it's just putting Wojciech on a clock here. So, you know, in 5 turns with a bit of extra damage, that will be the game ended. He's on a quicker clock than Wojciech's put Mateja on, because the Zeb Aurelios only has 4 power. But I would much rather, I think, have a 4/4 Sentinel on the ground than a 5/6 in space, because the ground, it is the most important arena in Limited in basically every format except probably Jump to Lightspeed.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, Jump, we had the Wondrous edition of our pilots, so it just became a complete powerhouse up in space, but pretty much everywhere else, you're going to be deploying down to the ground. So no matter what, you're always going to see, on average, more units down in the ground area than you will the space arena. And like you said, Zeb coming out as a Sentinel. We've got a Sovereign Survivor coming in as a hidden 2/1. So Wojciech's definitely pushing that pressure down onto Mateja. We are going to see the Aura Singh leader ability come through and defeat the Survivor. Kind of then just matching straight back into that, we're going to see one of my personal favorite cards coming through, Honda, as a 3/5 with Raid 2 and a Restore 2, and then be buffed by Rel. So it's just going to become a complete powerhouse down there.
Yeah, Honda, really, really strong unit, as you say. I mean, not only does it stabilize, but also just great stats for the cost. Nightwind Assailants is what, yeah, there we go, on Mateja's side. You know, 5/5. Sentinel, really good unit, honestly a really solid common, just because you can include it in any villainy deck, so great to open your sealed pool. But in this situation, Vel's ability is completely overwhelming the board. So to say things started off so well for Mateja, I think just having the answers, he had the answer to Mastery, to the Canyon Frontrunner, you know, Wojciech had all the answers he needed to be able to stabilize. And again, Vel just gives you so much more value as the game goes on with those experience tokens. And credit tokens, they do lose importance as the game goes on. You know, in the early turns, they can be really powerful, but the real power of Vel is that once she deploys and, you know, you're generating those experience tokens, they are far superior to credit tokens.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd much rather have the experience out on board, pushing for potentially lethal damage into base, rather than another one available resource to spend in the turn. We're just going to see some simple trading come through, Mateja pushing for more damage out onto base, but Hana being able to restore that 2 back is going to become a bigger and bigger problem. Like, Wojciech's obviously already taken 10, goes down to 8, and then as the turns go on, Mateja's going to have to deal back probably, I'd say, at least another 6 damage from the restore effects from Hana.
Yeah, something else to note, I think, as well, that one of the slight problems with Vel as she goes on throughout the tournament, throughout the day, is that the better your opponent's deck is, the weaker she becomes, because your opponent can better make use of credit tokens. So in these early rounds, she really is a powerhouse. And again, Aura Singh, you're going to struggle in the early rounds because there's going to be a lot of Vels, and again, those Vels, you know, they're going to be really strong. So realistically, I think Aura probably gets better as the day goes on, and Vel gets weaker. So again, not great news here for Mateja. Let's see here.
Yeah, the BT1 is just... well, he's just going to be there, I think, is more or less all he's going to do. We are going to see the Aura Singh deploy. We're going to see a complete tap out to play, I believe. Even Wojciech isn't too sure on what it's doing. But I imagine it's just going to be another heavy-hitting space unit. We are going to see Wojciech also bring out...
Not many space units in the set. Tantive 4.
Yeah.
So again, just more restore, more ways to stabilize the board. It's going to be able to fight in space against the silencer really well, the listener, sorry, really well. So I mean, with the experience token from Vel eventually next turn, it can actually even value trade with it as well. So yeah. I think Wojciech doing a pretty good job here of actually fighting back and stabilising. So it is Wojciech on the left there. Matty
Oh,
on the
okay,
right.
there we go. Yeah.
There we go. We got that cleared up.
It's
I don't know these players. I don't know.
The Aura Sing deploy was obviously a very powerful turn.
Yeah.
The leader ability able to finish something off and then trading in. The Tantive 4 in space will obviously bring about that restore like we were talking about before. So there's quite a large health pool deficit that we can see here. But it's a difficult position now.
It's all about stabilising the board, though. I mean, you know, in Limited even more so. In Premier it's important, but in Limited even more so. You're all about stabilising the board. The health totals on your base, they do matter to some extent because sometimes your opponent can sneak in with a win, you know, a sneaky win in space or something like that. But most of the time, you really are just focusing on trying to get control of the board so that value trades. Because if you can take a value trade, that unit is giving you value turn after turn. So yeah, it's you know, I think it's a pretty close game, honestly. Even though there's, like you said, the health deficit, I don't think that matters too much.
Well,
it is 22 damage though. So
that's what I mean.
It's getting pretty close.
If the potential for something with Saboteur to come through to help get through space, or just even a little bit of damage boost potentially, will just seal out this game. But we are going to see, it looks of it, just trading out potentially. It's going to be an interesting kind of endgame position. Like you were talking about before, the kind of value of credits dwindles both as your hand size gets lower. We are going to see it's a Haymaker come through, isn't it?
Really powerful. I was wondering why Wojciech didn't actually attack in with the listener in space first and pre-damage the Tantive 4, because that would have played around, but their Haymaker explains that. Haymaker, another amazing card in the set, another one of the key commons. So I must say, I think Wojciech really does have the stronger deck in theory. I think it's just the leader matchup that's causing him some difficulties.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like we were talking about before, it's such an interesting kind of game of rock, paper, scissors onto who is going to be able to bring it through. We are going to see Liberty come out. One of the most powerful cards, I would say, of this set, and even more so found within Limited today.
I mean, a huge bomb, right? Because at the end of the day, this card's good enough to see play, admittedly only with Lando, but good enough to see play in Constructed. So to have it in Limited as a legendary, I mean, I take back my earlier comment that Wojciech had the stronger deck, because I think Liberty is the amazing top end for Mattia there. Pretty unbeatable, honestly, especially in that situation. So yeah, he did put enough damage on Wojciech's base to take the win game one.
Absolutely, it's such a crushing effect. Exhaust an enemy unit and return all units on it that cost 4 or less to their owner's hand as a 9/7 Sentinel. And that's both when played and on attack, and doesn't even just target space, can also hit ground. So it's just a menace of a card.
Yeah, the power really is that not only does it instantly win space because it's a huge Sentinel that can't, so your opponent's doing nothing else in space, but it means that you even win if your opponent's trying to race you on ground because of the exhaust effect. So it really is, you know, it does everything you want it to do. An amazing top end that, you know, the only issue with it is getting to 8 resources can sometimes be a little bit tricky, but as long as you've got enough early game to fight off your opponent, I think that Matty is going to win a lot of games today with Liberty.
Yeah, for sure, and especially seeing an Aura Sing as your opponent with that later game deploy, you're looking at your Liberty, and as long as you see it come out from your deck, you're kind of laughing all the way until you get there. Just kind of having to bide your time with all that restore we saw. It's definitely the way to get there. What do we think we might see? Because sideboarding kind of maybe loses its term a little bit, and you kind of just get to move across whatever you've got. So what do you think you might end up seeing in?
Well, it's looking like, based on what Wojciech's put on the table, he might be siding out his leader. I think he might be taking, because of Aura Sing's terrible matchup against Vel, he might actually be siding out for the client, which you can do. You can play games 2 and then a game 3 if there is one with a different leader if you wish. Obviously, you know, you could also change your base if you wanted to, but yeah, to change the color combination. So it looks like he's going to change the base as well. So he's sticking with Vigilance. He wants to keep some of those strong Vigilance cards, the Mastery, for example, but he will be swapping off the client, which I think makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, like we were talking about, it's that rock, paper, scissors aspect. One's very strong up against those 1 health units, and then Vel's obviously able to make them 2 health units, but at the cost of giving you then a credit. But then the client wants the credit, so like you were talking about before, it's kind of that triangle of who beats what. So it would be interesting to see if there's any leader changes from his opponent, to see if that kind of was planned, to see if the leaders were going to get swapped. But I don't think we saw that. I think he's going to stick to his guns and kind of push for that Liberty ending again with Rel.
Yeah, slightly awkward timing here because we've not really had a format before in Limited where I think you would side out a leader. I don't think sometimes people have done it just because in their sealed pool they've built they have two pools that are playable. But usually you just have a best leader and you generally stick to it. It's not that often. Sometimes you might change the colour of your base or something. But again, this format in particular where we have a pretty unique situation where the leaders all kind of counter each other in different ways, it does create that awkward timing there where, you've got to think, well, if I'm swapping out my leader, I don't actually have to reveal it to my opponent immediately. So he slammed that client down immediately. I would have kept that hidden. I would have kept that in my stack of cards. I'm just sticking with Aura Sing. Don't worry. You don't have to do anything with your sideboarding, and then just pull out the client last second. That's what he should have been doing.
Absolutely. The kind of interesting bit of it, like you were talking about, more often than not, you kind of have your set leader, and you might change maybe your base, just to help see if you've got some of those kind of tech cards that might help with the matchup. But I think another interesting bit of it is the aspect change between the heroism and villainy, because a lot of the times you might find yourself going, well, I've pulled all these really good heroism cards and I've pulled all these really good villainy cards, so we'll make two and we'll figure out kind of throughout the day potentially what's finding better play. But I think it's easy options, especially if you pull something like that Liberty that we saw. You're going to play heroism kind of no matter what. You can't pull something like that and then not.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the commons and the kind of you can't build a whole deck around one card. You do need the early game. If you have Liberty and then a load of rubbish, you're going to lose every game. So you do need, really, in Sealed, it's not about those specific powerhouses. But Liberty is a big pull to heroism for sure. I think switching between villainy and heroism is quite difficult. It's very rare. I think we're going to see that. I mean, it might happen, but you'd have to have a very varied and strong and flexible, deep pool to do that. Here we're just seeing Aura switch to the client, so both villainy. So it's less extreme. You were keeping vigilance as an aspect, so again, a lot of the cards can still be used. But another reason in this format, it's such an interesting limited format. Another reason why we can do this is because of those bases. We get these specific powerful cards that we can play in a deck regardless of which leader we're playing, because we get those out of aspects inherently included. So I must say props to FFG for the base design. As much as those bases have seen a little bit of constructor play, and that's really cool, I think in Limited is where they really shine. Every deck having the option to play some out of aspect cards, I think just creates a really interesting environment.
For sure. That and Legends of the Force have always been my favorite for kind of the your standard bases, obviously from gaining the Force in Legends of the Force to now having that ability once per game to play that out of aspect card that might just sweep you the game. Because there are definitely some of those, like you were talking about, kind of one-of cards that you don't want to solely build around, but if you can see later in the game, or potentially early on with something like that Shio Thane that we've seen before, early card draw being super powerful, or your late game heavy hitters, it can be a super strong effect.
Yeah, it makes it more difficult, I think, to prep for a tournament like this in a sense, because you really don't know what your opponent's going to pull out. Like I said there, you're thinking, okay, my opponent's on Aura Sing, But actually, it's funny that my little slide that we prepared earlier came up in the first game. It was Aura Sing. He wasn't paired with Cunning, but he played the Canyon Frontrunner just because he played it out of aspect. And your opponent sat down across me thinking, okay, they're not playing Cunning. I'm probably safe from Canyon Frontrunner. And then they go out of aspect base, immediately play Canyon Frontrunner. So he had the answer in that instance. But, I think ultimately that it did, end up making the game a lot more difficult than it needed to be because of the Canyon Frontrunner. And yeah, these are the kind of things that it's very hard to prepare for. It does make it a bit of a Wild West, but I do think that the strong players in Limited do, the cream does tend to rise to the top in a lot of cases. Sometimes you get a pool that really is difficult to make work, but I think if you're very well versed in the format, you can, there we go, so the client switch into the Coaxium Mine, so we get to keep the villainy cards, keep the vigilance cards. We get to play the Canyon Frontrunner now in aspect, so it means it's opened up some out of aspect cards to use as the base for Vodicek. Trying to think what Haymaker. He probably kept Haymaker in the deck. That might be a card he could use out of aspect now, and he gets to play probably a very similar deck to what he was playing before, just with a different leader, which is really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we've been kind of talking about as they've just been setting up here. once you find that kind of strong core, you will stick. You, for the most part, you'll just stick to it. Like you were talking about at the very beginning, switch out a base, keep the same color profile, still have the ability to play off aspect. Like you said with that Haymaker, it is such a powerful card, being able to buff and then also punch down, either still in space or down to the ground. It can just be such a strong ability, and it was very interesting to see that he kind of openly did it. Like you were talking about, the rock, paper, scissors between the client, Vel. It's interesting that it wasn't a kind of hushed, hidden decision.
Yeah.
But we'll see if it ends up punishing Mattia here.
There we go, our first botched handshake of the day. That I'm sure we'll see many more of them to come. That's my favourite moment. But yeah, I mean, it's just funny that everything we kind of talked about in the pre-game show has already happened in one game in. You know, we talked about the, like I said, the rock, paper, scissors there. Not only does Vel and Aura, how Vel, you know, counters Aura, but how the client counters Vel. Because if Mattea uses Vel's ability, the client then can use his ability, it then immediately triggers. He's created a token, which can be sometimes limited, a little bit hard to do. There's not as many, you can't build your deck with tons of shield tokens like you do in Constructed. So yeah, I think if Mattia can potentially change his deck, he might consider doing that in Game 3, if we go to Game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And then it'd be interesting to see if then another change comes from Wojciech.
Yeah.
But we are going to see, I believe it's the BT1 come through.
Absolutely.
A nice easy start, but we've already spent our once per game action straight out of the gate again. But it is a interesting choice because the on attack will be to discard one from your deck, and if it has the the aggression aspect, you can deal one to a ground unit. So it'll be interesting to see in how many, if any more, villainy units are within his deck.
Well, because it has to be an aggression aspect, and he's playing, that's out of aspect, I suspect BT1 is basically just a vanilla 2-4 at this point. He's probably not going to trigger now. It's possible there might be one or two other cards in the deck, but I doubt it. So I think at this point it's safe to call that just a 2-cost 2-4, which is good enough here. Your opponent, you know, even with Vel's ability, has just created a 3-2. So just to ensure that, I mean, really, that experience token is not doing a whole lot here. Your opponent's got a 2-4, and you've now upgraded your 2-1 to a 3-2, but you're giving them credit as well. So yeah, I don't know how much I love that turn 1 play from Mattia there, and he's put him in a really tricky position here. Not only is he down on board, but his opponent's on 4 resources effectively in terms of what they can spend. It's a very big issue.
Yeah, it's a very interesting decision. We're going to see a Bith Brute come out from both players here. The 4/3 Sentinel Saboteur, just a brick, really. They'll obviously trade out, even if we see the leader action come through, we are going to see still another trade. Oh, it was the range troopers even, not another Bith Brute, my apologies. The credit token, obviously, given the ability to bring that through, becomes, like we were talking about previously, those early game credits can become super meaningful.
At least now, Mattia, because Wojciech took an extra action attacking, so Mattia now has the initiative, so he can immediately slam down a mastery of his own. To try and, you know, force your opponents to have the answer. Oh no! That's the the tree remembers that has got to hurt. I mean, to me, that to have an answer there to the mastery, I think the game really came down to that. Because at the end of the day, if you've defeated the mastery, your opponent skipped basically turn 3 and turn 4 there. Absolutely brutal. If you can stick mastery on a leader or even a unit that costs 4 or more, then you're at least immune to that. But the tree remembers there. Removal, as in any limited format, is amazing. And here, I think that is going to be completely insurmountable now for Mattia. I'd be very surprised. The only saving grace he has really is that we know he has that Liberty in the deck. So maybe he can just survive enough to get to Liberty. But he's really on the back foot now.
Yeah, it's going to be exceptionally difficult to come back from this position. Though we were saying that quite often in our first game, and we saw a back and forth constantly. But I'm quite confident, like you were. The tree remembers, and it clearly remembers well.
Yeah, I mean, Mattia, I don't want to call him a tree, but he's going to remember that. Because it's a brutal play. I mean, again, a 2-for-1. You lose all tempo on the board. Bracca Shipbreaker is not going to help to come back into that in any way, really. The ability is just blank text, effectively. We see the client can flip now, and the client has an amazing body. that didn't that didn't quite exactly as intended. He's a good-looking fella. The 4/4 shielded is it really is a great stat line for a leader. We've seen a few shielded leaders before, like Granite Quiz and things like that, and they usually are quite good. And we see here, it's unless your opponent is playing specifically hand leader, like we talked about, who can counter it, the client is going to put on a lot of pressure. It's going to be very hard to deal with. Leaders are hard enough to deal with, as it is, but never mind in when you've got a shield attached to it.
Yeah, we're just seeing, like we've been talking about, that kind of consistent board control come through, and a shield only helps for that. It's the amount of the amount of removal in general is very limited, let alone leader removal, and then let alone on top of that non-damage leader removal, because the shield will just eat through. Even if something like a haymaker comes through, it's going to be exceptionally difficult to get through him. And Wojciech's base is undamaged.
I don't think there's any. I'm trying to think. I don't think there's anything in this situation. There's like Governor's Shuttle, which is like a Power of the Dark Side effect. But you've already got units to protect the client against that. Your opponent's not in villainy anyway. There's like units that can ambush, but again, the shield protects that. I don't think there's actually any card in Limited that can defeat the client outright from in this board state.
Yeah, especially in this board position, it's going to be, like you said, nigh impossible to do so. We are going to see the leader deploy. We're going to see your Canyon frontrunner come through, but I'd be very interested to see if really there's anything Mattia can do.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I think he's probably not going to have enough time to get to Liberty this game, especially now that Wojciech knows that he has that top-end threat. So he's going to make sure he ends the game quicker, I think, this time than they did before. But yeah, again, it really comes down to the tree remembering there. That again, hitting any unit with that is good. Removal is already good, but to hit your opponent's 3-drop and 4-drop because of mastery is just, it's completely insane. Vel giving herself an experience token here, which is great. I mean, at this point, I think the credit does still matter as well. We're definitely at the stage of the game now where Wojciech could potentially make use of that. He's now got 7 resources instead of 6, which probably makes it more likely he can play 2 cards this turn.
Yeah, absolutely, and potentially even a lethal amount of damage coming through. We've got only 5 health remaining on Mattia's base. We've got obviously we saw the Cutthroat Pod Racer come through. So it's going to be very difficult here, and 27 health versus 5. I know where I'd rather be, especially with a board state that's looking like this. We are going to see the Haymaker come through and finish off Vel and give the experience, which I believe will then push for the lethal amount of damage here. So I think that's just going to be our game 2.
Absolutely, yep. And again, I think it comes down to that key turn 3 where the True Remembers came out. At that point, it was just kind of, mopping up the rest of the game there. You can't come back from that. Mastery, I've said it's really good. It's an incredibly powerful card, but really it's at its peak on a leader, because leaders obviously can't be returned to hand. They can't be defeated with these cards. True Remembers can't hit leaders. So, there's a lot of cards. The removal suite becomes far smaller when you're dealing with a leader than any other unit. So I think Mattia, he did take a risk. He was in a bit of an awkward position anyway with that Bith Brute. I think that turn 1 is really what put him in that difficult position. He used his Vel ability. He had a 3/2. The BT1 traded in. As much as you can look at that 4 resource turn, I think Mattia, the damage was done on turn 1 because he was so far behind. He was forced to have to take a big risk with the Bith Brute. And he took the risk with the mastery. If that mastery sticks, you probably go on to win the game. But in this instance, he got punished for it. So yeah, I don't mind taking risks. I think players are sometimes a bit too conservative. Sometimes you've got to look at the board state and think, well, I've got to take this risk to win the game. You've got to play to win, not play to not lose. You can not lose for 10 turns. It doesn't matter, and then lose the game. At the end of the day, the goal is to win. So I don't mind the play. I'm not critiquing the play at all. I just think that you took a risk and obviously it didn't pay off in that instance. But it all comes down to that turn 1. His turn 1 play was terrible. I mean, he played a 3/2 on turn 1 and gave his opponent a credit, which is dreadful.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you were talking about, with Mattia already having that game 1 lead, you can push for potentially those riskier plays. Just like you said, you can not lose for as long as you want. If that brings you to round 12, and then you lose at the end anyway, it's kind of all for nothing.
Yeah.
But I think it was a very difficult position to come back from, and potentially with his hand, if that's kind of the only options you've got, those are the only options you've got. You just have to hope your opponent doesn't see that Tree Remembers. You have to hope it's at the bottom of the deck and stays there. but I think that's just kind of how that game was going to go.
It is. I think Mattia's got a few options now. He can either change his leader, depending on what pool he got. He might not have got a pool that supports that. It looks like he hasn't, because I think he probably would have changed his leader in that instance. So, yeah, I think he's stuck with Vel, unfortunately for him. But the advantage he has is because he lost the last game, he does get to choose to go first this game. I'm sure he will. He's got the initiative token there at the bottom right of your screen. So, it does mean that he's in a much better position. Going first in this format is really, really important because, again, things like Canyon Frontrunner get far weaker if you're going second. So, and we know that Wojciech has the Canyon Frontrunner, he has the BT1. All of these cards will get weaker if your opponent is going first. So I think advantage Mattia, but again, I think the leader mismatch does make it a bit trickier. We'll have to see how things go. I'm sure this is going to be a close game than the last one, though, especially because Mattia has now seen the Tree Remember, so he probably won't risk another Mastery play on a 3-drop again.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen two super powerful cards from both players now. So like you said, that Tree Remembers and that Liberty. Both players, as each game goes on, you gain that little bit more information. You know what they have. You know what they're missing. But it looks like we're just going to see a similar start as we have seen. It'd be interesting to see if Wojciech drops that BT1 again. But I don't think he has found it. It looks like...
Nope. Rubbish start.
I eat my words. He was hiding in there somewhere. I'm sure Mattia is not happy to see that.
Oh, it's a rubbish start again. I mean, unless he just... I can only think he's either not opened enough 2-drops in his pool, not put enough in his deck, which, I couldn't forgive, or maybe he just hasn't drawn them, and that's what he's been stuck with. It really is not a great place to be here. Again, going first is great, but you're losing all of that momentum when your opponent can just value trade. There's the Rocket Jumper, another card I called out in my little slide. So it's coming down as a 2-1 shielded. So again, putting more pressure on. Not the most threatening thing to do for 3 resources.
Yeah, it's going to be another very difficult position. Like we've been talking about, the early turns are so important. That board state is so important. The Rocket Jumper coming down, as like you said, is that 2-1 with a shield. Again, shields are difficult to get rid of in this limited format. Past just swinging into them. So it'll be interesting to see if Mattia has kind of much of an answer. We're going to see that Shipbreaker come back again. Like you were saying again, it's just going to come down as a 3-costed 4-3. The on attack meaning very little here. By the looks of it, it's just going to be bashing into the BT1.
He's flipping the card over, which makes me think, I wonder if he's got any rocks in his deck that he can throw his opponent, because he did it in such a dramatic way. It was like this could actually hit something relevant, which I don't know. But yeah, so he takes the value trade there, pretty nice. Okay, so this is the Cutthroat Pod Racer. I always get that and the Canyon Frontrunner mixed up. Another really great Pod Racer type card, though. So obviously you get to deal 2 damage to exhausted ground unit. So you're immediately defeating Mattia's value traded unit, putting 4 power and HP onto the board as well, which is just a fantastic place to be. So I think this needs to be a killer turn for Mattia. He needs something really good for 4 resources here.
Yeah, that Cutthroat is an amazing card. Already being a well-statted unit, and then the when played finishing off last health units. We are going to see Hana come through.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it is definitely a strong answer here, especially if we can get some experience tokens out for it. We are going to claim the initiative, I imagine, just to get some trading out, get some of that restore back, just to help mitigate some of the damage he will be taking from this board.
Yeah, so I think Honor is exactly what he needed. I think next turn, we know he's got a Zeb Aurelius in his deck. We've seen it before. So I think next turn, if he can pull out a Honor into Zeb play, then things might turn around for him. Really, this is a very, very tight game. It just all depends on what these players can pull out. Again, base HP makes absolutely no difference at this stage in the game. There was the base used by Wojciech on the BT1 on turn 1, and Mattia still has his base, so Liberty's still an option. But it all depends on what he can do. Is that using his base there? I can't make out what that card is. Didn't use his base today, so is that's a...
just heroic aspect, yeah. So it will catch...
The Circuit Challenger.
Yes, it will catch both of the ground units out with the trade there for the ambush effect, and then also be traded in. And we are just going to see Honor hit base, and then we're going to see the client get deployed. Again, like we've been talking about, the client's going to be exceptionally difficult to get rid of. Being able to trade into Honor there, finishing it off, and then only just losing the shield for it. It's now just a 4-4 out on the ground with more units coming to back it up. The unit you were talking about previously coming through.
Yeah, so that's the Nightwind Assailants. So yeah, that's come out now. Really great. Again, 5/5 stat line. Really important here because the client he's lost his shield, so he's very vulnerable to being traded in by Vel. But Vel obviously now, he can't get past that Nightwind Assailant. So again, perfect card for him there for 5 resources. I was just thinking, okay, Mattia, he can potentially turn things around here with a leader deploy, but again, I think that Nightwind Assailant makes things very difficult. Again, pre-trading now to pre-load up Vel with damage, so she can't use her on attack to value trade there. Obviously, that's the correct play. You've got to take these trades. You've got to really, think about Vel really as a 5/8 rather than a 4/7.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's only going to become harder. We're going to see another Zeb come through
Zeb,
to finish off the Nightwind Assailants. But like you said, we've preloaded damage. She's already weakened. She can't go for that trade anymore into the client. Well, it would be a direct trade rather than, like you said, a value. So it'd be interesting to see in what Wojciech has as an answer here.
Well, we haven't seen any late game bombs from him. And again, what is that? Oh, yeah, that's an absolutely fantastic unit. A common Milodon Rider. So a 6-cost 5/6 ambusher, and when played, you can return another friendly non-lead unit to its owner's hand. Obviously, that ability is irrelevant here, but just being a 5/6 ambusher is fantastic. Ambushing in Limited is really important, really powerful thing to do, and it means you can immediately trade with the Zeb. It doesn't have to then, it takes the value trade, and the Zeb doesn't have to lose his client leader in the process, which is nice. Yeah, so Vel's going to take the trade now. Leaders have been removed, so obviously Wojciech's ahead on board. But again, the saving grace for Mattia is that we know that Liberty is coming at some point. He still hasn't used the base, it's still playable. Again, as I was saying before, Wojciech rudely interrupted with his Milodon Rider. We haven't seen any real late game bombs from him yet, so nothing that could really contend with the Liberty.
Yeah, absolutely. The Milodon Rider obviously is now only with 2 health remaining, but it is still 5 attack. It is still a complete kind of menace on the ground. It'd be interesting to see if Mattia kind of openly plays out into the ground, or if Wojciech's just going to swing out nice and early to get some of that base damage in before potentially playing, like we've been talking about, some of those heavy hitting bombs. I can't quite see if he had anything there.
That was his discard pile, actually. So, yeah, it made it look like it was his hand, didn't it? That's Tree Remembers, I think. I think we've got that Listener again, which, again, wouldn't really... put some pressure on, but it wouldn't fight with the Liberty. We're on 7 resources now, so we're still 1 turn away for Mattia from the Liberty coming out. What can he do now? Just needs to try and do something, as you say, to fight this Milodon Rider. Can't leave it to just slam in base indefinitely. That looks like it's going in space to me. Nope. Nope, it's not going in space. The way he played that card, he was like, oh, it's going to go in space, No, it's not going in space.
No, but we are going to see the Listener come out into space. And it's just kind of 2 problems, isn't it? Mattia has to deal with both now ground and space. We are going to see the Relentless Hunters come down with his own 5 might unit, but the Milodon Rider will happily trade into that. But it's still just not a great position.
Well, at least now, I think if he doesn't have Liberty, he's in a really bad spot. But if he's drawn it, then he can immediately cancel out the threat of the Listener in space with the Liberty. The ground is going to trade evenly, so he doesn't need to worry there. Vel's ability, again, in the long run, will help him more than hurt him. The client's ability, not really doing anything. It's not particularly relevant, really, anymore. Mike, I don't think he's even used it once, actually, in the both games we've seen, the undeployed side. So, yeah, I think advantage Mattia if he has the Liberty in hand. Otherwise, I think he's in a bit of a pickle here. Yeah, that's Liberty. There's nothing else that's going to be. No, it's not. Oh. He's got Chrysanthemum. Okay, never mind. He tricked it.
We even saw a little finger wag come. So I think even Wojciech was expecting it to be the Liberty, but we are going to see another heavy hitting out of aspect unit come through.
Yeah.
And well, it's just going to... We're now just pushing a whole lot of damage. So it'd be interesting to see if Wojciech has an answer for really either units down on the ground. We did see the Tree Remembers, but that's not going to matter too much here. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see... Oh, here we go. We've got it up now. Coming through as a 7/7 with Ambush and Overwhelm, and the ability to remove it from the board and convert it back to your hand. at the cost of 2 cards from your hand.
Can't see how many cards that Mattia has in hand. I think that is 3 though, so he does have some cards to be able to support returning it to his hand if needs be. You can do it while it's exhausted. There's no issue there. So, you know, so in some ways it's better than Liberty, you know, in terms of continually giving you this powerful unit. But I think in this situation, so I think Chrysanthemum, you know, it's nice, I think, Mattia in his deck having 2 options in the late game, 2 very strong cards. You know, one at rare, one at legendary. So when he, it's funny that he opened both of those and then ended up playing neither of them in aspect. So he's like, right, okay, I don't need to even bother with playing these in aspect. And we've seen here both players actually use the bases completely differently. Mattia's used his base entirely to play really expensive cards to end the game, and Wojciech's used it entirely on turn 1 plays every single game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he can kind of move back from this position. We did see the bank job fugitives come down. We are going to see Finn come through.
No opportunity there for Mattia now to return the Chrysanthemum to hand. Finn, a really, really strong card. One of the only ways in the format to actually deal with leaders. You know, most leaders it can trade into, not the Climb, but there's the vast majority the Finn can trade into, which is nice. The on-attack ability is pretty reasonable as well. Obviously used it here to put the shield token there. So yeah, really solid. Both players have got really solid decks, honestly. And now that the top-end bomb has gone, we're back to classic Star Wars Unlimited, you know, just fighting tooth and nail for board presence.
Yeah, we're going to see the Bith Brute come down, the Tree Remembers as a response. No mastery, luckily, this time on the Bith Brute, but just as punishing for this board state. Like you said, we're kind of fighting tooth and nail. We're going to see the triangle that we've been talking about. Everything that we've spoken about is coming to fruition. We're going to see the client's effect be used to then exhaust the units down in the ground, and we're still going to have the listener out in space to be able to push that damage through.
Yeah, and it's funny, at this point we might as well just cut out the head of the Bith Brute and just paste it onto the Tree Remembers art there, and just he is the only target the Tree Remembers has ever seen this game is Bith Brute. Wojciech was just holding it in hand. I might have better targets, I'm not going to use it, I'm just waiting until I can use it on that Bith Brute. Vigilant Scouts coming out, again, just very generic, you know, this is bread and butter limited, just very vanilla-y generic units. Restore doesn't matter a whole lot at this stage. Really, it's all about, again, just trying to put as much pressure on the board as possible. There is that 5 damage coming out from the Silencer in space every turn, so Mattia is on a clock. He does need to either deal with that or end the game himself.
Yeah, it's interesting no choice was made for any sort of trading out with the shields, but we're just going to push more into the base. Potentially, Wojciech has something, maybe another ambush unit, to help deal with this ground presence, because it is definitely getting to be a problem.
Yeah, for sure. This is, I mean, again, it's turned into, we've seen throughout this match all the things that make this set unique, and, you know, the different things with the leaders and credits and everything like that, but then this has turned into a very standard end game to end the match, a very standard Star Wars limited, where we've seen one space unit chipping away and then the ground fighting tooth and nail. You know, this happens so often where there ends up being one unit in space that just deals that repeated damage every turn, and then, you know, your opponent has to then either try and deal with it, and if they can't, just race you on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to see an experience token come through due to Hidden Hand Supplier. It will open up some nicer trades now that he's got both the shield and the experience, but there is a whole lot of damage coming through to his base.
Yeah, he's taking 24 damage now. So Mattia obviously has no way to deal with it this turn, but it means that he's threatening lethal with both his units next turn. He's taking 22 himself. So let's see, how much does he have? He still has all his resources available, so he still has potentially some way to interact with the board here.
Well, yeah, another, if he found one somehow, another Chrysanthemum would push through with both the ambush and overwhelm for lethal damage. So it was very...
You wouldn't be able to play it anyway, though he's used his base.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're not even at... And this is where it all comes up.
So
we are back at enough resources. Yeah. So potentially something like the Liberty coming through would be... I don't even know if that would be enough. No. It would clear up, helping with the space arena, and it would be able to exhaust down into the ground. But... I think it's still going to be exceptionally difficult. I might eat my own words here. Nope.
No, it's not 10, that's 8. What is that? I can't make out what that card is. It's my eyesight, my old man eyes. I used to, I used to have 20/20 vision. Now,
It looks like we're swapping sides.
or is it? Is that double cross?
Yeah.
Double cross. Yeah, 8. I was wondering why it was 8, but obviously it's out of aspect. Yeah, okay. So you choose a friendly non-leader unit and an enemy non-leader unit, and you exchange control those units. Obviously, you can take the readied unit. Client's ability, you can use the client's ability to exhaust it, but then Mattia can just claim the initiative.
Yeah,
Which
which he has. I imagine Wojciech's looking at his hand, trying to figure out some sort of an answer here.
That was cinematic. Double cross being the way to end the game.
Yeah.
You won the game because you took your opponent's unit. I mean, that card, I've always disliked that card. But honestly, like that felt pretty great. And it felt like a rare as well.
Okay, wow, we've got a very interesting kind of late game situation
Yeah,
here.
Radonium detonation.
The detonation coming through.
So each player can return a non-lead unit to its owner's hand, then defeat all other non-leader units. So you pick one to go to the hand and everything else gets defeated. So, I mean, really one of the only ways there, and it's in aspect as well, one of the only ways there that Wojciech could potentially have prevented all of Mattia's lethal options there. It's a bit like a time walk. He's just completely reset the board there. And then he only has 1 resources left to be able to play, or he can play 2. So he can put 3 power on the board himself. That's 4 power. So that's actually, and his opponent's on 22, so it's one short of lethal next turn himself. So Mattia could potentially here, he could play enough power on board to win in one swing, and then he could still win the game. Crazy that Wojciech actually had an answer there.
I don't think I've seen a tenser round 1 best of 3
Crazy,
in a while between the Rhydonium explosion and the double cross. We're seeing just the heavy hitting, like we were talking about, those kind of later game cards come through, and potentially losing to the Imperial Door Technician of all cards would be an interesting place to be.
So he's 1 power.
He's 1 off.
1 off. He's got 3 HP. Wojciech's got 3 HP left in his base. So basically, any unit from Mattia here that can't be traded would be enough. Now Wojciech might still have a way to answer that. He's used Haymaker. I believe he's used the Tree Remembers. There's still obviously plenty of other removal he could potentially have here. So still a way.
I mean, if Liberty comes through,
yeah, obviously
that would be
Liberty
super strong for Mattia here. Exhaust the Door Technician.
Just needs to play something that can stick to the board. He's shaking his head. I don't think he's got anything that can stick to the board here. Crazy Rhydonium detonation. Phenomenal. I think he had it. I mean, Rhydonium detonations are rare, so I think at that point Mattia's probably like, I've got this. There's nothing you can play. There are so few AoE effects or board clears, but Rhydonium detonation at rare is one of them. And again, if he was playing Aura Sing and he'd used his base, he wouldn't have been able to play that paired with the command. So the fact that he changed to the client opened up this option for him as well.
Well, and the double cross itself gave him those extra credits to then push out these units after the detonation to push not yet lethal, but still enough of a threat that forces Mattia's hand.
And we got to see the client use its ability as well to stop the lethal coming out, which is nice. I'm pretty sure Wojciech only used that ability once in both games in total, and it was game saving. It stopped the lethal coming out. Mattia is still thinking, which makes me think he's not just lost immediately. He must have something. I mean, all he needs to do from his perspective is play a unit that can survive those 2 ground units, in theory. So he plays the Liberty, okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, does your opponent have an answer?
Yeah, so all of that thinking from Mattia, and now it's just straight onto Wojciech. It becomes, can I either buff my unit now, or will I be able to, potentially bring out a Sentinel out in space to help against Liberty?
That is a Sentinel in space, actually. He does actually have a Sentinel in space.
We saw that silencer before.
The silencer's gone. He's got the 2-drop Sentinel. It's going to be stopped by a 2-cost unit. The Alkenzi Patroller, 2-1. That's it, yeah. It's in his hand.
We're seeing every small unit you could ever think of hold kind of insurmountable odds and a whole lot of presence. Even Mattia's laughing at it. We're just going to... I mean, I can't imagine really there's too much for Mattia to do apart from claim the initiative here.
Right, so your opponent needs to win in one turn, then needs to put 5 power or more on board. That's the cutthroat, the 4 power pod racer again, so that's not going to be enough. right? Oh no, that's it's
Well,
a cutthroat. Yeah, so he's actually one short again.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Mattia, but Mattia has no way, that we see so far to answer the Alkenzi Patroller. So he can attack with Liberty, defeat the Patroller, exhaust the Cutthroat Pod Racer, and then he's still 1 damage away from being defeated by the 2 other ground units. So it's come down to 1 damage again. Or the champ, yeah, either way, the champion's Katie Pod. Right, I'm sorry, FFG, can you...
so many
can
pod
you, why have you printed... I know it's that's kind of the theme of the set, but you printed like 6 pod racers. Come on, please.
All in the same aspect, all look identical.
All the art looks exactly the same, every single one. Come on, give me a break. Oh, okay, so he actually did have some removal. It's so funny to me that he's using the Lost and Forgotten, a 6-cost removal on a 2-cost unit, but that is enough. So now Wojciech needs an answer immediately to Liberty. He can't use the client's ability because he hasn't created a token yet. Does he have it? I can't see what's in his hand. I don't
think so.
Does he have an answer there? Is that not Jin that I can see? Can't make out if that's Jin or not.
But again, with Lost and Forgotten, it might have been a very expensive way to kill a very low-cost unit, but also the heal coming through is now super important. We are going to see... I'm struggling to see what it is.
Yeah, Matty was struggling as well. He had to pick up the card. Betrayed Trust. Choose aim for the base. He can't deal combat damage, insane. I think he did have the Jin as well, so he actually had 2 ways to answer the Liberty.
So I think Matty is just checking the available damage here.
Yeah.
He's still able to use the on-attack trigger. It just won't deal any damage into the base due to Betrayed Trust. The heal also, like I was talking about previously, from Lost and Forgotten, will help to push Mattia away from that kind of lethal that we were talking about.
Yeah, that's not going to do it. It's just 4 power the Convex. That's 4 more power on the ground. That doesn't matter because Mattia can claim initiative.
With only 1 in hand from Wojciech as well, I think it will just be a claim.
Yeah, you got to
simply hope for the best.
Yeah, you got to claim. You can have 1 million ground units now. It makes no difference. It all comes down to the first action. Because we know, I think Wojciech does have that card as Jin. So if Mattia doesn't claim, then Wojciech could still potentially win the game by using Jin first action next round and exhausting it. But does he... Is it Jin? I mean, Jin would be like a lot, right? Jin would be... Surely that cannot be Jin because that's double out of aspect.
6, wouldn't she?
Yeah, well... yeah,
he's already used his base.
Yeah, but he's 6 cost Jin. I mean, maybe it is Jin, but that would be very surprising. No, he's not. He's playing Sabine. Oh, okay. So he's going to ambush in and defeat that, but then your opponent can claim. Yep. So now he can stop the Liberty. If he would have claimed the initiative, I think he just wins.
Yeah, it's a very interesting...
But either way, Sabine also represents lethal, yeah. So I think that's a reasonable play, right? Because now, if your opponent does play... Was that a Jin?
It was a Jin.
It was a 6-cost Jin. Yeah, so he did... So actually, it was a pretty good play there for Matty because he was able to present lethal on both the ground and space. So either way, I think it's reasonable. You could have claimed as well, but if you claim... There isn't really anything your opponent... I mean, they could have another Space Sentinel, I guess, in which case you might lose. So I think the Sabine actually was a pretty reasonable play there. Sabine, a card we actually talked about today, didn't really do what she's made for in that game. She's phenomenal at dealing with mastery. She's one of the only great hit cards in the set. I'm sure we'll see that over the course of the day come up. But great play there from Mattia. Very impressed there. I think he managed to defeat, difficult odds there with the leader matchup and everything. But, what a close game that last game ended up being.
Yeah, it was such a strong back and forth. It really was up in the air of who was going to win that, coming down to really interesting plays from seeing both the Liberty come out off aspect, even with the base being used previously for Chrysanthemum. I think we've got another match available. We'll see if it's as intense as we had previously.
Yeah, the action keeps on coming here. We've got so many players playing here. We can throw games here, there, left, right, and everywhere. So this is actually it's still round 1. Yeah, so this is the second feature match area from round 1, where we've got a Vel mirror match.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. We saw I was about to say we saw Vel take the first game, but I mean that is just kind of implied with the mirror match. But we saw Garrett here take the first game.
Yeah.
And we've got potentially another best of 3 coming through between Mikhail and Garrett here.
Yeah, opening with C3PO for Mikhail. You know, opening on the ground I think generally is better than opening space because of what we talked about, ground is more important. That's where leaders deploy in most sets. But obviously the C3PO's only got 1 power, so less than the Alliance X-Wing, so pretty close start. I do like the games that go this way because it just means that it's not kind of, a lot of it isn't decided with whoever went first just kind of goes on to win, which is nice. Getaway freighter there. If you control a ground unit, you create a credit token every time you attack, so that's pretty nice as well.
We are going to see a Sentinel come through to help stop up against C3PO. What do you kind of think about the base decisions between both players? Do you think there's any kind of one stronger sided? Obviously, they both get the same epic action.
Of course, yeah. Well, I think the strongest aspect, we haven't really talked about this yet, have we? But the strongest aspect, I think, in Limited in this set is Cunning. And then followed by Vigilance. So I think if you were to pick the ideal aspect combination, it probably would be on the side of Garrett, where you've got the Cunning, you've got access to the Vigilance. Heroism's probably a bit stronger than Villainy as well, so I think he's got the best aspects, but it really depends on the deck you were given. You know, again, I don't think you make that decision. You don't decide before opening your packs, Cunning's the best aspect, so I'm definitely going to pick that. It just really depends on what you open.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we've been talking about, you don't kind of go in with a game plan. You make your game plan after seeing what you've got, that hand you've been dealt. Yeah, 100% agree. I think Cunning is probably the strongest in both Villainy and Heroism. And then you've got, if you pull some of those heavy hitters like we saw last game with Liberty, it can definitely help push that kind of, I'm going to at least try and run something heroic so I can use that epic action to bring something through.
Another gripe I've got with the FFG in this set is they've included both Val and Vel in the same set, which is nice. It's as if they want to make it as difficult as possible for commentators to get things right, so thanks for that, FFG. But yeah, Vel playing Val there. For some reason I really want to call Vel Val. I don't know why that isn't the other way around, but I'm being good. I think I've only called Vel once, so there we go.
I'm sure I already have at least once so far. We are going to see Zeb come through, and with the C3PO, I believe, we are going to get that 5 damage instead of just the default 3 from the When Played effect.
Really
so
nice.
That will take out Val even through the Sentinel that we've seen.
Yes, really, really nice. And then the ability will trigger, so Val's going to give the shield token to the C3PO there as well. Only Star Wars Limited would Vel play Val, and then Vel play Zeb to defeat Val. I mean, like, there's no other card game where you can say that would happen. So, yeah, I mean, the names are pretty crazy. But yeah, C3PO here, get to attack in, give the experience token to Zeb, which is really nice. Obviously, that Sentinel on the ground is doing a pretty good job here. You get to defeat the freighter in space on the side of Garrett, which is nice because, you know, your opponent's 3-drop there. Yes, it generated a credit token, allowed you to play the Zeb a turn earlier, but it was a bit like it's kind of like a really expensive credit, really. You gave up your entire turn 2 just to pull that Zeb a turn early, which usually wouldn't be worth it, but in this instance, Zeb Aurelios is such a strong card that I think it does warrant doing.
Yeah, especially with that boosted when played due to the C3PO taking out the Val through the Sentinel. I think it was definitely going to be the play for Michael there.
Yeah, Michael there does decide to give an experience token to the C3PO with his own Vel leader ability, which means that Garrett now has an extra credit as well, so he can potentially play ahead of curve this game, this turn.
Just going to see a simple trade come through, take out the Zeb, potentially pushing 5 damage into base, if not, and obviously dealing with that Sentinel threat.
Sintakaz, phenomenal unit in Limited, actually sees playing Constructed as well, especially in Obi-Wan, but yeah, Sinta, great, just amazing stats for the cost, and sometimes has Sentinel, especially in a Vel deck, because you can give her the experience token. But then we see Finn, we mentioned it last game there. Finn, amazing card, just because it can deal with leaders, but also here, you know, it managed to cleanly deal with the Cinta before she gets, you know, the experience token. Potentially could have actually waited in action there and just, you know, tried to sort of cheese out a credit, but I can see why you would just jump in with Finn straight away.
Yeah.
The reason he was able to play Finn, obviously, because the credit token that Michael gave him last round
it's interesting because then it obviously gave the opportunity to Michael for that trade. So it could have been a potential of swinging out the space unit first, get the C3PO to swing, and then play your Finn out. But it'd be interesting to see if kind of how punishing that might end up being.
Yeah, and the result of all of this is that Michael is down his epic action on his base, whereas Gerrit still has his, and Gerrit has that, it's a 2-1 shielded in space effective at this point, the Alliance X-Wing, which means it's probably not going to get defeated anytime soon. So it's going to be chipping away every turn. And that makes a difference. It means that, Michael is on a clock now, and Gerrit isn't. So Gerrit can take his time, he can just chip away. If he's happy taking 1-for-1 trades on the ground while his Alliance X-Wing is slowly getting closer and closer to winning. So that's been the result of all of this early game, is that Michael is slightly behind. And I think, again, part of that is the power of the cunning has provided Gerrit.
We're just going to see you flip your leader. You know what? I'll match it. I'll flip my own. Yeah, kind of like you were saying before with the epic action being used, we're seeing that difference in base coming through. Gerrit didn't have to use his epic action to play out Finn. So he's still got that available. And we are just going to see, I think, just simple, I'm going to hit you, you're going to hit me, with each of the Vels come through. Oh, no. Looks like I'm wrong. We are going to see a trade happen between them. Potentially Gerrit's got a way to finish it off. We've seen so many of those speeders and pod racers with all of that chip damage. Let's see if it comes through.
Yeah, well, I was about to say this is the set of the ground vehicles, the speeders, the pod racers, that kind of thing. And that's actually another ground vehicle, the Ketana, which is also a speeder. So ability not hugely relevant, it's basically just stats, but again, it's just adding to the plethora of ground vehicles we have this set. It was interesting, Gerrit, because his opponent had already gone to the base, so his opponent was accepting the race situation. You have an extra space unit, so again, potentially you can see why you would think he would go base, but as you correctly identified, the only reason to trade there really is if you have a way to finish off the Vel, and he did. He had Lapsed Razzie. One of my favourite cards in the set. I love this card in Constructed, but I think in Eternal, actually, I absolutely love it to pair with Gar Saxon. Amazing card to pair with Gar Saxon. But it also sees play really strongly. Obviously, it's a rare, so it comes up less often, but it sees play whenever you open it in Limited as well, just because being able to put either a 2-1 shielded or a 3-2 on the board and deal the damage is just phenomenal, and the flexibility the card allows.
Yeah, absolutely. It was quite obvious that we were going to see some sort of removal. We're sprawling out on the ground. It's exactly like we were talking about earlier on. But we've still got, I think it's a X-Wing out in space?
Yeah.
That will just continue chipping away. We are going to see a prestige card of all things come through.
One of the changes in this set is that you can get the prestige cards in regular packs now. So that's a prestige version of the Ghost, which is in aspect in this case. You can give experience token and shield token to a unit. Doesn't control any out of aspect card. Oh, that was out of aspect. Did he spend 8 resources on that? Because he doesn't have cunning as an aspect. Unless I'm missing something there. He didn't have the base, and that is a cunning card. Maybe I'm missing something. Am I missing something? I don't think I'm missing something.
Yeah, no, I'm in stunned silence. I'm trying to figure it out. Maybe.
Not sure how he was able to actually play the Ghost there, because he used his base. And
I don't think he had credits to hand.
No, maybe he did. Maybe I missed the credits. That could have been what it is. Anyway, yeah.
We are both quite blind.
Check the tape. Yeah. So anyway, so the Ghost comes out. So it did actually, assuming it was played legally, it would allow him to give an experience token and shield token to 2 units, which is a huge deal here. Lost and Forgotten again there, just defeating one of those units. So, this is a really complicated, bit of a mess of a board state here. Hard to say who's going to come out on top at this point. Space is dominated by Michael, but again, the ground really is where it's at. Vel's still alive on the side of Gerrit here, which means, and she's shielded as well. She's protected behind that shield outfitter's shield token. So, again, she's going to continually gain value there. Very hard to deal with these leaders when they get shield tokens attached to them.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see the shield go from the X-Wing, but it does open up for a trade next turn into the Ghost, with it only being a 4 health unit.
So, I think, to be honest, I think this game probably is, as much as that Ghost play was incredibly swingy and powerful, I think the fact that Vel is shielded here, I can't see a way that Michael's going to get through that, honestly. I can't think of many ways you can even deal with that. And it's not like Gerrit's not got other ways, he's got other units on board to help trade as well, so Vel's just going to get bigger and bigger. You're going to keep, interesting there, so he gets to finish off the Ghost there, so he's in a really good position here, and it all came down to the fact that he had that Latarazi to defeat his opponent's Vel and keep his alive. There's the Tantive 4 again, so it's going to put some restore pressure in space, which is nice, but it only restores 2, and obviously Gerrit's coming down with a lot more than that. He's coming down
We were able to see the when played effect come through for that +4 on play, but from the Ghost being defeated, but it is still going to be a very difficult position, like we've been talking about, with that Vel, who's only going to get stronger and stronger, and with a shield, she's, I mean, the kind of idea of defeating her is kind of fading away with each time she swings.
Yeah, and again, the credit tokens are diminishing in value as well. There's going to come a point where you don't have enough resources here. So Sabine can come out, defeat one of the experience tokens, ambushing, decides not to ambush. Yeah, so, and then does ambush there. So does defeat, so that's the Katana gone. So the entire board's dealt with now, except for that Tantive 4 in space. Obviously, it does put Gerrit on a clock there. 4 turns, Tantive 4 will end the game, but Vel's going to end a lot quicker than that. And there we see Gerrit. And that was actually game 2 as well. Gerrit was already game up. So that is going to be a win overall in the match for Gerrit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I even have too much to say. I think the moment the kind of shield comes down on Vel, it becomes such a, well, as we saw, impossible situation for his opponent to kind of come back from, even with that Ghost coming through, which was such a powerful swing. It still wasn't another kind of beneficial position. But I think we have an interview from our first game's winner. So swing over to that.
I'm here with the winner of feature match 1 in round 1. No, feature match 2, right? It's Gerrit from Germany. How are you, man?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Awesome. I saw that you won the match pretty smoothly. Got any details about that? How it went? How you did so well?
Yeah, I think I had a very good pool. I splashed a bit too much for my liking, but I think it worked out in the end. So. Yeah.
All right, very nice. Yeah, that's also a part of sealed or limited, as we call it. You have to be lucky, right? What you get from your boosters to construct something.
Yes, you have to be a bit lucky, of course. It's, but I think it's also a skill to make the best of what you are given, right?
Yeah, of course. That's so nice that you notice that. It's also a skill to like work with the cards. Already was like, yeah, I really want to play that leader for this event.
I have a couple of leaders I really like in the set. Vel, which I played now, is one of them, but I haven't actually played her in competitive sealed or limited event before.
Ah, okay,
so
okay.
I'm happy to get to do it.
So
today.
It's also a new experience for you, this event.
A bit. I have played casually in sealed or something.
Yeah.
But yeah. I think she's really strong, especially in sealed.
Yeah, okay, awesome. So, are you here with friends? So I see you have a team jersey on?
Yeah, I am here with a couple of friends from northern Germany.
Oh, okay.
We traveled with the train yesterday and stayed the night in Prague.
Okay, with the train.
Yeah, and we are going to stay until Sunday night and take a bus back and
I hope for you too. Very nice. Thank you so much for the interview, Gerrit. I hope you do well. Maybe we'll see you later again today.
Thank you very much.
Or tomorrow. So thank you very much. Bye-bye, guys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round 2 of the regional championship. We're in Prague. It is Star Wars Unlimited, and I'm a little bit excited. Round 1, Ben, that was fun.
That was a lot of fun. Really, really great time to be able to see round 1 of our limited championships here in Limited. We're wasting no time. We're going to be getting straight into a round 2 feature match.
Yeah, it's going to be really good. No Sideboarding yet, but a man can dream, and it looks like we've got Vel and more Vel. There's going to be an awful lot of Vel.
Yeah, and it's no surprise, I think, as well, with the way that Al was talking and Callum of how big of a impact that this leader is going to be able to make in the limited environment, being able to give that experience token. We know how good that those kind of abilities are in the Premiere format with things like Rey previously, all the way back in the early sets of Star Wars Unlimited, now currently into the modern versions of Premiere with Obi-Wan Kenobi as well, making a big impact. So it makes a lot of sense that the experience tokens are being valued in limited here at the expense of a credit token. You don't really necessarily mind giving that up to your opponent a little bit.
No, we saw that in Liverpool. You and I did the sector in Liverpool that was limited, and Obi-Wan was all over that event. We're seeing a lot of Vel here as well, but it looks like we are getting ready to get rolling, and we're straight into an epic action to play that Cutthroat Pod Racer coming straight down here. That is an impactful card, played out of aspect as a cunning. Oh, but we've got that shielded rocket person coming down.
Yeah, we do indeed. The Canyon Frontrunner, as Al has said, one of the big action phase 1 plays that you're looking for in the limited environment. And then Kevin, with that rookie rocket jumper, making it a 2-1 shielded unit. Maybe not the most impactful matchup against the Canyon Frontrunner, considering it's on attack trigger as well to come into play, essentially nullifying the power of the rookie rocket jumper if Thomas has hold of the initiative, which it looks like he does. But it's at least a unit to have on the ground on action phase 1.
And we do see it swinging straight away, taking out that shield with no damage back because of the -2. Did I say Cutthroat Pod Race when I meant Canyon Frontrunner? Because that is going to ruin my in-between game rant, which was literally about how there's not enough pod racers in the set and how I think it's what Al said. But we'll get to that rant in a minute, and maybe I'll actually start, put my money where my mouth is and get the names right. And we can see how Kevin is going to respond to this. So we've got Kevin here on one side, and we have, I can't see the name of the other player, Ben. Can you tell me who it is?
It's Thomas Rose, who I believe is a known player from the UK. I believe he's part of the big team Nexus, which had a massive success story in the London sector qualifier just a couple of weekends ago, with Artur Lipinski winning the whole event with Pilot Vader Cunning as his deck of choice in Premiere, something that came out of nowhere. So Thomas representing the UK and getting an experience token up on that Canyon Frontrunner now.
Not too shabby. Defiant Scrapper came down from Kevin. Lets you defeat an enemy credit token when played. It's quite nice. There's a lot of credit tokens running around here in this format. There's a lot of cards that can make them, so we do have some which can, challenge them as well, can counter them. But we see Vel's leader skill being used, credit token being given to Jonathan here, but so that we can then get an experience token onto that Defiant Scrapper, boosting it up to a 4/5. Not bad for a free cost.
Yeah, not at all. And Defiant Scrapper as well. Such a great card in this limited environment, especially if you're expecting a lot of Velsatha to be running around. To be able to negate the effect of your own Velsatha in the mirror match like we're seeing here is really, really nice indeed.
Not too bad. Reckless Hunters comes down there for Jonathan. That's just a 5/4 with Saboteur. Really nice. A lot of Sentinels in this limited format. There's some shields running around. Being able to get rid of all of that, frankly, not too shabby. So we're seeing a lot of ground here, Ben. We've got the Canyon Frontrunner. We've got Reckless Hunters on one side, Defiant Scrapper, and that Rookie Rocket Jumper on the other.
Yeah, at the moment, just building up some ground presence for both players here. Not too much, or in fact, not any damage on either player's base at the moment. And with Thomas having already used the epic action of that Stygian Spire, that aggression epic action 27 HP base, Kevin still has the opportunity to use his epic action for later on in the game. So I wonder if that's going to be for an out-of-aspect rare or legendary that maybe he was able to acquire in his limited sealed pool, whether it's for something else that's going to be a little more useful later on in the game, maybe something like a collateral damage to help mop up the ground arena a little bit in some sort of way. I'm really interested to see how Kevin uses that epic action.
Well, one thing Kevin is using quite nicely is that Vel leader skill, getting Defiant Scrapper up to a 5/6. Now, we did see the Canyon frontrunner, unfortunately, taking out that rookie Rocket Jumper, but that Defiant Scrapper is sitting there, honestly looking pretty beefy right now, having a couple of experience tokens, now swinging, looks like into base for 5 damage. I'll take that any day of the week. So right now, basically saying to Jonathan, I've got a pretty big unit here on the ground. Let's hope you've got an answer to it, because I kind of feel like Kevin might just keep doing this every turn.
Yeah, it's definitely a positive theory, but for Thomas at the moment, his saving grace is that Canyon frontrunner, essentially turning off the power boost of those experience tokens at the moment, as long as Thomas can either keep hold of the initiative or navigate away so that his first action is attacking with this Canyon frontrunner to make it so that Defiant Scrapper is only flying in for the 3 power.
That is what we're looking for. We have Vigilant Scouts coming down. That's the one with Restore 2. We saw that coming down in the previous round. Worth noting, Reckless Hunters only got saved there because of the minus power from that Canyon frontrunner. Otherwise, it would have been taken out. So that's kind of... We see it. It's one of these skills we see on these pod racers where it has to be the first attack. But if it is, oh, do you get a nice bonus? Inspired Recruit. Also a nice bonus. 1 cost, 3/1. Oh, but it's immediately getting boosted up here, Ben.
And I think it's the Staccato Lightning Reaper that's coming down here, which is a really, really nice pull. When played, we're going to deal 1 damage to each of up to 3 different ground units. So that gets rid of the Scrapper, puts 1 early inch of damage onto the Vigilant Scouts, and it means now that our Inspired Recruit is flying in for 6, possibility to make it 7 if the Velsatha gave the experience token to it. But at the moment, a 6/2 is enough in the ground arena.
I don't like that 2 HP, Ben. That 2 HP makes me so nervous. But I love Statica Lightning Repeater. If you're playing against a deck that's got some shielded units, I adore this for popping shields. It's so much fun to get this down. Popping shields is my dream with this. I don't love the 2 HP, but I do love the 6 power. So... you know, you've now got that question. Do you want to swing straight away with your Canyon frontrunner to get the minus power? Or do you want to go with your Inspired Recruit? Having said that, of course, use the Canyon frontrunner, bring Vigilant Scouts down to a 1 power, and they can't even take out the Inspired Recruit anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point you make, actually, as well, Ross, about the amount of shield tokens that are potentially running around in the limited environment and the importance of shielded units because of the lack of hard removal in the A Lawless Time. You've only got things like Remembers, Lost and Forgotten, Rhydonium explosion, as well as the single reactor ignition. If you get really fortunate to open those in your rare or legendary slots, being able to attack in is such a premium. So like you say, getting rid of that shield token means that it's 1 less issue that you have to worry about in order to get rid of a unit efficiently from your opponent's board.
I love that use of Kill Switch there coming in. This is one of my cards I picked out as one of my cards to watch here. We do see Canyon frontrunner being able to take out the only ground unit Kevin's got remaining. And that means that Thomas in a really good position here. 2 ground units, but you've got that Cutthroat Pod Racer with 2 experience tokens. You've then got that Inspired Recruit with that Statico Lightning Repeater. So they're not great units, but they are being boosted up quite nicely. Thomas playing good keep away here. And if you can just keep this up for a turn or 2, you're going to be able to start really piling damage in. But here comes the epic action. I love it in Limited. We don't know what's coming. It is the Ghost, I believe.
That's not the Ghost.
No, that's not the Ghost. I like
that's not a rare.
It's not. I lied. I'm so sorry. I'm a terrible person.
Smuggler's YT 2400. It's a 4/5 ambusher that, when played, allows you to pay an extra resource, and if you do, it gets +1/+1 for the phase. So actually, a really underwhelming use of the epic action of the base there from Kevin, just trying to dodge into the space arena. But that's not where your worry is right now. Thomas is representing, I believe, 12 power, if I've done my maths right, and you can check with your qualifications, Ross. 12 power across 2 units in the ground arena. That is lethal in 3 action phases.
I have done the maths, Ben. We got 5 plus 7, and 5 plus 7 is 12. So you're absolutely right. That is not going to take much to go and throw that into Kevin and finish off this game as we are. We do see, that's not Houndstooth. It's like Houndstooth, but it's
the
let's
shielded
call it
hauler.
generic. It's shielded hauler, yes. Just comes in with a shield, but it just gives something in the space arena, and especially with that shield being able to hit twice before it goes down.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, going back to that earlier point that we made, Ross, about shielded units, all of a sudden, this Smuggler's YT2400 doesn't need just 2 attacks into the shielded hauler to be able to get rid of it. It actually requires 3. And by that point, Thomas already has the hefty amount of damage on the YT2400 to be able to go, okay, that's fine. You can ambush into my shielded hauler if you want to on the next action. But that's spending valuable resources that right now you need to combat the heavy ground presence that Thomas has on the board. Velsath are also able to deploy this action phase as well. Kevin could be in some big trouble. This could help, though.
Oh, is that Mylodon Rider, that one that we pointed out? I say we pointed out, Al pointed out in the previous round, coming in with ambush, being such a good, it's a 5-6 with ambush. You can bounce another friendly unit to hand when played if you like. You don't have to, but coming in here and using that to take out that Canyon Frontrunner. And now we've got a big, beefy 5-6 sitting there on the ground, but could just be traded into by the Inspired Recruit, but it would be a trade. So is Thomas willing to give it up to take out this big, beefy creature? There's already 5 damage on, so can we find a better way to take it out?
Yeah, we really ideally want to. We need to find ideally just one little piece of burn damage to be able to get rid of that Mylodon Rider. Something like, I mentioned it before, what's the event called? Collateral damage. That's what I was looking. Yeah, collateral damage to be able to just deal that final little piece of damage, then also get some chip onto the bench, onto the base as well. That's a rock. Also could do it. Just dealing.
I love That's a Rock,
unit, which would be hilarious.
Also, just that bit in solo, so much fun. Well, Val's being given an upgrade here. Did you see what it was as it slipped in there, Ben?
Yeah,
I didn't see what
mastery.
It was.
It's mastery.
Oh, that's even
and this
better.
spells big bad news.
Yeah, mastery, of course, costs 1 less when played on a unique unit. Your Vel leader, very much a unique unit. +3 for free. Not too shabby. And they're already picking up their cards. I think Kevin might have said, you know what? That is a bit too much for me. And it is confirmation. Thomas wins game 1. Mastery onto Velsafa. Yeah, I'm dealing with that.
Yeah, absolutely not. And especially as well when it was combined with the recruit along with the staccato lightning repeater as well. Having a 6-2 unit in the ground arena. It may be small, but boy, is it mighty. And in the end, just far, far too much for Kevin to be able to deal with.
I loved in the early game there, having that Canyon Frontrunner. Essentially, that swung first. To mitigate that 2 HP. The 2 HP on the Inspired Recruit I really didn't like. But because Canyon Frontrunner basically just kept nerfing whatever would have been able to take it out, it actually worked out beautifully. Now, since we have a minute between games, Ben, I need to just take offense with what Al said in the previous game. I was watching. I'm always watching. There are not too many pod racers in a Lawless time. There are 6. Saboba's pod racer and Anakin's pod racer, well, they're unique and they're very, you know what they look like. No, I'm not accepting that, right? We've then got Cutthroat pod racer, Canyon Frontrunner, Circuit Challenger, and Champions KT9 pod racer, which I revealed, no big deal. They don't look that similar. Cutthroat pod racer and Champions KT9 pod racer, if you squint and it's far away and it's a really sunny day and you've forgotten to put your sunglasses on, maybe I can accept that. Otherwise, no. And I know I got the names mixed up in the last round, which does weaken my argument just a teensy bit. But no, I'm sorry. If anything, my message to FFG, there were not enough pod racers in the previous set. Can we have a full pod racer set? That's my dream. We didn't even get Gasgano, Ben. We didn't even get Gasgano.
We didn't get Gascardo. We didn't get Ben Quadraneros either. Nope. I want the full Bunta Eve classic. I know we've got the Two-Face Troig as well to be able to help kind of alleviate some of the pain of us Bunta Eve
The flag bearer, commence the festivities.
The flag bearer. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
there were
but
a
no,
few pod racing. They were there.
Yeah, they were there. And I love the fact as well that so many of the pod races have an effect that activates with it being the first unit to attack in the phase as well, like the Canyon Front Runner. It's basically saying, well, I need to be in the lead. I need to be in pole position to be able to get the best out of my unit, out of my pod. So let's just put that on a card. I think that's just a chef's kiss of flavor from FFG.
Absolutely love it. We saw it on Anakin Skywalker and Anakin's Pod Racer as well, but we are ready to go here with Kevin and Thomas here in Game 2, and we are getting our opening resources down. 6 cards to start, 2 resources, 4 cards in your opening hand. I think I saw a little flash of something in Kevin's hand, which is one of my favorite cards, but before we get to there, we got Cloud Rider Veteran coming down for Thomas on attack. Deals 2 damage to a base. No turn 1 play from Kevin.
No, it wasn't. It was a straight away claim of the initiative from Kevin Crest there, which you hate to see already when you're down a game in round 2 of the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Championship from Prague, especially when you're going up against what is effectively right now a 3-4 on board with that Cloud Rider Veteran, with its on attack dealing the 2 damage into base. You've got a free ground arena, so just slam into the base and get that early damage going.
Well, not anymore.
Ooh,
You don't.
fly.
You know, I said I saw a card in hand, Ben. It's that Droid Lader's Turret, one of my absolute favorite cards in the set, and I know you love it because you love Village Protectors, and this is a very similar thing. It is a shielded Sentinel, so not only does it then protect the ground, but it protects it at least 2 times because you've got to pop the shield and then go through it, and you can see there Cloud Rider Veteran has gone into it, has popped the shield, but it's taken 2 damage back, but it did still do 2 to the base.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where the versatility of the on-attack action there of the Cloud Rider Veteran really does help out. And now Thomas getting some extra insulation to the Veteran as well there, playing down the Stalwart Fleet Trooper.
Yeah, it's a Sentinel. So both players now rocking a Sentinel in the ground arena. And look, we've seen this in both rounds so far. The ground arena is where a Lawless Time generally tends to play. They got time to be running around in ships. They've got stuff to do on the ground. So these ground Sentinels become so important. Neither of them are particularly huge, but Stalwart Fleet Trooper, it's a free cost, free, which is a Sentinel. That's decent value. I'm just gonna say it, Ben.
Yeah, it's not bad value whatsoever. Now, Kevin, with the initiative here on 4 resources, has got a bit of an awkward situation that he finds himself in. We obviously saw the epic action of the base getting used last game for the Command Heroism Space Unit, but right now, what he'd love to find, I think, would be something like a Relentless Hunters in combination with that epic action. Get the 5-4 Saboteur on board, take that Stalwart Fleet Trooper sort of out of the equation a little bit, and get a little bit of value either into that damaged unit on the board in the ground arena, or just make it attack into base and really start the race off.
Yeah, we have options. First of all, we're going to go after...
Nice.
And that is the -2 that we see there onto the Cloud Rider, goes away. But now we have the character whose name I don't know exactly how to pronounce, but it is something like Tamarin Barcona. Yeah, that'll do. But it's a very nice card. You get to defeat a credit token, but then you get to give 2 experience tokens. Plus, Vel can give an experience. I can give you 3 in 1 turn.
Yeah, and the beauty as well of Tamarin Barcona is that you can defeat a credit token belonging to any player. So not only does it make usage of your own credit tokens that are being generated by your opponent's Velsatha, but also, again, like the Scrapper that we saw in Game 1, almost mitigates the trade-off that you have to pay for your own Velsatha ability as well. Deny your opponent the credit token and give yourself more experience tokens to spread around to your units. Really solid card.
Oh, paying any credit hate in my Velsatha deck in Limited makes me so happy. I'm going to get an experience token and give you a credit token. Only joking. I'm actually using your credit token to my advantage now. It's not always the easiest to pull off, but when you can make it work. I think in a Lawless Time, giving my opponent a credit token, but then immediately taking it away before they can use it might be my favorite thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely is. So Kevin now up to 5 resources, I should say, with the initiative. So we're still 1 action phase away from the Velsatha leader unit being eligible to deploy here. See a couple of cunning units in hand, but it's not going to be cunning that we're going to go for. We're going to go mono heroism with Stalwart Fleet Trooper. Thomas says, sure, I'll take the trade into that and get rid of your Sentinel.
The Tamarin Barcona, it's really an on-play skill that gives you the most value here. After that, it's just a decent unit. You got the experience token, so it's a 5/7, swing into, take out the Sentinel, and you've still got a 5/4 on the board at this point. So, yeah, it's a trade you'll make all day long. Now, your Stalwart Fleet Trooper is not a free. Right now, it's a 5/2 when you take into account the free damage on it. I mean, you're playing this just as a fairly cheap Sentinel. Using it to then swing 5 into the base, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you're seeing already the power of all of this experience token synergy that's made Velsatha one of the strongest leaders to try and build in towards in the limited environment. You see Kevin there just claiming the initiative with 2 resources open, which gives Thomas the window to go into Relentless Hunters. 5/4 could immediately be boosted up into a 6/5 now, which Thomas looks like he is thinking about doing. No, it's just going to be continuing to protect that trooper with another experience token onto it as well.
I absolutely love this. It's like, yeah, I'm a Sentinel. I'm here to protect my board. I'm here to protect the ground arena. But if I can be chucking 6 damage into your base while I'm protecting it, why not? But in all seriousness, we got Tamarin Barcona there, which is sitting there, I believe, now at 5 power. We've got your Stalwart Fleet Trooper, which is sitting there at 6 power. And then your Reckless Hunters at 5. That's 16 power represented in the ground arena. Now, this is a Monodon Rider coming down from Kevin. It's got ambush, but all it can do is just trade with the Sentinel. It's nice to get that power off the board, but Kevin is 1 game down. He's got 7 damage on his base to 0 to his opponent, and his opponent's still got 11 power represented, and Kevin decides that there's nothing I can do from here, and Thomas takes his 2 games to 0.
Yeah, that was a very swift concession there, not even seeing either leader deploy in game 2. But if you took a quick peek into Thomas's hand, it is a very, very understandable concession from Kevin. I saw Mastery in there. I saw the Staccato Lightning Repeater as well. So there was so many more methods for Thomas to be able to boost up his units on the board, continue to protect that Velsatha as well, and really hammer home to get through and close out game 2 the old-fashioned way.
And that is what are these guys? Are they setting up for game? Are they? No, they are packing. Are they setting up for game 3? Because they're not getting up from the table. Does this mean that we had the wrong winner back in game 1, Ben?
I'd be very, very surprised. I think it does look like that Thomas is completely packing up here. Yeah, he is. He's picking up his leader in his base. Yeah.
Okay, now that's fine. I didn't think we did, but I'm watching it and they're taking a couple of cards out of their deck, which is your classic, I'm getting ready to sideboard maneuver. And then they're sitting there having a chat. And look, I'm all down for having a friendly chat after a nice best of 3 of Star Wars Unlimited, but that neither player was actually packing up then. It started to make me a little bit sad. You know what else makes me sad, Ben? I'm going to be... There's a gaming convention in the UK next weekend. I shall be there. I'm sure you're going to make an appearance at some point. There's a limited. There is Star Wars Unlimited at both of those. But I can tell you about this in a minute, Ben. I think we've actually got round a second feature match that we can jump straight into. I can talk later. We can see some more Star Wars Unlimited limited action, and it's going to be weird saying that all weekend. Let's see if we can flick into our second feature match here. Is anyone playing a leader that isn't Velsatha?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see and to find out. And we have Velsatha. We do have a different leader, but it's Aura Singh on the left-hand side for Pierre Jensen. And we are well into this game, which looks like it's still in game 1.
We're still in game 1. We've got a B-Wing over there for Wota there with Vel. The Pier on the left. We've got Aura Singh already deployed. And we've got both a space and a ground unit. The B-Wing there is going to be swinging into that Stygian Spire base. Both the bases are just the once per game, play and off aspects. So we can worry about them a little bit later. but they've both been used this game, so maybe we'll worry about it in game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got the Syndicate Security, which is the ground unit that's partnering Aura Sing at the moment for Pia, which has the grit keyword, and at the moment has its maximum amount of grit stacks on it. It's a 6 HP unit, so already has 5 damage on it. That is, I believe, 9 power currently with the grit stacks.
Once again, Ben, your maths today is serving you very well indeed.
Let's
Syndicate
go.
Security is sitting there swinging as a 9-1 right now. Very close to being defeated, but not yet defeated. And that means that we can sit there and have a little bit of fun for a little while. B-Wing Skirmisher over on Wota's side just deals damage to space units when played. It's not terribly relevant for the moment. And Overcharged Transport is what we got over there for Pia. When defeated, it will defeat an upgrade on a space unit. Unlikely to be relevant, but it basically stops Wota attaching an upgrade to this B-Wing, at least in the short term.
Yeah, absolutely. It means that the Velsath or experience tokens can get negated. It means that shields can pop off as well, because remember, those do also count as upgrades. So definitely an interesting choice to be able to bring in here at the moment. And Wota, I'm not sure he's got too many answers for this board say at the moment. I do see that there's the kill switch in hand, which will be able to exhaust down this Aura Sing at the very least. That saves Wota an extra action. We're going
he's actually going to be going
after.
Yeah, I love that. The -1 take. I was going to say, you know what he really needed right there? He needed Aura Sing to take out that unit with 1 HP remaining. I love Aura Sing, by the way. I think it is such a fun leader. I think it's much harder to get a card pool to make it work in Limited. But if you get a good card pool, I think Aura Sing is phenomenal. Phenomenal enough that Wota is picking up his cards. And it looks like Pia is going to be taking game 1 with Aura Sing. And just putting it out there, a completely undamaged base.
Yeah, intriguing there to see that if there was indeed no damage on that base for Pia, to be able to see, like you say, if he's been able to build around this Aura Sing leader, which is definitely a strong contender in the limited environment. When you go into something like Premiere, where you have more of the kind of traditional vigilance, villainy control tools, things like no glory only results, things like that, to be able to give you that little bit of extra lifeline as you go in towards the mid to late game stages. But definitely intriguing to see there is quite a few units that are running around with Restore in the limited environment. We've got Follower of the Code that's in Mono Command, going up into Aspect and into Vigilance. Obviously, we saw Vigilance Scouts in our first feature match of round 2. Tantai 4 as well, if you want to play out of Aspect using the off Aspect base potentially. That can give you a little bit of restoring going on as well. So definitely a little bit of longevity to this limited format.
Well, there is one card, and I don't know, it's a rare, so I don't know if he's got it, but there is one card in this set that works phenomenally with Aura Sing. It is the Adventurer Sniper Rifle. It doesn't give a boost, it's an upgrade, no boost, but it lets you exhaust the attached unit to bring somebody's HP down to 1. And then, of course, you got the Aura Sing unit, the leader skill, which defeats any unit with 1 HP remaining. If you can get that combo rolling, you can literally take out any unit. Well, except for a leader, obviously. It never works on never work on leaders. But that is a phenomenal combo. So that's one that I'm looking out for here. I don't know if they pulled it, but that would be the kind of card. If I saw that one, early on, I would be starting to lean more towards Aura Sing, because having an option in your deck to take out anything, no matter how big and how bad, most decks don't have that in Limited or Lawless time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always been a stalwart concept of a limited environment about how hard removal can really, really be at a premium. We've obviously seen most of those cards that are available in the limited pool already in the first 2 rounds that are that way inclined. Things like the Tree Remembers, Lost and Forgotten, the the -2/-2, the incapacitate, that
Yes.
does have a way to kind of be hard removal if you engineer it correctly. But the Adventurous Sniper Rifle, like you say, in combination with Aura Sing, a little bit secular. You know, you have to be in Aura Sing to be able to really, really make that work. But it is a way to potentially get a repeated hard removal element if your opponent doesn't have enough of an answer to it.
Now ask me how much that upgrade costs.
I think it's an even resource cost, if memory serves me correctly.
It's a 2 cost. So if you get that, and again, it's a rare, you have to get it, you have to draw it. I understand all of this. I'm saying it is early. You see things like, Radonium Detonation, you see things like Single Reactor Ignition. These things work, but they're late game. You have to get to kind of like 8 odd resources to start pulling out these tricks. Whereas something like Adventurous Sniper Rifle, again, if you get it early, and there's a lot of ifs, I understand, but you get it early and it's just a 2 action, your opponent plays a unit. Well, unless it's got ambush, they can't attack with it yet. So you ping it, you just take it out, and it's not going to be a combo we see from many players. I understand this. I'm just letting everyone know, if it's out there, it is one of the most powerful combos. But we are already rolling, I believe that's a Haxian Aggressor over on Wota's side of the field with Velsafa off in game 2, round 2. And a card we see in Premier, it's Imperial Door Technician.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about in terms of some of that early way to get you up to that potential Aura Sing leader deployment. She does take a little bit of time to make her way out into the ground arena as a leader unit. She's a 7 resource deployment, but when you've got double 1-drop on Action Phase 1, now along with the Storm Rider here coming in, that's going to be a really nice balance of control and aggression.
Storm Raider is a 2/2 with Raid 1. Not too shabby. I'm actually reading the second of the High Republic books with the Nihil in as kind of like the big bad. I'm starting book 2 right now. Highly recommend. But we have a couple of Nihil in this set. We'll get to the other one if we get there. It's over in Cunning. Right now, however, collateral damage is actually going to take out both of those units on Pier's side. And there isn't even any base damage to heal off with Imperial Door Technician as it goes away.
Yeah, that's really, really beautiful as a tempo play there. Getting the collateral damage through means that at the moment we do have that Haxian Aggressor, which can swing in for 4. Bith Brute, though, a really, really strong response. Just getting the Sentinel in the way and stopping that 4 power from flying into the Stygian Spire early doors.
Also nice to note, it has Saboteurs with if we do see a Sentinel coming down on Wota's side of the board, could potentially go around that and take out any unit it was trying to protect. Another card we do see pop up occasionally over in the Premier format. It's a 3-cost 4/3 with Sentinel and Saboteur. Not too shabby, but we see a trade here. Haxian Aggressor and Biff Brute just taking each other out there. And we're back to even. But you did say Aurora Sing takes a long time to come out. Going back to even, buying a little bit of time. Feels like Aura might be okay with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the credit tokens that it's being allowed by the Velsafa leader action on Wota's side of the board. I think I see 2 more Sentinels in Pier's hand here. At least I did. I definitely see the droid laser turret, but I thought I saw a second copy of Bith Brute in hand as well, which might have got into the resources, which is huge if true. Overcharged Transport now going to face off against Arvel Skeen, which is one of those credit hate cards, Ross.
I love it. Give your opponent a credit token, and then Arvel Skeen, you only get to deal damage to the base if you take out a credit token, but you gave your opponent a credit token, then took it out, and then use that to put damage on the base. We see another credit token made for Pier here by virtue of giving that experience token to Arvel Skeen, and then we are heading into our 5 resource turn here, and Wota is making this work. Not a good game 1, but game 2 certainly going all right so far. Still early, though, and very little base damage. And I want that droid laser turret to come down. So good.
Yeah, I do as well. I love the droid laser turret. We've already mentioned Gar Saxon in the previous round, all the way up in the Eternal format. Shout out Callum, who's down there in Prague on the ground, repping the boy Gar ECL. But right now we've got Lost and Forgotten.
Heals up. only heals one because only one to heal. But that is one of those hard removal cards we were talking about in between games. Take out any non-leader while also healing up your base. Heals free. Oh, but that Syndicate Security's coming back down with Grit.
And this is really, really interesting in Velsatha in particular, because when we jumped into our feature match 2 here just a few moments ago, when Pierre had his Syndicate Security on the board, I mentioned about how at that point it had the maximum amount of grit stacks that it possibly could have gotten. Well, what's a way to cheat that potential of the maximum amount of grit stacks is the experience tokens that Velsatha could be allowed to give the security. So all of a sudden, we could be looking at potential for double digits worth of power if Wooter can navigate this correctly.
I see where you're going, Ben, and I like it. I'm entirely in favor of this plan. Once again, Wooter being the only player to keep any ground units out, although we do have that little space unit over there for Pierre. Oh, wait, we did.
Not anymore.
But it's been lost. And it's already been forgotten.
Yeah, really, really great here. And you can see why Vigilance is definitely an aspect to keep an eye on. Even if you're not necessarily building into it with your leader and or your base, just having the option for it with the epic action of the 27 HP common cycle of bases in a Lawless Time opens up the window for these powerful removal tools that I was talking about between games 1 and 2. Lost and Forgotten, definitely one of the big highlights, not just because of its unconditional removal against non-leader units, but also that 3 damage being healed from your base. Such a crucial turning point on occasion.
Not too shabby. Bank Job Fugitives comes down for Pierre, but Wooter is just ignoring it, swinging into base. Doesn't want to get that grit going, basically daring his opponent to attack into it. And now we see the deployment of Velsatha here, finally getting deployed earlier than the Aura Sing, of course. And now we've got another ground unit for Wooter to take advantage of. Right now, well, not doing very much. We'll get there in a minute, don't worry. Oh, now we're swinging.
Absolutely.
Now we're swinging, Ben.
Yeah. There it goes, getting the experience token on itself as well. I was just going to mention as well, actually, about the point I was making about the potential for extra grit stacks on that Syndicate Security. It's made a little bit more awkward because of the Aura Sing leader action. Even before it deploys with the possibility to defeat a non-leader unit with 5 or less remaining HP, Aura Sing can just get rid of the Syndicate Security by the time that Wooter builds it up to its maximum potential with the grit keyword. So, bit of an awkward situation that Wooter finds himself in. So at the moment, just happy to punch in for 4 every now and then.
And Pierre going, cool, well, you can punch in for 4 occasionally. How about my droid laser turret, that shielded sentinel? I do love a good shielded sentinel. I spent way too much time in the Legends of the Force limited format. There were ways of like Ahsoka and such to build up shielded sentinels all over the place. It wasn't actually that good, but it was just so much fun to have shielded sentinels everywhere. Didn't win that much, but I made my opponent work for their victories, Ben. That is what Pierre is trying to get going here.
Absolutely, and that's all that you can do. You know, if it's not going to be the easiest way to get through the victory, then just really make your opponent work for it. And speaking of, here's nothing left to fear from Wooter using the epic action of his own base. So choosing a friendly unit, giving it +2/+2 for this phase, then defeating a non-leader unit with power equal or less than the chosen unit. So immediately getting rid of that droid laser turret and making our Velsatha hit really, really hard in this action phase.
And the cool thing about that card is that you're just dealing direct damage. So it's not you're taking damage back. You get to take out the Sentinel. You don't take anything back, but you still get the boost for the rest of the phase. So yeah, for the rest of this phase, Velsatha is going to be big. Well, we do see a little bit of a swing in there with those little bank job fugitives. Just a little cheeky poke for 4. Why not?
Yeah, it's very, very strong here. And we are at the phase now where Aura Sing does have the opportunity to deploy. Won't get the highest value out of its on-deploy action right now. I do see, I think that's Haymaker in hand for Pier, and he hasn't used his epic action of the base yet. So there is maybe a line to go, use the epic action of the base, Haymaker, deal some damage into something, and then deploy Aura Sing to finish it off. We are seeing for resources. It's not the
But it's
Haymaker,
not.
though.
You're right. Haymaker was in hand. That season tracker is it's a hidden 4/4. But yeah, that you did. I'm sure I saw Haymaker. I think you're right. But just prioritizing getting a 4/4 body on the board. But things do seem to be getting a little bit out of hand here for Pierre Wota. He's got his leader deployed. We're up to 20 damage. Only 7 left. Game represented on board for Wota here. And game 1 might not have gone how he wanted, but very, very close here to getting it going in game 2. What's Pierre gonna? No, we're not there yet. We're just going into the regroup phase. I got too excited.
Yeah, not quite there yet. We don't quite have game in 1 action right now either, because Velsatha at the moment at 5 power. Even if she gives herself the experience token from the on attack trigger, that's only 6, and we need 7 damage as the magic number to get through and take us to a game 3. We are going to see the epic action of the base getting used here, it looks like, and it is going to be that Haymaker that I thought that I did see. So it looks like we are thinking about setting up for that combo that I mentioned last action phase. Haymaker into something, and then Aura Sing deploy to mop it up.
Wow, it's a turn later. Is it going to be a turn too late is the question. We could have done this last turn on the Backjob Fugitives. They're both 4 power, that and the season tracker, so we didn't have to wait until this turn to pull this off. But you do have another body on the board. Maybe that's going to be enough for the time being. Wota there, realizing he's kind of got to use Vel. So we're going to attack with Vel. We're going to give an experience token to the Syndicate security as we do so. And then we're going to see the swing.
Yeah, the attack coming through here and now very much presenting game in just the 1 action here, where they really beefed up Syndicate security, and that's going to do it. Pierre doesn't have the answer to the experience token of the Syndicate security. So with just over 10 minutes on the clock, we're going to game 3.
Wota takes game 2 after Pierre took game 1. And you're right, Ben, looking at that clock, we got 11 minutes, and they're only just starting to shuffle up ready for game 3. This is going to be one where time is going to be of the essence. We don't see it all that much. Ties in Star Wars Unlimited, much rarer than you might be expecting from other games. But right now, time is of the essence, and it's not half an hour rounds. We got less than a third of the time to play a third of the games. So I'd expect both players to go pretty quickly. Because it is not a game where we see a lot of ties, it makes, not all the time, but it can start turning ties into losses if you don't have enough ties to kind of build them in. It's a tiebreaker, I suppose. But essentially, you're giving up a win to gain a tiebreaker. I'd rather have the win.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when it comes in towards those later stages of the tournament where those match points and that tiebreaker rate is really, really going to matter. Remember, it's X2 or better of a record, and a match point record will qualify you into day 2 to come back and play more limited again tomorrow. But it's at that point tomorrow where those points are really going to start adding up, when you're put into the potentials for draft pods as well throughout the space of the weekend. And you're going to be matched into some very, very difficult draft pods of 8 players indeed.
No, absolutely. And you can take 3 ties and turn them into essentially a win. But then you got to try and avoid losses. That whole thing gets super complicated. Play fast, get this game done. That is the order of the day. We're off here into game 3, and it's a Rodian bondsman on both sides for both players. And this is kind of cool, because when this gets defeated, both players get a credit token. So incredibly even right now, but Wota goes and ruins it by putting an experience token on his Rodian bondsman.
Yeah, well, we talked about how playing fast might be the key, as we've got just under 9 minutes left on the clock for game 3. How about everybody just getting a bunch of credit tokens, feeling super, super rich, and being able to get those big late game bombs into play by like action phase 4 or 5, the way that this game very well could go with all the Velsatha credits that are flying around as well.
I am totally okay with that if that's what they want to do. I just don't want to see a tie coming down. I want one of these players to go up to that 2-0 record, start making their case for coming back in day 2. Now, we do see Pia here, Rhodium Bondsman swinging into the base. Something else we tend to see when games are a little bit truncated. You might swing at base a little bit more readily, knowing that playing board control and heading to a tie isn't going to work. You might as well try and force the issue by swinging at base. Plus, of course, Wota can trade with Pia's Rhodium Bondsman, but because of the experience token, Pia cannot trade with Wota, trying to basically force him to get the trade. Are we going to trade or are we going to go to base? It is the trade. Pia loses his Rhodium. Wota keeps it. I interviewed a Rhodium at our last regional championship, Ben, over in Bilbao. We had a Rhodium on stream. It was brilliant.
Yes, we did. We had some droid friends as well on stream. We had a little bit of an advertisement for the First Order and the Empire as well. It was a really, really great experience for sure, and one that undoubtedly a lot of players are going to enjoy over in Prague across the weekend. What Pia is going to hopefully enjoy is some of those grit stacks flying up on that Syndicate security.
That's what we're going to be looking for. It's one of those cards that we see. It's a very, very strong limited card. It's why we're seeing it all over the board. If you're playing Vigilance, that is one of the cards you're looking out for. Now, here we see a fun one. Unfortunately, not played to its full benefit. Oh, the name escapes me. It's the one whereby if you play it entirely with credit. Here we go, Weequay Pirate. Thank you, Ben. If you play it all with credit tokens, you get an experience. Not able to do so.
Yeah, very, very cool card. Like you say, being able to navigate that with the Velsatha, being paid off aspect here and using the epic action. So maybe a little bit of an underwhelming use of the epic action here. I think I do see that there might be the Tree Remembers in Pia's hand as well to be a potential immediate answer for it, and Lost and Forgotten as well as Leppy Lookout in hand. That's a really strong hand there for Pia, having a little look in. I think I also see Collateral Damage and one of the pod racers. I think that's the Champion's KT9 peeking out on the right-hand side.
I think it might be. Either way, we're going to be resourcing up here, and then we're going to be seeing what they can do with these new resources. We're down to 6 minutes left. We need to be keeping an eye on this one. There's not very long to go. It is actually, that is the Cutthroat Pod Racer, I believe. I just got a proper look at it. I believe that is Cutthroat Pod Racer. Do not prove Al right, Ben.
Well, we'll see which one it is if it does indeed make its way into the ground arena right now. Pia, looking at this 4 resource hand down right now, is just going to burn an action here, just get 4 damage into the base with this Syndicate security, still holding on to what it looks like the Tree Remembers. If Wota plays something down with what is effectively 5 resources thanks to the credit that he wants to think about dealing with.
Well, we have got 3 damage on the base for Pia. We got 6 damage on the base for Wota. We got 5 minutes remaining. Epic action is being used here. What are we going to be using it for? Oh, it is that Cutthroat Pod Racer. I told you it was Cutthroat Pod Racer. There are not enough of them in the set. That is my hot take for the day. But when played, you can deal 2 damage to an exhausted ground unit. That's enough to take out that Rhodium Bondsman. And now you've got a 4/4 sitting on there, hopefully doing enough damage. Ben, quickly remind us what happens. Cantobite Security comes down as a Sentinel. Remind us what happens if we reach time here, Ben.
Yeah, so if we do go to time on the round, then players will be able to play through to the end of their next action phase. So one last chance, one last roll of the dice to be able to see if they can get through and take a victory. If no win, though, can be found within that next action phase, then both players will, in fact, tie with the score at 1 game apiece.
That is not ideal, so we need to try and see if there's anything that can be done in the next 4 minutes. There's not much base damage out there, and Wota just played that Sentinel with that Cantobite Security, and if you attack into it, you give your opponent a credit token. That is going to elongate the game, at least for him, but Lost and Forgotten are the Cantobite Security, and to be fair, I watched that film. They did not do a very good job I don't want to put them on blast here. They didn't stop very much. A lot happened in that casino. They were not doing a good job stopping it. They didn't do a good job here. They're already lost and forgotten. Can Pia start throwing some of this damage through?
Well, we've got the kill switch now here for Wouter that's going to exhaust down the security very, very nicely. Also going to give that -1/-1 consistently. So that's one less grit stack that Pierre could potentially have to work with. Cutthroat Pod Racer, though, getting in for the 4 damage, putting on to 10 damage on the base. But again, at that time, really, really being the enemy here. We are under 3 minutes remaining on the time in this game. And that Aura Sing leader unit to help potentially put more pressure on is still 2 whole action phases away from being able to deploy. We might not get to 2 more action phases, Ross.
We might not. Bracca Shipbreaker came down from Wota there. It's a nice little 4/3. Got to trash a card from your deck in order to swing with it. Does get an experience token from Vel, turning it into a 5/4. But Pierce seems to be the one who's really trying to win this game. They are the person who's really going after the base. Wota is doing a really good job of playing the long game in a game where we don't have a long game. Is a bit of a problem here. There's only 2 damage on Pierre's base. Pierre is going for base. He's got 10 damage on there. The problem is, and I think you nailed it a second ago, Ben, he's got to do it without bringing in that Aura Sing leader unit, which just makes everything so much more difficult.
Yeah, it certainly does indeed. Wouter as well, holding on to a Bith Brute. I think also Pierre is holding on to a Bith Brute. So this game could really, really be pushed out even further into the potential realities for a tie. There is the tree, remembers, that we thought we saw a few action phases ago. So that's going to deal with Bracca Shipbreaker and prevent 4 more damage flying into Pierre's Stygian Spire. But he's only taken 2 damage on his base. It's not really the biggest worry about taking 4 damage. You've got under 90 seconds left to get to an extra action phase. We're going to see Bith Brute now from Wouter. It looks like both players are kind of establishing to themselves that, yeah, we're going to have to be content with a draw here.
See, if I'm Wouter here, I don't think I'm winning this game. I don't have the units on the board to go through my opponent's space. And I don't want to tie. I want to win, but I'd much rather tie than lose, and basically Bith Brute is helping with that, but collateral damage does come down to potentially help there. We see Weequay Pirate going to be trading over with the Syndicate security, leaving just the Pod Racer on the board, which is honestly how I'd like to play the game. Just pod racers, nothing but pod racers. But there's only 14 damage on Wota's base. We see Velsafa being deployed. Is it going to be enough? You kind of have to take out the pod racer, surely.
Yeah, potentially so. But here for Pierre, he's just got answers upon answers. We see the Bith Brute make its way down. There was also the potential of the kill switch to just exhaust down Velsatha for this action phase. And that puts a real potential dent in the works of Wouter's plans for the remaining of this action phase. Mastery is going to get attached. Would have loved to have been able to swing into base with that Mastery boosted Velsatha, but instead is forced to go into the Bith Brute. There is the expiration of time here, so we'll have to get an exact confirmation at the point to when time was called to make sure that both players have their extra action phase necessary to either potentially close out this game 3 or take us to the draw.
Pierre's going to be just a little bit too short. We've got 4 with a Cutthroat Pod Racer. We are now on the deployment turn for Aura Sing, but you're only going to be able to throw 3 out with that. That's 7 in total. That's going to leave you 6 away. Maybe if we had 1, and I believe this should be the last action phase, we will get confirmation if we can. This should be the last action phase. And I think Pierre's just going to be 6 damage away. Clearly in a great position. Clearly in the driver's seat. Yes, that's a pod racing joke. In this third game, I just don't think he's got enough on the board to finish it with the time remaining.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really difficult here. And I think the body language from Pierre sort of says it all with a little bit of an extension out of his hand saying, well, I don't really know if there's anything else I can do. I don't see any extra.
And there is the handshake. There is the tie. We are unfortunately ending this one in a tie. Pierre and Wouter, really fun back and forth game. 1-1 at the end of game 2. and just not enough time for a game 3. And if I'm Pia, Ben, I'm feeling a little bit hard done by because I was rocking that game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. It would have really been interesting to see the opening stages of game 1 in that second feature match as well. We joined into that already with sort of half the time on the clock gone in the round, and we were still in game 1. So it would have been really interesting to see who was taking the aggressive route, who was taking the more passive version, the more passive position in that game 1, and seeing whether if maybe there was an extra minute or two, an extra action phase or two that we could have stolen in preparation for games 2 and 3 later on in the set. But either way, we have our tie, we have our game, and we have our round 2.
And not only do we have that, Ben, we have an interview ready with a player you might recognize.
Hello everybody and welcome back. I've got here a player who really does not need any introduction, but for the people who might have lived under a rock these past years, who are you again?
So I am Mikołaj Mendowski, also known as Sip, one of the members of Team Enigma. Also, with my buddy Beton, we have our Super Racer channel. So yeah.
Okay, so a really, really known player in our community. And yeah, I just grabbed him off the street, to be honest, guys. And I was like, okay, you're coming with me. We're doing a small interview. And what I was really wondering is like, how did you like prepare to play Limited? Because you're going undefeated right now, if I'm correct. So there must be some strategy behind it, right?
Yes, so large part of like analyzing the Limited is, first of all, like looking at the set as a whole, specifically commons and uncommons, and identifying specific things about the set. So like really strong. So first one that is like specific for this set is lack of upgrade hate. So there's Sabine and the 4 free ship. I don't remember the name of the card. But there is a 4 free ship that destroys an upgrade, but only in space. So there is very little upgrade hate, and that makes upgrades very powerful, which is why, in my eyes, Mastery is the best card in this format right now, which is a common. So that's a very powerful card. Frontal is also very high. So yeah, identifying those cards and like knowing how to play around them. So when you should maybe play Sabine off aspect in your deck and have an answer to actually that card. So yeah, that's one thing that you need to know. Leaders, like which leaders are actually like the best and how you can navigate them, how you can like play against them. So like in my eyes, Vel is the best leader. And like now the question is like which leaders are doing well against her. And in my eyes, Client and Han are the 2 leaders that are doing pretty well against her because Vel is generating the credits and she gives it to the opponent. So the Han player or the Client player can use their ability to actually use the like Client can use the exhaust ability and Han can ping for 1 with his ability as well for the credits that Vel gives you. So you can like you have some counterplay to that. Obviously you can use the credits normally, but yeah, there is that part as well. And yeah.
All right, a really in-depth explanation here for a short question, but that's really great. Like, I think it's really nice that you're able to share so much thoughts in such a small time. Thank you so much. What I was also thinking, you already explained that you think which leader you think is the best. Is that actually also what you're playing?
Yes, I'm playing Vel as well, and yeah, like. Maybe the reason why I'm explaining like everything so much is because I'm also doing coachings for Star Wars Unlimited actually. So like some of that stuff is probably transferring to this, but yeah, I'm playing Vel and I think she's really good. My second option was Boba, but yeah, like overall the units in the Vel deck were just better quality-wise. I had some good units for Boba. I had 2 targeted. The Tagger, the 3 mana free that allows you to attack with Bounty Hunter for +2, and that's a very good card for Boba. But overall, Vel just made more sense with the cards that I had.
Okay. Any shenanigans going out there with switching leaders during siding, or is that something you rather keep secret for the public right now?
So I can speak about it. Like I have like Boba as my like I guess second leader, but realistically, I don't think. There are cases where I will consider actually switching the leader. because, like I mentioned, there are a couple of things like that where like Vel is the best leader, but Han and Client can work against her, and a couple of things like that. But yeah, with the seal pool I got, I have pretty much only one option, so yeah, just going with what I have.
Important question.
Yeah.
You do amazing today. You make day 2. What are you going to decide? Will you quit to play Premier, or do you continue here and do we see you in the finals of Limited?
Yes, so what I did, for those who might not be aware of this, I dropped out of Limited in Bilbao when I actually qualified for the day 2 because I was so confident in my constructed deck. I was playing Kanto ECL in that tournament. I went to the finals and I lost 2000, so I think it was pretty good choice there. But here at this event, I will probably stick to limited, and there are a couple of reasons for that. We are kind of in a late stage of the set, which makes it kind of hard to like find a deck that's like really, really strong, and something that I'm gonna be super confident in. And yeah, so I'm probably sticking to limited this time around.
Yeah, the meta is already like played out, and like the most powerful decks are already in rotation and been found by players, right?
Exactly.
So this is like giving you the advantage of being technically a better player, probably than your opponent, and giving you the edge here as you're playing limited.
Yeah, to some extent, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Well, thank you very much for the big explanation, guys. I hope you enjoyed it in the chat. And yeah, we will probably see you on feature match soon. Bye, guys.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Regional Championship, first Regional Championship of 2 events we're holding here in the wonderful Prague. I hope you enjoyed those first 2 rounds. We had some cracking games there, some really close ones that are very enjoyable. You've got to see 4, lucky you. And we're back again for round 3 shortly. But before we get into that, Callum came to me and he said, Al, please, I desperately want to talk about some of my favourite cards. He was begging and pleading. I said, no, we're not talking about your cards. And then he convinced me, so here we go.
Yeah. I won him over. 2 cards that, I mean, I imagine the majority of our players have seen, and one maybe slightly different.
Yeah.
Boba Fett for a price. I love Boba Fett as a character, and he constantly gets pretty good unit cards, this one being no different. What do you think?
Yeah, great card. I mean, it's a rare, so you don't see it in limited too often, but I'd put it in a limited bomb category. You know, a 6/5 for 5 is already good enough. You know, very good stats. It can fight with most units on curve, but then with the option then, not only when you play it, you basically have 2 modes. You can play it for 5 or play it for 6 and then deal the 3, but you can also just every turn thereafter gain value. And paying 1 resource to deal 3 damage to a ground unit is fantastic value. So if you're opening Boba Fett in your sealed pool, or if it does get past you in draft, then usually I think you are trying to utilize it in some way. So it's a fantastic card, although obviously it doesn't come up that often being a rare.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to move on to my probably more interesting pick, Fear in Dead Men, a 7-cost tactic event. There's one reason why I like this card. It's solely for the flavor of it, for the name, for the art. It's one of my favorite scenes from Vader. Is the card any good? That's probably up in the air.
Honestly, looking at it, deal 4 damage to each enemy ground unit is one of those cards where, even though it's rare, again, doesn't quote that often, just like Boba, like, sometimes it is nice to have an AoE tool. We saw how Rhydonium Implosion, or Detonation, should I say, that's another name that I feel like every caster's given a different name so far today. Rhydonium Detonation is another one of those where, you know, it saved a game that was otherwise unwinnable. So I think Fear of Dead Men can sometimes do that, but, you know, let's not make 2 bones about it. It costs 7. I mean, that first line of text is blank. Yeah, that's never getting reduced.
Yeah, the chances that comes about in any sizable manner is slim to none, especially in events like today. But lastly, I mean, a complete showstopper of a card, Haymaker, for an event which reads, give an experience unit to a friendly token. That unit deals damage equal to its power to an enemy unit in the same arena, whether that's space, whether that's ground. Just punch something you don't like the look of and make yourself stronger while you do it. it's just a good card.
Yeah, we see variants of this, like Protect the Pod and things like that, throughout the sets. Usually each limited set has a few variants of this as their removal. I think this one in particular is very, very strong. Again, it's at common, so it's a really key card in limited. It's going to come up in a lot of decks today. It's a big reason to be in, command. It's one of the strongest command, if not the strongest command common. Removal, as we know, in limited formats is really strong because it means that if your opponent plays a huge bomb unit, you've got some way to not lose on the spot. So removal already is really, really key. But the fact that you give an experience token to a unit as well means that you can take trades that other cards wouldn't always be able to. And even if you're only using Haymaker to defeat a lowly 2-drop or something like that, the experience token lasts, so you're getting something at the end of it. Unlike a lot of other removal where you just play the card and then it goes away, with Haymaker you're always getting some value from it. So yeah, a really phenomenal card, one of the best versions of this type of card that we've seen, and a big reason why I think Command has playability in this format. Without Haymaker, I think Command would struggle a little bit, to be honest.
Absolutely. It's like you were saying, it's such a swing of power. It's not just removal, it's pushing your advantage that you've just gained with that removal. And sometimes it's not even a direct kill, it might just be enough to soften something up for that swing to then potentially deal overwhelm damage that we quite commonly see in Command. It brings about kind of a plethora of options, and with that main thing of both being applicable for ground to ground or space to space, it still has use kind of no matter what.
Yeah, and it can hit leaders, right? So, really important. You deal damage equals the power of to an enemy unit in the same arena. So as long as you're in the same arena, and most of your units will be on the ground, like your opponent's leader would be, then Haymaker is again another one of the only ways to actually defeat some of these leaders. So yeah, obviously can't get through shields because it's dealing damage, but yeah, a really key tool in that arsenal as well. So it does it all really, Haymaker.
Yeah,
Fantastic
exactly
card.
that. And even just comparing the two cards we've got in front of us now, kind of brushing Fear and Dead Men potentially aside here, Boba Fett with Haymaker is great. Being able to go up to 7 and then choosing an enemy target to deal 7 damage to, that pretty much deals with anything you're going to find.
Yeah.
It'll, like you said, deal with pretty much all leaders. I think Aura Sing's only at 7.
Yeah, or 6 or 7, yeah. It deals with, pretty much everything. I think Darth Vader wouldn't deal with, but Vader's not particularly good and limited anyway, so yeah, the vast majority of relevant leaders it deals with, as long as they've not buffed themselves up like Vel or something, then it would deal with them straight away, yeah.
So, give me like a 1 out of 10 out of the... What are we thinking for my cards?
Well, Haymaker could get you straight up there at 10. Can't pick a better one than that. Boba Fett is really strong, but the fact that it's a rare, I'm going to pull you down to like an 8. But we're doing pretty well. And then Fear and Dead Men, I think that pulls you down to like a 2.
Okay.
So, overall, I'm going to give you a 4. I think you've done okay. I think when one of the 3 cards is embarrassing like that is, then to be honest, I can only give you a 4. But you tried your best, and that's what matters, right?
Okay.
We'll wait until we get my favourite cards, then you can judge me back.
Yeah. No, you'll pick something. Oh, this is great for the meta.
Yeah.
This is great for this. There'll be no joy. You'll have no whimsy in your choices.
I'm joyless. I'm known for it. I'm completely joyless. No joy.
Yeah. There's nothing else to it. Just yeah.
The only joy I get is critiquing other people's picks. That's the only joy I get. So you did bring me some joy with your picks, which was nice. If you would have picked 3 generic, really strong commons, I would have been like, oh, well, yeah, I can talk about them, but I can't critique you and destroy you emotionally.
Yeah, and that's how I feel. It looks like finally we might be heading into our first game for. Yeah. Okay. So what? Before we see it, what leaders are going to be? Go.
Well, we're going to have. I mean, how could I know that?
Go. Just go.
We're not going to have another Vel because they wouldn't do that to us. So we're going to have an Aura Sing versus. Oh, it's already on. Oh, I should have picked something before it came on. You know what?
You were halfway there.
I was actually good. I was close to saying Saw, but I wasn't going to end up saying him. So you know what? I could look great there, but I was right about Aura though. We've got Aura. Yeah, Saw Gerrera, interesting one. Doesn't come up too often because he's rare, but a very playable leader if you get the right pool for it, as most of them are. His ability can be really good, sort of, Anakin-esque in a way. The fact that you get to play command, aggression, and vigilance cards all in aspect is really strong. It is quite hard to make use of the out of aspect bases though, because you'll note that the epic action doesn't allow you to play cards with heroism or villainy aspects. It only lets you play. So in this case, it would only let Rey play cards that are cunning that you otherwise wouldn't be able to play. So it's slightly limited applications, which means that a lot of the best cards in Star Wars Unlimited tend to be heroism or villainy cards. So obviously, Rey isn't going to be able to play any of those this game unless he plays them out of aspect, in which case they're not very good cards. If they cost 2 more, then than their normal printed cost. Whereas Aura Sing aggression, pretty standard, typical. Something we actually see a bit in constructed, but yeah, something. I'm expecting it to be a pretty reasonable deck from Mikhail.
Yeah, I love Sorcerer. He's one of my kind of choice decks alongside the Boba leader. So I'm super interested in what Ray has been able to find and kind of put together, because like you said, it's maybe not a completely out there choice, but it's definitely not your kind of typical decision when picking a leader for this format.
Well, I like what I see so far because that's a mastery in hand for Ray. So if he can somehow get that mastery down on top of his Saw Gerrera, he is going to put Michael in a world of hurt. But that's a long way away yet, so we'll have to see if he gets there. But yeah, mastery, really good card to see. Incapacitate as well, nice removal card I can see in hand as well. So things looking pretty decent. He's certainly got the memo. He knows, I think, already from his hand, I can see that he knows the good cards in Vigilance.
Yeah, definitely. And like you were saying, the deploys aren't here just yet, but Soul is going to come out that turn earlier and being able to push out potentially lethal damage with the 27 HP bases being the Quaxian Mine and Stygian Spire. We are going to see Michael with the initiative and play out.
Yeah, the shield outfitter, nice little turn 1 play. 1/3 shielded, not the best use for the card. Usually you're playing that to give shields to your leaders, but in a pinch it can be played on turn 1, which is nice. Although, it does mean Raid actually missed turn 1, didn't have anything to play on turn 1, which is really not an ideal start for him. Especially in a deck like Saw, you would really want something on turn 1 to fight for the board early.
Yeah, absolutely. And seeing just initiative claim come from Ray is very, very nice.
So no turn 1 or no turn 2?
No, just the turn 1. So Michael's in a very good position there, just seeing turn 1 get claimed straight away. Turn 2, we are going to see the Bithguard come down?
Brute.
The Brute come through. Just a little bit of chip damage starting to come through as well. But
that's 2 turns now. Ray's not played anything on
turn
1
no,
or
I
turn
was
2.
right with that. Yeah, it is a double claim. That is brutal.
Well, I'll tell you, I've been saying how good mastery is. It's not very good when all you can do is play it on your opponent's units. That's not ideal. Not the best start for Ray. I don't know if he's just got a bad pool, his deck's built poorly, or he's got unlucky, which does happen. But to not have a turn 1 or turn 2 play, to me, screams very unlucky. I mean, really, there's very rare times in games where that wouldn't happen.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't imagine the deck is missing that many early plays to kind of make this a common thing. So exactly like you said,
that's a Vigilant Scouts as well. They're 4 resources. So I mean, that's a not the best 4-drop either. Really, very generic, very vanilla. His opponent is really getting ahead on board here.
Yeah. And Soul's effect is not going to be very helpful at all here, with the fact that you have to defeat your own unit after it finishes its attack.
Yeah.
So it's not going to help in kind of reclaiming this board, because you will trade out with the Bith Brute, but that's kind of just it. So we are...
Yeah, and I mean, Vigilant Scouts here can value trade with Bith Brute, but then Michael's on Aura, so he can just simply use the Aura ability and defeat it anyway, so it denies the value trade there. So Ray's going to start needing to play some bombs really soon in order to get himself back into this game.
Absolutely, especially things like we've seen already. It looks like Witch.
Nothing left to fear there, looks like he played, yeah. So it's kind of like the Overwhelming Barrage of the set. Choose a friendly unit, give it +2/+2 for the phase, just like Overwhelming Barrage, and then you may defeat a non-leader unit with power equal to or less than the chosen unit. So it does get through shields, but obviously can't spread out its damage like Barrage. So it's not obviously nowhere near as good as Barrage, but Barrage is one of the best cards we've ever seen. Yeah. So, yeah, really great. An uncommon, a really good reason to be in these aspects. And again, a card that Ray is able to play thanks to Saw Gerrera that other decks might not be able to, or might find a bit more tricky to use.
Yeah, exactly. No need to burn that base epic action just yet, with Saul being that multi-aspect. And then obviously with the blue base as well. It's going to be interesting to see. I mean, I imagine you want to get some... I mean, dealing with the Bith Brute is just going to be...
He's got to, right?
I mean, yeah.
not really much more he can do. He's going to have to trade in and then
fully tapped
lose.
out.
Luckily for Ray, because of the temporary buff from Nothing Left to Fear, it means that Aura can't actually defeat that unit this turn. So it means he might be able to sneak in another attack with it.
I wonder if the deliberation is if we're going to see the Soul action come through to push even more damage through both the...
I'm surprised at that. You push 2 more damage, but then you're losing a unit immediately.
But I think...
Oh, you're pushing more than 2. How much are you pushing? You're
yeah,
pushing
because you gain
4
overwhelm
damage, right?
and
Yeah,
then
yeah,
obviously the
4
plus
damage.
2 from Saul himself. So I think it's just trying to make the best use of the experience tokens that are gained for that turn.
You're losing 4 damage, and then you basically what you're doing is you've traded 4 damage to your opponent's base, but then that Vigilant Scout doesn't now get to attack. Whereas otherwise it'd be able to. It worked out quite well here because Michael played the Sentinel, so it worked out okay for Ray. But yeah, it was a tough one. I'm not surprised it took so long to deliberate whether to use Soul's ability there. I think the 4 damage does matter, but also having that Vigilant Scout not be immediately defeated because again Aura couldn't use her ability.
Yeah, I wonder if the kind of ideal situation would have been to not use Soul, swing into the Bith Brute. Then from there, either if Michael claims, then you are in a bit of a
we can't claim because he had 5 resources.
But he had 5 up, so the chances that he does claim is exceptionally low.
Yeah.
Especially with that kind of perfect curve of a Nightwing Assailant in hand. So I think you'd be in a really good position as Ray if you still had that Scout being able to then, if you wanted to, use Saul's ability into the Assailants to then.
It's a good point. He would have been able to. In fact, that's a really good point. That Assailant would have been defeated. If he's basically traded 4 damage on an opponent's base for him to have a 5/5 Assailant, which is not a good trade at all. So actually using the Soul's ability there, I think is incredibly punished Ray.
Well, and it would have gained the additional Restore 2 as well. So it would have, in effect, been another swing of health.
Yeah, really unfortunate there. Obviously, Michael might not have played the Nightwing Assailant, but he might have played something else. But, it's not like he's going to have a million different options in hand. I mean, Nightwing Assailant's one of the best 5-drops you can play. So, I must say I didn't like that play from Ray there. Base now for Michael, no surprises there. And there we see the Mastery has been placed on Saw Gerrera. Now, as powerful as this is, and basically as impossible it's going to be for Michael to deal with that, it's only 6 damage, that right? So it doesn't deal with it immediately. But there is your favourite card, or one of them, Haymaker, coming out.
Absolutely, and making that Sentinel unit even stronger, like we were talking about with Haymaker. It's not just removal. Sometimes you play it just as Michael has, of you make a Sentinel stronger, you dish some damage out, and you make that trade back into your Sentinel unit that much more punishing.
Yeah, wasn't out of aspect Haymaker as well. Michael had the option to use the base, but obviously didn't have anything else he wanted to spend the 2 resources on, so just plays Haymaker for 6, which sign of a really good card in Limited. If you can play it for 6 and it's still pretty good, then you're pretty happy with that. And we see here Ray again, the punishment continues because he's probably going to have to trade in with Saw Gerrera into this Nightwing Assailant and lose his leader and the Mastery, unless he's got some way to buff up Saw again, or I can't think of many ways he could deal with this.
Another Mastery.
No, just the 2/3 raid one. There's a few of them in the set, whichever one that is. That is the Partisan Infantry, that's the one. So yeah, it's obviously doesn't really do anything here.
Yeah, the claim from Michael, I mean, yeah. Due to Haymaker, and Haymaker alone, it's such a difficult position for Ray. The Sentinel unit now on 6 might as well. We'll just trade straight into Saul, and I think Michael's just in a great position if that goes through, and it does.
Oh, that is brutal. So again, all come back to that decision. Lost the Mastery and his leader as a result of that, which is pretty crazy. He's really far behind now, honestly, because he's not only is he behind, I mean, he's slightly ahead on board, but not really. But obviously, Michael still hasn't deployed Aura, so he's still got the Aura deploy, and Ray, he's obviously way behind in the base race as well.
Yeah, so, it's an exceptionally difficult position for Ray to be in now, because like you said, there's a slight bit of board advantage, but pretty drastic amount of health disparity, and like you said, Michael is yet to deploy Aura, and Aura's deploy is a beefy one to say the least.
This is the, just want to point out as well, that's actually my favourite artwork of the set. Shield Drive Outfitter. The sort of sly eyes that he's given, I just think is absolutely phenomenal. Like, that is gorgeous. Like, I can imagine somebody coming in, disturbing him from his work, and him just looking up and thinking, what are you doing? Get out of here. Look at those eyes. I wonder if that was a deliberate artist choice. I choose to believe it was.
You completely throw me off my
I've
train,
derailed you.
my train of thought.
See, that's what I enjoy.
But you are right. That's exactly what he looks like. I mean, same with partisan infantry, if anything.
To be fair, he's
also
giving each other the. I can't use the phrase
evils.
on stream, but the evils, yeah, the something eye. They certainly are. It was in between us ranting on about the artwork there. There was collateral damage being played, so dealt a bit of damage to Ray's board. Nothing too exceptional there. Tricky position to be in here because, again, Aura can just defeat the partisan infantry. No problems at all.
Yeah, we are going to see the gang bandits come down. They are a 7-resource, 6/7
A lot of power. It's 9
with
power.
raid 3. So, like you said, on attack will be going up to 9 power, which, I mean, is definitely one way to pull the health disparity back between bases.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, Aura can defeat a unit when she deploys with 5 or fewer HP, so can't deal with that bike gang as it stands. Perhaps if Michael had have been a bit slower on pulling the trigger on collateral damage, because that would be a nice little combo, collateral damage, and then defeat it with Aura.
Exceptionally difficult to get around. It looks like we're just going to straight go for it.
Oh, you don't want to flip Aura and not get any ability out of it.
Yeah.
Surely not. Ooh,
I think he's got
he doesn't want to do it.
and 4 resources available. It's impressive that this is the kind of chosen outcome.
Well,
here.
I'll tell you what, that is, I think that's...
oh, okay. So we are going to see a mastery come through on
it's not enough, though. Yeah, it's only 6, so
we
you
are
just go base.
I think we're just sending it and hoping for the best.
So that's 23 damage on base now, on Ray's base. So obviously that does mean that Michael's one swing away from lethal, so there would need to be an answer immediately now from Ray to protect him. So yeah, you can see why you go base there. You know, I think the biking gang almost pulled him back into it, and I can see why Michael just decided to flip the leader there because, you know, at the end of the day, you can put, if you put your opponent close enough to lethal, it doesn't really matter if your Aura Sing doesn't get to use their ability. You only need to swing in, you know, you put your opponent in check, as it were.
Yeah, so Ray will be able to use... No, what? Yes, even with Saul's ability, it won't be enough, will it?
No, it's only 5. Sorry, it's no 8 is it? And Aura's got 10. With the mastery, Aura's got 10 HP. And how much power does the biking have?
It goes up to 9 on attack because it's raid 3.
Right. Okay.
So it will be enough.
So it is enough. That's 11. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
But
me. Maths is hard.
Will then obviously with Saul's ability defeat the gang after the attack has gone through. So it'll be it stops it for now, but will be an exceptionally
there's at least
difficult...
1 more damage coming in, and he's 3 away from lethal. So yeah, I mean anything that Michael plays here is going to threaten lethal. And again, the problem Ray's going to have is that Michael can put him in the position where he can just claim for the win.
Yeah, absolutely.
So worth noting here as well, like I said, Ray not been able to use the base at all. Neither player's actually used the base, but Michael just didn't happen to need it. He's played out of aspect cards, but Ray, I mean, what out of aspect cards can you really play? Again, there's not that many cards really. If Cunning's the only one that you can make use of.
Yeah, we saw obviously all of those speeders and all of the pod racers, and I think I do see one of them in hand.
Yeah.
But we needed them in those first 2 turns where we just claimed.
That's when they're good, yeah. I think that was in hand. That looked to me like the Blade Wing, which returns a unit to hand, which would be okay. But
we've also seen a space unit come out. I think quite possibly our first space unit of the round.
Yeah, Caverns Angel X-Wing, I believe it is. Yeah, so I mean, still, it's only representing 2 damage. When it's defeated, it does another 2. So again, not quite enough to defeat Ray in 1 action, and most units in the game would be here. So kind of fortunate for Ray that Michael couldn't, you know, put him in a position where Ray had to claim initiative there. But yeah, it's going to be very hard to get out of this, just because Ray, again, has no option to counterattack. You know, Michael's only taken 8 damage himself, so he's nowhere near being defeated. So Ray would need to completely stabilize the board, which, you know, is very difficult to do when your opponent's got the Caverns X-Wing in space.
Yeah, obviously Michael's only looking for 3 damage here. Like you said, the Caverns Angels, X-Wing represents 2 or 4 if you're also counting that when defeated. But yeah, I mean, I don't think either of us thought much else was going to happen in that kind of end state there apart from that.
Yeah, we did get to see some, I think, there of Saul's power. I mean, the fact that he got to trade into Aura, you know, it was a way to use the ability to good effect. Otherwise, Aura would have been, you know, invincible. But again, the cost was just so high. And the problem, you know, with Saul is that yes, you can take really great trades up, but you can't take value trades because, of course, your unit gets defeated. So, it's not like Anakin in Twilight Republic, Limited, where you were taking these value trades and you were, you just kept, you sort of overwhelmed your opponent throughout the course of the game. If you're only trading cheap units upwards, it's just nowhere near as effective because a lot of the time you're still going 1-for-1 in terms of cards. And obviously I think there, again, as we saw, Ray, I think fell into a trap of using the ability maybe when he shouldn't have done, and it ended up costing him a heck of a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we saw the Saul deploy turn not being able to use his own ability on his when attacked to then swing with something else to get that kind of action cheat out. It was all just difficult. And I think it all stemmed, like it was spoken about before, from those first 2 turns. If you just claim your first 2 turns, the chances that you're going to win the game are going to drastically decrease.
Yeah, the way I think about it is like if you think back to when when you've got like trauma in later life and you think, bear with me, we'll see where I'm going with this, and you think, oh, where did this come from? And then you think back to your childhood and you go speak to a therapist and they're like, oh, what was your relationship with your parents and things like that. You go all the way back to the start and you try and find the root cause and then work from there. It's a bit like that with Star Wars Unlimited. You look at a game and it ends on round 12 and you think, oh, I was so unlucky in the end. But if you were to record the game and watch it back and you realise you actually lost the game on turn 1. You didn't know it at the time, but it set into motion the chain of events that led to you losing. And, again, it's easy to forget in that game because it went on so long that, like you said, we missed a turn 1 and a turn 2 for Saw Gerrera. I can't remember the last time I saw a player win a game missing turn 1 and turn 2 in Constructed, never mind in Limited where it's even more important. So obviously no surprises there whatsoever that Saw ended up going on to lose that game. Hopefully in game 2, maybe if there's a game 3 as well, we'll see a turn 1, turn 2 play, so we can see a bit more of a back and forth game. But yeah, I think that was less about Saw being bad and Aura being good and more about not playing something on turn 1 is already terrible, but not playing something on turn 2 as well is, a complete cardinal sin. And again, I've got to think that maybe Ray possibly was slightly greedy with his deck building. We can't know that. These things happen sometimes, but if it happens again, I'm confirming it. He was too greedy.
Absolutely. And I think kind of the cherry on top of all of that, Saul wants units early.
Yeah, exactly.
No matter what, your leader is wanting you to have lots of little guys out on the board to try and punch up using his ability into like crazy trades. Missing turn 1, missing turn 2, you're just not going to have units.
Yeah.
The first unit you're playing being like a 4 cost.
And it was a 3/5 as well, which really isn't good for Saw because he wants high power, cheap units that can trade into bigger things. He doesn't want a high health unit that his ability can't be used with. So yeah, again, not ideal.
It feels so wasteful to have a trade go through, but you actually live it. You live the trade in the combat, but then you still have to defeat your own unit from Saul's own effect. I'd be interested to see if potentially a leader swap comes through. Maybe we see a Val come out, but I think that's going to be an impressive kind of...
I think if Val was opened, honestly, Val would have been picked.
Would have been played, exactly.
I don't think
over Saul.
Yeah, unless you had a very good reason, which I didn't see in that game. I saw nothing in that game that indicated to me that Saul was particularly good.
Yeah, absolutely. There was no kind of clear-cut case as to why Saul would be played. Because, I mean, again, if you wanted to just play Val, you would have had that base to do the kind of limited few cards that we saw that kind of warranted Saul to be played. So it'd be interesting to see if anything changes or if we get those kind of first 2 turns of actual kind of...
I wonder what Ray was motioning there. There was a very aggressive up and down motion. That I can't think what that could have been. It wasn't a shuffling. It wasn't... I don't know what that was. That was particularly bouncy dice. I don't know. Can I also just point out that the players today, their Star Wars T-shirts have been completely on point. I think this is like the 5th one I've seen now. Ray, unfortunately, from what I can see, isn't wearing a Star Wars-themed apparel. But for the rest of the players I've seen, have all been wearing awesome Star Wars-themed stuff, which is great. It's nice to see. We're at a Star Wars event after all. Got to represent.
Yeah, I think you see it in Star Wars events more than anything else. The kind of true kind of backed behind the IP.
When you say more than anything else, do you mean more than other IPs, or do you mean more than anything else at the event? Everyone just sees the clothes people are wearing. That's the key. Is that what you mean?
I mean, no, I'll go one further. Anything ever.
Yeah. Okay.
I think Star Wars fans are they're always there for the good and bad.
In the
Star Wars
history of
fans,
humanity,
they're always there.
This is the most important thing.
Yeah,
absolutely. Pile shuffle from Ray there. You can tell we've run out of things to talk about. But I will say I don't like a pile shuffle because a pile shuffle doesn't shuffle the deck according to the rules. It doesn't actually mathematically shuffle the deck.
Oh my God.
All it does is waste time. So you know what? I don't like it. I've gone from talking about the T-shirts to talking about the intricacies of the shuffle.
So you've gone from hating on my cards to hating on how people shuffle.
Yeah.
I think you're just showing.
I just hate. I'm just a hater. No,
Yeah.
no, come on, kids. If you're at home, you know, maybe the next generation of Star Wars Unlimited plays, and you're practicing your shuffle. Don't bother pile shuffling. Come on. Listen, mash is the best. Mash
Interesting.
Shuffle. You can do a riffle as well, but you don't want to damage your. Oh, there's a little riffle there. But you don't want to damage your cards. But I'll tell you what, pile shuffling, nah, just wasting your time, wasting your life away.
Okay. Well, with that, everyone. I mean.
Well, what are you expecting me to talk about the game? Nothing's being played. Neither player can be bothered playing any cards.
Well, it's because we're busy.
And they're mulliganing, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly. We're looking for our first
right,
two
and
turns.
I'll tell you what, now, Ray is mulliganed, right? So it means in game one, we saw no turn 1, turn 2 play. I'm hoping he mulliganed.
Yeah.
Because if not...
I mean, there's no way you don't. There's no way you don't see anything that's a valid play for your first two turns
I'm hoping
and go, oh, yeah, this is fine.
So if that is game 1, no turn 1 play, no turn 2 play, mulligan, same thing again. Game 2, no turn 1 play, mulligan. If it's the same thing again now, then I'm critiquing Ray's deck.
Well, and I mean... Yeah, I'm inclined to agree.
The moment
or
of truth.
It's like horrifically bad.
No, the laws of maths don't add up there. Right, come on, turn 1 play. Let's see.
There must be.
That's partisan infantry. We've got one.
We
did it.
Don't worry, we're here.
Can we get a round of applause, please?
And then Ray resources it.
and goes past.
Goes, yeah, I claim.
Oh no! Don't do that to me. I'm walking away. If that happens, I'm quitting forever. Is it Haxian Aggressor? I think it's called the 2/2 Raid 2. So I think there's another one there as well. So yeah.
Okay, so now we're back on the complete opposite end of the spectrum. This sounds like a very nice start for a Saw Gerrera deck.
Especially going first. Now this is something I haven't actually had a chance to talk about yet, very much. But I've talked about the the pod racer and stuff, the 3/2, whichever one it is, not the cutthroat, the other one. And how important that is when you're going first. But partisan infantry also, there's a few 2/3 raid ones in the set, and those units can often value trade if you're going first, which makes them really strong. In this case, Michael starting once again with that shield drive outfitter, subjecting us to that gorgeous artwork once again. And the beauty of shield drive outfitter here, even though it's not the best turn 1 play, is it cannot be value traded with the partisan infantry, at least in one attack, because it has that lovely shield. It's outfitted itself, and so. It means that even though Ray had a brilliant start this time, one of the best you can hope for in these aspects, Michael got to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, for sure. And like you were saying, I can't think of anything that would be both 3 on attack and also have like Saboteur, for example. I can't. You're not going to have a turn 1 play that deals with it. No. But I imagine it's just going to be a lot of this partisan infantry hitting base for 3 each time.
Yep. And while, the benefit Ray has opened up here, having a better turn 1 play, is that obviously he can race much quicker. Is that 1 damage to base there from Michael? Doesn't seem to be put on.
Yeah.
There's the Haxian Aggressor. There we go. Yeah, so Michael did have an option there to potentially wait and attack second. Yeah, pretty brutal there, collateral damage. And the aura ability, wow, it's brutal. Completely clear the board. That is absolutely savage. And nothing else for Ray to play either, which means his turn 2 play was just a 2 HP unit. So even though he had a turn 1 play here and it was looking good, his turn 2 was dreadful, absolutely dreadful. And Michael now, as the slower control-y player, has controlled the board.
I mean, again, we're seeing for 4, we're bringing out thank you very much, the Vigilant Scouts, which, like we spoke about before, bringing out for 4 with nothing else on your board doesn't feel great.
This time last game, though, Michael did have the Bith Brute as well in addition, because Ray hadn't played anything turn 1. So at least or turn 2. So at least in this instance, it's a bit more of a fair board. Michael's only up a shield drive outfitter, which is okay. So, a reasonable position to be in. The problem I've got here is that, again, Ray he's not making much use of Saw Guerrera. I think over the course of the game, Saw is a weaker leader than Aura as well. And I think that generally the type of deck you can build with these aspects is probably weaker as well. So, again, overall, a very back against the wall position to be in for Ray here, but it's not over yet.
No, absolutely not. We're seeing the shifty suspects come down, which would open up a good trade with using the Aura ability into the Vigilant Scouts, if that was something Michael was looking for.
It's kind of funny that it actually turns off the Restore as well, potentially, which is, I mean, I don't think it'll matter too much here, but it's not very often that actually that ability, that line of text triggers.
It'd be interesting to see if Ray just swings out before potentially that Aura ability comes through. It looks like we will, yeah.
Yeah, so great unit there. The Bounty Hunter tribal card, if you like, being able to attack with the Vigilant Scouts, which is a Bounty Hunter, so it can attack now for 5.
It's interesting that it didn't trade into the suspects.
Yeah, very
But then,
interesting.
I guess, again, that only then opens up for the Aura trigger, but does also stop the suspects.
Yeah, but the Aura triggers, yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one. The shifty suspects can take that trade either way. And
Yeah,
this way it
exactly.
lives.
Yeah.
Like, the name of the game is not deal as much damage to base as possible, because if you go down that route every game, you're going to end up losing board control before you can actually get there. So unless Ray has a particularly aggressive hand, which he might.
But now only with 2 resources available, like you were saying, it's going to become very difficult. We're going to see the Haymaker again. It's even worse than we thought it was.
Like, that shifty subjects is you know, this is exactly like the last game in a way, and this happened last game, so I can't remember what unit it was that was haymakered by Michael, but when Ray decided not to use Saw's ability and not defeat a unit effectively, you know, because his unit was defeated, it resulted in a haymaker blowout, and this happened exactly again. Because Ray was aggressive and went base, his entire board has been cleared, and this really, to me, is a you know, perfect lesson in trading. Trading in Limited is the name of the game. Occasionally you can go face, especially if you've got something in space and you can race them, but it's usually at the tail end of the game when you decide to do that. Because, you know, as we've said a million times, this is true of, you know, card games time immemorial, is that the difference between being 1 damage away from losing and losing is basically the same. You know, and not losing is the same. Like, it doesn't make a difference. Yeah. You can win a game with 1 HP on your base. You can win a game, you know, with no damage taken at all. It's all the same.
Yeah, I mean, like we've said time and time again, it's now a very difficult position to be in. You might be 7 damage ahead, like you said, but that's already represented on the board. So in effect, if not much really gets played by Ray in the follow-up, it's going to be very difficult to come back. I don't think we've seen Ray choose their resource yet, so there will be Saw.
So that last turn actually was only target tagger. So it was a 5 resource target tagger, which is
exactly,
unbelievably bad. I mean, really is just unfortunate that you're forced to, you know, waste so many resources. And there's your opponent, you know, playing haymakers and just using resources to fantastic effect, and you're stuck. And I think part of the problem here for Ray is, again, Saw makes the deck hard to build. It makes the curve weaker. It makes things just more awkward because you don't get access to all those key heroism cards or villainy cards. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, like I was saying, like, you can get Saw deployed out now, but you're not going to have any units alongside him. Nothing else is going to be able to attack using his on-attack trigger. So I just think it's going to be an exceptionally difficult situation to get out of.
It is. Again, the great thing about Limited is that, you know, some certain times bombs can get you out of tricky situations. Radonium detonation, things like that can just pull you out of these really tricky situations. But, you know, it's not every game that's going to happen. You have to open them at the end of the day, and you have to draw them, and your opponent then has to not have a way to, you know, get back onto the board after that. So it's tricky in these situations. And, you know, Ray is very far behind here, I would say.
Yeah, definitely.
Obviously, Saw being the only unit here as well, obviously, is not going to benefit from the ability in any way. Like you said, just a 4/7.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we're just going to hit each other in the face until someone plays a card, and then the other person's going to probably play something in reaction to it.
I love that the shield drive outfitter has just stayed there.
I think he's probably done at least like
last game he was there the entire game as well, I believe, right? So I think he's just unkillable, right? You play. Thank you very much, Spotter, there for putting him back on, because I wanted to look at that beautiful art again. He's just sitting there, slyly looking at your opponent all game, winding you up. Like, oh God, that card is so good. Really underrated, honestly. I didn't have that in my list of like top commons, but I'm starting to sort of appreciate how good that card really is.
I mean, he's done at least 4 damage, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
that doesn't sound like a lot, but yeah.
Like that alone is pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we are going to see the Mandalorian come down.
Yeah,
I believe.
that is a pretty nice bomb, honestly. Like that's one of that's the kind of thing you need to get out of the situation. But obviously, at the end of the day, all it's really doing is drawing cards. Obviously, it's a good body in itself as well. A 6/5 shielded is great, right? But again, at this point, I don't think it's quite enough. But the real key problem with that, right, is that Aura Sync can defeat it when she flips, because it can have as many shields as you want, but it's got 5 HP.
Well, and that's exactly where we're about to be. So I mean, what?
That's
Ray,
an awful position for Mandalorian, to be honest, actually. Getting picked off by
Ray
Aura
gets
like
to
that.
swing with Saul, finish the attack, swing with Mando. Does Saul have enough to finish off the assailants?
How much is that? Is that 12 damage? So you can.
That just feels so bad.
Well, it's 12 damage. Your opponent's on 12 at the moment, so you can put your opponent to 24. So you're very close to defeating them then. So maybe a space unit at that point gets you there, right?
Yeah.
That could be the way.
I think they've got a mastery in hand, Ray. So again, mastery could go on either unit here, but it looks like we'll just trade off the shield.
Though, of course. Okay, so yeah, you could have attacked with Saw first then, right? But then you take the damage on Saw, so you attack him with Saw and then deal the overwhelm. But then
yes, that's what I was saying. But
yeah, sorry, I'm with you.
But Michael can just deploy and get rid of Mando, and it still feels really bad.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, even past that. Well, I mean, no matter what, wherever Ray plays the mastery, that just becomes kind of the priority target. Michael can trade into it and then deploy and more than likely deal with the problem.
Yeah. You remember Cruel Commandos from the last set where you just the 5/5 shielded, 5/5 Sentinel, sorry. It's funny that it's now been like upgraded. Instead of being command villainy, it's now just villainy. But yeah, Nightwing Assailant's going in every villainy deck is a real boost to that aspect. Because, it doesn't look that much, but 5/5 Sentinel really does cause problems. Like we said here, Ray could have had an out in this game if it wasn't for that Sentinel. It's completely changed the texture of the board.
Absolutely. And yeah, there must have been deliberation about using Saw to kind of punch through it and get Mando out. But I guess in this position it does force Michael to kind of think about if he wants to deal with Mando or if he wants to deal with Saw, because he's kind of only going to get one option here. Well, obviously dependent on what he has remaining in his hand. But
I think that's the Incapacitate as well, which... it's this Shifty Suspects has 6 HP at the moment, so Incapacitate's not enough to deal with that. It's got a Mastery in hand as well. It's got pretty good slew of cards. I think you got to stick the Mastery on Saw, right?
Yeah.
Just stick it on and just hope that's enough to get you there. Maybe your opponent doesn't have a way to answer it.
Yeah, if the Mastery does come out, it'd be interesting to see what.
Oh. Okay, so you're playing it on that to protect against the aura,
deploy, yeah.
But then you're losing the benefit of it being an upgrade, really, because you're not getting to attack with it. So if you were going to go down that route, couldn't you have started with that?
That was one of the lines I was talking about at the start of turn. Surely you want to give out the Mastery to Mando, let Michael make an action, potentially then activate Saul's ability and get the double swing off. But
they call him Callum Nostradamus. He's predicted it all, but just not in the order that we thought. But yeah, I mean, then your opponent does get to swing in with the Nightwing Assailant, so it's difficult. But it is difficult. It's just something that feels really off about putting the Mastery on a unit. One, it's not a leader, so obviously it's more vulnerable to removal. And two, you're not getting to benefit from the Mastery immediately. Because if you put it on Saw here, then you get to deal 7. That's 14 over 2 turns.
Yeah.
That's 26. Your opponent is 1 away from lethal at that point. So, maybe that's why I decided not to do it. But yeah, it feels kind of bad. At least you've got 9 power, though. It's going to be tough to deal with. If your opponent can't deal with a Mando, then there's 9 power there that if it gets to swing in, might be enough. That's 9 plus the Saw Guerrero, it's 15 in total, so that would be exactly enough. So Ray here, in theory,
has lethal in 2.
Yeah, well, in one action with the Saw attacking, right? So, because you attack next turn, you claim now, next turn you attack the Saw, attack the Mando, and it's lethal. It's just that Michael,
no Sentinels come through and
no removal.
No removal.
Oh, the Stranger, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
So it doesn't actually defeat the Saw, though, right? Because it only takes... it takes 5 back, so...
Yeah, he takes 4 damage, and then the Grit obviously comes in with his +1 to then deal back 5.
Yeah, so... I mean, here, right, I can't...
But now,
well,
do you see it?
Yeah, but Aura can flip and deal with Saw still.
Well, even past that, you can trade in your favorite shielded guy, and then use
Aura's
the
ability,
Aura ability, and then deploy. So even past that...
Yeah, but, that's true, yeah.
So we are going to see Saul swing in. I imagine we're
but
just...
it's non-leader, it's non-leader. Aura's ability is non-leader, so
there you go.
Yeah. Okay, so you can't use it on Saw.
But we are going to see Saul just swing into base. I imagine your favorite little guy has dealt his probably like
every set. My favorite card is a 1-drop, and I think that actually might be my favorite card of the set.
Probably dealt his 8th damage by now.
Yeah, I mean it definitely adds up. Right, yeah. So Ray still got 4 resources left himself, so he just needs some way to protect. He's got the incapacitate, which you know about, so that can clear off the... No, it can't clear that off, right, because it's got 3 HP. So it's not enough, we've established that, right? It's not enough to clear off the Stranger either, that's got 3 HP. Incapacitate can't do anything, so you claim, right? And then your opponent has to Aura, flip, deal with Saw.
Yeah.
Yeah. To prevent themselves from losing the game. They take 9 back, so that means that Michael, currently at 16, goes to 25, which means a space unit could get Ray there here this game. Just needs to get a little bit more damage in. How much damage has Michael got on his side? He's got 4, 7, 8, plus 5 is 13 damage. So he's 1 away himself at the moment.
Yeah, Michael's obviously just looking for this last little bit of board control, and then from there it's just going to be swinging out everything he can and just focus on keeping that last little bit down.
Close game, this one.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's closer than I anticipated, actually. I think, again, we expected it to be closer than the last game, of course, because Ray actually got to play cards this game. But, yeah, I mean, I think even with the poor start that Ray had, I was expecting this to be a bit more of a blowout. But I think Ray has managed to navigate himself to a potential sneak victory here, but it's very, very close. Very close.
Yeah, the Mandalorian gaining the mastery was definitely, has come out to be easily the play that was needed. Because if Aura Singh had deployed out and just shot him.
Well, hold on a minute. How much damage? Mando's got 9, and then you can get 2 more with the Guerrero was defeated last turn, right? So Guerrero's going to be, Saw's going to be readied, so he can deal 11. So that's exact lethal. 27. There's no Sentinel on the side of Michael. So can't Ray just attack with Mandalorian and win the game? Am I missing something? It's 11 damage. 6 plus 3 plus 2 is 11. He's on 16.
Wait, yeah.
Am I?
Wait, yeah.
No, okay, at least I'm not the only one who missed that, right?
Yeah.
Attack with a unit against +2 and gets overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you just attack for lethal.
yeah, okay.
But Ray mustn't see it either, though, because he's spending so long resourcing.
You would have kind of rushed to that conclusion.
Mando has got 6 power, right? I'm not just crazy.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. It's been seen.
Okay, well, you know what? As bad as I feel for not seeing
there
that,
you go. The numbers
neither
are there.
player, neither caster, nobody saw that, except probably every person watching.
Yeah.
So there you go. Okay, there we go. Right. Well,
for quite possibly the least convoluted lethal in a while, if I'm honest.
Use your leader, attack with the unit. Okay, there we go.
You have a big unit. Use the thing that makes it even stronger.
Saw's ability was actually quite good. I'll give him that. Saw's ability was good that game. Yeah, nice little play there. So the mastery, set up lethal. You know what? The funny thing is that it seems like a really great big brain play, but I don't think anybody was aware of that. I don't think Ray deliberately did that because he wasn't aware. He was like, hold on a minute, I could just attack for lethal. Yes. It worked out in the end for him. Anyway, good news for us, we get a game 3, which is fantastic. A well-earned game 3. This time it's going to be trickier because obviously, as we know, Aura there going first is a big advantage in this format, in this set. So I think it's going to be harder. But if Saw can pull together a decent turn 1 and turn 2 play instead of just playing a 2/2 unit that gets immediately defeated. You know, every game, the early game's getting better and better, so hopefully this time we actually have a playable early game, and then who knows what can happen.
Third time's the charm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of Saul Guerrera as the leader, so I was excited to see it. I'm hoping to see some more of his ability actually get used. I want to see a like powerhouse turn. He gets deployed, he swings, and it's just like carnage. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, Christmas land to me that. I don't but hopefully we see that. Big fan of Forrest Whitaker actually as a Saul Guerrera. I love that. I mean, Rogue One, peak Star Wars.
Huffing his Rhydonium.
Yeah, absolutely. yeah. You know what we never got? A card for, what was it called? Is it the Boar Gullet? The thing? We never got a card for that, right?
Yeah. My favorite glove.
So, so we'll have to see, can Saw Guerrera take it against Aura Singh, or will the Bounty Huntress take the victory? We'll have to find out in Game 3 when players are ready.
Yeah, it'll be... Do you think there's much siding that happens in between? If you're not changing kind of anything drastically, like you're not changing your base, not changing your leader, do you think you ever really side much specifically for the matchup?
I think if that was going to happen, it would have happened already. So
yeah.
I doubt there's anything big that's going to happen here. I mean, maybe one of the players has a change of heart and they think, okay,
good card.
Yeah, it certainly is. Not in this universe. They certainly have a change of heart, and then we saw change of heart earlier actually in match 1. Do you remember? The 6 resource change of heart. Anyway, the player, they might have a change of heart and they might go, you know, maybe I'll change my leader and stuff now because it's not working out. But I don't think so. I think if that was going to happen, it would have happened already.
Absolutely.
Players have this, people in general have this tendency, listen to me now, the psychologist, they have this tendency, some sort of large insect just darted past my head then. They have this tendency to, I think, once they've committed to something, they don't want to kind of admit internally they're wrong. So I think most players, if they've not done something in Game 2, they probably wouldn't then change it for Game 3, even when they should do. That's a common trend I would see, especially amongst card gamers. They don't ever like to admit that they're wrong. But we were already well into this game.
I was going to say, it looks like we had a turn 1 pass from Aura Singh.
Let me piece together what happened here. So we saw the 2/2 Partisan Insurgent. There's about 50 Partisan Insurgents in this set as well, but I think that's the Honor-Bound Partisan that was played by Ray on turn 1. It was then incapacitated by Michael on turn 2, and then Ray proceeded to play the Arvel Skeen, no credit token, just as a 4/3, and then that led to the events we have unfolding before us. There you go. You're all caught up.
There we go. Yeah.
And that's the Relentless Hunters on side for Michael.
Okay, we're going fast and wide with the Saul Guerrera here. So hopefully I'll finally get what I asked, and we'll see some of those powerful kind of punchy kind of trades that you can get out with this leader.
Well, I wouldn't call them powerful so far. I've got Criminal Contact and Hidden Hand Supplier, both neutral cards, which aren't particularly strong. And the thing is, they're basically needed because Saw Guerrera, again, can't play heroism or villainy cards.
The Hidden Hand Supplier is on 2 attack. With Saw, he goes to 4. That trades the Hunters. That's good enough for me.
I mean, to be fair, this is what Saw's supposed to do.
Exactly,
you're supposed to play cheap, rubbish units that trade up. That's exactly what you're supposed to do.
Now, ignore the fact that he's gained... what was that from?
Was that from token? That was from the Hidden Hand Supplier.
So this is even better then, because that only gains attack, doesn't it?
What does, sorry?
The Hunters. They've only
Criminal
gained...
Or the Hunters?
Yeah. Because they've got +2 for the turn, don't they?
So they've got +2 for the turn. They're only going to attack. No, they get +2/+2. They get +2 XP as well, but it's temporary, so you can still trade up into it.
I'm eating my words here.
You can still trade into it. It's fine. You just can't. You still get attacked.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're still going to take 7.
We're on.
We're
on
kind
track.
of there.
We're back with it. So after all this, after the big conflict of how the dust is settling, and at the end of it, we're going to be left with just a Hidden Hand Supplier, I think.
Exactly. He's holding the line.
He is. Look at him pointing to himself. This guy. I'm the guy. So Michael, his bounty hunters aren't long for this world. And then what is that? It's not the sharpshooter, is it? There's so many bounty hunters this set as well. Is that that's the dogged pursuers? Yeah, dogged pursuers. So when played, you can pay 1, and if you do a little 2 damage to a ground unit. So actually pretty good. 5/5 for 5 is pretty much where you want to be. And then obviously you can play it as a 6-cost card as well. In this case, it's just a 5/5. But in Limited, these are great because the cards that fill up multiple points in the curve are really, really useful. We've seen it lots of times before, things like pilots and that kind of thing. They're always very useful because, you know, you want to play on curve, you want to make the most of your resources. So it's certainly worth doing. And there he is again, the Assailants. You've got a 5/5 for 5 Survive, but mine's got Sentinel. So we get to deal 2 damage for the Overwhelm. This is going pretty well for Ray, I must say. I think both players wouldn't be pretty unhappy with the situation. I think it's a pretty reasonable spot to be in. The board's pretty much even. The advantage Ray has is he obviously gets to deploy the Saw first, and that 4-armed Maniac gets to carry the 2 damage buff from Saw Gerrera. This is what you were hoping for.
This is exactly... I've been looking at my crystal ball, and this is what it's shown me. It's shown me Saw Gerrera with some cheap little guy, and they're just swinging face.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what Saw wants to do. I don't know what happened in Ray the other 2 games, but he just didn't seem to draw any of the cards that worked with the game plan. He either missed turn 1, turn 2, or he just played big units with high HP. This is exactly what you want to swarm lots of little units. You want to, you're firing the rebellion after all. You want to swarm them down with your little units and make it overwhelming for your opponent. You know, Aura Singh's great at dealing with, like, these big threats, the control tools, but here she's going to have a trouble dealing with all these units.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of outcome are we looking for here? It's going to be something like the 2 damage detonation, but I mean, we've just got the Survivor out, and this, I mean, they're not going to be very long for the world. I imagine if they swing into base, we're just going to see Ray swing with Saw, then swing with a second unit, then with Overwhelm through the Survivor and still do damage into base.
Yeah,
so
it's not enough here. It's 9. If Michael deals with the Partisan first, then the Pith Brute. Okay, but the unit does get overwhelmed though, so not the end of the world for Ray here, and that is nothing left to fear. I think he's finally reached the point where he can say, "I have nothing left to fear in this game." I think he's going to get there. That's now 9 damage on Saw himself, and then another 5 from the Partisan. That's enough.
I mean, that was...
What a comeback.
That was such a fast game, but it is exactly what Saw Gerrera wants. Like, I don't think you could possibly craft a better Saw Gerrera kind of game.
Yeah, a part of me does feel a bit bad for Michael there. I think he was probably going to feel a little bit hard done by, because I think... he was fighting tooth and nail. He got a free win, really, in game 1, to be fair. So I think, maybe in the end, suppose it was a fair result. But yeah, I mean, great play from Ray there, just to fight, to come back after that. After that first game, you probably feel pretty demoralized. You're thinking, okay, my deck is, out to get me. Maybe I've not built it right. Maybe I just got really unlucky. You've run the back foot. In game 2, things were looking pretty grim. He managed to just sneak there with that one attack. If he hadn't have had that exact lethal there from the sword, it was exact lethal, wasn't it? I think to the point of damage. If he hadn't have had that, I think Michael would have gone on to win that game. So I needed exact lethal, and then third game, finally your deck is doing what you built it to do, and looked like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I was saying, I don't think you could find a kind of better goal with Saw Gerrera. So we are going to go straight into our second match here. So we do have the Client versus Vel.
Yeah, so we've seen a bit of the Client today, obviously seen a bit of Vel as well. Both very solid leaders. We've mentioned earlier already the kind of counter synergy, or the pressure the Client can put on, because sometimes with the Client it's hard to use his ability. You don't always have enough tokens generated in Limited, even with shield tokens, credit tokens, experience tokens that we have in this format. But Vel, if you want to make use of his ability, which usually you want to, then you'll be giving your opponent those credit tokens and activating the Client's ability. So on the face of it, I think the Client is slightly favoured in the matchup, but again, not by enough to, I think the difference will be the decks and the play rather than the leaders themselves. But I think advantage slightly over to the Client. Emiliano, well-known player in the UK scene from Team Nexus, gentleman, a nice fella, and usually does pretty well at these events as well. So we'll have to see how he gets on here against a player I'm not familiar with, Paul Bergman.
Yeah, definitely. Like you were saying, there isn't a big enough disparity just between the leaders to kind of dictate the match, but it is definitely, as you said, favoured for the Client. Just by, if you read both of them, you would go, oh yeah, this helps the Client more than it helps Vel. But equally, like we've spoken about in this previous matchup that we saw, just because the Client is getting out those credits the kind of later it gets into the game, the less it matters. We are going to see a epic action used straight away from Paul to bring in the
Leppy Lookout.
Leppy Lookout.
Yeah, one of my favourite cards of the set. Again, I'm a big fan of Gar Saxon in Eternal, and Leppy Lookout, you know, a 4-1 shielded overwhelm in Eternal is amazing, but a 3-1 shielded, phenomenal in this format as well. The only reason why I wouldn't put her as one of the best commons in the set is just simply because against Aura Singh, which is a common leader, she's completely unplayable. You cannot play the Leppy Lookout, you'll lose the game instantly. So that's a bit of a fly in the ointment, but when you're not playing against Aura Singh, she's a hell of a card.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to see Emmy just play out a unit and then activate Vel. We're going to see the Rhodian Bondsman. So a nice, easy 2-3, and then when it's defeated, each player will gain a credit token. Now a 3-4. So living past the Leppy Lookout. Probably one of the best starts up against Leppy Lookout. It's... well, you're going to have to commit more if Paul wants to deal with it.
Yeah, it's just Vel for you, right? Like, Vel, she just makes everything. It's like Leia, and it's like Snoke, and it's like Obi-Wan. So many experienced token leaders we've seen in the past where, you know, Rey, he just makes units play above their station, you know, above the curve. And obviously the great thing about Vel is you don't even need to pay one to use the ability. So it means that, you know, you're obviously able to play really strong units early on at the cost of your opponent playing above curve.
Yeah, exactly. It's the toss-up between do I want the board presence now or potentially give them the board presence later with the tokens. But I think more often than not, using Vel is the correct option.
Yeah.
It's I think you're hard-pressed to warrant not using Vel's ability.
We've seen plenty of the Tree Remembers today, but that's the first time I think we've seen the Axe Forgets. What a scene that is, or just an episode of Star Wars that is in Andor. But yeah, the Axe Forget's really strong here, great against Vel because you're basically defeating your opponent's unit. Even though it gets bounced to hand, it's effectively been defeated in a sense. Cards in hand don't really matter that much in Limited, and it means that your opponent, they lost their experience token, but you still got the credit. Interesting there that Paul, a very small player but might not picked up on, he actually used the credit token there instead of the resource. Normally you would use the resources first just in case you're not going to spend the credit because the resources get regenerated at the start of the turn. But in order to play around opposing credit hate cards, which are, you know, common in this format, like the Scrapper and things we've seen already, especially in Vel, who is looking for those cards because she's giving credits to your opponent, the correct play from Paul there to actually use the credit first.
And equally from Emmy, the correct play to pass the action to make sure the Leppy Lookout couldn't kill the Bith Brute the moment it had been played, so we can get the Bith Brute out and then give it the buff to make sure it's then outside of that range.
Interesting here, though. I said all that in Paul's defense, saying, oh, that's why he's used the credit. But here, he didn't actually spend the rest of the resources, so he could have had a second credit token, potentially. Usually, I think if you're going to do it this way around, you would want to spend those remaining resources. So, you know, even though it looked pretty good at the start, Leppy Lookout into, you know, the Axe Forgets seems pretty good. But then when that's your entire turn 2, not as impressive. There's the kill switch to -1/-1. Bith Brute and exhaust it, not bad at all. Takes Bith Brute back down to a 4-3 now, so Leppy Lookout can now trade into it, although, of course, Emiliano does have the option to use the availability once again. Unlike Obi-Wan, you can play more than one experience onto a unit. No restriction there.
Yeah, and like we were talking about previously, it's kind of exponential how good it is to give the same unit the experience tokens with Vel. If each time you're just going, here's one for you, here's one for me, I think those are numbers that you're going to happily take.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we do see that, yeah. So Emiliano putting the dead, keeping that Bith Brute out of range of the Leppy Lookout trade. What is Paul going to do in response? That looks like some sort of explosion. That is not a commonly used card. I can't tell what that is. What card is that? Is that he's played a Cunning? Is it a hyperspace? Is that why it's got no?
Yeah.
That's why it's got no text, right?
Yeah. Or
So
the shortened
is it
text,
the Cage Elite? Is that what it is? I think it's the Cage Elite, which is the Raid 2 Saboteur.
Yeah, that looks about right.
Yeah, it's a 2-3, right? That. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I should put my glasses back on. There we go. Oh, I can see again. It's wonderful. Forgot about those. Yeah. So we So you know, again, it means that now, because that Bith Brute has now got 4 HP, and the Cage Elite has 4 power. So it does mean that it can trade in. But again, Emiliano. Who has the initiative here? No, Paul has the initiative because Emiliano played the Defiant Scrapper. So that means that, and he did actually have the Defiant Scrapper. So again, Paul playing around, you know, using his credits first, all good. But we see here Cage Elite can now trade into Bith Brute should he wish to, which is finally getting through that Sentinel, which is handy for Paul because it was starting to get a bit frustrating. And again, the bigger it gets, the harder it is to overcome. As good as the client himself is as a leader, he does only have the 4 power. So, you know, if he hadn't got through that Bith Brute this time round, this action, then I think it might have become insurmountable.
Yeah, definitely. It's well, like we've said, with each turn from Emiliano, each time he gets to use Vel on that Bith Brute, it only becomes a bigger and bigger problem. The Scrapper obviously did get to defeat the token.
I'm surprised he didn't just attack in there. Bith Brute has 4 HP, now it goes up to 5, and this is exactly what we're talking about. The fact that he had initiative there was vital.
Exactly. So I think it's just going to become, like I was saying, it's just going to be harder. It's going to be a harder and harder task with each kind of action that he gives Emiliano here, especially if he gets then the Vel deploy and then potentially even the Vel swing to give another experience to the Bith Brute or to Vel herself.
Oh, that's... So it's got Sentinel, but it's got Saboteur, so you can attack past it, but... What is dealing 4 damage to the base really doing here? The client's ability is now active because Paul,
from Vel.
he used the, and for the droid laser turret
Yeah.
as well. Yeah, that's true, yeah, both ways. So he can definitely use the client's ability now. But again, that droid turret, the droid laser turret, is actually doing a pretty good job of gumming up the board here.
Yeah, definitely.
It's become sorry to interrupt you there. It's like a kind of anti-race where it's just kind of get as much meat on the board as possible. Don't even bother trading. It's literally just get as high HP on your units as possible.
Yeah. Well, we're at 5 resources and we've got 3 damage across both bases versus our last game that we watched, which was
basically finished by now.
Yeah, well, that third round was done at this point, pretty much. We saw saw Guerrera, Jesus, get out, and then within about 2 turns it was finished.
Yeah.
But we are going to see the client deploy. But like you said, it's I'm interested in why the client action wasn't used prior to deploy to rest the Bith Brute and then deploy out.
Yeah,
because then you could also rest Vel. Because if Emiliano now plays Vel, you would have the client available to then deploy out or to use as action.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, there's so many different lines you could take here at this point. The surprising play to me was not attacking and defeating that Bith Brute immediately. I'm very surprised by that. I can't really work out why that wasn't done. But after that point, it's a very complicated web of events here. You can see all these units on board. Nobody wants to attack because we've both got Sentinels in play that don't, that don't want to be traded into with each other. So, there's no good value trades to be taken because of these big Sentinels. So, yeah, I think the board would have just been so much easier to deal with had Paul have taken that trade. And there's Jin, multi-aspect Jin that we've seen previously. Didn't actually see it get played, but he was in hand for a player earlier. But, yeah, so you can either make it a Battlefield Marine, so it comes as a 3-3, or you can exhaust another unit, so it's kind of like a layer from Spark of Rebellion, which is nice. Very nice multi-mode card.
Yeah, definitely. And like you said, both players are just gumming up the other. Exactly like you said. It's nothing has really happened this turn. There's just like a little bit of poking going around. We're making everything bigger. We're developing out our leaders, getting rid of some... it looks like Emiliano, won't swing in. I think he forgot potentially the shield.
Worth reminding everybody here that in Star Wars Unlimited, it is in the rules that if you take an action and you don't gain any information from it, and your opponent hasn't taken an action in response, you can take it back. So you can. It's not just because we're at the second highest level of competitive play that happens in this game, a regional championship, second only to the Galactic Championship itself. At any level of play, you can take back a play as long as you've not gained any information. It's not like chess touch and move where you've touched it, you have to use it. No, you don't. So nothing wrong whatsoever with Emiliano taking back that play. It's a really complicated board state. No wonder this is it's taken him a while to decide what to do here.
Yeah, absolutely. With 2 available units for attack, both your leader deploy available as well, it just becomes, as you said, it's just complex. There's no better word for it.
Yeah, and I can see why the play was taken back there, because initially he was going to attack with the Defiant Scrapper, but here the Bith Brute obviously has Saboteur as well. It's not just got Sentinel, so it can immediately defeat the Droid Laser Turret. So well spotted there from Emiliano. Gets to take that value trade in. Does eventually now go down to the Leppy Lookout, which is handy. Finally, it's been taken off the board. And it was, like I said, it was kind of that case of both players building up their forces, their armies building, until eventually one of them shot the opening salvo, and that happened here. And then everything, all hell breaks loose, and all the units get traded away, and that's where we're at now. But you've got to remember here, as much as Paul, I think, is ahead on board, we've still got the Vel deployed to come next turn.
I was going to say, I think while maybe it doesn't directly look like it, it is a very strong position for Emiliano, especially with the Defiant Scrapper not getting traded out directly. With the trade into the Leppy Lookout means his deploy has 2 available targets if he wants to distribute out the experience away from Vel herself.
Really key card as well for Vel, Defiant Scrapper, because when you're in the sealed portion or building a Vel deck in draft, because it's the only, I mean, obviously it's in her aspects, Vigilance, Heroisms, that's great. It's got great stats to the cost. Obviously the ability is phenomenal with her because she's generating the credit tokens, but I think it's the only credit hit at common, I believe, in the entire set. I might be wrong about that, but I'm 90% sure it's the only credit hit at common, which makes it a very, very important card for Vel, who obviously wants as much credit hit as she can get.
Yeah, definitely. It was potentially an interesting decision to not deploy out the Vel just yet. Oh, wait.
6 reasons.
It all makes sense now.
Yeah, the decision was made because Emiliano, Emiliano
Physically
really
good.
Yeah, what he decided to do was not cheat.
Yeah.
Which good for him.
Yeah, I'm proud.
Yeah, good for him. So, again, board. There's that Val again. Vel and Val. Vel on one side, Val on the other. The board state was incredibly complicated, got much simpler, and the players have delightfully made it much more complicated again. Plenty of units on the board here. Shield tokens make all the maths difficult to work out. Obviously, the Val there generate the shield token for the cage. Cage.
Brute.
Cage Brute. Cage Brute, that's it. Cage Brute. Bith Brute and Cage Brute. Is it Cage Brute?
I think it's just...
I don't know, something like that.
It'll come to you, I'm sure.
We'll come to when Cage Elite. I did think, as daft as FFG can be with some of the names on these cards, they, I'm just saying they have to work with the source material they get given, and there's a lot of pod races. But I don't think they would call it a Cage Brute and a Bith Brute in the same set. I think that would be too far, and luckily they haven't. That's not a Brute. That is an Elite. That's an Elite if I've ever seen one.
That is an Elite if I've ever seen one, yeah. Exactly. We are going to see the tree remembers, I mean, a very nice way to get past these shields that we've been talking about. And, just plain and simple, a very nice way to get past all these shields. There's little concern of, okay, am I going to have to swing in 2 units? Am I going to try and swing in something with Saboteur? Instead, no, the tree remembers, the axe forgets, we'll just deal with it then there.
Absolutely. Emiliano's tree remembers to Paul's axe forgets from earlier. Still on game 1 here, and again, there's plenty to go in this game. I can imagine this is going to be a long one because this is just game 1, and the game is nowhere near being completed, really. I mean, again, depending on what players have and what bombs they might be able to muster here, they might be able to sort of sneak a win quickly, but generally speaking, I think in this sort of situation, it's going to take a while to get to a conclusion because both players are presenting threat after threat each turn. And as we've said before with Vel, any experienced token leader, I think this is true for, but Vel in particular, I think as the game goes on, she is going to get stronger because her ability is always useful. The client's ability, much less so. The main draw of the client is the fact that he's a 4/4 shield to deploy. And then Emiliano gets his own Leppy Lookout.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a very long haul between this game and, potentially up to a game 3.
Yeah.
It's going to be a long haul between these two players unless one of them has a kind of blowout round like we saw in our last game. I think it's definitely going to be a long journey to the end here.
Initiative claimed from Paul there, so Emiliano can now deploy and attack with Vel with impunity. Can take the trade onto Val if he wishes, can just go to base. I think I like the base. Yep, I think that's perfectly reasonable. You've now got a 5/8 that is going to be tricky to deal with, but it's growing every turn. And I think that is the way that this game ends quickly, is if Emiliano takes the reins and starts going face. You've got the Leopard Lookout, which is safe behind its shield. You've got, 6 more power on board with the Djinn and the Defiant Scrapper. And then, like I said, Vel is currently at 5. She's going to be at 6 next turn and growing ever stronger. And you're not really under that much pressure yourself. You're facing down 10 power on the opposing side. So you should win the race.
I think the concern then comes from, we've been talking about it throughout the day, that Vel, the trade-off is usually very good for you to get that experience to give your opponent a credit token. But now Paul's got 3. So the potential for a large-scale kind of blowout turn is there, especially if he wants to spend heavily with his credits.
That's a great kill switch there from Paul there, because again, Vel would have saved Emiliano several actions to end this game much quicker. She would have attacked this turn for 6, and then next turn would have represented 7. So it might have been lethal in 3 actions here. Whereas now the kill switch is shutting all that down. And Paul himself, like I said, he can deal 10 himself, putting Emiliano up to 23 this turn, which does put Paul within 1 action lethal himself. So Emiliano needs to do something to interact with this board. Yeah, there's that ambusher, so that's going to clear off the Val, not the Vel, the Val. So that's 8 damage now, represented on Paul's side. This is where the math comes in. So Emiliano's going to be 6 away from lethal. That is another copy of the Tree Remembers, I believe. So
yeah, a very nice follow-up for when your Val dies. You choose a unit, potentially has already got a shield, you give it a shield, and then you go, cool, I don't really mind. Tree Remembers, I'll get past it.
Yeah, thank you, Spotters. It's the I think I just called it the Ambusher, but it's the Guild Ambush team. Lovely. So, again, ambushing in Limited, very strong. We're getting very close to the end here. So, 14 damage on Paul's base. Over halfway, Emiliano has 17 on his. So he's 10 damage away from defeat. Now he's 6 away. So again, not 1 action from Paul, but he does have enough on board to make it 1 turn lethal. So Emiliano is going to need a way to interact with one of these 2 shielded units. And again, there's not many in the game. There's not a huge number. Obviously got no resources left. So next turn, Paul can attack in and be 1 action away from lethal here. So what can Emiliano do? Just claims here, yeah.
I mean, especially with the client being a leader unit, it gives you even less options to get around, just get around him as a target. Like we've been said, it's only 4 damage, but when you're only 6 damage away, that might just be enough. Chino Fane came in through the use of the 2 credits that we were talking about previously. I mean, more units is more units when you're this close.
Yeah, it's the stage where it doesn't really matter now. So both players have got more than enough damage to end the game this round. So this will very likely be the last round of the game. The question is, does Emiliano have a way to stop Paul from lethaling him? Now, he's got 6 HP left in his base, and Paul obviously has 2 4-power units and a 2-power unit. So if Paul, even if Emiliano can deal with one of the client or the space unit there, there's still 6 power remaining. So Emiliano needs 2 answers here.
Emiliano is lethal, no? Or am I?
Emiliano himself. So
yeah, because if he swings with Vel,
did they add 5 extra? Where did that extra 5 damage come from? I swear that they just didn't add that on.
The ambush team.
Yeah, I see. You attacked with the ambush team first. That was his first action. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. So yeah, he just decided to defeat him in 2 actions. That does it. So now we need, Paul needs... That's lethal.
I'm not sure where the...
So, so Emiliano attacked with the ambush team, then Paul attacked with Chow Fein, didn't he?
Yeah. And then you swing back with Vel.
Yeah. Okay, mustn't have had an answer to Vel then, fair enough. I don't think Paul actually recognised that there was lethal there on the side, but I think if he had a way to interact with Vel, I'm sure he would have done it. So
the claim from Emiliano the turn before just kind of, kind of solidifies it, doesn't it? You swing with your 2 heavy hitters, and if they don't bring out a sentinel, that's kind of it now, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And that was game 1. Are we going to... What round was that? That was round 3, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So are we going to round 4 now, or are we going to see the rest of that game? Let's find out. See what's happening here.
Oh, we're going around 4, Al. It's me, it's Ben. We're back. We are returning here. We've got the even number rounds, at least for now. We did round 2. We're back for round 4. I was quite enjoying that. A lot of Vel, but I picked the client, Ben, as a good one this weekend. Do you believe me?
I can certainly see where you're coming from, especially if there is a exorbitant amount of Velsatha that's running around. There's going to be a lot of tokens that are going to be generated with those credits. So your client leader action is constantly online as an option. And we saw in the Liverpool sector qualifier as well in the Premier format that the client's got a little bit of legs up in Premier as well. So to see it shine in the limited format, always good to see as well.
Well, it looks like we are getting ready to go straight into round 4, and it is Vel and the client again. So we're going to see if my client prediction is working. Still no Sebulba. It is a rare leader, and many people argue not a good leader. So we'll see if Sebulba pops up at any point during the tournament this weekend. For now, we've got Pete on the right with the client, and we've got Guillermo on the left with Vel. And it looks like we are taking a mulligan for Guillermo. And I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking to see less Vel, it's a common leader in a limited format where everybody's basically figured out it is the best leader. Not everyone's going to have the option of playing Vel, but a large amount of people will have the option. A lot of those people are going to take it, and that is why we are seeing a lot of Vel. So the question is, can the client or maybe Aura Singh or one of these other leaders around make a difference? Resources are down. We are rolling here, I think, with round 4 from Prague at the Regional Championship, the Friday limited event. And there is the fist bump. Round 4 is rolling. And the first one, it is one of the Nihil, the Storm Sowers coming down.
Yeah, 2-2 for 1 with the hidden keyword. Hidden, not necessarily as impactful on action phase 1, but when there's 2 of them, that's when things can get a little bit crazier.
And a hyperspace foil at that, Ben. Very nice indeed. On the other side, we've just got... Is it Weasel on the other side? One of the Cloud Riders? I think that's Weasel. Gives rate 2 to one of your other characters as you go. And when you attack.
Yeah, Weasel as the 2-3, yeah, for 2, which unfortunately looks like might just be taking first action attack here into one of the 2 Nihil Storm Sowers here, so not going to be able to give anything Rage 2. And then for Pete, he's going to go ahead and play this Mono Villainy unit here. This is the Black Sun Kabbalist. When played, give an experience token to another friendly Underworld unit.
Not too bad if we've got a bunch of Underworld, and the Nihil Storm Sower very much Underworld. They are causing havoc, Ben, out on the outer rim, so I hear. And here we see that Canyon Frontrunner coming down with the epic action, so being played out of aspect. And I'm just putting it out there. We're seeing a lot of cunning being played out of aspect using these epic actions, which only strengthens my, maybe we should just play something like the client and go cunning from the beginning.
Yeah, it's certainly a very good argument, to say the least. But obviously, we've heard Al say that it seems like cunning very well might be the strongest aspect in the limited environment for a lawless time, when we've got cards like the Canyon Frontrunner, Champions KT9 Pod Racer, Cage Elite that we've seen so far today, as well as Guild Ambush Team and Mylodon Rider. But then even when you look up in towards the rare and legendary slots, you've got things like the Master Codebreaker, Liberty, of course, as a legendary, Anakin's Pod Racer. There's so many good cards in that aspect.
There are some good ones running around. Wonder if we're going to see any Lando. For now, we are going to see the Droid Laser Turret as a shielded Sentinel for about 5 seconds until Kill Switch comes down. And of course, the -1/-1 don't care about no shields. He goes down to 0 HP remaining, and it is gone. Never mind, eh? But, of course, because a token was created, that means that the client will, I believe, rest that Canyon Frontrunner. I think that's what happened. And the Kabbalist is going down.
Yeah, it has indeed. And it's two very, very smart plays here out of Pete. First and foremost, the kill switch to just immediately answer the droid laser turret there. Working similarly to the way that Perilous position got a lot of play in Premiere a few formats ago. But then immediately from Pete, denying that opportunity of this -2 power reduction to start getting underway with this pesky Canyon frontrunner. So some really, really smart sequencing of plays from both these players in the early action phases so far.
Well, we are seeing the Nihil Stormsower being taken out by that Canyon frontrunner. There's no point minusing to, well, I mean, you did minus down that, and it meant you only took 1 damage back. Not too shabby. I do like this Nihil Stormsower, but they can be taken out fairly easily as 1-drops. And that Canyon frontrunner, I mean, I don't want to make an obvious joke here, Ben, but it is a bit of a front runner for best card right now. Played out of aspect. And this is not, we're only in round 4. This is not the first game we've seen this absolutely wreaking havoc on the board.
Yeah, absolutely not, as we see Kill Switch there as a bit of sort of pseudo removal up against Weasel. But you're completely right. It's been kind of a common trend and theme in these opening 4 rounds so far in our sealed environment that the players have been using their epic action quite early, as opposed to saving them for a sort of late game 6, 7, 8 resource big name threats. It's been more these really important early consistency pieces to play down and start to get the advantage for.
I mean, the real question comes down to, do you have those big bombs in your deck, and are they worth it? If you've got a great 6 cost, then it's worth saving it. But if it's an 8, 9, 10 cost, it's a big 10 cost in the game, in this set, in a lawless time, I don't know if it's going to be worth it. You need to figure out if the game's going to go that long, and a lot of people won't pop those cards in their deck, thinking it's essentially a dead slot in the deck. Either way, we've got a Lando Calrissian as a Sentinel on Guillermo's side. We've got a Black Sun Patroller with a shield over on Pete's side. Great, great card for the client, because firstly, it largely goes unchecked in space, and secondly, it's shielded, so it comes in with a token, and that means that the client's ability will work. 6 being played here, and it is for that Mylodon Rider, coming in with Ambush, going straight into Lando for 4. No, 5. Pete's pointing, going, not 4, mate.
4. No, it is 4 because of the Lando effect. While this unit is defending, the attacker gets -1 power. So Mylodon Rider there, not enough to take the 1-for-1 ambush trade into Lando Calrissian. And I really love the fact that this card has been found here in Guillermo's limited pool, because it is a spotlight deck card. It's one of those cards that is very unoften seen in both limited and Premier, because obviously in the limited environment and in the packs, you could only open it in hyperspace rarity or higher. So very, very nice find there from Guillermo to just be a sort of pesky, annoying Sentinel for Pete to have to deal with.
And I want it on the record, I never said it did do 5. I said Pete was pointing, saying it did 5. My back is covered. Wonderful. What is also wonderful, both leaders have now gone and deployed Vel for Guillermo, the client for Pete, and we've got a pretty full ground arena here, but that Statico Lightning Repeater comes down on Val. That is going to go and do a damage, well, to a bunch of places, but the client is gone. That is the big story here, and Vel is sitting out there with +3, +1, and no damage on her.
Yeah, so that's going to make Velsatha a 7-8, if I'm doing my maths correctly there, which is a real dangerous threat for Pete to have to deal with, especially when he's now only got that heavily damaged Mylodon Rider on the board, and it looks like just 1 card in hand as well. And Guillermo noticing this and is going to say, no, you know what? I'm going to press my advantage here a little bit. This mid-rim sharpshooter as a 3/3 for 3, which when played does allow you to pay an extra resource. And if you do, an opponent has to discard a card from their hand.
Yeah, it's really fun. We don't see much hand disruption, but it's fun when it was able to come out. And that mid-rim sharpshooter also got Saboteur if you're worried about any shields or sentinels that might be causing you a little bit of an issue. But we have the Canyon frontrunner, and we got Vel, and we got that mid-rim sharpshooter. And Guillermo really winning the board race here. As soon as that Mylodon Rider goes down, Pete might be in a little bit of trouble. At least you do have the Black Sun ship there. Oh, but we do see Mylodon Rider has now gone to put a decent chunk of damage into Vel on the way out. But now the ground arena belongs to Guillermo.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the follow-up here is for Pete, unless there's a second copy of Mylodon Rider into the Velsatha here to clean it up. I can see, is that Bosk that's in hand?
Oh, I like Bosk. He both buffs and nerfs a card. On attack, gives someone +1/+1 and somebody else -1/-1. So not too shabby. It is a Bosk. That is what is coming down here. Another one of those underworld cards and bounty hunter cards that are so prevalent. Okay, I feel like Guillermo needs to shift all of his cards just like a few inches to the left. Get the base in the base slot. Get all the ground units on the ground. Because I'm pretty sure his base is not in the space arena right now. I went there. I said it. But we are now piling damage into Pete's base. We're up to 16. There's only 11 remaining. There is a Tantai 4 that has actually come down into space. And that's got restored to and is a lot beefier than the Black Sun that we see over in Pete's space arena. So Guillermo does seem to really have taken this game by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think I see much from hand in it for Pete here to be able to help bring him back into this game a little bit. I see Flash the Vents that's at the front of Pete's hand. That allows you to attack with a unit. It will get +2 power and overwhelm for the attack. So if you, I suppose, can combine it with the Bosk's +1/+1 and make your Starfighter, what would that be, a 5 power for the attack if we do combine it with Flash the Vents. But I don't see anything like Kill Switch. I don't think I see the Tree Remembers or Lost and Forgotten to give you an extra little bit of time. Not sure if there's any Sentinels to account for either. And Pete just having a little look again at that Velsatha, who's armed to the teeth with this Lightning Staccato repeater, and thinking, yeah, Mastery isn't really going to help me too massively here.
Well, we're swinging with Bosk to start off with into Velsatha. We are going to go and, let's get a bit of damage down there. We are granting an experience token, which is, it's all right, but it's really, you've taken out Vel. That's the main thing. You haven't got much damage on your opponent's board. You've not taken out the Tantai 4, which is now throwing 5 damage in and restoring 2. And it does feel a lot like Pete is really on the back foot here. We do see the Guild Ambush team, which is going to come in and ambush the Sharpshooter, but is that going to be enough? I mean, the Tantai 4 at least doesn't. I don't think it represents game yet, does it? No, I think it'd be 1 away, actually.
Yeah, not right now, and I don't think I see a way to boost up the Tantai 4 right now either. I see attack from all sides, which deals damage to a unit, not to the base directly. And then there's one other card that's in hand. It's an aspectless card that is in hand at the moment as the other one. I think it might be potentially something like Seasoned Tracker, which is a 4/4 hidden unit, which doesn't deal a great deal at the moment. So we're just going to go into the next action phase. Pete has the initiative as he regroups. Does draw a Lost and Forgotten, so maybe there's a way out of this, Ross.
Okay, Lost and Forgotten could absolutely help, because that will both get rid of a unit and will heal up your base, and that Tantai 4 is causing issues, but you do want to get rid of that Mylodon Rider as well, but Lost and Forgotten goes straight into the Tantai 4, no mucking about, goes and heals up the base down to 18, so Mylodon Rider can swing for 5, but now you're only up to 23, you're 4 away. Lethal is on board next action phase for Guillermo, but not this action phase. So he can take the initiative, and if it's still there at the start of next term, that will be game. But right now, it looks like Pete's taking the initiative. But Inspired Recruit and Zeb Aurelius come down. It's going to be really hard. And Zeb Aurelius is actually representing game on board as well, because that does deal 4. Oh, it's not like you need to take out Marlodon Rider and you need to take out Zeb Aurelius. If you've got to do both of them in one action, and I don't think Pete can. There is a fist bump, picking up his cards, and Guillermo will take game 1. Zeb coming down was the thing that really made Pete go, nope, game 2.
Yeah, being able to just flood out the ground arena after you see your opponent just make that panic claim, hoping that one of the 2 cards drawn in the regroup phase essentially was a sentinel of some kind to be able to help give you a little bit more time. Maybe even something like an off-aspect single reactor ignition to just wipe the board out, completely start again, and then attempt to rebuild. But even at that point, it felt like that it was always on the back foot from the client side of things. Velsatha getting that staccato blaster was just really, really strong. We said it a couple of rounds ago, I think, actually, Ross. The on-deploy ability of this staccato lightning repeater to be able to spread 3 damage around onto different ground units, really, really paying off there, because not only did it put his other unit into, I think, 1 HP remaining, I think it might have been the Mylodon Rider, but also taking the shield off of the client leader unit and forcing his opponent to go, well, I have to lose my leader unit to make any real impactful inroads into my opponent's board state here. It was a really, really awkward situation that was forced into from a very seldom seen upgrade.
I think awkward is probably a really, really good way to put it. Now, I started saying this before, but I got interrupted, so I'm going to say it now. You know what's really bad, okay? We're sitting here, we're watching this regional championship from Prague. We are watching this limited format tournament, and it is really clear right now that Vel is the best leader. Well, I'm going to be heading to UK Games Expo next weekend. I know Star Wars Unlimited will have a presence there as well. There are tournaments. It's going to be a wonderful time. I may find time. There are some sealed events going on Friday and Saturday. I'm hoping to find time to enter one of them. I'm telling you now, Ben, if I open Sebulba, I'm still playing Sebulba. It's happening. and I'm watching all day. I'm being given proof of why I shouldn't. But if I open Sebulba, I'm still doing it, man.
Yeah, I respect it. I respect it. If you want to go in there with a plan and you want to go in there and show the entirety of the limited core player base that Velsatha, the client, Aura saying, nah, all of this is overrated. All you need is a dud and a pod racer to be able to get you there.
I mean, look, and here's the thing. Vel is the best leader, right? I think we can all agree on that right now. We're only 4 rounds in, but it seems pretty obvious at this point Vel is the best leader. The thing is, you do give your opponent credit tokens. Now, that doesn't make Vel a bad leader. Obviously not. I'm not even hinting at that, not even for a second. But I am saying there are ways to take advantage of this. Being able to play a 5-cost card on your 4-resource turn. Being able to play these big bad cards a turn earlier. And I'm not saying it's easy, and I'm not saying it's going to happen all the time. But there are ways to punish your opponent for using Vel's ability by dropping cards that they're not yet ready to deal with. That's what I'm looking for a lot of the players to do as we continue on through this event. And obviously, and as we get into day 2 and decks get refreshed, because we're not taking the same deck all the way through this entire regional, seeing if people can start punishing Vel for giving them credit tokens. Here, of course, we're getting ready for game 2. We got Guillermo with Vel. We got Pete with the client. Currently, Pete not able to punish Guillermo and Vel. Can things change here in game 2?
Yeah, absolutely. Also, just to add to that point that you're making about Vel being able to be punished for utilizing the credit tokens or giving away the credit tokens, we're also seeing a lot of Velsatha players being able to mitigate that themselves with these credit hate cards. And we mean credit hate by cards that literally just either defeat the credits that are given away or nullify their ability. So cards like Arvel Skeen, cards like the Scrapper unit as well that we saw a couple of rounds ago, just completely taking away that potential downside that Velsatha can provide.
Absolutely, but there is a fist bump. We are rolling. It's a Requay Pirate coming down for Pete. Obviously not played with credit tokens. And a Rhodian Bondsman for Guillermo, which will give credit tokens to both players when defeated. And both players, of course, like the vast majority of players here, using that epic action lets them play a single card off aspect with no penalty for having done so.
Yeah, this Rhodium Bondsman's also really, really interesting in this matchup in particular, because obviously, as soon as it does go down and create the credit token, it activates the client's leader action as a possibility. This also will do right now with the droid laser turret coming down as a token upgrade with the shield on board, and also just makes the Rhodium Bondsman a little bit more kind of awkward here, because, okay, I can get rid of it, but I don't lose my bondsman to get the credit, and the droid laser turret doesn't go down because of the shield. So a bit of an intriguing sort of interaction there in action phase 2.
Absolutely. And if I'm Pete, I'm kind of loving it. My Weakway Pirate is still sitting there. My droid laser turret is there. I can now swing with the pirate. Trying to decide here, do I swing into the bondsman, get the trade going, or do I try going after base? I like the idea of taking out the bondsman here, honestly. That's what I would want to be doing. Are we swinging into anything?
I think we've swung to base here, and I think that's probably the better case scenario. I don't necessarily see a reason to swing into the bondsman and give Guillermo 4 effective resources for the remainder of the action phase, because he played nothing in that phase. So in the end here, Guillermo just playing his own droid laser turret. You've chipped in for 2 damage. That feels totally fine, and it means later on as well, you can still trade into the bondsman, get rid of it, create credit tokens for both players, and have the client's leader action back live again in the remaining action phase. So this feels totally fine to me.
I when you put it that way, it does sound entirely reasonable. So we do go back up here, and then we see the pirate swinging in, just popping a shield off of the droid laser turret. Except it's got Saboteur, so it actually goes right through and just takes it out.
Yeah, rare Saboteur W here in round 4 for the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Championship, getting through this pesky droid laser turret. And now Honor making its way down into the ground arena, another one of the cards in the uncommon cycle in the Lawless time that's seen a little bit of success in Premiere, particularly in the new Dedramiro Colossus deck that was running around in the Liverpool sector qualifier a couple of weeks ago. But here, it's just a 3-5 with Restore 2 that punches in for 5.
And if anybody's wondering, we are going to be streaming some Premiere tomorrow and Sunday. Today, Friday of Prague at the Regional Championship is just limited. Today, we are all about that limited format, but do be joining us tomorrow and Sunday for some Premiere action, where Dedramiro is my pick to take down the whole event. Not a Lawless time leader, though. We won't be seeing her today, but there's plenty of Andor cards to whet your appetite. And right now, Peter's trying to whet our appetite with something. And with 2 credit tokens available, that's leaving him at 6 when he should be at 4, but it is just a Rhodian Bondsman and a claim from Guillermo.
Yeah, interesting situation that Pete found himself in there. He's electing to go just sort of wide in terms of board presence, but with those effective 6 resources available thanks to the 2 credit tokens, there is a copy of Lost and Forgotten in hand. So Pete did have the capacity, if he was really worried about Honor, to just deal with it on that action phase, not getting the heal on his face granted. Something better.
He's got a Marlodon Rider in hand, and that's got Ambush and will trade while surviving with Honor. And it's only playable as a 6 cost because of those credit tokens. I'm not saying it will, but I'm saying that Marlodon Rider, especially because there's no damage to heal with Lost and Forgotten, that Marlodon Rider could be the play going straight through Honor here. Is Guillermo going to swing with it first? He is.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes a lot of sense here if you're worried about the potential of that unit being removed in some way, shape, or form. The last card in hand is, I think that's Jabba's Rancor, is the last card in hand. A 7/7 for 7 with Hidden, which forces your opponent to choose a ground unit they control on attack. and deal 7 damage to it. But before then, we're going to see the client leader unit deploy, get that shield token on the board, and ask Guillermo to have a response of his own.
I absolutely love this. Keep everything open. You've got the Rancor, which can be played because of the credit tokens. You've got Marlon Rider. You've got Lost and Forgotten. Essentially, you've got 3 really good cards in hand, but you can only play one of them. Use the client as kind of a pseudo pass. See what your opponent does. And if they play a unit you really don't want to deal with, don't deal with it. Just get it right off the board. I really love what Pete's doing here, leaving all of his options open. I don't think any of which would be available without the credit tokens, but because of them, they all are.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the phrase that you used there, Ross, about the pseudo pass, also referred to a little bit in the Star Wars Unlimited community about action durdling, just kind of taking your little insignificant actions here and there. They're still somewhat impactful in the game, but it's more of a case of waiting to see what your opponent is going to do without immediately outright declaring the pass action and giving your opponent the chance to claim and move into a new regroup phase. So really smart work here from Pete.
And it is worth noting when you pass, that often does give your opponent a little bit of a hint that you are waiting to see what they're doing. So Rhodium Bondsman is going to hit into the Guild Ambush team. Of course, Guild Ambush team came in and took out a unit on its own. So lots of trading, and we're left with Honor with an experience token. And Pete's got the client. Right, Guillermo better start playing some credit hate really soon. Pete's got 4 credit tokens just kind of sitting there chilling. And I don't know if it's in his deck, but Backed by the Huts creates a credit token and then deals damage to a unit equal to the number of friendly credit tokens. Backed by the Huts would deal 5 damage if you played it right now. That would be so much fun. So it's a cunning card. It's in aspect. Come on, Pete. It's only a common. Show me Backed by the Huts.
I just love the fact that we've got like this massive flavor wind going on here at the moment with the client just absolutely reveling in riches and waiting to spend them on some potential new threats. We are going to see that now, and it is that Jabba's Rancor that's going to come down as the 7/7 for 7. Unfortunately, I think Guillermo does have a one-action answer to it with his own copy of Lost and Forgotten.
No.
But if it's not there, which actually, no, it's Haymaker instead, isn't it?
I don't think
we
it's
could
there.
be in trouble.
Essentially, if you want to picture in your head what just happened, the client just bought a Rancor. And, I mean, look, if I'm living in the Star Wars universe, right, in the Star Wars galaxy, and I've got the money, I'm probably buying a Rancor. I'm probably also buying some people to look after, hiring people, that's way nicer, to look after it, so that I don't have to actually deal with it, because Rancors terrify me. I'd love a pet Rancor. And right now, it's a 7/7 that on attack, your opponent chooses a ground unit, and you can deal 7. There's only one ground unit there. So if Pete swings with Jabba's Rancor, he can just take out Honor clean.
I also love the vision or the idea of Jabba's Rancor walking into a shady cantina and receiving a bounty puck from the client.
A Rancor walks into a cantina. There's a setup there, man.
There's a joke in there somewhere.
But here we go. Dear. And this Rancor doesn't come out very often. It's not one we're going to see much this weekend. But it just swung for 7 at base while taking out the only unit, and it was a very significant unit. And now all of a sudden, Jabba's Rancor is just running through. And here's the thing. Vel's got 7 HP. So next action phase, Pete swings with Jabba's Rancor. I mean, Guillermo at this point needs to start putting down defensive ground units because it's the opponent that chooses the unit. So Guillermo needs to put down units just to sacrifice to the Rancor.
Yeah, it's almost working basically like an Avenger would in what is will now be in the Eternal format. But this constant just almost power of the dark side, merciless contest-esque effect that's continuously going on and on and on. And look at Pete here, almost continuing to set that opportunity up now with the client exchanging its shield token for 4 damage into the Velsatha leader unit as well. Now, Guillermo does have resources open, and does have some units to be able to come down and insulate this Velsatha here. Cloud Rider Veteran as the chosen food of the day, but it's going to get dealt with, it looks like here, with ambushed into by Mylodon Rider.
I love everything Pete is doing in this game. It is going basically, when I talked about the client and liking it as a card, this is basically everything that I'm imagining. You've got Jabba's Rancor as your real big top end. Again, taking advantage of those credit tokens. That Rancor would still not be able to be played until next action phase if it wasn't for all those credit tokens. Then we're ambushing in. Now, we do have Inspired Recruit coming down from Guillermo, but that's a free one. It's not exactly a particularly big or bad unit. I think Pete is playing this game absolutely superbly, and he played that Rancor like 2 turns earlier than he should have been able to. This is exactly what I was talking about between games, and Pete might have found a way to pull it off. Question is, Guillermo's built up his board. Can Pete keep doing this?
Yeah, absolutely. And conversely as well, is that how many more units will Guillermo potentially have to sacrifice to this Rancor, as we see now the droid laser turret is going to get in the way and make it so Guillermo isn't going to have an easy chip trade into this Jabba's Rancor to set up something like a Haymaker play to take care of the beast once and for all.
Guillermo knows if he doesn't take out this Rancor's going to win Pete the game. It's basically doing 7 damage to the base while taking out a ground unit every time it swings. You cannot let that Rancor attack too many times, or you are going to lose the game very quickly. Now, here is a Haymaker. That's coming down onto the Mylodon Rider. So that is not taking out the Rancor, but at least it's got the other big beastie off the board.
Has indeed. It's also removed the threat. It's removed the threat and the possibility of game on board, actually, for Pete there, between the 7 power of the Jabba's Rancor, the 5 of the Mylodon Rider, and then the Starfighter just running around unchecked. Now we see Kill Switch, which navigates the Jabba's Rancor to take out Velsatha, and Guillermo scoops up his cards and says, yep, I have no way to get through this Jabba's Rancor, and we're going to go to a Game 3.
And what did I just tell you, Ben? I just said if you don't take out the Rancor is going to win this game. That is exactly what happened. The kill switch leading the way, and that's what you want to do with a Rancor. And again, I really need to give some love to how Pete played that game. I think he played that game superbly. He really took advantage of the Rancor. It was really easy to swing in nice and early and go, I want the 7 on the base. I want to take out a ground unit because I don't want to risk it being removed. He waited. He was patient. And then he ended up in a situation where he didn't just take out a ground unit. He took out his opponent's leader unit with multiple experience tokens on while throwing 7 into base. And at that point, there was no way to deal with it. And I really think Pete, and I don't know how often it's going to work, I've been clear about that, but I really think Pete just showed us how you can deal with these Vel decks. Ambushing in to take out those units is big, and using those credit tokens to play things like, I think the Rancor came in on 5 resources. Might have been 4, but I think it was 5. Playing it earlier than it should, you get 2 extra turns of Rancor? I mean, if you tell me, can I have 2 experience tokens or 2 extra turns of Rancor? Ask me what I'm choosing, Ben.
I'm going to have a funny feeling it's the Rancor.
It's Rancor! Obviously it's Rancor.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a case of the downside of Velsatha being shown off in full effect there. If you don't have those cards like the Arvel Skeen, like the Scrapper, or any other ways for the credit tokens to lose their effects in some way, shape, or form, the value that you do have the capacity to generate could just put you into a corner that you just cannot be fought out of. You cannot back yourself out of that corner. And in this case, in that game too, that corner had a great big Rancor-sized shadow over it. Whether that's going to happen in Game 3 or not, whether there's going to be some extra card that Guillermo's going to have in his sideboard, the rest of his sealed pool that he'll have available to him, we'll have to wait and see. For his sake, if it's a similar start that we saw in Game 2, I'm going to hope that he's got some kind of forearm bone or rock or something to be able to distract or deal with this Rancor long enough.
I mean, I've beaten Rancors in Knights of the Old Republic. I've beaten Rancors in Star Wars Outlaws. We all saw Luke take down the Rancor in Return of the Jedi. There are ways to take down a Rancor. We've seen it across Star Wars media in various different iterations, but if you don't get it quickly, I didn't take down the Rancor first time when I played Knights of the Old Republic, Ben. The first time I found that Rancor, it went very, very badly. And I do just want to stress, I'm not saying, Vel's a bad leader because she gives experience tokens. Not at all. We've acknowledged Vel is the best leader in this format, probably by a pretty wide margin. The only point I'm making is that there are ways that players can take advantage of that clear downside from Vel. And yeah, if Vel gives credit tokens and takes them away, then that's just a very good Vel player with a very good deck. And they should be one of the front runners to go far into this tournament. But there are ways around it, and that is the point that we're making. So we're getting ready here for game 3. Guillermo on the left, won game 1. Pete on the right, won game 2. Guillermo's got his resources down. Pete's having a bit of a think.
Yeah, a little bit more of careful consideration here from Pete's side. And after a bit of consideration, is going to decide for that once per game mulligan for Guillermo. Little look into his hand. I do see that there is the Rhodian Bondsman in there, the Morim Sharpshooter, it looks like, along with a copy of Haymaker. So we've got ourselves our phase 1, 2, and 3 curve going with the Rhodian Bondsman for 2, Sharpshooter for 3, potentially into Haymaker for 4 if we want to burn the Stygian Spire. Epic action. So a pretty respectable and understandable keep there. And the Lando Calrissian, I think, was the last card in Guillermo's hand that he has elected to keep post-resource.
Always nice seeing those Spotlight deck cards. They don't come out very often. There are those Spotlight deck leaders, the Leia and the Jabba, which we don't really expect to see because you would have to pull them as a showcase. But we did see it in Liverpool at that sector. There were a couple people in the room playing that Senator Palpatine that could only be played as a showcase, but there were a couple people that pulled it, and there were a couple people that decided to play it. Pete has no more options here, no more mulligans. Let's put those 2 resources down, and let's get ready for game 3 in round 4 here from Prague. 20 minutes on the clock. No real worries about running out of time. We are going to have hopefully enough time to finish this out. So Guillermo, Pete, Vel, the client, game 3, round 4 is rolling with a Rhodian Bondsman for Guillermo and a Weequay Pirate for Pete.
Yeah, both players having a 2-resource action phase play. Always nice to see. And both of them matching up exactly stats-wise here as well at the 2-3 stat line. Bondsman will generate that potential of a credit token for each player. And the Weequay Pirate with that Saboteur as the main keyword to look out for here. Because when played, well, that doesn't matter here. We had to use resources.
Worth noting, we've seen Droid Laser Turret is in Guillermo's deck. We also seen that Weequay Pirate, very good answer to Droid Laser Turret. So getting that down nice and early does take one of the best Sentinels, Shielded Sentinel at that, of which there are 2 in Pete's hand.
Wow.
Kind of takes them off the board a bit for Guillermo.
Yeah, really, really strong here for Pete as well, by the way, to have double Droid Laser Turret just to get around any potential Saboteur plays, which we know are available to Guillermo. We've seen the mid-range Sharpshooter, and speak it into existence, Ross. There is the Sharpshooter. And Pete now looking down and gesturing at this mid-range Sharpshooter card and going, well, I've got this Laser Turret, but, you're just going to first action pop it with the Saboteur.
I love Droid Laser Turret. I think it's a phenomenal card. I think it is one of the best cards in this limited format. I think when my opponent plays a Saboteur, before I play the Droid Laser Turret, I think I like that card a lot less. There's an argument here for Pete to just potentially resource the other one, or at least deal with this Saboteur before he dares to play it. So we are now on to 4 resources for each player. 2 ground unit. Here we go with a Sharpshooter, immediately taking out that Droid Laser Turret as expected. Could replay a second Droid Laser Turret, but if you're going to do that, you've got to take the Sharpshooter out. No, instead, we are playing Bosk, one of the classic Empire Strikes Back bounty hunters.
Absolutely, going with that epic action of Pete's base as well to make sure that we don't have to pay the aspect penalty for the command aspect on the card. Of course, with a Lawless Time printing cards with triple the aspects on their card identities for the first time ever in Star Wars Unlimited. And Guillermo matching it up with a double aspect card, another first with the one of the 4 primary aspects of Vigilance, Cunning, Aggression, and Command here with Honor.
Honor goes down, and then Pete goes and takes the initiative token. And unfortunately, the Weequay pirate has also left the building, which is frankly a little bit sad. That was a Rhodium Bondsman, took 2 damage back, but did what are we whooping about?
Pete's just drawn a copy of Liberty.
Oh, Liberty's really good. I mean, I know most people know that,
Liberty
but
is
just in
very
case you
good.
don't, Liberty's really good.
Now, unfortunately, we are going to have to wait a little bit more time to play this, because obviously it has the aspect penalty, and as good as the common cycle of the bases are in a Lawless Time, they only deal with aspect penalties of the primary 4 aspects. They don't deal with the heroism or villainy aspect penalties, so we're actually resourcing the Liberty here.
Oh, that makes me sad. And I was thinking that one thing you can do is just, if your opponent doesn't seem to be playing many of those credit hate cards, maybe they don't have them, let those credit tokens build up. And then Liberty, sure, it's a 10 cost, but maybe you can play it as a pseudo 7 cost because you just use those free credit tokens. Something I would be considering, but it's been resourced, it's irrelevant. So Bosk is going to give itself +1/+1, and it's going to give -1/-1. Well, it looks like, oh, this is a beautiful. So it gave the mid-rim sharpshooter -1/-1, which defeated it while attacking into the Rhodium Bondsman for a 2-for-1 trade.
Yeah, really, really strong first action there for Pete in this 5 resource action phase, having itself the +1/+1 and making sure that now the second droid laser turret, which I think Pete did elect to keep, I don't think he's resourced it yet. It means that it is still a live threat here, and it is a way to try and help protect the client app a little bit more.
There's no saboteur down anymore. It's back! And here's the thing, once again, this is a turn 5. What, turn 4? This is a 5 resource Rancor. This is 2 turns earlier than it should be coming out because you're taking advantage of your opponent's credit tokens. This is what won game 2 for Pete. Question is, does Guillermo have an answer? He knows he's got to get that Rancor off the board.
And the answer is yes. This time there is a copy of Lost and Forgotten in Guillermo's hand. There is also obviously the Sentinel on board of Lando Calrissian to help give a little bit more insulation. But there you go. First action, Lost and Forgotten. We dealt with the Rancor. We did our leveling, Ross.
No, I'm not a fan of this. I'm sorry, Ben. I really enjoy watching that Rancor wreak havoc on the field. That was making me very happy in game 2. And now I've been denied that in game 3. But Pete does at least have a droid laser turret, so matching Sentinel with the Return of the Jedi Lando Calrissian. And then Vel gets deployed as a leader. And it's a mastery coming down onto the client to give that nice boost for just 3 resources, given that it is a unique unit.
Yeah, mastery here on the client. Very, very nice. It's going to turn that into a 7/7 shielded unit right now, which can trade into the Velsatha and just take no damage back at the moment, as long as we can get that Sentinel out of the way first. Guillermo just taking care of the droid laser turret shield. Now there goes the Lando Calrissian with the client on attack ability, exhausting Velsatha down.
Velsatha has been exhausted, and that's a little bit annoying if you're Guillermo, frankly, because the whole point is you deploy your leader and then you get to... It's one of the really great things about leaders, of course. When you deploy them, they are active when they come in, and you get to immediately swing. Even if you've used your leader skill, which exhausts it, leaders always come in active and ready to swing. It's one of the big advantages. It's why the leader deploy turn is such a big deal, but the client being able to exhaust Vel has given quite a big advantage. And I think we're back to the regroup phase now.
We are indeed, yeah, just a claim of the initiative, because remember, Guillermo used all 6 of his resources to deal with that Jabba's Rancor, so not able to play one of the few units that was left available in hand for Guillermo. I think one of them might have been the Weasel that we saw in the early stages of Game 1 in this round here.
Is
So
there any
just
chance
to take
Pete
the
has a
initiative.
second Rancor?
Could you
Well, right now,
imagine?
Vel is taking out the Troy laser turret, which of course was the Sentinel there protecting the client. So Pete's not got much of a board. He's going to be looking to refill that as he goes along here.
Yeah, I think I see that there is the rider there, the ambush rider that might just be able to make its way
The
come in.
Mylodon Rider
that
is
exa-
coming in and
Yep.
taking out Honor with ambush.
And that makes a lot of sense. Gets rid of a dangerous Raid 2, Restore 2 threat. It's a bigger and scarier Sundari Peacekeepers. For those who remember that card, the Command Heroism unit that had Raid and Restore on it was one of my favorite cards of that set and of that era.
Well, it's working very nicely here. Coming in, ambushing, does let you bounce a friendly unit if you like. We even got some
There it
nice
is.
Peacekeeper coming in. I love that.
Ooh,
And
look
it's a
at that.
Mylodon Rider to take out the Mylodon Rider. Not too
Ooh.
shabby, does survive with 1 HP remaining, but the client does go and take out Vel. And then I believe we're back to the resource phase. So Mylodon Rider takes out Mylodon Rider, Leader takes out Leader, and we are heading into our 7 resource turn. So you could play a Rancor without a credit token, is what I'm saying right now. Are we not?
We're holding out hope. We're holding out hope for that possibility of
dream,
second Jabba's Rancor. Absolutely. Absolutely, we can dream. It's a shame we don't have a card like, at least not off the top of my memory, a card like a Natural Life or something like that, or Palp's Return, to be able to just revive the Rancor right back. But first things first, we're going to deal with a client. Haymaker into the Leader. That'll do.
And that's wonderful. It means Mylodon Rider is still sitting there with 6 power, ready to swing into the base. It means you've taken out your opponent's leader. Haymaker, of course, can go after leaders, but it's a Honor for Pete. Gamorrean Guard, not quite as threatening as a Rancor. Still something I wouldn't want to go into a fight with if I can help it. Plus, it's got Raid 2 and Restore 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a really interesting kind of stalemate that we've got ourselves in right now in this game. Both players just happy to just trade 1 for 1 with each of their opponent's units. Pete finally claiming the initiative and Guillermo playing down Weasel and just hoping that this unit is going to have the opportunity to stick around. We've got just over 10 minutes left in the game. We surely can't be headed for another potential tie, right, Ross?
Well, it's interesting you say that, because I was just about to say, I told you we had plenty. We had like 20 minutes coming into this game. We've used about half the time we had remaining, and we've got a total of 2 damage across both players' bases. So if we see the game continuing on as it has begun, yes, we genuinely could see a tie. Rhodium Bondman comes down from Pete's, but we are just going to see Weasel swinging into the base. Bearing in mind that will do extra to the base because of the... No, it doesn't. It gives +2. I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of the Cloud Rider. Either way, it would have given a... Wait, no, it has to give the boost to the Bondsman, doesn't it?
I'll have to have a look at the wording of the card. But here we see IG make its way down.
Oh my goodness, we don't see IG-88 coming down very much. That is shielded, and it has very nice stats. On a personal level, one of my favorite cards in the set, but I haven't mentioned it yet because I didn't expect to see it, and it was played out of aspect. But we do see the Scout. Is that the Scout Riders coming in? No. It's a draws a card on attack.
Swoop Bite Marauder.
Thank you.
Yeah, 4/4 on attack, replace itself and potentially get even more card advantage as the game goes on. But now we see is that Zeborelios making its way down onto the board here as well.
I just did do a quick check, by the way, and it is worth noting Weasel only grants a +2 to the Raid 2 to friendly units. So it would not have given it to the Rhodium Bondsman. Just had to double check there. Please bear in mind as you're watching this that with a sealed pool like this, we are trying to remember every single card from a set that came out a couple of weeks ago and cards that just do not see play in the Premier event to which we are all so used.
Yes, Zeb Aurelios there is the last play from Guillermo. Not as impactful as he would have liked because of the shield token that IG88 makes its way onto board with. Without the shield, then Zeb would have been a perfect answer to IG88 with its top-heavy 6-3 stat line. But it does leave Pete the opportunity to just one-for-one trade into Zeb on his own accord and make sure that Guillermo isn't getting the continued value out of that Sentinel.
6 power on IG88 is absolutely absurd. 6 power with a shield for 4 cost is great. Only has a 3 HP, that is a downside, but, you know, I'm loving the classic bounty hunters here from Pete. IG88, we've got, we have Bosk as well. They're all lined up in Empire on the bridge. We all saw them there. Here comes Toydarian Technician. Mind tricks don't work on him. What does work is a bit of raid and a bit of restore.
Yeah, not a bad little card to find here. Again, just trying to prolong the game, which is what we've seen both of these players do with a combination of all this raid and restoring going on. Now we see this mono villainy unit make its way down the Callous Bounty Hunter with that Saboteur and an ambush flying in with the Circuit Challenger at 4-5 stat line.
Very nice indeed. I see you correctly identified the Pod Racer. Without any issue. Almost like there's too few, not too many. But the Pod Racer did come in and ambush and take out the Callous Bounty Hunter there. And now we're actually building up a really nice ground arena for Guillermo. There is the turret there as well, the shielded Sentinel coming in quite nicely to back up everything else. And the Rhodium Bondsman and Toydarian Technician on their own, that's not as devastating. There's 13 damage on Pete's base to 0 on Guillermo's, and the Rancor has already been and gone. Honestly, big question for Guillermo. You got 6.5 minutes. You got time to finish this. Because if Guillermo's in the driver's seat.
Well, if Pete doesn't have answers to all the units on Guillermo's ground arena, I think, if I've counted up correctly, Guillermo's presenting game on board across the 4 units. Now, granted, there are units on Pete's side of the board to start trying to do some trading in. I do also see a Lost and Forgotten in hand for Pete as well, so there is removal, but Guillermo can just continuously dial up the pressure here. The Scout Bike Marauders here attacking in for 4, netting the card as well in hand to potentially get that extra little bit of damage that's necessary to be able to take care of this game.
Well, we are seeing the leader skill coming in, resting down the Circuit Challenger there, which of course means 1 fewer swings now than we might have had. So I don't think we're going to be getting from 19 to 27 yet. The Sentry does go down from the Toydarian Technician, and I believe that is everything with which you can swing you have. But like you said, oh no, sorry, we still got 1 more here, but we're not there yet, but we're so close. Like, it feels like next action phase could be it. There's only 6 remaining for Pete. We got 5 minutes left, but that's at least a couple of action phases that we're going to have here. And it does look like Guillermo has got this really under control.
Yeah, I think I see for Guillermo here a copy of the Tantai 4 as well in hand. So Guillermo could just take the hard pivot up into space. Pete's got to fire this Lost and Forgotten off, surely. He's going to claim the initiative.
And there's the
and
Cloud Rider coming down.
The board.
We saw Pete shake his head there. I think Pete's thinking what we're thinking, Ben. He's only got 6 damage left on his base. He's not dealt any to his opponent. He is looking at all the units on that side of the board, and here comes a handshake. Pete knows there's nothing left to be done, and Guillermo is going to take round 4, moving to a 4-0 record with who else? Velsafa. Apparently, when we have it on stream, Vel wins.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a really intriguing game 3 there. We were both thinking for a little bit of time about whether this game was actually going to find itself to have a result in the end. But Guillermo dealing with that Jabba's Rancor in a timely fashion, having the Lost and Forgotten to be able to answer it, and then just continuously able to pile on the pressure, action phase after action phase. The Tantive 4, the hard pivot into space being enough, and the straw that broke the client's back in that game 3.
No, yeah, absolutely right. And I loved Pete's deck. I loved watching it. The Rancor, Bosk, IG-88 coming down. You know, so I believe it was slightly out of aspect. It's got aggression on there. Just everything about the deck was making... It's the kind of deck I would have wanted to build in a limited format if I didn't open Sebulba. But the reality is that it just wasn't good enough. And that's the thing. And this is why we need to be keeping an eye on Vel as we go through this limited format tournament. You can beat Vel in a game. We saw Pete lay out the blueprint in game 2. But the problem is, it really came down to playing that Rancor early, getting a couple extra turns, and that swung the game. But with Lost and Forgotten coming down, unfortunately, well, the Rancor, not forgotten, I want that on the record, but it was lost. What we haven't lost, however, is our ability to talk to some lovely people in the venue. So let's go and hear from one of those lovely people in the venue.
Welcome back. I'm here with Ray Tan, who flew all the way over from the States. Some might recognize him from the Guess the Card from last time in Bilbao. Do you remember that segment?
Oh, yes. Actually, I remember. It was Guess the Ahsoka.
Yes,
Ahsoka.
exactly. It was the Ahsoka. It's funny because I was talking to the crew about it. I was like, I knew exactly which card it was so fast.
I needed a few hints, don't worry.
Very nice. So we saw that you won your feature match. It went pretty smooth, I might say. Like, it was a bit, I saw the chat and they were like, come on, Ray, come on.
Oh, yes.
This is the play. But you managed to do it. So how did you feel going into that?
So going into that, I would definitely say Aura Singh is the scariest leader for me. In my pool, I don't know if you watched me sideboarding, I had a total of 6 cards that were just horrible. They were 1 toughness.
Yeah.
So in game 1, I mulliganed, and I did have a turn 1 play. It was a 2-1. And my turn 2 play was a 2-1. So rather than playing cards and just letting them be killed by Aura Singh, you just save them for resources. And I think you guys saw, like, against Aura Singh, you have to bring in non-1 toughness units. Like, I don't know if you could see the cards I was bringing in. I was bringing in Weak Way Warriors, the 2/3 Saboteur for 2 in yellow. I would have to burn my splash base, but I'm like, I'd rather have a playable turn 1 and just push damage. And Saw Gerrera is the type of leader that without bodies, warm bodies, you cannot push any damage.
Yeah, you try to get ahead as soon as you can, like almost going into an aggressive kind of playing style, right?
Even cards I would never play, like the 1-cost green 1/3 Bounty Hunter, like, you have more than 1 toughness. Come on in. Come on aboard.
You're welcome.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, very nice. So limited is a whole different way of playing than Premier, right? What did you do to prepare going into this format? Because for you, it's a lot of traveling. I don't know how long were you on the way?
So I actually played in London in these sectors.
Okay.
And so I scheduled this trip. So this is my 3rd time over to Europe.
Yeah.
The first time was Bilbao.
Yeah.
The second time was Tilburg, and this would be the 3rd time.
Okay.
And I guess to all the American viewers out there, the time zone difference, the jet lag, is a very real
real I believe that.
Especially coming from this way across the Atlantic, because you're expected to sleep on most of the flights.
Yeah.
And so for Bilbao, I flew the most uncomfortable flight. I couldn't sleep at all. And that I paid the price because I made mistakes on day 2. That cost me.
Because you were tired.
Right. And so I actually structured this trip to where London would be my kind of buffer event where I would get rid of the jet lag. I was in Italy just visiting some friends for these last 2 weeks, so I'm a lot more mentally present. Although game 2, I kind of just the brain fog came back. I didn't realize I had lethal for so long. I was just checking and double checking. But I will say, the first thing is be mindful of the time difference. Protect your sleep. Do whatever you can before you come over. Because I do think Galactics will come to Europe eventually. They signed a 3-year contract with the Venetian. So for 3 years, Galactics will be in Vegas.
Yeah, okay.
But I strongly believe that FFG wants to host it in Europe after that.
It would be
So,
fair, right? To have it here as
fair.
well. Come
Although
on, Ray.
for now, Europe gets more regionals and they get better pricing, which I think is
okay.
it's not as the same, but it's a small step towards a compromise.
Yeah, it's that's exactly. So you were talking about Galactics. This is something you're going for again as well, I guess.
Absolutely.
And you're doing pretty well, I might say, on the. It's like with.
The leaderboard. Or
With the leaderboard. I'm sorry, I was losing it.
No, it's good. It's good. Yeah, I think the leaderboard has taken a lot of big step forward compared to last year when we actually didn't have one. I do think that perhaps the leaderboard needs to change a little in terms of equity in events. So I played in a 20-man PQ in Italy, and I think the first place would get 100 points, whereas I played 2 grueling days in London and walked away with 15 points. So I do think they need to calibrate that a little. But aside from that, I think it's a great step forward. The leaderboard, like with all things in card games, you need a large sample size to mitigate the variance, right? We all get unlucky. No matter how good or how new of a player you are, we all get unlucky.
Yeah, that's it.
And so more events and like a cumulative leaderboard, I think does a good job.
Yeah, it gives a better average, right? In general. All right, very nice. Thank you for your insight, Ray.
Sure.
Thank you for coming in, and hopefully we see you more, and maybe tomorrow as well.
I hope so too.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye, guys.
Hello and welcome back. We're just setting up for our next round. Well, what do you think? How do you think it's all gone so far?
I think it's been pretty expected. Coming into the event, I had certain preconceptions about what would be good, and I think it's kind of fit into that at the moment. Usually, if I think back to other limited events I've done and, you know, watched and things, I think that some things kind of come out of the woodwork and surprise me, and I suspect there's still time for that yet. You know, ultimately we're in this will be round 5 on it, so we're only just over halfway. Well, at the end of this we'll be just over halfway, so still plenty of rounds to go, and I think, again, there were some surprises moving later onto the event. But yeah, Vel's strong, we all knew that. We've obviously talked about that at length. I'm surprised to not see more Han. The Han leader, I think, being a pretty good counter, like I said, to the client earlier, and just, you know, being a pretty reasonable body on his own. I was expecting to see a little bit more of. But yeah, I think things are going to plan. The cards that I expected to be good are good, and we'll have to just see what, you know, as the day goes on, I'd expect the power of the decks to increase as well. We'll probably see fewer of these random commons that we're seeing crop up and see more of a sort of streamlined, more constructed-esque deck.
Yeah, definitely. The later you get in the day, like you said, the more kind of, oh, this is getting closer and closer to just a standard deck kind of appears just through the nature of, I mean, if you're playing better cards, you're probably going to win more games.
Probably, yep. That's the trifecta is play good cards, play well, and shuffle well. That's
oh, okay. I was wondering what the third one was going to be.
Yeah,
what's your favorite shuffle?
Well, it's not a pile shuffle, I'll tell you that. Anything else, I'm happy with anything, just not power shuffle. Or a Sing Mirror. Okay, this is another leader that we've seen a bit, but I was expecting maybe to see a bit more of. But again, we're only been four rounds in, so. But yeah, looks like, are those records up to date? Because
I was going to say that raises.
Yeah. Now let's have a look if we can try and get some pronunciations on some of these names. That'd be helpful as well, because is that Shramsky and Degoyan? I'm going to go Degoyan. I apologise profusely watching this back when we inevitably watch this back. If that isn't how the name is pronounced, I apologise, but I'm going to go with Degoyan. And here we go. So I was about to say it's a card we've seen a lot. And here it is again. So when it's defeated, you get to generate the experience token for both players. Both players playing the card just to basically get something onto the board. It's not really about the ability of synergy. It's just you need to play enough turn 1 plays. So yeah.
We couldn't see more of a mirror match if we tried, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, with both on death triggers making the credit tokens, it could be interesting to see how kind of explosive of a turn that might end up being, because both players might end up being effectively two resources up in a turn. So you might kind of see this and think, actually, I'm not going to resource this kind of heavier bomb, because soon enough, we're both going to have a whole lot of resources to play with a lot earlier than we were expecting.
Yeah, I was a bit worried coming into the set when the spoilers were being sort of drip-fed to us that maybe the game would be a bit, it might end up being too kind of explosive at the top end because of credit tokens, but I think it's ended up in a pretty reasonable place. Top-end bombs are stronger than they normally are. Normally, I think they're too weak. So that's a really great place to be. And I think that, early game aggression is still the name of the game. Turn 1's still usually the most important turn. Although, again, in this specific situation, in a control-y kind of mirror that Aura Sing inevitably ends up being because of her ability, obviously it's a bit less important turn 1 than it normally would be.
Yeah, absolutely that. And we've seen those credit tokens already be used, and kind of exactly what I was saying. We've seen a Syndicate security come out at 5 resources, with only 3 of them being spent through actual resources themselves. So we've now got a 4/6 with Grit out on the ground arena, matched against a prototype TIE Advanced. So we're lane dodging for the minute. Like we've spoken about, we have now also seen some targeted removal for the credits themselves.
Yeah, this is what I'm not sure if we've seen it earlier today, but I don't recall seeing actually credit hate trigger. I mean, some people have been running it, but just kind of running it out without actually triggering. But here we've got, especially without Vel in the game, like in this, we've got no natural token creators, and it's still managed to trigger. So that's a really good Arvel scheme. And it's kind of like here, everything that Shramsky's playing, Degoin's just like, okay, I'm going to play something even better than that. You're playing the prototype TIE Advance, well, my unit's got better stats on the ground. You're playing your 4/3 Sentinel, well, I'm playing Arvel Skeen, and I'm going to destroy a credit token, which is much better. Much better. So yeah, I think advantage at the moment is Degoin with his deck. I think it's certainly, the card quality is stronger as it stands. Even that Black Sun Kabbalist on the side of, or Kabbalist on the side of Shramsky, not a particularly strong card, just giving experience token to another friendly Underworld unit. I mean, it's okay here, but of course the Bith Brute can't just be traded in by either of Degoin's units.
Yeah, definitely. And it becomes one of those questions of, should I have used my credits to help get around the Arvil? But then if I use the credits, I'm then just kind of wasting my natural resources. So it very much becomes that kind of toss-up situation. And I think as Shramsky, you're not kind of expecting them to have direct credit token hate just naturally, because they're not playing a credit generation deck like you were speaking about previously.
Yeah.
So I think it is still the correct play to just go through it with your resources and wait for that kind of more explosive turn to use your credits. But it definitely does hurt to see the Arvil get its full use.
Yeah, very standard units here. Callus, Bounty Hunter, and BT1 on the side of Degoin. So again, building up a nice little board here. Shramsky with his own. How have I forgotten the name of that card when we literally just played it? The
security.
Yeah, the Syndicate Security, yeah, with his own Syndicate Security. These are all like run-of-the-mill commons that really, help build the core of a deck. To say both these players so far are undefeated, I think means that, I'm not sure exactly what the records worked out here, but both players doing well anyway. I would expect them to have better cards than what we're seeing so far. They're both in very generic decks without very many strong cards. The combo, obviously, of having the credit generator and then the Arvel Skeen is really strong, to be fair. But I'd expect things to get pretty explosive pretty quickly here with the top
I was going to say, is Arvel Skeen, is he a rare? Is he uncommon?
Uncommon.
I was going to say, I don't think we've seen a rare been played yet,
No.
or anything.
Not all been commons and uncommons, I believe, yeah. Yeah, so what... I mean, but again, that's the lifeblood of the format. But again, usually what it is 90% of your deck is commons and uncommons, and then 10% of it that pushes it over into being a strong deck would be the rares and legendaries. So they do matter, it's just that no particular rare or legendary is important to the overall event because they're so sparse, but the rares and legendaries are important to your deck.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a very interesting thing I find of Star Wars Unlimited in general. There's so many amazing uncommons. I've seen so many. One of the ones that instantly jumps to my mind I've lost it now. But Plo Koon, I remember him being a super good uncommon.
Oh, the Ambusher.
The Ambusher
absolutely.
from sets and sets ago now.
Yeah.
But
Twilight of the Republic.
Yeah, I remember that there's just always a few uncommons in a set that are just amazing. There he is in all his glory. But we're just going to see, I think, just pretty standard trade outs come from both players at this point. Shramsky's definitely got the damage advantage here.
Yeah, but that's because he's played in space, the opponent played on the ground, so it gives you more base damage, but it means you have less presence on the ground, and that's exactly how the game's gone. Now, you can leverage that to victory. We've seen time and time again now for the past, I think, 3 or 4 sets in Limited where the game kind of goes where one player plays a unit in space, and that's the only space unit that's played throughout the course of the game, and then that unit just continually puts pressure on throughout the game, because the space arena in Star Wars Limited, in limited formats, does end up basically being a kind of sneak lane where you can just sneak in damage throughout the course of the game. You give up something on the ground, it's true, but if you can stop your opponent from really putting pressure on the ground and ending the game completely, then eventually you will win. This drip, drip, drip damage coming in, and Shramsky is really taking advantage of that.
Absolutely, and we're about to come up to, I believe, the deploy turn next turn. So I think it's, well, quite possibly could end next turn, mattering how this plays out. Especially with the Honor coming down, helping to push even more damage with that Raid 2, and then the Restore 2 helping to mitigate some of the damage that Shramsky's been taking to the base. I mean, I'm definitely to the favour of Shramsky at the minute, especially with this space unit.
Yeah, so we've got, that's, as you say, that's 19 damage, so 8 damage left, that's 2 swings. Obviously, the Honor's still, fully healthy on the ground as well, so that will be one of the swings potentially as well. So yeah, advantage certainly on Shramsky's side. And again, neither player playing anything above common or uncommon. Again, the game's been so, run-of-the-mill boilerplate standard with nothing sort of big or flashy or anything coming out. It's just been, I play my unit, slam into your unit, slam into base, slam into your unit, and it's just getting Shramsky there, so he's got to be happy with that. The onus is on Dagoin, it's like the onus, the proof of the burden of proof really is on Dagoin here to try and come up with something explosive and powerful to try and slow this game down. Obviously, leader deploys haven't happened yet, so next turn that will come out, and that will immediately slow things down, but it might be too late by then.
I think it will be, especially if Shramsky's able to, he's claimed here, but I think with a Honor swing and then the space unit swing, we're pushing...
Well, Aura can at least defeat one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the prototype TIE Advance should be defeated at least this game, and then the ground is completely in control of Dagoin, so he should hopefully be able to clear off everything on the ground as well. It's just whether or not Shramsky can stick one last unit, because the balance is tipping in the favour of Dagoin. He is going to take control of this game. If the game were to go on, if both players had 100 base HP, I think Dagoin would go on to win the game. It's just, does he have time?
Yeah, exactly that. We saw the Dogged Pursuers able to finish off the security team. I was about to say, I'm very worried for Dagoin there, especially if that security team lived with all of that grit might available. It would have been a real threat.
Yeah, absolutely. Dogged Pursuers there. Nice little card, like we've mentioned, multiple modal card that you can play. Aura Sings both being flipped over using their deployed ability. Really nice ability, assassinating one of those units. But that'll be enough, As we say, Shramsky, he was on the 24 with the prototype attack, and then there was no way to answer the Aura Sing, and so that is going to be game one. And just like that, I mean, it again just seemed like the most low-power game I've ever seen, but he just, Shramsky just rolled on over to victory.
Yeah, I mean, exactly that. And like we've kind of spoken about the security team, I think it was an interesting choice for Dagoin to hit in to the other security team. I think it opened a pretty big threat for himself, but obviously it did then give his own the damage for grit, and then was able to finish off with the Dogged Pursuers.
Absolutely.
But I think it was just a case of too little too late, and by that point, especially with the prototype TIE Advanced out in space, it was exactly like you've talked about before. You've got one unit, you've given up a little bit of ground pressure, but sometimes that's perfectly fine. I think it dealt at least 6 damage, if not more. I mean, when you're at 27, dealing 6 to 9 damage is pretty good.
Well, yeah, over the course of the game, it was played on turn 2, wasn't it? That was turn 2 play, so it did deal...
3 per swing?
I think 16 damage. It dealt 4. I think it did 4 swings.
4 swings. So there you go then. Yeah.
16. It's well over half the base. Yeah. Which is it's a huge amount of damage. And of course, your opponent played something on the ground as well. But again, I think if you can, again, it's just about that keeping. If you're a little bit behind on the ground, that's not too bad because you're dealing 4 every turn. And we just saw there that that's exactly what happened. I mean, we kind of predicted the game on turn 2, and it unlike most games of Star Wars Limited, it did just go that way because usually there's an ace in the hole or a rabbit you can pull out of the hat on some kind of crazy play, some AoE or some removal or some big bomb, Jabba's Rancor or something. In that game, there was just nothing. Everyone's playing. It was like they were playing Pauper. Yeah. Commons and uncommons, with no rares allowed.
Didn't even see a Sentinel.
No.
There was.
was
just
nothing.
kind of nothing else to it.
It was
They
like
played their
ships
cards.
passing in the night, and then the game ended.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see. I'm assuming again, unless both players have either they've played very well, their opponents have been unlucky, or some other reason. I suspect the likelihood is they've got to this stage already because there are some good cards in the deck. But yeah, we didn't see them at that point.
No.
Not to say that commons and uncommons aren't good. Of course, some of those cards are as good as any rare, but we didn't even see like the great common cards. There's no haymakers.
Yeah, we didn't even see
it was
exactly.
just very vanilla, very generic common cards as well.
Yeah, we didn't see any of your kind of what you would call like your staples within even commons and uncommons.
No.
It was just kind of your guys.
Yeah, you run them, your foot soldiers, slogging along.
And I mean, like we've kind of spoken about again, the 27 health base with Aura Singh being a late deploy, we only saw she deployed and got one swing off, and it was over. At that point, it had already reached too late into the game for her to kind of do all that much. And we saw, I think, 3 or 4 triggers from Aura Singh, her action side, that is. And it's just... Wow, there's kind of nothing else to it, is there? That was kind of just
it
about
puts
how
me in
went.
mind, have you ever played chess with only pawns? No back rank. It was kind of like that, right? There was only pawns that game, and then at the very end we got a queen for one turn. The Aura Singh, a flip, and then that was it. And now the queen ended the game. Yeah, it was only pawns. Let's see, Bith Brute, yeah, pretty standard. Black Sun Patroller in the hand there. On the right, let's see.
It's
what
looking like
else
we're just going to have another
so far,
common and uncommon sweep.
let's see. Can't see anything stands out too much there. Maybe both players do just have pretty... I mean, the thing is about sealed, you're not guaranteed to get... Because you only get, usually around 6 rares. That's... You sometimes you obviously get more than that, but usually sort of 6 to 8 rares, something like that. Like, if those aren't very good rares... Then
or don't fit the rest of your kind of colour profile.
Yeah, exactly. Then you just don't play them, and that's it. And then you're stuck with commons and uncommons. But then even then, usually you do see some common and uncommon bombs, but... And Bith Brute, I wouldn't call it a bomb. It's up there. It's a really strong card, but yeah. Okay, Partisan Infantry. That's one of them. I think that's one of the better turn 1 plays. Now again, this is almost like last game, but happening on turn 1 instead. But Partisan Infantry, the difference is here. Partisan Infantry has 3 power. Black Sun Patrol only has 2, so you are winning that race. Last game that wasn't the case. Both players, I think, put into play 4 power on turn 2. Yeah. So in this case, yes. Shramsky once again can, do the ships of the night racing in space and chipping down, but Dogoyan could also just race on the ground. There's nothing against him doing that. That Partisan Infantry is representing war damage.
Yeah, definitely. And a kind of thing we haven't brought up at this point is both players both had 2 extra resources for a turn. Obviously, they both had the credit tokens available from both of their turn 1 plays dying. So I think that definitely helps, obviously, to accelerate the rate of that last round. And, I mean, we're just playing everything out, and we're going to see what happens, I think.
Yeah, now, again, it does remind me of the last game, but I do think Dogoyan's going a bit quicker here. His board, I think, is a lot scarier than Shramsky's, especially because even though Shramsky in this situation could use Bithboot to value trade, because the leaders in this game are Aura, it means that the value trade doesn't really exist. You can't just trade here into the Partisan Infantry and then leave your Bithbrute to get a 2-for-1. Aura ability is going to deny all of that. So I think here, actually, this is a really favourable position for Dogoyan. He just needs to use 1-for-1 trade here, and then he's ahead on this ground, and this race should go a lot quicker for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And it feels like a really good trade, having your 2 attack with 1 raid, being able to trade into that Bithbrute to help deal with the Sentinel, and then be able to just completely go to town with both your Black Sun Cabalist and then the unit that it's buffed in the previous turn. There's little concern of Aura Singh's ability at this point. It'd be interesting to see in what Shramsky is able to bring back out.
Yeah, so on the ground at the moment now for Dogoyan, he's representing 5 damage. He's got 2 plus the Raid 1, the experience, and then the Black Sun Cabalist. So 5 damage here. His opponent's representing 6, but obviously he's still got his resources to spend this turn, so should be pretty far ahead here. Arvolsky, not quite as good when your opponent doesn't have a credit token and off curve. It's not the best, but again, you are ahead on board now, and you're also equal in the base race. You both got 8 damage on base, so yeah, I think definitely advantage to Dogoyan here. Again, very similar to last game, except it's slightly Dogoyan favoured instead of being slightly Shramsky favoured. This way, again, no power hitters, all commons and uncommons, all generic ones. And I think Scramsey, recognises he's behind in this race. He has to start taking trades. He can't just ignore his opponent's units.
Yeah, definitely. And with it being, again, a raid unit, being able to trade into it before it trades into you is just always the ideal situation to be in.
There's the Vandal range troopers taking that trade. Perfectly reasonable. And that is a kill switch. Yep, so you're healing for 2 effectively by exhausting your opponent's unit, and you're also... so normally it would be, for the rest of the game, you'd be healing for 1 effectively because you reduce the power by 1 with the kill switch. But one of the only times in Limited I've actually seen the overcharged transport's ability be used, where when played you can defeat an upgrade attached to a space unit specifically. So you can defeat the kill switch, which is pretty good here. I mean, that's a pretty nice play, although it obviously does mean that, he still lost the 2 damage this turn as well, though. It's still, none of these cards, these are very weak cards, very weak.
Yeah, absolutely. And if the overcharged transport didn't come through, it would have been an eligible target for the Aura Sing trigger.
Of course.
Obviously, it was then used elsewhere, but...
Blacker Shipbreaker, very run-of-the-mill card. Again, ability doesn't really do very much. Again, I'm very surprised to see overcharged transport actually getting a use out there. Of course, it was correct for De Goin to go for that Black Sun because you want to use the Aura ability, like you say. No reason not to do that. But again, now he's facing down 10 damage, and he's only got 9 himself. He's also behind in the race by 4 damage. So he's behind in actions, behind in damage, and behind on the board, all because of that last turn, which was pretty weak from him. Yeah, Stramsey, he could be onto a very quick 2-0 win here. He's not far away. Overcharged transport, lovely.
Yeah, definitely being able to keep that kind of space area free from any sort of kind of disruption here. Because, I mean, past using the Aura ability to get through the shield alongside the upgrade, there's going to be very little, I imagine, De Goin has in answer for these space units.
Yeah, I mean, there's not many... a huge number of space units in the set, even few sort of cheap ones, but there's also not many removal cards, and some of the best ones, like Haymaker, can't be used against space units unless you've got your own anyway. So yeah, it's space. It's kind of like the layers, ground units are the most vulnerable, then space units, and then leaders. Like that's kind of like the tiers you've got. And then Nightwing Assailant, probably the first card I would say, maybe the Partisan Infantry, but I think Nightwing Assailant's probably the first card that's kind of a tier above the rest that we've seen. But even still, I mean, it's still very much a single aspect villainy card. It's by no means a bomb or a huge heavy hitter or one of the strongest commons in the set. It's just a stronger card, I think, than the rest we've seen so far. And I think we're destined to finish this match here without seeing any hugely powerful cards.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot imagine we're going to go much further than this turn here. Both players with a lot of damage available and a lot of resources to back it. It'd be interesting to see if we can get it out before any leaders come out at this point.
Yeah, kind of crazy as well that that both of the bases were used to play the turn 1 plays, the Black Sun and the Partisan Infantry. Again, they were probably the best things that both players did as well. And they're not exactly like heavy hitters, so it was just basically a generic 2-power unit in both cases. So yeah. Interesting there. I think both players, and I can only imagine there probably aren't that many out-of-aspect bombs either if they were both willing to just use it on that turn 1 play. I think I did see Honor in hand for Stramsky, which I'd say again is probably the strongest card we've seen, but at this stage in the game...
I mean, it's not cheating.
No. So that's commenced the festivities. So if you have fewer resources than your opponent, then you can attack with the unit and deal 2 extra damage. Both players packing up there. That looks like it was a concede.
Yeah. I guess.
Interesting. I
he
guess
attacks, then claims, and
I guess
from there he doesn't have an answer.
Yeah, I suppose not. Yeah, but I mean, again, I suppose he could have played it out, but I guess your opponent's going to they're going to win over the next turn anyway with the amount they've got on the ground. So yeah, it did kind of go the way we were expecting. It took a bit longer to get there, but yeah, De Goin, he did build up enough of a ground presence that time. He played slightly better cards than his opponent, only ever so slightly. And I think it really, again, that turn 1 made a big difference. The Partisan Infantry, yes, it's a stronger card, but I think also the fact that, you are putting more pressure on your opponent, it's putting into space. If you're playing a space unit, generally you want it to have higher power than what your opponent's played on the ground, and that's when you can really leverage it in terms of trying to win the game. But in that situation, no, it's, Black Sun Patroller, a stronger card as that is, and I think one of the stronger cards in the set when it was revealed, I thought, well, Crafty Smuggler in space, yes, please. But the shield token, not hugely relevant, because at the end of the day, your opponent's not playing anything in space to combat it anyway, so all it is just a 2-power unit.
Yeah, I think it was potentially a little bit better than that, especially after it getting saved by the transport, getting rid of the upgrade that was attached to it, and then being able to push just that last little bit of damage at the end of the game there. But definitely, I think, especially compared to such a staple that is Crafty Smuggler, it's definitely on the weaker side.
Yeah, I think it's just a good card. It's just that, Crafty Smuggler is never going to... It's very rare where Crafty Smuggler or, any Secretive Sage, any number of other 2/2 shields we've had, it's very rare those units, the shield won't get popped and it won't have some value, because in ground, especially limited, because in the ground arena, you will always have some kind of combat. It's never going to be the case where very rarely are you just going to go face all the time or go base all the time in ground. Whereas in space, quite often, the only units, 1 or 2 units played there, there's no combat that happens, and then that's it. So yeah, I think the shield token is less valuable in space.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, I mean, the card's obviously solid, and I've seen some play in constructed things like Vader 4 and things like that. So yeah.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see is there kind of anything you might think of that if you saw yourself in that mirror match, you kind of go, maybe pull out my 1 health units potentially to try and bring in something else, because they're not going to really serve too much help, are they?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the base you've got to do whenever you're on any deck, even mirror match or not, if you're playing against Aura Sing, you just take out all the 1 health units immediately. They're unplayable. Which is, it's quite rare. It's not very often. I can't recall in the history of Stars Unlimited where we've had a situation like that, where cards, a whole group of cards have just been completely unplayable against a certain leader. But against Aura Sing, you just can't play them. You literally cannot play them. So yeah, that's the main power of her, really.
Yeah, definitely. Because obviously, if at any point they have their leader action available, it's just okay, cool.
This is the other raid 1, 2, 3 that we see in the set at common. Toydarian Technician, or uncommon I think it is actually. So we had the Partisan Infantry there. Stramsy has his own. Now, normally this would put him really far ahead because he can trade into his opponent's Technician, and then he'll be ahead. But obviously with Aura Sing's ability, Technician is able to just trade into they're both Technicians. Imperial Door Trooper, Imperial Door Technician and Toydarian Technician. Yeah, I was thinking there. Have I got the name wrong, or are they both Technicians? Yeah, the Battle of the Technicians. But obviously in this case, Toydarian isn't superior necessarily to Imperial Door Technician because, of course, Aura Sing can finish it off. So I would like to see a trade here for Dagoyan into the Toydarian Technician to reset things take the trade, reset things, then you're in a less weak position. Although, because this is a second turn, I was about to say that he's played off curve, but he does have the he has both the Rhodian Bondsman and the Storm Raider to fill out the curve as well. So yeah, but pretty similar position, pretty equal position here.
I think it was quite a risky move to move the to play the second unit out instead of going with the Door Technician swing first, just in case of a Sentinel unit came through. That could have potentially put a lot of problems.
Well, I think the thing is, the only Sentinel I think he could have played was Bithbrute, and then Bithbrute would have been a better trade anyway. So I think that's probably why you trade second. You play the card at first because you want to keep your attack open. But normally, I completely agree, you want to play around Sentinels. It just happened in this case. I think the only Sentinel your opponent can play, you actually want to defeat anyway. So, but yeah, no, I mean, it might just be it happened to be the correct ordering for Dagoyan, but it's certainly something you need to be aware of. You don't want to take that risk typically.
We are going to see the credit unit be played out, and there is the one we just spoke of. There is the Bithbrute coming through, and like you said, the 2 damage from the Door Technician into the Aura Sing would have definitely been punishing. It looks like Shramsky has potentially learnt from their prior punish from Dagoyan by spending their tokens out. And it looks like they will still get a full curve spent through. We are going to see, is it IG-88? Yeah, we are going to see IG-88 come through. A personal favourite of mine coming in as just a unit of a card.
Yeah, players coming in thick and fast here. So IG-88, really strong rare, big reason to be in his colours. It's the first big bomb I've seen because 6-3 power with a shield is really hard to get through and it puts on a hell of a lot of pressure. So that's a fantastic card there. Shramsky playing the Haxian Aggressor, not hugely useful here. And then that's a rock, a card we haven't seen yet. A really great thematic card. Not hugely powerful, but sometimes it helps with those shield tokens in particular. The second line of text doesn't really ever occur in Limited, but just having one cost deal 1 damage can sometimes be good enough as it was here. So yeah, a reasonable play, especially in Aura Sing, where you can effectively make that deal 2 damage, which is nice. But the Brute does have Saboteur, as we've said. It doesn't just have Sentinel. The Bith Brute with the Saboteur as well means it can immediately trade into the IG. So as strong as that card is, Shramsky has the perfect answer for it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if Dagoin potentially didn't remember the Bith Brute had Saboteur, because it seems like a very expensive play into a board that has a solution for it.
Yeah, I mean, he pulled it off the board pretty quickly, so I think either he didn't know or he realised very quickly, or he already did know, but I just maybe think he didn't have a better play, right? Which is, I mean, maybe sometimes you have to just play out the IG. At the end of the day, it did trade with the Bith Brute, so it's not like it was, completely, it wasn't like a really devastating poor play or anything. He's ahead on board, he's ahead in the race. It's a pretty good position for Dagoin, but I think this is probably the closest game we've seen of the 3. Back and forth here. There's no space presence at all, so there's nobody running away with the game. That tends to slow the game down a lot when there's no space presence.
Yeah, definitely. I think I saw a Mastery in Shramsky's hands.
Okay, here the good cards are coming out.
Yeah,
okay.
It looks like they were holding out for us until a big show-off third game. I think it was a Mastery I saw. It'd be interesting to see if it ends up getting held until it can go into Aura Sing. Which looks like we're just stalling out some actions there.
Yeah, soft pass there from Shramsky. Just wants to see what his opponent has to do. Dagoin could also soft pass here. Yep. Yeah, just neither player has Aura Sing abilities now.
Yeah, just debating that flip.
Which is a good play there. A lot of people maybe would have just deployed the Aura immediately, but I think that from Shramsky, that's the right play, because then basically you get the same result, but your opponent loses their Aura Sing ability just in case it was going to come up. So yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah, 100%.
Nice little play there. Very minor, but it's something you've got to be aware of. Often these are the kind of tiny things that people miss in both Premier and Limited, and this can be the difference between a player getting top 8 or not, making day 2 or not. Really, is these tiny little plays.
Yeah, I mean, we're in round 5. Both players are obviously doing well here. We are going to see a maul come through.
Okay, there we go. Right. Oh, okay. Okay. Shadow of Stygian Prime, right, here we go. The bombs are coming thick and fast now. There we go. Thankfully, we saw them, because we could have ended up getting to the end of this game and thinking neither player had anything good in their deck. So Maul is actually a legendary and a really powerful one of those cards that puts so much pressure on your opponent. It can be really hard to beat. And one of the only answers that can cleanly deal with it is that Shadow of Stygian Prime, where basically the Maul is not only defeated, it's effectively defeated for the rest of the game. It's never going to be able to ready again. But every turn now, Dagoin's going to take 2 damage and he's on a clock burning. So, I mean, I think against Shramsky just wins that little play of bombs there.
Yeah, it becomes such... The Shadow of Stygian Prime becomes such an interesting card in this format to me. Because it kind of just becomes... This is going to sit here and slowly kill you, and if you don't have any way of either making it a Sentinel or getting rid of the upgrade, that's kind of the end of the conversation. That's kind of where the back and forth ends.
I can tell you now, there is no way to do either of those things.
Well, exactly. This is my point. It just becomes a very brutal arrangement.
Yeah, nice little play there. Flashed the vents from Shramsky, which normally would have the requirement that if you deal damage to the base, your unit will be defeated. But as it perfectly dealt enough damage to Nightwing assailants with no overwhelm, the Aura Sing leader can remain, and that is Mastery, I believe, that's just been slammed down on her. So the fact that she survived there is a big deal. She's now she was a 3/2, so a 6/5, which means she's going to be able to survive and attack into Bith Brute. And honestly, I do feel a bit bad for Dagoin here, because he's been waiting for this Maul for 3 games, finally gets it out, and again, there's not that many answers, but Shadow of Stygian Prime is by far the best one, because not only was it so much cheaper than Maul, and again, there is no upgrade here. Sabine is not going to be running these decks, so I just don't think there's any way that Dagoin is going to be able to remove that Shadow of Stygian Prime. So it's basically a 4-cost Vanquish So it's a discount on an already really powerful card that isn't in the format, and he takes 2 damage every turn. I mean, it's just incredible. You couldn't pick a better removal if you asked for it. So yeah, and then having the mastery as well. Shramski's deck really came together here.
Yeah, it is just brutal, to say the least. We are going to see Hold for Questionings be played. So to exhaust an enemy unit, if you do, you can look at its controller's hand, discard a card that shares an aspect with that unit. So the Bith Brute was exhausted. It's going to be an interesting choice if the trade wants to go through. So we're not going to see the trade. Instead, we're going to see the ambush come through to finish off Aura Singh.
But again, Shramski's fine with this. He's honestly fine. Aura, I don't think Dagoyan's deployed his Aura yet, has he?
No, he hasn't.
So he's going to need to get that. I think he's going to need to start putting some pressure on soon because, again, inevitability is on the side of Shramski because of that 2 damage every turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, well, I mean, without the Shadow of Stygian Prime, we would have had Maul swing, what, at least twice by now?
Yeah, the game would have ended. He needed an answer to it, and he had it, yeah, absolutely. There's that Rhodian Bondsman again. We've seen that so many times today. It's not that I think it's a hugely powerful turn 1 play, like I've said, it's more just that there aren't that many and you need as many as you can get.
Yeah.
Which is the case in every limited format. Yeah, it's there, yeah, absolutely. You got to be doing something on turn 1. And sometimes, you know, especially if you have credit here, like we saw with the Arvel Skeen in game 1, like it can be really good in that situation.
Yeah,
it's a one-sided credit generation. It's a phenomenally good card. It's just that usually it isn't that.
It does open an Aura trade into the Brute, which is there. Obviously, we're yet to see Dagoyan play their own, well, deploy out their own Aura Sing. So, I mean, it's going to come down to, does Shramski find potentially a space unit and just then rely on the space unit and Stygian Prime to just batter Dagoyan's base down? I mean, to me, that's the kind of ideal outcome for Shramski here, I feel.
Yeah, I completely
We are going to see Boba Fett come out.
Oh, is that what that is? Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was Jabba's Rancor. He put my glasses back on. Yeah, Boba Fett's this is the card that you were really happy with. So he's obviously played it with the trigger as well to defeat that. So again, another, you know, I'd say that's a bomb. I mean, honestly, that's another really good card. So yeah, I think things are already tipping into Dagoyan's favour, but I think that really puts him in a good position here. It can even value trade into the 4/6 that Shramski's just played as well. So pretty good. Of course, you know, eventually Aura will be able to clear that off, but it's a pretty good position to be in here. Bith Brute doing great work here. It's you know, it's clogging up the board. And Shadow Stygian Prime's a long way away from actually defeating Dagoyan. So I think he's got to be pretty happy here. This is a really good position to be in. Again, he can use the Aura deploy. He can't defeat the Vandal range troopers just yet. He's just got a bit too much HP for that. But he can. Oh, he passed. Okay. Could have claimed there. I think I would have liked to have seen a claim. Oh, your opponent had a load of resources uploaded, didn't they? So yeah. So yeah, I can see why he passed there. I think both players are reasonably happy with that outcome. Shramski, because again, every turn he's getting closer to winning. So if his opponent is not spending resources, not taking actions, he's pretty happy with that. And but obviously he's got initiative now as well, so we can at least clear off this Bith Brute.
Yeah, before Boba, like you were talking about previously, hits that kind of big value trade back in. Though it does mean Boba now can just go straight into base and use that on attack, spend the 1, deal the 3, like we're seeing now. Just, this is what we were talking about previously. Boba Fett for a price is such a powerful card. If you can get him down and swing even just once, to me, he's done more than enough damage.
Yeah, out of aspect to Black Sun Patroller there. Not really what Shramski wants to see. It's a bit late for that, to be honest. Yeah, using the credit token and 3 resources. Yep, all checks out. So basically, Dagoyan still hasn't deployed Aura. So we've got a Boba Fett uncontested on the ground and Aura Sync.
Yeah.
So yeah, the game really has gone in his favour here. And there's the Arvel Skeen. So obviously Shramski took back his play last round to play around it and correctly did so. Yeah, that's not going to help. My own 4-3, but mine's a little worse than yours. Collateral damage there, gets to actually clear off the Black Sun Patroller, deal 2 damage to base, and I think
from here you deploy Aurora, swing and pass, and I think just kind of wait to see.
Yeah, deploy Aurora Borealis.
Yeah.
And get that cleared, and I think that's going to be it, unless Scramsky can come out something really crazy out the back.
Yeah, there's the handshake.
There it is, Game 3 going to De Goey, and I think he was really patient there. I'm impressed with how patient he was, because, you know, I think when you play the Maul and your opponent slams down the Shadow Stygian Prime and just completely shuts it down, that's such a devastatingly good play against you that it can be a bit demoralizing. But he didn't even bat an eyelid. Honestly, he didn't even seem to react when that happened. He just carried on.
No.
You know, somehow almost feeling like he knew he had the inevitability. Maybe he already had the Boba in hand, so he knew he had another threat to come down. But yeah, we talked about it. The Game 1 and Game 2, you wouldn't have thought at all those decks were any good. Yeah. And then when we got into Game 3, we did finally see some of those bombs.
Yeah, clearly the shuffling had worked, and we ended up with a very strong Game 3, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely.
From Maul, Stygian Prime, the IG-88, we saw lots of pretty powerful cards. Well, I mean, the Maul alone is a legendary, so there's only going to be a handful of them really.
Yeah, there's probably only a few of them here, yeah. So, absolutely, and I think what was nice to see from our perspective was that the Game 1 and Game 2 lined up where both players didn't draw very well, and they just kind of slapped against each other like wet fish. And then Game 3 was like, that's when the Gyarados came out. You know? That's when the shark came out the waters and was like, right, now it's time to strike. Yeah. And it was really nice, because if that hadn't have lined, you know, if one player would have drawn really well in Game 1 and Game 2 and the other player hadn't, then we might have never seen that. You know,
yeah,
so it's nice to see the decks kind of build up. You don't often get to see that. Usually it's kind of like, you know, every game the bomb comes out. It takes me back to the first match of the day with Liberty. It felt like every game Chrysanthemum and Liberty came out and did a lot of work, whereas those games, you know, again, it was nice that it kind of happened in that order as well. We didn't see Maul Game 1 and then didn't see him again. We were like, oh, what could he be? What could be lurking in the depths? And it wasn't Maul. So yeah, a nice thematic for us, but yeah, great game to watch. So, again, a different pacing to what we're used to, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Those were some heavier resource turns, especially with some of those credits that came about as well. It became interesting to see in, do you spend the credits? Do you not? Do you kind of hold them a little bit later on? Or do you try and get around some of that credit hate / kind of targeting?
I think of it as like a mini game, really, credit mini game, where, you know, you can, yes, if you're being absolutely optimal, you will hold your credits as long as possible. But again, that might cost you the game. So I think certainly once you've seen your opponents play Narvel Skeen or something, then you just spend the credits as soon as you can. It's just whether or not, you know, you've seen that or not. Because again, like I said before, I think there might only be one common credit hit in the entire set. So it's not that likely they're going to be... There's a few uncommon ones.
I was going to say, I think there's an uncommon in Vigilance?
Well, Arvel Skeen's uncommon as well. So yeah, there's a few uncommons. But yeah, as I say, you know, it's not... I think on average, your opponent's deck probably has a copy of a credit hit card. Yeah. So it's usually, if it's only a small benefit to holding your credit, usually you just wouldn't hold it.
Yeah. Yeah, the kind of on-rate curve that you can get out earlier can obviously push so much more, and especially with how much we've spoken about controlling your boards being so important. If you can spend it earlier and even just get another 2-cost unit out, that can be enough to win you the game.
Yeah, absolutely, it certainly can. And here we see another mirror match, a bit of a different flavour, and one I think we'll be familiar with if you've been sticking with us so far today, and that is the Vel Sartha mirror match.
Yeah, so it looks like we are coming in to the first game here. A little slight difference between the two. So one is running with a cunning base and the other with a command base. On average, we kind of spoke about it a little bit before, I think, with cunning probably being the better base backup. And I think, yeah, I think we can stand by that, especially if you hit some of the kind of higher top end of those cunning units. They can definitely be some really powerful, super heavy swing units and events like we saw with the Rhydonian explosions. So it'd be interesting to see if kind of anything like that comes up here.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, I do think cunning is the best aspect to pair it with. But, you know, again, I think that's a very minor difference. And usually you wouldn't have a choice between them. You just build whatever you can with what you get. And here, you know, there are some very strong command cards. And because of the out-of-aspect bases in particular, the base doesn't really matter all too much, honestly. You just play the best cards out of aspect anyway, and then the rest of it, you know, most of the cards are fairly similar in power, so I don't think it tells us a huge amount about the power level of the decks, although if I had to pick, I probably would pair Vel with Cunning. Now, we see here both players pretty similar play. Torarian Technician, you know, 3/3 when attacking, but obviously Liberated Wookiee, is one of the few units that doesn't get value traded by that immediately. Both players can buff up their units. If only one player was on Vel here, the other one could be in a lot of trouble. Because they're both on Vel, it means that they can be buffed out of range. So yeah, I'm expecting to see a lot of experience tokens here and a lot of high HP units preventing value trades. A bit like what we saw earlier, where we're seeing stalled board states, where it doesn't make sense for either player to actually attack into a unit because there's no value trades to be had.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what kind of answers each player comes with. And like we've seen and spoken about before, that's the Liberated Wookiee is going straight to hand.
Yeah.
And that is super kind of beneficial for Alex here, and kind of devastating for Peter, being able to then push even more damage in through the ground, completely uncontested now. It's going to definitely pose an issue. We're going to see 4... Oh, okay. We're seeing both the Axe Forgets and that the Tree Remembers. We're seeing both of them played out near back-to-back. Obviously,
Nice.
the Wookiee's now gone back to hand, but the Tree Remembers has defeated Alex's turn 1 play there, but has been able to follow up with another unit down to ground.
Yeah, absolutely. Alexandra Villamet, a player that we are, I think, familiar with, seen him at some other events as well. Believe that is the Belgian flag. I think he's from Belgium. And Peter Breskovansky, I'm going to test your flag knowledge now. Where is he
don't even
from?
bother.
Slovakia, I think. I think that's Slovakia. Both nearby countries. Czechia being in the middle of Europe, we're seeing a lot of players from a lot of different regions. It really is a good focal point for players to come from all over. It's not like, we're right at the north of Europe or something like that. We're really in a place where I think it's pretty easy for everyone to get to. So it's nice to see players from so many different nationalities, so many different places coming together for these events. That really is what these are all about. And it looks like Peter's opened up a Prestige Lats Razi as well. A playset of which I ordered in foil for my Garsaxon Eternal deck. Very nice.
Nice.
Thank you. Love that artwork. I love the pink background. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and unsurprisingly, a very, very good card, and even more so in this situation here, coming in with a shield, being able to then defeat the enemy ground unit and then get buffed by Vel. It's a very big problem now to deal with, especially considering Alexandra's already used their bounce event.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so he's used the Axe Forgets already. Season Tracker, honestly, for a neutral card, pretty reasonable. The hidden doesn't really matter, but the 4/4/4 is okay. It's not like really the turns that you don't want to see is when you're playing off curve and you're playing but playing 4/4/4, it's pretty decent, especially because normally against Vel, you've been in a lot of trouble here because Peter could buff up the shielded Latrazi and then, take a value trade. But obviously, Alexandra always has the option to buff up his own unit as well. So I think usually that would keep things, fair. So I think mirror matches get a bit of a bad reputation, but I honestly think they're some of the most interesting games. As long as neither player just plays a complete and utter bomb that just dominates everything, I think it can go really back and forth. And there's none of that kind of my leader's good into your leader kind of matchup lottery. We're both playing with the same tools here.
I don't like double hard control. I don't like double hard control.
No, well, nobody likes that. Even people who like hard control don't like the hard control mirror.
That's
what I would say is I would
only counter argument to what you said.
I would implore people to not judge hard control by the mirror. Hard control against aggro is a really interesting matchup.
Oh, absolutely.
The problem is hard control mirror isn't interesting for anyone. It's terrible. But yeah, it's only because it takes so long.
Yeah.
And nothing happens.
Nothing ever happens.
Well, anyway, I'm sure we'll have some examples of that tomorrow. But until then, thankfully, no hard control in Limited. Zeb Aurelius, there we go, the first big bomb. I'd say Latrazi is honestly the first big bomb. She's a phenomenal card. And
absolutely.
Zeb, equally very strong card at uncommon. We've seen that card do a lot of work today. It doesn't have any aspects in play, though, so it only gets to deal the 3, but it doesn't matter here. It's enough to deal with Latrazi.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I don't know if I would have chosen the Sentinel unit, because now if it gets buffed with Vel, you still are able to trade into it with the tracker, so...
Yeah. So Lats hadn't attacked, is that right? She was a 3-2 but hadn't attacked. So
that I missed.
I don't. Maybe I think that's right. I think that's why.
Yeah,
I can't see any other reason why.
Yeah, it was tracked. It was attacked into with the tracker, and then Peter had then played the stalwart fleet trooper. So yeah.
Okay. And then we got Layers Disguise here, which is basically just, I'm old school, I call that Academy Training, because that's the first +2/+2 we got for 2 resources. But yeah, effectively all it is here. Obviously, that Stalwart Fleet Trooper is not Leia.
What?
So... What? It's not Leia. So, so if the attached unit is Leia Organa, well, it's not Leia. So it's not Leia Organa. So it's just +2/+2 for 2.
I love how much that tripped you.
So that's a 6/6 Sentinel. Now you're not a very nice person.
No,
that's a 6/6. That's a 6/6. Actually, fair. I've done that to you today as well. We'll call it even.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty beefy unit. Vels are going to come out this turn. Yep, that's been defeated. Yeah, so that's obviously the problem with putting upgrades on non-leader units.
Especially low. Well,
Lost and Forgotten.
Yeah,
I think the card tracker there, lost and forgot the card. There we go. Tree Rumours there. Lost and Forgotten there. Yep, so that gets it all cleared away. Board state looking pretty favourable for Alexandra here.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage they can push, and especially considering they haven't even used the Vel leader ability yet. It's even more they can push into a Vel deploy, so even more to push. I think it could potentially be a very dangerous turn.
Phantom with no ability, so again, just a vanilla +2/+2 effectively. Masasi, Troop Marines, there we go, gets to play as a 4/4. Oh, so Peter did use the ability there, so it's now a 5/5 on the ground. That's pretty nice. But again, he's having to spend all his resources here. Still need the player flipping their Vels. Sassy Group Marine, a card we haven't seen enough today. I think.
I was going to say, I think this is our
first time I've
seen it. Might be the first one.
It's a 4/4 for 3, which is fantastic and limited. I think it's just because it's not in the best aspect.
Yeah.
You know, generally we're looking towards vigilance and cunning, so command takes a bit of a backseat. But I would put it up there as one of the better cards in command.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like we're going to see even more buffs come through from a hidden hand supplier. Another experience token being given out, this one to Zeb. It'd be interesting to see if Zeb's just going to be, like we were talking about before, potentially one of the best cards for this format, if he's just going to become a complete juggernaut down in the ground arena and just be the target for all of these experience tokens. We've still got another one from Vel's leader side, and then the flip, and then the on attack. There could potentially be another 2 before he swings. So there's a potential for what, another 7 damage from him?
And that in hand from Alexandra is a Prestige Lando as well. I think it's his last card in hand. Lando Calrissian, another bomb, I would say. It's actually a Spotlight deck card, I think. I think it is. So yeah, I mean, very rare to get that actually. Yeah, it is Spotlight card. So and a phenomenally powerful card as well. So things looking really good for Alexandra here. But again, we don't know what's in the hand of Peter. Possibly has some kind of out to this, but again, the problem with the Vel mirror match is that if one person does get ahead, it's very difficult to get back onto the board, and that's experience tokens in general. That's just the power of those things. Yeah, so you take the attacking first, your opponent can't take the value trade, makes a lot of sense. So you are going to lose your Zeb, but your opponent is going to lose their Vel, and your Vel's going to go uncontested.
Yeah, and especially with the backup of a Lando in hand, you know you have another Sentinel, so you're not just going to kind of be left with no defense up against this board. But I mean, there's not too much. Wow, what was the unit?
Group Masasi Marines. Yeah, the Masasi Marines it's a 7/7 now, which is nice. But again, Vel herself is going to go up to 8 HP when she attacks.
Yeah.
When Alexandra eventually deploys her. So, you know, I think this is a very difficult position to be in. Neither player taking any base damage at this point, so it really is all about board presence. We're not really bothered about damage on base.
Yeah.
But again, I think Peter's going to struggle to get on top of this Vel. The Haymaker, if Peter had a Haymaker, that could be enough here. That would be 8. That could be one way to potentially swing things back in his favour. A huge swing there. In fact, I mean, if you ever wanted a Haymaker, this is the time.
Yeah, absolutely. It was interesting to see the idea of a claim came through there, but instead of looking to play the Liberated Wookiee, as I imagine he's expecting Alex to then... I mean, he's got 2 units available to swing. The chances that he doesn't swing either is probably quite low. So I imagine Peter's expecting that he'll be able to get the initiative even with playing this liberated Wookiee.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no way you're not going to attack with that Vel. Yeah, coming out on base just to get the experience token. Normally you would have traded into the liberated Wookiee there, but again, we don't want the Vel damaged because we don't want the group Assassin Marines to be able to trade into her. So yeah, I got a Haymaker would be so good here.
Yeah, I feel like it was a pretty easy decision to go in for the Vel because the threat of that assassin to then hit straight into her would be pretty bad. But like you said, and like we've spoken about a multitude of times today, Haymaker is just such a good card and would definitely put Alex back onto the back foot.
Look, I think that's a Defiant Scrapper. Doesn't look like
a Liberty.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's going to be tough. That's going to be tough. How many resources? We're at 7 now, so 1 turn away from Liberty. Oh no, with the credit tokens, that's enough.
Yeah,
Liberty can come down this turn. Yeah, that's. I mean, that's
we've got
absolutely
Lando, we've got Liberty, we've got some heft.
This is a deck. This is a deck and a half. Alexander has got to be happy. Not only did he get Vel with that, which I think is the best aspect to pair with her as well in Cunning.
Yeah.
But he got all the bombs that he possibly could have wanted here.
Yeah, this is gonna. I think this is gonna be a brutal turn.
Yeah, I think it had to be Haymaker right now for Peter to stay in this game, and I don't think it is. So yeah, it's gonna be tough.
I think even if it was, if he played Haymaker, killed the Vel, Liberty comes down, exhausts the Haymaker unit, and then becomes just a block for.
Yeah, honestly, you probably still lose, but I think that's the only way you have a chance.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So, yeah. Yeah, not great. Peter doesn't know, I think. I mean, you already, I think, can see what a dire situation he's in, but I don't think he quite knows the gravity of the situation. Because at the end of the day, even if things went sour somehow, he's got, Alexander's got some of the best Sentinels in the entire set of both ground and space.
I mean, I think you just send it, don't you? You ship off the Liberty, and you watch Peter cry a bit, I think, is how it goes.
Yep. Ditches all the experience tokens. I mean, it's just grotesque. Absolutely grotesque.
I mean, all of that work with Vel from his leader has achieved.
Yeah.
I mean, the unit didn't swing, did it?
No, it didn't swing.
The unit didn't actually get an attack off.
No, because he attacked the liberated Wookiee first. Yeah. Savage. As Syndicate Security, we've seen that many times today.
Yeah.
Kind of the weaker brother of the 5/5 Sentinel we get in Villainy. The 4/6 grit, on the hierarchy of 5-drops, it's not the best, but it's definitely serviceable. Doesn't have an immediate impact on the board is the key thing, but in this situation, it's doing nowhere near enough.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're on the back foot, it's not what you want to draw. But, I mean, I guess if you're already ahead, it can definitely be a good pushing power. Especially in Vel, if you give it some more experience, it can get some more damage, giving it more health for more grit stacks.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, the Liberty's here, and it'll be here to stay.
Yeah, Liberty's not going anywhere. That Phantom doesn't quite have enough power to get through Liberty. 4 HP left. There's the Defiant Scrapper that my eagle eyes did spot.
I mean, yeah. Peter's out of cards in hand now.
Is that a Haymaker? No, it's not. I don't think it is. I just thought it would be funny icing on the cake if it was a Haymaker now.
But again, even if it was a Haymaker, the Liberty still would have exhausted the unit before it swung.
Yep, very true, very true. There we go. Yep, that's what we expected. Alexander taking game 1. Again, just bomb after bomb after bomb. And Peter is going to be going into this game thinking, what can I do against this? He didn't even get to see the Lando, but there were just so many huge bombs there. It's going to be super tough. I think basically his hope at this point is he's going to need to win early. He's going to need to put as much pressure down on as he possibly can, go base, time after time, and hopefully that'll be enough to get him there.
Yeah, definitely. He has to win early and hope we don't reach the point of kind of no return when we see Lando comes out, we see Zeb come out, we see Liberty come out. I think, again, if you see those 3 cards, you're probably going to win your game. Like, if you can get to the point where you're playing them, I feel like you're in such a good position, especially on Vel, being able to buff both Lando on the ground, buff out your Zeb to be even more of kind of a nuisance to deal with, especially considering you can buff the turn you play them. You don't have to wait and have another resource available, like your Snoke that we spoke about previously. You can just do it there and then. It's going to be a difficult position.
It is, and Vel, as strong as she is, I don't think she really excels at the early game. It's, she's not like Chewbacca or something where you can sometimes cheese wins early. I think really she is a mid to kind of late value leader, and that's going to be a problem because if your opponent's got late game bombs, we don't know what bombs he has, but yeah, we'll have to see.
Cool. I think we're going to move to an interview.
Yeah, Alexandra won. He ended up winning looks like that was a pre-recorded. So Alexandra has gone on to win that match. It looks like he won the second game, I believe, and I think we have an interview with him now.
Hello guys, welcome back. I'm here with the winner of the feature match from round 5, Alexander. And yeah, he played amazingly. Isn't that right, Alex?
Yeah, my pool is good. I wouldn't say it's broken, but it's a good pool. So
yeah, so you're pretty happy with what you pulled and the deck that you were able to create.
Yeah. I have good late games. Yeah, my mid and late game is pretty good. My early my 2 costs are not that great.
Okay.
I don't have like masteries and everything, but yeah, I mean the good units in the mid and late games make it.
Okay, very nice. Was it your strategy going into this tournament that the leader that you're playing is actually the one you're playing, or were you like, oh, it won't work out, I will have to like adapt to the situation?
I trained like the best leader in the limited.
Yeah.
Like Vel, the client, everything. So and I got them all in my pool, so I could choose.
Right.
But yeah, I had a good Ares unit, so I went on Vel.
Yeah,
she's a pretty good leader.
Yeah,
like
she's considered one of the better, right? Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I train her. I played sometimes. I mean, it's a common leader, so you have it.
Yeah, exactly.
Often, so
chances are really big that you will get her in this limited format.
Yeah.
What I was wondering, did you already have matchups today that were like a bit harder, or that you were like, oh, I need to adjust my way of playing here?
Yeah, I went against Boba Yellow. And I only have one removal. Lost and Forgotten, and like usually the Bobas, they use their credits, so they play big units. So I was a bit afraid to not have enough removals, and like the Rancor is really good. Like, yeah, if you let him lose, he will be very destructive. So
yeah, because they also kind of try to get to the late game, but with the credits they are really there earlier, right? Yeah. Okay.
I'm playing Vel. Yeah. So I gave him credit too. So
yeah. Of course, you kind of play into him. Do you think like it's a good anti-meta pick because a lot of people will play Vel?
I mean, yeah, but I think the deck is hard to build. Like you need to have a bounty hunter. In the early games, and then to have big units to make use of the credits. But if you have the pool, it's a pretty good deck. And yeah, I think that the client is also a good pick against Vel.
Yeah, we already saw on stream that people like side into the client. Is this something you also have considered, or something you also have in your deck right now that you can switch it out?
Against the client?
No, that you would put in the client into your deck to make it playable against other Vels?
If I had the client deck, you mean? Yeah. I mean, masteries and everything. Like, if you put masteries on the client, he's really hard to deal with. There is the ambush guy, because like if I put an XP, then I give him a credit.
Yeah.
And he's playing yellow, so he can have the ambush guys, like the 5-4 or the 5-6.
Yeah.
And so, like, sometimes he can make a good trade using the credit I gave him. So
yeah, you're basically helping him, right?
And I mean, if I gave him a credit, he can exhaust my unit. So I need to be careful about the sequencing too.
Yeah. So a lot of strategy going into that. All right. Thank you so much, Alexander. I wish you the best of luck for the rest. There are still 3 more rounds today.
Yeah.
Are you confident?
I mean, I hope I need to win at least one more. So
yeah,
I will try. Yeah.
That will be fine. All right. Thank you much, guys. We're going back to the casters now.
Hello again. Welcome back to the Regional Championship here in Prague, Czechia. Now, we have just had all that Star Wars Limited action, that wonderful interview, and we're going straight in, or very shortly, to the next round, round 6 of today's first 9 rounds, day 1 of our part 1 of 2 Regional Championship tournaments that are taking place. First one being limited, as usual. So we've got sealed today, 3 more rounds of sealed. 4 more rounds, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can count 4 more rounds of sealed today, and then tomorrow we will be bringing you some constructed gameplay as well. So yeah, very excited to moving on to another round of sealed. We've had some very interesting, talk games today, and there we go on screen. There is the format for you if you want to take a screenshot of that, take a quick note of that in case you're wondering. There is the format. So we will actually have limited regional qualifier gameplay happening on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, although I suspect most of the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, will be dedicated to showing you that second tournament, that Premier regional qualifier. Because, at the end of the day, I think Premier for people is one of those things where they can take away deck ideas for their own tournaments. You can't really take away a deck idea for sealed because you have to build what you get given. But you can certainly take away some themes and learn about what's good for your own tournaments. So yeah, it's nice. The great thing about these regional championships is that we get to see both formats on display, and we will have 2 regional champions by the end of it, just in time for the Galactic Championship in July.
Yeah, absolutely that. It's going to be a very interesting next couple of days. And, well, like you said, we're going to end up with 2 new champions to help push through straight into the Galactics and potentially win their points needed for some of those free flights over.
Absolutely, yeah. The lovely package, flights, hotel, get yourself into that tournament in style, so that everything you make there, all your earnings, winnings are for you to take home. And all the promos you get. So I'm very excited for the Galactic Championship, but we're not there quite yet. At the moment, we're enjoying the second highest tier of competitive play here at the Regional Championship. So we've seen Vel, we've seen a lot of Aura, some of these decks that are doing really well. Is there any other leader that you'd like to see in particular, something that we haven't seen yet?
I want to see Boba.
Yeah.
I spoke about him before. I love him. I think he's a nice little change against some of what we've seen already. There's a lot of games going quite late. I think if anyone's probably going to help push against that, it's potentially Boba, getting out a lot of those bounty hunter units out nice and cheap, and just pushing for kind of a quick win.
Well, I'm a liar, it turns out. I believe we actually have time for a very quick break now, and it's been non-stop for a long time, so get yourself a drink, get yourself a beverage, and have a little relax, and then make sure you come back shortly. It'll only be a quick break, and then we'll get straight into round 6 action.
Hello and welcome back. Just before we jump straight into the action, we're going to talk a little bit about one of the more favoured, I'd say, leaders of this format.
Velsartha. Just to not keep you hanging on any longer. Yeah, so Aldani Insurgent. We've seen Vel a lot today already. And I think we just wanted to talk a bit about some of her strengths and weaknesses and kind of where she sits in the meta, you know, in limited overall. Specifically, I think mainly for sealed, because obviously that's what we're looking at today. As it says there, she's incredibly powerful, powerhouse of the limited format. experience tokens, as we know, are really strong. In basically every limited format, almost every leader that could generate experience tokens has been really powerful. And she actually comes with no restrictions in the sense that you don't have to pay one for it. You don't have to put it on a unit that doesn't already have one, etc. You put them on herself. So yeah, she's incredibly powerful, and we've seen a lot of her today do really, really good things.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, the only trade-off, the kind of downside of it, being that your opponent creates a credit token. Something that, obviously, as it says here, it isn't the most damning cost, and definitely later into the game, like we've spoken about kind of at length here, we'd always prefer the experience token over having that one extra credit. Being able to pull your units out of potential threat ranges or push them into threat ranges for your opponents is a super beneficial ability. We brought up some cards that kind of just continue on in that kind of similar kind of vein, with Zeb being one of those highlights there. A 4/4 for 5 with Sentinel, and with a very strong when played ability. Being able to play Zeb and then resolve his ability and then instantly give him that +1/+1 just after he's been played is a amazing kind of turn to have on that 5 resource turn.
Yeah, and there's a few things I want to talk about with Vel in terms of how she compares to some of the experienced leaders we've seen in the past, and why I think she isn't quite as powerful or quite as meta-dominating. I think that with Vel, yes, she has unrestricted, experience token generation, but the thing is about her weakness, as you said, obviously giving your opponent a credit token. One, yes, you can use credit here, you can defeat those tokens, but you don't always have that in limited. Unlike a constructed version of Vel, you wouldn't necessarily be able to fill your deck with them. We've mentioned a few times already, there's not that many credit hit options at common and uncommon. And if you don't get that many of them, then your opponent, the stronger their deck is, it means that the more they can make use of these credit tokens. We saw earlier today, we had that Jabba's Rancor come out for 7 resources. It came out, I think on the 5 resource turn or the 4 resource turn, made a huge impact on the game, and that was all because the opponent had Vel and was generating these credit tokens. So if you've got a strong deck with strong bombs in, as later we get on in the day-to-day, the decks get stronger and stronger typically. It means that I think Vel will get weaker relatively as a result. And so I suspect Vel's dominance will, and this has happened a lot with Leia and some of the other leaders as well, as we get later on into the sealed and into draft, I suspect she will be less dominant than she is so far in these early stages.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously the kind of most polarizing comparison would be someone like Snoke, that we saw kind of wreak havoc in prior limited formats, ending up with a 1-cost unit that you played as your first action, ending up as some 8899 behemoth later in the game, all because he was able to continuously make it his strongest unit. Vel doesn't quite have the same kind of threat level as that, but also I'd say definitely has some kind of things that we've been talking about earlier, of that kind of counter triangle between herself, the client, and Aura Singh. It definitely opens up an interesting best of 3, because especially if your opponent is playing one of those two, you can adapt around that triangle as you need. Some of the other kind of showstopper kind of cards that we've seen with her even earlier today, Haymaker, I mean, just one of the best cards. If you can play it, you might as well, because it's such a good card, and nothing left to fear.
Yeah, both amazing cards, but both even better in Vel, as you said, because she's obviously giving a higher power to all of her units with the experience tokens, and so you can trip over into different key points. So Haymaker, instead of dealing 4 in another deck, might deal 5 in Vel, or 6, which means that you can hit different targets. And these breakpoints are very important to hit. Without them, it can be the difference between winning and losing a game potentially. So yeah, nothing left to fear, Haymaker. And Zeb, because he obviously has Sentinel himself, so Sentinels with Vel are also really strong. All cards that synergize fantastically with her, and they're all strong on their own as well. So if you can make an already strong card even more powerful with an already strong leader, that's generally something, that's the combination you're looking for to get a day 2 worthy sealed deck.
Yeah, exactly. And the only other kind of thing we haven't brought up is that she's deploying it on 6. She's not as late as some of your Aura Singhs, not as early as some of like your Sebulbas. Obviously, the kind of sweet spot most of the time is that kind of 5-6 range, and I would say that's definitely still the case, especially in Limited. Getting your kind of guaranteed unit, so to speak, out is very nice.
Yeah, absolutely. I think something as well, just generally, not specifically about Vel, but just in general, when you're playing Limited, one of the things to keep in mind when you're watching it and trying to learn from it, because you might think, well, I'm watching Limited, but this is a very format specific, it's specifically for a lawless time, so how can I, use what I'm learning here in future sets? Well, honestly, for most of the history of Star Wars Unlimited, limited formats, they've played out in a pretty similar way where the same things are important all the time. Experience tokens tend to be really good. You should always build the pool, not a plan. So when you're going into sealed, build what's available to you. Don't come in with preconceived notions of what's good. Turn 1 and the early turns are usually the most important. That's always seems to be the case. Removal and upgrades are the most important card types. Every format we see, these rules come up again and again and again. If there's any card that can remove leaders, they tend to be incredibly valuable, like Finn or Governor's Shuttle. Ambush cards that can impact the board straight away. So these are all key rules that you'll pick up if you watch these events, and you can take into future formats of Star Wars Unlimited. Because I'd be very surprised if those things don't continue to be true for the history of this game. Because they're built into the core rules of the game.
Yeah, exactly that. I think we're just preparing to get into our next game here, but just kind of carrying on from what you were saying, it's exactly that. There's going to be very few times that's not the case for how the game's going to be played. Obviously, you'll have some of your outliers, like we had in Jump, where there was a lot of focus on the heavier space side of things, and obviously your piloting abilities impacting with how important things like upgrade removal would be. But it looks like we are just getting ready here. We are going to see two of the previously spoken of leaders here being both Vel and the client.
Yeah.
So
exactly what you were talking about, with that sort of anti-synergy there where, yes, Vel is creating these experience tokens, but your opponent gets to create a credit token which activates the client. It's not like the most important synergy or counter-synergy ever. The client can certainly lose games to Vel. It's not like he dominates her like some other leaders might. But it does help to activate him, which matters because, a lot of the time, activating the client, it can be the difference between winning and losing a game on a key moment. Even if you only use the ability once in a game, if you use it at that key moment where you can deny Vel an attack or something like that, then that's really important.
Yeah, exactly that. We had seen earlier today the client gain a trigger through Vel, and it actually saved the client's turn, being able to exhaust a unit for that turn, keeping him alive for that action.
Yeah, absolutely. Right then, so looks like we're getting underway here. So it looks like we've got Marvin Schickentans from Germany. And then I believe it was Christina Geiger, who I think is from Austria as well. So again, seeing a bit more, even more variety in some of these European countries being represented, which is awesome to see. I love to see. That's one of the great things about Europe. There's so many countries packed so closely together that we get to see, a real variety of different, different players. And the scenes in these different areas do vary. We've definitely seen, in some areas of the world, there's been more aggressive, decks, especially in Premier, but there's more, which is less relevant here for Limited, but it could still come up where, there's these ideas spread more quickly in a small space. There might be a meta in Spain that hasn't been discovered, in Germany or France. And then, over time, over events like this, it kind of spreads and good ideas spread. But it's usually sort of a cohort of people from a certain country sharing ideas. So it is nice to see it all coalesce in one area.
Yeah, definitely. And it only gets, broadcasted further with wondrous streams like this.
Phenomenal streams, the very best, like you're being subjected to here. So Vel paired with Cunning, a great place to be. The client paired with Aggression, Stygian Prime, Stygian Prime. I've got Stygian Prime on the brain. Stygian Spire. So yeah, I think if you're going to pair Aggression with any leader, client's probably one of the better ones to pair it with. You're already in Cunning, so you're going to already get access to some of those really strong Cunning cards. So, yeah, really nice to see. I'm not surprised to see these leader-based combinations getting this far. And now the most important turn of the game. What can Marvin do?
Looks like we're not going to see...
Wiki Pirate.
We're going to see a nice little mirror setup here. It'd be interesting... Looks like, yeah, Marvin just claims, and then we're going to see Christina use Vel for that experience token to come through. And it's a difficult situation now, because... Well, Marvin's unit's only a 2/3, and Christina's is now a 3-4. So
yeah, so Marvin he's been forced into the position where he's going to be behind on board with this trade. That's inevitable. So he has to now try and make use of, if he can, this credit token. And what matters a lot here, you might think, well, you know, how can Marvin play around this? He only draws what he draws, but the resourcing is where the decision making comes in. Marvin knows that Christina is going to want to use this availability to create credit tokens for him, and so he needs to resource accordingly. He needs to resource some of those cheaper cards and sort of have his hand adaptable to how many credit tokens he's going to have, because if he doesn't make use of these credit tokens, he will lose the game. The way to counter Vel is you have to make maximum use of credit tokens, and he's using it, which is great to see. It's exactly what we want to see.
Yep, so we are going to see a full tap out, including with the token.
Yeah, it was a Relentless Hunters, so yeah, 4 resources for that. So spending the 3 and the credit token for the Relentless Hunters, that's just a 5-4 Saboteur. Criminal Contact coming down for Christina. Again, the ability not super relevant, it's just kind of another unit. Pretty weak unit, honestly, but at least it's something. Is that going to be her whole turn?
Yeah, as the unit was rested, as she gave it another buff, Marvin obviously gained the credit token. The client then activates, and the client just says, nope, I'm not going to take all that damage. We're going to put that away for the minute.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we're talking about. This is the client countering Vel, you know, his ability directly benefiting from her ability generating these credit tokens. Because otherwise Marvin wouldn't have generated a token that turn. So yeah, it was, and obviously there's no way for Christina to get around that, because if she wants to attack with the additional experience token unit, then there's no window of opportunity there where you can attack. You have to use the availability. Your opponent can then use the client before you get to attack. So yeah, this is precisely what we were talking about.
Yeah,
fully in effect.
It does guarantee her to get that claim and then be able to do the trade afterwards. But obviously it's not what she's looking for, and we are going to see another complete tap out into the ambush from the units, which...
Yeah, so that's the
ambush team.
Yeah, with the guild ambush team, we've seen quite a lot today. You know, again, 5-4 for 5, not a great stat line, but the fact that it has ambush and there's not that many ambushes in any limited format, you know, they really are at a premium. And these are the kind of cards you want to fill your curve with. Kane and Jarrus, a card we have not seen today at all, but incredibly powerful. I think maybe the most powerful uncommon in the entire set. Return a non-lead unit that costs 2 or less to its owner's hand, which is good enough. I mean, that's an incredibly powerful ability, and then occasionally you get to trigger the second part of it, quite often, in fact, with the 27 HP bases, and at that point it becomes absolutely bonkers. So really great card, kind of like a mini Waylay on a stick. And here, you know, bouncing a unit back to hand, like I've said before, is kind of like defeating it, because cards in hand don't really matter that much. There's not many games that, you know, cards in hand become a strict resource to abide by. Most of the time it's resources in play that matters.
Yeah, the only time it's of any concern is if you're having to return a strong either ambush or when played ability unit. That's the only time they're ever kind of concerned about it, but exactly like you said. If they're in the hand, they're going to have to spend more resources to get it back out of the board. It isn't the biggest concern of yours. We're just going to see the Sentinel turret come through. And we've spoken about it a little bit earlier before. It feels like a surprisingly strong, quite jarring unit to kind of get around.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, it's a weaker village protectors, but we saw how powerful that card was. And having 1 HP or 2 HP doesn't really matter all too much, with the exception of Aura Sing. That's the only time it really matters that much in this format. Because here, you know, a 2-1 Sentinel with the shield, really hard to get through. You know, really gums up the board, as we've said. So yeah, fantastic card for this format. And again, at common, another one of these Vigilance cards. You really want to get as many as you can. Again, the only thing against it really is that Aura Sing makes it unplayable against her in particular.
Yeah, definitely. And again, like we've been talking about, if you end up, okay, this is my turn 1, or this is my first round into an Aura Sing, cool. I know for my next 2 games, I'll just take it out. Simple as.
It weakens your deck, but I think it's worth paying the price. If Aura Sing had been as powerful as maybe Vel is, which she isn't, then I think it maybe would have been in a position where, you know, at that point we'd have to look at, you know, maybe you just can't include these in your deck at all. But the fact that Aura Sing, you know, she's probably the 4th or 5th maybe 3rd or 4th most popular leader, which means that a decent number of games you are going to be able to play your droid laser turrets.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to see the Cutthroat Pod Racer come through and be able to deal 2 into that laser turret droid after the shield was popped by the client, so it will end up finishing it off. So it's looking like a difficult position for Christina here.
Yeah, Cutthroat Pod Racer, probably the second strongest pod racer of a set of many. But yeah, you know, when played deal 2 damage, incremental damage like that is fantastic, especially when it's on a body that's actually reasonable. You know, if you're paying 4 for like a 2/2 with that ability, it will be far less good, obviously. But when you're paying it for a big body like that, it's great. Finn, another one of the cards picked for one of the strongest uncommons in the set. One of the only ways to deal with many leaders of the set, which is why Finn is so powerful. But yeah, it just turns out that, again, Ambush we know is really good, but a 6/5 stat line turns out it hits a lot of important breakpoints, and occasionally that shield token can be very useful as well, although in this instance Christina wasn't able to make use of it because she only has a unique Kanan in play.
It's interesting to see that that Christina didn't make the decision to use Vel's ability first before the deploy.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean,
maybe.
As to the why?
I suppose she could have used it on Kanan, couldn't she, to protect against the Cutthroat Pod Racer? That was interesting.
Would have been a trade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, maybe she's just scared of giving your opponent credit tokens because your opponent's at 6 resources.
Yeah, potentially the push to 7, especially
it could be a Jabba's Rancor or something.
Yeah, especially with nothing used as of yet, and I think 4 in hand, maybe 5 in hand.
Yeah, but still, I don't think it's worth playing around things like Jabba's Rancor.
Yeah, I think it's too kind of niche or maybe protective of a play.
Still not using it. She still didn't use Vel's ability. She's really playing around this Jabba's Rancor.
Oh, interesting.
Collateral damage there.
Yeah.
Defeats both units, Finn and Vel. I mean, that is just devastating. Absolutely devastating there. What a powerful collateral damage that is.
If only we had some kind of way of giving out some extra health.
If only. if only the leader could use an ability of some kind to get extra hit experience tokens. Anyway, I guess we'll never know if that's possible.
That seems like a really difficult.
Now, unless somehow Christina knows that Marvin has Jabba's Rancor, I can't see one in hand. I can't see any reason why you would give up on 2 experience tokens there. It's very strange to me. Another Finn there. I mean, 2 Finns is a pretty good position to be in.
Better than 1, I guess.
Yeah, 2 Finns are better than 1, as every fish will tell you. But yeah, I mean, Christina still has head on board now, but obviously Marvin's got all his resources available to play it. Is that Jabba's Rancor? No, because it's
Boba.
Yeah, it's 7 resources. So Boba the ability, that's 6. Yep. So Christina, bad news for you, unfortunately.
Yeah, I feel like that last turn was really, really rough.
Yeah, the collateral damage really took over this. Now we've got the rocket jumper there just for 1.
Just for a little bit more.
I mean, that's the board presence entirely in Marvin's favour now.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously the hand size has gone down a little bit, but I mean, to get out Boba, finish off the Finn for 1 extra resource, to deal with a potential 6 damage swinging your way, and then, the rookie rocket jumper coming through. Boba will be finished off, well, just completely removed, lost and forgotten, healing back 3 as well for Christina, but still, I mean, that's going to be the majority of Christina's turn, I imagine.
Yeah, and the problem now is that Christina is always going to be a turn behind.
Yeah.
Because of plays like that really brutal collateral damage play, Marvin's just going to be, he got that 2 for 1, he's going to be ahead every point now, unless Christina has some crazy bomb to come back into it. Marvin does have the Jabba's Rancor, which I can't think of any card that reveals cards in hand. The only ones that hold for questioning, which obviously Christina hasn't used, so she just read the situation.
Yeah, she knew it was in there, I guess.
But maybe Marvin did have it in hand. But
I still think it was still an exceptionally damaging play to make.
Yeah, I guess you'd even know. I mean, if you knew your opponent had collateral damage and Rancor, then you would still. I think you would use the experience tokens. If you knew they had Rancor, you didn't know they had collateral damage, then I think Christina's play is fine. Yeah. But the problem is, how can she have known that?
If the units had lived through the collateral damage, there would have been. I think 10 damage able to be swung out at least.
Yeah.
Before the Jabba's Rancor would have been readied again.
Yeah. But I mean, this game's I think completely insurmountable now. To be honest, there's the epic action coming out, so there's the collateral damage. Although yours nowhere near as good as mine. because, yes, you can defeat the Rocket Jumper, but Jabba's Rancor is still perfectly healthy. And that card it really is, to me, the card that best sums up the kind of, if you can get it to stick, we'll go on to win the game.
Jabba's Rancor?
Yeah, Jabba's Rancor.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like I think Ben made the analogy earlier of it being like a mini Avenger in a way.
Yeah,
from
definitely.
Spark of Rebellion. If you stick it, it will go on to win the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's the Nightwind Assailants coming out. And I think this should pretty much be it now. I can't think of many cards that would help in this situation. Help Christina get back into it. I think Marvin is going to get himself to an early 1-0 lead.
Yeah, with a base used as well, something like a Rhydonium explosion, but even that is...
Got Sullustan Sapper there. It's basically an event, honestly. It very rarely survives getting its trade in, so it's not quite as good as some of the other ambushers because of that. High HP is kind of nice in ambushers, so they can try and get a 2-for-1. Sullustan Sapper, is never getting a 2-for-1, but at least it's kind of like an open fire on the ground, in a way, which is nice. I mean, in limited, that's good enough. But yeah, it's going to be really tough. I mean, Christina might, if she's very fortunate, and she might have a way to deal with the Rancor, but then she's still a 5/5 Sentinel behind, and whatever on top of whatever Marvin plays this turn.
I mean, yeah, even something like a Liberty, there's 2 units, so that's not stopping everything.
No. Toydarian Technician's definitely not doing it. Plus, I mean, we're only 2 attacks away from ending the game here. Yeah, and there we go. Christina calls it. That attack from the Rancor goes to base, defeats the Toydarian Technician, and that will be game 1 to Marvin.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's too much to really say. It was a very difficult situation for Christina to get out of, especially after we saw the Jabba's Rancor come down. I think that kind of sealed the deal.
Yeah, I think the lesson to be learned there really for people watching and thinking, because it might look like Vel, her plays are obvious, but I do think that with all these leaders, it's not always been the case. There's been some leaders, Star Wars Unlimited, that have maybe been a bit more straightforward and limited, but I think most of them have. It's a pretty complicated format in terms of, learning the little minutiae of how things interact and important breakpoints, and you can play around things too much, playing around certain things with credit tokens and things like that with Vel. I think with Vel, you just kind of got to go all in, get as many experience tokens down as possible and hope your opponent doesn't have a huge bomb. And if you see a really big bomb at some point in the game, then maybe you could try and maneuver around it a little bit. But at that point, those experience tokens were so important, even without, I'm not... What I don't want it to look like is that we've seen, collateral damage now, and we're sort of in hindsight saying, oh, I should have played around it. But even the trade on board, was the experience token would have helped with. So I think you've got to play with what's in front of you, and then sort of use the last 5-10% of your brain to think about what could they have. But 90% of the game has got to be what have they actually got, because that's the most important thing, not what could they have.
Yeah, definitely, and especially in this type of format, they might not even see the card. They might not be in their deck, and they might only, for example, have one of them, and that might be in the second half
Jabba's
of their
Rancor
deck.
is an uncommon. It's one of the strongest uncommons. It's one of the main reasons to be in the client, so if you open it, you're probably going to go in that direction. So I think it's a pretty reasonable card to play around, but I do think, again, in that situation, you can't afford to play around it.
Yeah, definitely. With the board state that was at hand, you can't go, okay, well, if they play this earlier than I expect, it's going to lose. But if you're already in a kind of average footing, to then not try and push any sort of advantage is definitely, it's only going to put you behind.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a difficult balance to strike because, the top players, the really amazing players, the legendary players of the game, who've had success time after time, the best thing they do above other people is they do tread that line really well of playing around things when they can and not overplaying around things. But I do think it's kind of that thing where the very new players don't play around anything, and then as you get better at the game, you start playing around more and more things. Then you hit a point at the top of the curve where you've got to then say, okay, I'm playing around things too much now. I need to just keep the fundamentals clean, and then play around things again when it's not costing me too much to do so. And that's a really hard skill to get. And again, at this stage, the back end of day 1 of the regional championships, the second biggest event on the Star Wars Unlimited tournament calendar, it is a high-stakes, high-pressure environment with a lot of moving pieces. Yeah, definitely. And then no less on stream. Just to add on top of all of that. People don't appreciate that. I mean, being on stream, it does. Even for some of the best players, obviously I'm on Team Enigma, get to have the privilege of playing with some of the best players in the world, and even they sometimes get nervous on stream, you know. So it affects anybody, from the newest player to the most experienced.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're just going to see... Oh, okay. Unlike what we saw previously, we are going to see some space units come out. So this might be back to another case of one space unit ends up dealing like...
Yeah, especially because
like 10 damage over the course of the game.
The criminal contact, as much as it's got an attack ability, again, like I said last game, it's not hugely useful, and it only puts 1 power of pressure on the board, whereas the Onaka Gang Starhopper is putting 2, so it's, you know, it's twice as much pressure on. So, and again, I do think Marvin with the client is the more aggressive player in the matchup, so definitely advantage Marvin in game 2.
Yeah, exactly that. Earlier deploy, this the cheaper, more attack-orientated turn 1 unit.
And the ability that's so racy, right? Like, you're exhausting units. That just screams race instead of value.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and if it might potentially come up, the Gang Starhopper does have Saboteur, so even if a Sentinel gets put in the way, we can still just go through it.
Yeah, all his units have Saboteur for some reason. Callous Bounty Gunter there as well. 3 cost 3/4. Again, Saboteur not hugely relevant, but sometimes it can come up, as you say. Droid, I think Christina had the Droid turret, right? So that would be, Callous would be perfect there. Stalwart Fleet Trooper, typically a weaker card than Callous Bounty Hunter, but just because obviously the stats, but specifically in Vel can be better because now it is a 4/4. There's not that many ways that Marvin could have to actually push through that without experience tokens of his own. So I think Christina here needs to really aggressively push these experience tokens and try and leverage this Stalwart Fleet Troop as much as she possibly can. Stop all aggression from your opponent and see where you go from there. And there we go. That's the 5/5 Sentinel again.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing to see for Christina, but we're just going to match it.
The droid turret that we talked
with
about.
With the droid turret.
It's got Saboteur.
Wonder if it's then just going to hit in
she
through it.
forgot.
I don't think she's realised, yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, that's brutal, because I think if she had have realised that, she would not have played that card first.
No.
You would wait until the opposing Saboteur units attacked and then play it.
Absolutely.
Or take the trade in. You know, you've got 4/4 unit, you take the trade in. Yeah. Oh, the Saboteur there. Absolutely brutal. Gets that 2 damage chip in.
Client now active as well, so whichever unit swings, Marvin's got kind of free reign to just choose the other.
Yeah. Interesting, Marvin. You could have just exhausted the Fleet Trooper there as well. I mean, not really a reason to attack with the space unit yet, so I didn't love that play either. I think I would have used the client there.
Yeah.
Possibly he's forgotten he can use the client, you know, but again, your opponent's giving you those tokens, so it's not on the front of your mind, perhaps. Maybe there's another reason he decided not to use it, but, you know, again, obviously the client, we're at 4 resources, so a turn away from the client deploying.
Yeah, seems very interesting to not have
used that first.
Used the client first.
Well, that's what we call in the business a mistake. Being honest with you, which I like to be. That should be 4 damage there. There's the client coming out, and then we just claim the initiative. Yeah, playing off curve as well there, unfortunately for Christina.
Yeah, the laser turret was a difficult difficult term.
It was, yeah. The droid laser turret, passable on 4 resources if your opponent has to take the time to get through it, but when they've got a Saboteur, I mean, it's a terrible unit, really, at the end of the day. It's a 2/1. So, yeah, not ideal here. Game's not over yet, though. Again, Christina could have some bombs of her own. We haven't seen really much of her top end yet, but the problem I've got here is that Marvin is the more aggressive deck. He's already ahead by quite a bit on board, and we know he's got the bombs. We know for sure he's got the bombs in his deck. He's got the Rancor. So,
yeah, we've seen Rancor. We're yet to see Leader Deploy come out, but we're pushing, what's 5 damage already?
There's the Kanan that we saw last game. So it's a nice little card to include, but again, it doesn't fully stabilize here. Kanan can be answered by the client, but obviously Christina has the option to use the experience token. Please give this Kanan an experience token now. Do not let that client take a value trade.
Yeah, that would be...
I know you're scared of the Rancor, but we're in the same position again. Yes, your opponent can play the Rancor, but you're so far behind here that if your opponent has a Rancor, you're going to lose this game no matter what. So you need to assume they don't have Rancor. They can't use the credit token. No, so she must have passed. Or claimed. Didn't use the ability again. Got the free trade with the client.
I mean, yeah, this is going to be insanely difficult to come back from.
Yeah, Arvel Skeen as well, so should Christina somehow manage to get to the end of this game and win it, then Marvin does have.
Yeah.
I mean, the Alvo Skiing's not super great against Vel because it can obviously change your credit tokens into damage, which is somewhat useful, but not the most useful. It's really a late game thing, that. But I don't think we're getting to the late game this game. I mean, look at that board, completely insurmountable in my opinion here. We are on the Vel flip turn, but there's just so much to do.
I mean, yeah, she flips and kind of
incapacitate.
That's the turn, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's a decent start. Incapacitate, dealing with one of those threats is nice, but there's just so much more. And again, we've got 6 resources from Marvin.
Interesting to see the client swing first, just in case you do end up getting those tokens back.
Yeah. Don't think it matters too much at the end of the day, but yeah, I see what you mean.
I think in this position,
you could get a token, and then but you're never going to get one from Vel because when she'll attack, she'll defeat the client. So yeah, it's but yeah, I think it's by the by. That's shadow cloaking. Uncommon we haven't seen today, so ready unit give a shield token to it. So I mean, really nice in this situation.
Oh, and now it's going to rest Vel because he's made the token.
Absolutely grotesque. That is grotesque.
Well.
Yeah, that's game over, I think. There's no coming back from that. That is brutal. I mean, Shadow Cloaking, I mean, it's a pretty decent card anyway. It's okay. It's kind of one of those things you can have as a one-off. It's not too damaging to your deck. But I think in the client in particular, because obviously, you can use it, you could potentially use it the turn you deploy him, even though it wasn't in this case, and then use his ability again. I think it's particularly good for the client. Obviously, you have to use the base to use it, but that's fine.
I mean, yeah, it's perfectly a worthwhile option, and especially if you've got something like Jabba's Rancor, having Jabba's Rancor out and then shadow cloaking it to then ready it again and swing for even more is just massive, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, most targets you can hit with shadow cloaking are pretty good, but yeah, anything like the client or Rancor, anything with an on-attack ability is just insane. But the fact that he was able to exhaust the Vel there is just huge.
Yeah.
I think really, Christina probably had to attack with Vel first before playing the Mastery. I don't think it would have made too much difference to the outcome of the game, but I think you probably have to just take that risk and hope your opponent just goes base.
Yeah,
that's going to be it.
Super kind of just, I mean, exceptionally difficult games from Christina's perspective.
Absolutely be it. She's so Christina's got 2 losses now, so that's 4-0-2. So I believe if she wins a final, there's going to be 8 rounds today. So if she wins a final 2 games, there's still a chance she could make day 2. Marvin in a great position now. He's got 1 draw and 5 wins, which means that I think 1 more win would guarantee him into day 2. But yeah, in a great position for him to make a reappearance tomorrow for the draft portion.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, I think a handful of players will get through if they're X2?
Yeah, well, yes, that's right. Yeah, it has to be. Well, it's just based on points, right? So
of course.
Yeah, so it was going to be 9 rounds. I think we're actually doing 8 rounds today now. So we've got 2 more rounds after this one, which means that you would need, I believe, with 8 rounds, you're going to need 18 points.
Yeah.
So that's 6 wins. So 6 and 2 would be enough to make your way to day 2. So yeah, you can afford 2 losses. Obviously, some draws can come into that as well, but yeah, you can afford 2 losses throughout the day. But yeah, we had a bit of a change of plan. I think depending on the play count, you could go for 8 or 9 rounds. So it is 8 rounds today, but still plenty of Star Wars Unlimited to go. We've got 2 more rounds today. We've got probably 8, maybe 9 rounds tomorrow as well, and then we've obviously got some top cuts and everything on Sunday as well as the day 2 for the premiere. So we're only just getting started with this long Star Wars Unlimited weekend.
I think we've got another match to head straight over to.
Aren't you lucky ducklings? So you get content after content. Look at that. Not only do you get to look at our beautiful faces in between matches, but then, far less exciting, you actually get some Star Wars Unlimited matches to watch as well. Look at that.
And I couldn't be happier. We've gone from seeing the same 3, 4 leaders to a mirror match of Boba Fett,
absolutely,
Crate Claw Commander.
This is amazing. See, we've missed 2 things today. I wanted to see more Han and more Boba, and Boba mirror match is phenomenal, perfect, just what we wanted to see. And Boba mirror matches are really interesting because, both players are just fighting tooth and nail to control the board as much as possible to try and get those value trades and generate those tokens. And when both players are trying to do that, it can lead to really interesting situations.
How many times do you think we're going to say the word bounty hunter over this?
0. I'm going to make sure I never
say. You're not going to say the word bounty hunter.
No.
Okay. I'll hold you
I
to
promise
that.
you that. I will never say bounty hunter.
Well, that was
no!
easy. So we've got, I mean, very simple starts. We've got the Canyon Frontrunner and we've got BT1. So we're already kind of seeing the differences between both players' decks. We've got one with Cunning as their chosen base, and we've got Simone running Aggression as his chosen base.
Yeah, well, Simone's got to be happy with this, because as much as Omar started off with the Canyon Frontrunner, again, my pick for possibly the best card of the set, best common, I think, for sure. The problem with it can be that if your opponent does start with, a 4 HP unit, then you're not able to just completely run away with the game. And so luckily for Simone, he does have that BT1 to deny Omar the really early win with the Canyon Frontrunner, because although it can deal 3 damage to it, it is just an even trade. It's not an advantage Omar in the early game, which is nice. Bib Fortuna there, a card we haven't actually seen today yet, but if you control another Underworld unit, which he does, he gets to create a credit token, so a nice little bit of ramp for him as well. If you get to trigger Bib, even without triggering it, 3-2 for 2 is a decent stat line, but being able to trigger it is just fantastic. Much better than Follower of the Code.
Yeah, definitely.
However, Follower of the Code is a bounty hunter. I said it again.
There we go. I'm 2 for 2. Obviously, with BT1's having his damage reduced for the phase, means he can't trade back in, but Simone was able to take the initiative, so I imagine he'll trade in now before anything kind of worse comes of it.
Yeah, it looks... I think it makes me look a bit of a fool here that Canyon Frontrunner isn't being so dominant, but the thing with the card is that when it works well, it completely wins the game on the spot. When it works poorly, it trades evenly with your opponent. It doesn't have any bad situations particularly, or very few. And that's the key of this card. Like, it might look like, oh, well, it wasn't even that good in this game. But the thing is, it might not have been that good, but it also wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. And another card in that situation would have been bad. It would have been, so yeah.
Yeah, if you played it a different 2-2, you're in a very difficult situation.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that's why the Canyon Frontrunner is so powerful. Follower of the Code, for example, turn 1 could have been a real problem against BT1. Okay, so looks like what we're doing there is the ordering of the attack. So BT1, let's get up the exact wording of BT1 for you, but it's on attack. You can, on attack, discard the top card of your deck, and if it is an aggression card, deal 1 damage to a ground unit. But on attack happens after you choose the attack target, so you choose which unit you want to attack. So you'd have to choose either the Follower of the Code as the 2-3, or choose the Canyon Frontrunner as the 3-2, and then see if you've triggered the aggression trigger. So his opponent looks like he may not have chosen the target first, and that is why we've got a bit of a judge call in here.
Yeah, because obviously will make a difference here with the Follower of the Code having 3 health. BT might have been able to kill it. If not, potentially trade into the
Follower of the Canyon Frontrunner.
That's the one. Thank you.
Sorry, the unnamed Pod Racer. Yeah, so once again, so the judges correctly, this is how we can fix the situation. We just shuffle the deck and then redo the attack. So we don't know what the top card is once again, and then now Simone can decide whether he wants to attack first, and he decides he does want to attack the front runner. He did actually hit an aggression card, so he could have gone into Follower of the Code, but anyway, the front runner's gone now. The Follower of the Code still takes the point of damage, no harm done, and we're back where we need to be. So yeah, everything cleared up on the board now?
Yeah, it's one of those kind of deck building choices, isn't it? You go, okay, you have to think to yourself, when I was deck building, how many aggression units did I put in there? And, well, he didn't believe that he'd hit that next aggression card, because if he did, the trade into Follower of the Code would have been really good, and then having Bib Fortuna stay alive up against the Follower would have been really good. And then, well, I mean, we're just seeing a nice little mirror of hidden hunters from both players.
Yeah, so very solid card. Not only is it a Wampa, 4 cost 4/5 with hidden instead of overwhelm, but obviously it's a bounty hunter key here. Omar last turn. The reason why Simone potentially wanted to trade into that Follower of the Code is because it was a bounty hunter, and so it can trigger Boba's ability. It did trigger ability when it traded into the Bib Fortuna, which means obviously Omar now has a credit token to match the one that was generated from Bib on Simone's side. So we're all square. Neither player's taking any damage on the base. Both players have got 5 resources and a credit token. Both players have got already hidden hunters in play. So it couldn't be closer.
Yeah, we couldn't be more kind of identical if we tried. The only difference obviously being, I think, cards in hand.
Well, and the base, base
obviously the chosen base.
Yeah. And the names. One's called Omar and one's called Simone.
You've got me there. Outwitted once more.
So, who's got the initiative? That's the question. Simone has the initiative, so he can attack first with his Hidden Hunters if he wishes. Ironically, no longer hidden. Can't take a value trade, of course, because it's at 4-5. Not that he could take a value trade anyway. It's a mirror. The same unit goes base. Understandably, we're going to see the flip here from Omar. Not into space. No, that's not a pilot.
Different boba.
Different boba. We'll see plenty of that boba tomorrow, I'm sure.
I'm positive we will. That is a beefy, beefy unit.
There he is. Lovely. Old boba. So, you got a 4-6 on the attack in play. Can't value trade into the Hidden Hunters because it's got 5 HP. So what do you do? What do you do with Simone? Do you flip your own boba? Your opponent has the opportunity to attack with theirs first because you attach with your unit first. Yeah.
I think Omar had a haymaker, which would be pretty rough. We are going to see the
Bounty Hunter Fleet Lieutenant.
Yeah, I think it's like spotting target or something.
I don't care what it is. It's Bounty Hunter Fleet Lieutenant.
Target tagger.
No,
I was like kind of halfway there.
No, that's Bounty Hunter Fleet Lieutenant, that is. That's what that is. That's what that card is. Yeah, so great card, of course, in Boba. Not only do you have, a deck full of Bounty Hunters, including your leader, but of course, it itself is Bounty Hunter to trigger his ability as well. So really, really key card, common. I think if you don't open some of these, then you probably shouldn't be playing Boba, honestly. I think this is the main reason to go into that colour.
Yeah, and there's the Haymaker.
Yeah, you're right. Haymaker, lovely. That's a delicious play. Doesn't actually clear the Hidden Hunters, though. Ah, yeah, unless you do it that way around. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, okay.
And that only came about with the Boba deploy, then giving the ability to get the extra credit token from your Hunter Lieutenant, as we'll call it.
Yeah, Hunter Lieutenant.
And now it's just going to be, a lot of damage to push.
They should have just called it Hunter Lieutenant. That would have been great.
Hunter Lieutenant.
That would have been great. Bounty Hunter Lieutenant or something. Because it would have been like a callback. People were, Fleet Lieutenant's rotated out, but we get this.
We get this guy.
Instead they called it what? Target Tagger?
Target Tagger.
That's the most boring name in the game. It is. Hidden Hunters is great because it's got hidden. I get the pun.
Oh, okay.
But Target Tagger, it doesn't tag any targets. It does nothing. It just attacks.
But your target, you're tagging the target or something, aren't you?
Are you tagging the unit you're attacking with, or are you tagging the? You're tagging the. Oh, I get it. You tag their unit and then you attack it with the other bounty hunter. Okay.
I'm glad the puzzle pieces has come together.
Okay, thanks. FFG have got bigger brains than I. I can't work these things out. I need my flavour to be incredibly straightforward.
Well, and it says the same word.
Well, yeah. I want my hidden units to say hidden on them. Otherwise, I'll forget they have.
Otherwise, here comes the Rancor.
Jabba's Rancor, lovely.
Not a bounty hunter, I will add.
Is it not? It should be. Great top end for Simone. Obviously playing the out of aspect. Omar can, if he has his own, can play his in aspect. Let's see here, what are we going to do? Target Tagger going to attack the base. Hunter Lieutenant, should I say. Ruthless Duel was played by Omar.
Deal 2 into the Rancor, but I mean,
Still no way to clear it off immediately, so it does mean that Simone is going to be able to attack with the Jabba's Rancor.
You think it's just going to be 7 into base?
Base damage doesn't matter too much now, whereas control of the board does. So I'd like a trade. And then
hit it into the duo, and then deal the 7.
Yeah, and then your opponent loses their bounty hunter lieutenant, and then they've only got the Boba in play. I quite like the look of that. You could go base, but your opponent's only on 4.
Or do you target the?
It is on attack, though, isn't it? So
I'm being stupid. You just choose the unit that's being attacked.
So you can't attack a unit with Jabba's Rancor, really. Yeah, of course. I think that's the only reason we're seeing it go base here. Yeah, of course.
Because if you choose that unit, obviously
it's like Avenger. So they'll just choose that. So you've got to go base with it, which is a bit unfortunate, really, because again, at base damage again, not mattering too much here, but these units are starting to build up, and I'm sure there's going to be a way for Omar to deal with that this turn. Yep, there is. Ambushing in. So that clears that off the board, which means Simone now, again, pretty far behind here, needs another bomb. He's counting resources, which is a good sign for him. There's the assailants again. So that's 5, so he still has 3 left, including the credit token to play something else. It's great that because it blocks off the Nightwing assailants, block off the board from the 4/5.
Checking for a smuggle card.
If he smuggles one out of them, then his opponent, I think, might have something to say about that. They need to bring that mechanic back.
Yeah.
Best mechanic. Why is that not evergreen? That was the best mechanic ever printed. Another one of the follower of the code. Generic 2/3. Yep, there we go. So Nightwing Assailants, they're classic. Big Sentinel gets a 2-for-1 because your opponent has to trade both units into it. Boba does get to generate the credit token.
Yeah,
at this
he
point,
doesn't have to.
No, he doesn't have to survive the attack.
Yeah, see it to completion.
Both players have got resources galore at this point, so now it has really come down to, I think, probably cards in hand. I think this turn we're going to see both players play multiple cards, and then the cards in hand are going to soon run out. Again, game not really nearing completion as of yet because nobody's massively ahead on board, and there's not a huge amount of base damage for either player.
Tapping 5.
6, 7 resources
for
exhausted.
his own one.
Rancor, yeah, of course.
Rancor. Bouncing it back into hand.
Oh, yeah, that's brutal. Absolutely brutal. We're at the stage of the game where you can actually pay 6 for a 3/3. That is, yeah. I mean, that's the Blade Wing.
Yeah, a very interesting card. My simple primitive mind can't handle the idea of paying 6 for a 3/3. It could say pretty much anything on when played, and I still wouldn't like it, and I still don't.
What about if I put it this way? If you think about Waylay costing 3.
Yeah, it's a 3-mana 3/3.
Yeah, but then when you bundle them together, that makes it even better.
Yeah, but you didn't. The start was simple primitive mind.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
So
I should have stopped there. I don't know why. I thought you were capable of understanding 2 cards merged in one.
Exactly. We're going to see Backed by the Huts come out. So,
but I don't understand because that creates a credit token, which is another card, and then deals damage equal to a credit, which is a separate card. It merges 2 cards in one.
Yeah, but that one's good because it dealt with his unit.
It did deal with.
Or
Well,
I
think
think the Blade Wing also
did
does
deal with
that.
the Rancor, to be fair, but only temporarily. And we're at the stage in the game where Rancor can be replayed.
We'll just get played again. Yeah. And especially with those credit units that he's gained, I think he then has enough again, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got plenty there.
Yeah.
9 available, 9 resources. More than enough for a pesky Rancor.
And that single, follower of the code?
Yeah.
He's
holding down the fort.
He's ready for some action. Restore 1, I think, as well.
Yeah.
Just if he needs.
Why does that restore anyway? Isn't he a bounty hunter? Like,
he's.
I bet there must be some lore that I'm missing there.
Yeah. My second favorite glub. Follower of the code.
Urk. We haven't seen an Urk today.
We've not.
That's out of aspects. It costs 6. I'm not saying, can't say I'm a huge fan of Urk. Okay, you bounce my unit, I bounce yours. Although significantly less relevant. Still has 7 left to play the Rancor.
The Rancor comes back.
Yeah, Urk can deal 6 to it, so doesn't have enough to actually deal with the Rancor. I don't really like Urk because as much as like in Constructed, you can try and build a really fast deck that maybe can make use of it. In Limited, I just feel like it gets too easily traded into.
Well, yeah, and then in this situation, the Rancor is just going to hit base and go, cool, he's going to take 7.
To be fair, though, when Urk hits the base, that does put Omar to 19.
Yeah.
Which is getting pretty close. L337, okay. We're going to go digging. There's not many cards left in the deck. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Only 9 cards left in the deck. Droid. Does he have a droid? Yeah. Oh, that's the best one. Any more? Any more for any more? Yeah, no more. So only the one droid, but I mean, Interrogation Droid's phenomenal here.
Yeah.
To get to exhaust the Rancor, which is beautiful. I mean, Simul must have obviously known he still had that in his deck, so great little play there. Interrogation Droid already strong enough as it is. Doesn't matter that it's out of aspect. That's absolutely fine.
Yeah, it's a very big push for Simon here.
This is like the limited version of the Invisible Hand in Piet. We see that so often when Interrogation Droid gets pulled from Piet.
I did not see the mercenary fleet appear, I'll be honest.
That's okay. It's a common in the set, I guess.
Yeah.
So you're staring down 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think 14 damage. You've got 19 on your base. Rancor can attack first. He has initiative, even though it doesn't look like he does. So he attacks with that. Use the ability on the Uruk, so no ability there. So that your opponent now has 8 damage represented. So your opponent does actually have exact lethal here. So you need some way to deal with that.
Yeah, so obviously just choosing the Uruk as the target for the one-played ability, and then the Rancor won't take any damage back because it will resolve first fully.
Guess
Take
that
the 7.
card must have been irking him a bit.
Yeah.
3 to base, and then the mercenary fleet is a clock, but it's actually a 3-turn clock at this point. So
yeah,
Simone
I mean,
so
if Omar doesn't have an answer for these units, I mean we have lethal available, don't we?
We do. Decided to go base instead of dealing with one of the units, which has me concerned.
Nope.
Okay.
There we go.
He was just teasing. No,
Yeah.
there's no answer there. That takes us to game 2, I believe. That was the first game, right? That was the first game. Yeah. So
definitely went longer than I was kind of expecting
it
between
did indeed,
a double Boba matchup. But
There
with all
were-
the kind of bounces we saw, the Jabba's Rancors weren't actually able to do really all that much.
No. Oh, well, no. Well, they drew a lot of attention, which was,
absolutely.
which is important, yeah.
But I mean, do what they want to do and hit base.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they didn't do a lot of base hitting, but there was one strike on a base from a Rancor, I believe.
Yeah.
Which did end up helping. But yeah, the Simone, they're just having the base advantage. Had time on his side. That mercenary fleet, yes, it's a huge unit, but again, 9 resources. Is
Yeah,
a
it was
lot.
too little, too late.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because it's not helping to stabilize the board in any way.
Yeah.
All it does, and basically because it's in space, and space is so sparse in this set, all it does is put your opponent on a clock. So if the board's completely bare, and you're even in HP, that's when the mercenary fleet can help. But other than that, it's not a very good card. Here, I think I prefer BT1 a lot to Black Sun Patroller, honestly. I know we talked about how having a space unit, chipping away at your opponent's base HP can be really good. But honestly, like BT1 does the same amount of damage and lets you fight for the ground. So I really like the start from Simone.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like BT, especially if you can sit confident in your deck having those aggression units, you can make some super powerful trades.
Yeah, Storm Raider there coming out, nice little play to play alongside the Snub Fighter, choosing not to ambush in, which is fair enough. So just a 2-3 in space there. Actually got Hyperfoil, one looks like. Champions Pod Racer, that one is, I believe, of the selection of Pod Racers, that's the Champions one.
Yeah,
So
they're choosing not to trade in with the ambush from the Pirate Snub. Makes sense, just against the shielded unit.
Yeah. Oh, I see. It's the champion because you create credit token. It's won the credit. Aha. Okay, gets to deal 2 because you control the villainy unit. Yep. So you get to defeat the Storm Raider with that ruthless duo. Okay. Pretty good play. Things are starting off pretty slow, but building up. Both players back and forth here. Omar has the advantage of the credit token, so it means that he's going to get a Rancor a turn earlier potentially.
Yeah, the duo trigger obviously being quite helpful up against Simone. We are going to choose to the flip.
Which target you attacking? Oh, base.
I think it's just straight to base.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. So he did the flip. Wasn't aggression. Hidden Bounty Hunter. Champions Pod Racer dealing 2 to the BT1.
We're back to just playing
Star Wars Unlimited
little guys that don't seem to do too much.
No.
I think it's just a case of one waiting for the other to play.
They're just
something.
Yeah, I mean the flip turn is going to ignite things a little bit when that happens. So obviously that will lead to some fireworks. But I think mainly we're just waiting for the Rancor and the kind of late game top end stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, the main things we saw were what? We saw the Rancors, we saw the ship that I've lost the name
Mercenary fleet.
Mercenary fleet. The other ship, I meant the Waylays when it plays.
Oh, yeah, yeah, the Blade Wing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Is he just deliberating what if he swings in or if he claims? Is that what he's debating here? Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, so just decides to claim, doesn't attack with the Snub Fighter. Loses 2 damage, but it means he gets to take the value trade on the ground. Could attack him with BT first and try and hit an aggression. Thing is, with BT1, you're always running that roulette, so you never want to rely on the ping damage.
Yeah.
We saw that in the first game where it caused someone a bit of trouble. But yeah, he's going to do it. Is it going to be aggression? Oh, you still have to get rid of it. You don't get to choose. That's not aggression. No. So nothing. Yeah, so he just, it's like, right, you have to decide the attack first. He decided to attack base. That's fine. Ruthless Duo. Clear off the BT1.
Yeah.
Get your Ruthless Duo. It is a Bounty Hunter Duo. Get your second credit token, so we're now 2 ahead, so advantage Omar as it stands.
Yeah, the Hidden Hunters will be able to trade into either target here and get a... well, I imagine the Hidden Hunters are, in fact, Bounty Hunters, and will be able to make a token for himself.
That would be a flavour fail if they were not Hidden Hunters.
Definitely something.
We're not Bounty Hunters. Yeah, so they do. What I would love for them is to print a leader and then, have like Bounty Hunter tag, like, oh, if you have a Bounty Hunter this, and then print no Bounty Hunters the entire set. Wouldn't that just
and not even on the unit itself.
Yeah, it's not even one itself.
Yeah.
That'd be great. I think they've actually done that in the past with somebody. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure there have been leaders with 0 support in a set, which is kind of funny.
Simple Boba deploy.
Yep.
Potentially then just going to hit into the Hidden Hunters.
Mm-hmm.
Get another token.
He's already at 7, so he's already at Rancor territory.
Interesting to see if Simone just matches it with a deploy himself. We yet to see really anything spent from anyone. We're just focusing on board at this point.
Yeah, it's a tense point. There's the Nightwing Assailants again. We've seen them many a time today.
Yeah,
when
a nice setup.
When you've got a card that's strong and in a single aspect villainy, it's the most playable card you can put in the deck except neutral cards. We're going to see a lot of Nightwing Assailants in Limited, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Houndstooth. Okay, we haven't seen that, don't think, so far today. So when attack ends, if it survived, you can defeat a unit with less power than this unit, and that doesn't have to be in space. So you can attack with that into the base. As long as Houndstooth doesn't get defeated, which with 8 HP it's not going to, you can defeat any unit with less power than it. So pretty strong here. Pretty strong in general. It doesn't even say non-leader, so you can actually defeat Boba leader with Houndstooth when it gets to attack. So pretty sweet setup here in space for Omar.
Yeah, that's a very big threat, especially against Boba here. Why doesn't that have bounty hunter ship?
I don't think they give bounty hunter to ships for some reason. No, I'm not sure why that is, but yeah. Well, they couldn't fit it on the bar, right? Underworld bounty hunter vehicle transport. There's no way
they'll make it work.
No, well they didn't.
Okay.
They didn't make it work.
You've got me there. We are going to see Boba just kind of hit his face into a wall here that is the Sentinel here. Take 5 back, deal in 4. It's on 1 left. It's 5/5.
I have noticed walking around. Jack, the community manager for FFG, Star Wars Unlimited, is wandering about. I've seen him pop up. I believe he's here over the weekend. So yeah, if you've got any criticism, you send it my way, and I'll make sure he gets it. Or praise. Praise also works. But I've seen him around. It's nice to see people from FFG, obviously based in North America, making their way all the way to Europe to attend these events, and they have done from the start of the game, which is really nice to see, to be fair. Many card games, you didn't see that dedication from the developers, which is lovely. At the end of the day, if they're going to run big tournaments like this, it's nice for them to keep a finger on the pulse, and, for people to put, they see these people in live streams and things, but it's nice to see them in person, so I'm glad to see that Jack's here.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember in Bilbao they had an opening statement made, and they introduced themselves to all the players, and were there for the finals. And it was like you said, it's a very, very nice thing to see, that kind of commitment, not just to kind of make the game good, but to also be there for their players.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so the Houndstooth starting to build up some pressure here, ready to attack.
Yeah, do you think it's just trade in and then smite down kind of, well, it can smite down the Boba, can't it?
Yeah, it can. Don't know if you need to trade in.
Yeah.
It's safer if you do, but...
Yeah,
trade
only take 2 damage back.
Yeah,
go
I
down
think
to a 4/6.
Yeah, if in doubt,
deal with
take a trade.
Boba.
Yeah.
Stop 4 damage coming into you. Feels very good.
Yeah, rarity. Houndstooth, not a card you see that frequently. Obviously, Omar had to use his base for that. Still got the base available for Simone. Definitely something to keep track of in these games of Limited is how these bases are being utilised. So I think a big part of the skill of this format is knowing when to, it's basically in the deck building portion. That's when these bases are. There's some decision about when to use the base, but 90% of the decision making with these bases is done in the deck building portion, which makes draft very interesting. I think draft is going to be a phenomenal format for these players to play over the next couple of days.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's see here.
So yeah, the Houndstooth hitting into base, getting rid of Boba.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of as it was up in the air between the choice of that trade or just straight into base, but I think either is pretty okay.
Yeah. Yeah, neither player is close to losing. I think I possibly would have liked to see this trade in the snub, just because over the course of the rest of the game, that snub's going to deal more damage if you don't trade into it now. So I think I would have liked to see the trade. But again, I'm not thinking that's a huge deal. I'll have to keep an eye on it though. He's dealt 2 extra damage because it wasn't traded into. We'll have to see if it ends up mattering.
We are going to see the Rancor come through.
Yeah. Burn one of the credit tokens. Still all the resources on the side of Omar. I believe Omar still has his own Rancor. That's not come out yet.
Yeah, we are yet to see Omar's Rancor come through. There was using the epic action from Simone to get the Jabba's Rancor out. Looks like Omar's burning through to play.
Out of aspect Rancor for Simone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the little known Kessel Hulk, 5/7 Sentinel in space. Bit of a space Hulk. It's Sentinel again. I mean, probably part of the reason why Omar didn't take the trade is because he had that in hand. I think that makes a lot of sense. Because obviously that snub fight is pretty much done now. There's not much more now. It just becomes a case of racing in space against racing in ground.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at the damage count. So the snub doesn't count, but we've got 11 on the side of Omar in space, and on the ground we've got that is what unit is that? That's the
Hidden Hunters.
Yeah, the Hidden Hunters. So it's 4 power. So 11 power on the ground for Simone. So both players with 11 power.
The issue will be the Houndstooth won't be able to target Hidden Hunters, will it?
No. Because it's got the same.
Because it has to be less than, doesn't it? Yeah.
So he's got enough damage here to put Simone to 23. So that's 1 action lethal. But Simone himself has 1 action lethal with the Rancor because Omar's at 21 himself.
Yeah.
So it means Omar has to have, because he didn't claim initiative, he now has to have a way to answer both of these ground units, or a way to lethal Simone himself, which with 6 power seems unlikely. Right,
Yeah,
can only get to 23, so a Sentinel on the ground would do it. Some sort of bounce or defeat upgrade wouldn't do it because again, there's 2 ways for Simone to lethal Omar here. So
yeah, it would have to be a strong Sentinel to get through.
Just any Sentinel, right? Just because.
Yeah, if they both end up at 1 action lethal.
Yeah, which we are. Haymaker, okay, that doesn't do anything here.
But it's going to buff up the.
It's not enough though. It can defeat. Well, that defeats one of the units because it effectively defeats the ground, the bounty hidden hunters.
Yeah.
But the Rancor still.
But the Rancor will still be there.
So we still need a Sentinel. Not many in these aspects actually.
Well, and only at 3 resources remaining.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything that would be at 3 within this aspect.
7 we can put, so we can put Simone to 24, so 3 damage short.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it. Can't see anywhere, there's no way. So what do we have?
The ambush unit, I think
yeah, so we had the bounce. Yeah, we had the I don't think that's the champions pod. I think that's the good one. We've got the ambushed 5-4 ambush, and we've got the mercenary fleet. So yeah, nothing of note there. Oh, there we go. That's it then. So yeah, that's 2-0. It was interesting, that game. We haven't actually seen that so far today, I don't think, where we've had a the game kind of fight on the ground for most of the game, and then suddenly flip to where one player plays everything in space and one player plays everything in ground. It becomes a race. It's kind of unusual it goes that way. Usually what happens is there's one space unit chipping away, or you might sneak one space unit through the end, but there it was like 3 units in space all of a sudden. Your opponent had a couple of units on the ground. Kind of went crazy in the end, but yeah, it came down to having one way to stop an attack, and so often in Star Wars Unlimited it comes down to this, where it really comes down to one action, and so it's not about necessarily having ways to answer everything your opponent can do. It's having a way to make sure they can't win in one action, and in that way it does remind me a lot of the greatest game ever made, which is chess, of course.
Oh, okay.
So what do you think I was going to say? Football?
Star Wars Unlimited.
Yeah, well, no, come on, it's better than chess. Come on, it's a great game. It's not better than the greatest game of all time. So it does remind me a lot of chess in that way. You know, I think it took inspiration from that, where, you know, you do kind of put your opponent in check in a way, and it's like you are one move away from winning, and they have to stop you from doing that.
Yeah, definitely. They have to find that out, like you said. It's not quite a checkmate, but you've put them in that position where if they don't find a solution, that's going to be it.
Yeah.
But I think that's enough from us, and I think we're headed back to our online team. So we'll catch you in a bit.
Yes, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here in Prague from the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Championship, the limited championship here with the Lawless time set with myself, Ross, and Ben, with the greatest game ever made, bar none. How you doing, Ben?
I'm doing well. Thank you, Ross. Got to watch a couple of really intriguing games there while we've been away, especially that Boba Fett mirror match there that we just had. A leader that I'm surprised we haven't seen a bit more of in the feature match area, given the heavy bounty hunter package and sub-theme that's within A Lawless Time.
Well, see, that's an interesting thing. So I have spent the past week, all I have done for like a week is look at A Lawless Time and sketch out potential deck lists, and may or may not have opened a few packs and done some kind of like, you know, it doesn't matter. The point is, I've been looking at this far too much. And the thing about Boba is, the first time I looked at Boba Fett, I looked at this leader and I went, that's really good. And I do think it is incredibly good. I think the potential with that Boba Fett leader there is absolutely fantastic, because essentially, I defeat a unit, or, you know, if I defeat a unit, which I'm planning to do anyway, that is kind of my goal, I get a credit token. Instead of giving my opponent a credit token as an apology, I get a free credit token. The problem with Boba Fett is, when you're drafting, you have to make that decision early. Am I going for the bounty hunter cards? Because you need the bounty hunter cards. You have to have a decent bounty hunter package. If you start trying to draft bounty hunter and you do not see the right cards, you have an inoperable deck. Your deck is terrible. So the thing that and I don't think I'd go for it, despite how good the leader is, because you basically have to make that decision. I am going bounty hunter. And if you don't end up with the right cards, you basically have a vanilla leader with no skill. That would terrify me away. I mean, tell me I'm wrong here, Ben, but there's some good bounty hunters in the set. Are there enough to be that sure you're going to have enough?
Yeah, it's a very solid point, and especially like you say, when it comes to the draft portion of the limited environment, all it takes is one more player around the table somewhere to either be hard drafting into that bounty hunter sub-theme, like you say, or just generally taking some good, strong villainy cards to sort of shut that engine off and make it as less capable as you say. You know, if you're not getting access to those cards, like the target tagger, the Ruthless Duo, the Hidden Hunters, even some of the named bounty hunters as well, Dengar, Forlob, Zuckus, things like that, some of which are hard to come by anyway because they're rares, particularly things like Zuckus and Highsinger as well, which is a really, really strong rare for this bounty hunter crew sub-theme. If you don't see those and don't get past those in your draft, then you're in big, big trouble. The same kind of concept goes in the sealed environment, what we're playing today, and you've got double the packs to work with, and you're not having to compete with 7 other players around you to try and fight and fish for those cards. If you just don't open enough bounty hunter cards in those 6 packs, it becomes a lot harder to try and shoehorn into this leader, which, like you say, was kind of also a similar problem for Cad Bane back in Shadows of the Galaxy. It relied so heavily on the underworld theme and the underworld package that if you didn't get it, no matter how good the leader was, it was just nigh on unplayable. You're playing without a leader for the lion's share of the game. The same goes for Boba Fett as well, is that kind of functional reprint / replacement for Cad Bane in the now Premier legal format and in a lawless time. So it's a very, very solid point to make. Absolutely, Ross.
I know I focused on the draft a little bit there, but even in sealed, because I didn't want it to go on and on and on and on, but even if you take sealed, right? Let's say you open up enough bounty hunters, because you're right, no one's competing with you, getting your packs, you can just pick what you take. We are sealed today, not draft. But you still need to have the curve. And the thing with Boba is you need the curve, and you kind of need the curve to be bounty hunters. So it's not even just opening up enough number-wise of bounty hunters. It's also opening enough that you're going to see them, and not just see them, but, I want a 2-drop bounty hunter on turn 1. I want a 3-drop bounty hunter on turn 2. I want a 4-drop, and so on and so forth. And look, if I open up my pool, and one of my leaders is Boba, and I end up with a whole bunch of bounty hunters and I can make a decent curve, I'm probably playing Boba. I just think when you take the percentage of people who open Boba, the number of people that open Boba, you look at the percentage of them that really have a good enough card pool to make the curve with bounty hunters, I think the number is small. I think tomorrow when it's draft, you can even... Draft is a weird one because if you are the only one, and it's such a good feeling, when you're the only one drafting for something and everything comes around, no better feeling. And you can get all the bounty hunters, you can clean up. But if one other person does it, or even just they get snagged because they're bounty hunter, but also cool, So I think Boba is phenomenal in limited. If you end up with a good card pool, I suppose the short version of my very long rant would be, I think it's great if you got the good card pool, and I think the times you're going to have the right card pool are going to be very low.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot harder to make a good Boba deck as compared to, say, an average Velsatha deck, or the Client deck, or a Sing deck, because not only also do you have to have that core component of bounty hunter cards, you also need the strong support tools with it as well. Things like Haymaker, Jabba's Rancor, like we saw in that last feature match. Even things like the Blade Wing, which we've heard Callum's feelings about, trying to pay 6 for a 3/3 with Waylay attached to it as well. But even something like that to just keep your tempo a little bit going so that you've got the fleshed out 30 cards to be able to take on with. It's a lot easier to look at something like Velsatha and go, right, okay, well, I just need an average 2-drop, an average number of 3-drops, and then a good couple of 4-drops here and there with, the Tree Remembers or Lost and Forgotten to be able to get yourself a really solid basis.
Well, it looks like we are getting ready for our next feature match. At some point, maybe we can talk about Jin Erso. Similar to Boba, except a rare leader, so even less likely you're going to be able to make a good Rebel package. Although I think if someone opens up enough Rebels, Jin becomes good. But we have Artur Lipinski, who we saw just a couple of weeks ago over in London having a good run at that sector qualifier. Artur had a very good weekend in London with us casting Ben up against Francesco Savetti. And we do have a Velsatha. We've also got a Saw Gerrera. And I'm going to tell you, I rewatched all of Andor and Rogue One in the past week and a half. I'm in a very pro Andor mood. So seeing Vel against Saw who didn't always get on. They might be, nice to see, but we are rolling here, and we have got Requay Pirate and the lookout there over on Francesco's side, and then we're off to our first regroup phase.
Yeah, Leppy Lookout, a really, really cool card, particularly when you go and pivot into Eternal. We mentioned about Gar Saxon ECL a couple of times throughout the stream. In Gar ECL, this is a 4-1 shielded Overwhelm, but here, 3-1 shielded Overwhelm is still pretty good up against this Requay Pirate. Not as good, though, when it gets incapacitated.
Yeah, Incapacitate takes it right out. The -2/-2 will do it quite nicely. But we do see attack from all sides or something similar, and that will take it out. So both players played a unit, and then both players played an event card to take out their opponent's unit. And then we head into our 4-resource turn. Oh, it is attack from all sides. Nailed it. And we're basically exactly where we started, but we've got a few more resources to use.
Yeah, right back to square one once again, but that won't worry our two players here in this feature match area. Both pretty much nigh on confirmed into day 2 tomorrow in this limited portion. And obviously, Artur will have no panic whatsoever with the current reigning sector champions title around his neck after Liverpool a couple of weeks ago.
London, but yes, I'm going to say, I said he had a good run. I probably should have mentioned he won the whole thing. Might be some relevant information. But we do see that shield dude that Ben Al is so fond of, your Ben. We got Canyon front runner there, and then we got Honor on the other side for Francesco. So a lot of the kind of MVP, the all-stars of this particular format, coming in and having fun.
Yeah, the Shield Drive Outfitter is the card that Al is has been so fond of.
Great card.
A pet favorite card that has become for Al. It's actually a really versatile card as well, because the text on the Shield Drive Outfitter, with the when played ability, which we've seen here, you don't have to give itself the shield token. You can grant something else the shield for the extra resource when played. So here, Artur just really favoring this Canyon Outrunner here, making sure that it's as protected from Honor as it possibly can be.
Yeah, Honor becomes a 1/5 here, although it does still obviously have Raid 2, but it means it's going to be a lot better. Now we get one of these. There's a whole bunch of cards in this set that just have 2 keywords. This is your Quarren Contractor. It's got Sentinel and Grit, but we've got a whole bunch of different cards that have 2 aspects and 2 keywords. That's one of them. Is that Zeb Aurelius coming down? It is.
It is indeed. Yeah, Zabarelios making its way down, and I think because we control the Cunning unit as well in the form of the Canyon Frontrunner, it's going to be 5 damage when played as opposed to the 3 that we could deal into a ground unit. So an immediate 1-for-1 answer against Francesco's Honor. Still leaves the Quarren Contractor around, which does have the Grit keyword as well. And Artur here, having to realize that Quarren Contractor also has Sentinel, so the Shield Drive Outfitter can't just put a piece of damage in.
Nope. And this is one thing that's very, very interesting here. You see these cards, like Zeb Aurelius, there's a few others that they get this extra. If you're playing an off aspect, you get an extra bonus. Well, if you use your epic action on your base early to play an out of aspect card, like we see with a Canyon Frontrunner here, and then follow it up with something like a Zeb Aurelius or one of these other cards that get boosted by playing off aspect, that is how you can really make the most of your deck and get the most advantage. Love seeing Artur being able to pull that off really early. Canyon Frontrunner off aspect with the epic action, straight into Zeb Aurelius, dropping 5, which takes out Honor, rather than dropping 3, which wouldn't. And here we see Saw getting the boost with Overwhelm, giving up his own Sentinel to take out Zeb Aurelius.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I mean, with the 4 power of Zeb Aurelius at base level, it's going down anyway. So let's use the Sorgera ability. Let's get the extra 2 power on board and make it so that it's not only a 1-for-1 trade, we're also spilling 1 damage over into the base, thanks to that Overwhelm keyword that the leader does grant.
And this Saw deck doing a little bit better, I think, than everyone expected, or at least than some people expected. Saw gets deployed over for Francesco here. So that's going to be putting a little bit more damage in. When it attacks, if this unit survives, you can attack with another unit with +2 and Overwhelm. But like on the undeployed side, it will get defeated after Vel comes out. Oh, and it's a mastery here for Saw Gerrera. 4-7, already a decent stat line. Mastery turning it into, is it a 7-10 now?
Yeah, it is indeed. That is a huge leader unit at the moment. And with its on attack ability as well, its when attack ends ability, being able to sort of get that extra action economy, cheat an extra action or two out of your units and get some serious damage into base. Arto's going to have to just play this a little bit carefully here. Seeing credit tokens being generated, that could give Francesco a wide amount of different units to be able to take advantage of with this Saw Gerrera ability.
That's the dream, honestly, being able to, get those multiple attacks without your opponent being able to respond. Well, Saw swings for 7 coming in initially here, and that does seem to be going straight into the base. No Sentinel for Arta and Vel, so no way to stop that coming in. And we're evening it up a little bit here. You're up to 13 for Arta, so pretty even at the moment. But I think Arta's got the board, but Francesco's one unit is really beefy. And with it being 7 power and 10 HP, you're going to have to give up multiple units to take it out. That is going to be a little bit annoying. But here we go with a Street Gang Recruiter. And do we have an Underworld to return?
Yeah, we fetched back Honor, it looked like there for Francesco.
Of course, it's Underworld.
Yeah. So really nice return there from Francesco, and cool to see Street Gang Recruiter back as well. It's a reprint card, I believe, from one of the at least first 2 or 3 sets of Star Wars Unlimited. I definitely feel like I remember opening it in potentially Shadows of the Galaxy, but either way, Haymaker is going to deal with it.
Yeah, it's not going to stay around very long. Haymaker gives a +1/+1 to Vel, and then lets you deal damage equal to its power to a unit. Damage goes into Street Gang Recruiter. Street Gang Recruiter goes down, but it at least got Honor back. Isn't Jabba's Rancor an Underworld unit?
Very well might be. It would not surprise me if it is.
Because if so, where was this in the previous game? We can worry about that. There we go. Confirmation. It is Underworld. I'm not going crazy. So we could have used it to get Jabba's Rancor back if it at least was available. Back to this game, though. And we got Arta with Vel and that Canyon front runner that's been there since turn 1 up against the Saw Gerrera with Mastery, which is currently a 7/9 unit. And here again, we're just kind of poking a little bit of damage and popping our shield. You've still only halfway to removing this from the board.
Yeah, exactly. And if that Saw Gerrera survives to the next action phase, it just represents game in and of itself with one swing. So Francesco putting this droid laser turret down could very well do just that. Does Artur have an answer? We see 7 resources.
He does. It's Zeb Aurelius and Canyon Frontrunner, and this is crucial. It needed to do 5. If Canyon Frontrunner wasn't there, it would do 3. But because it was, it did 5, and it took out Saw Gerrera. Absolutely huge there. That is 2 key uses of Zeb only actually working because we use the epic action to get the Canyon Frontrunner out turn 1. That is what Archer is doing better than other players in this event right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we do see the claim of the initiative from Francesco. Isn't quite... No, he would be representing game on board at the moment, wouldn't he? Between the Honor with Raid and the droid laser turret, he'd be very much getting there. There you go. 3 power as printed. Raid 2 will take you to 5, and then the 2 power of the droid laser turret is perfect lethal on board right now, but it takes 2 actions.
There's no way it's going to work, Ben.
It's very, very unlikely, considering first action.
No, the laser turret's going down. Of course the laser turret's going down. It's not shielded anymore.
Oh, wait. It doesn't even matter. There's a Sentinel on board.
Well, that's
Zeb's a Sentinel. Yeah.
But regardless, don't get me wrong. There is technically enough power on there, but I don't think this was ever going to work out. like we might have hoped. But we do have enough there. What you really want to do is get a big swing in with Honor this turn, and then try and get rid of that Sentinel. You can win in the following turn. The thing is, you're on 12. You've got a bit of time, but there is a lot of damage being represented. That Vel has got 3 experience tokens on right now. There's 1 on the Canyon front runner. Zeb is no slouch. That damage is going to start coming in thick and fast pretty soon.
Yes, we're going to see the Saw Gerrera ability activate here, attacking with Honor, giving Honor Overwhelm and, importantly, +2 for the maths to try and take the game here. That'll get defeated and take care of the Sentinel. Now, Arthur basically has no choice but to get rid of the droid laser turret.
But there's no way to finish out the game. We do see Han Solo coming down here. That is shielded, which is lovely. It's not going to be ending the game right now, unfortunately. And here we see we got Sinta Kaz coming in. If upgraded, she'll have Sentinel. Not upgraded right now, but Vel is pretty good at throwing those experience tokens around. And right now, Arta might be behind in terms of base damage, but I think Al put it really nicely in a couple of rounds ago. Doesn't matter whether you win with 1 damage left on your base or you win with a clean base, they all count the same in the end. And right now, Arta is behind, but where's that extra 4 damage coming for Francesco to win the game?
Well, funnily enough, it actually could come from the Han. But Arthur has the answer right now with Sintakaz. We do see collateral damage come through, which will give us a little bit more damage on the base. It certainly does help, but Han Solo, remember, gets an experience token on attack. So it's 1 power right now. Make it 2 power when it attacks with the experience token. And if you boosted it up with, say, your leader action for +2,
you don't need anything else
there as well.
It would have done, but the collateral damage has already put Arta on to 25. So Han Solo with the experience token will just get over there, no issue. We'll just hit for 2 on its own.
Oh no, we've put the experience token onto Velsatha. Could we not have put the experience token onto Sintakaz there? Counts as an upgrade and turn her into a Sentinel.
Yep, absolutely would have done, but has not done that. Arta chose not to turn Sinta into a Sentinel. And the thing is, Han is still shielded, and I don't believe, correct me if I'm wrong here, Ben, I don't believe any of Arta's units have Saboteur. So it's going to take 2 swings to get rid of Han, and I think Francesco has gone and got the initiative anyway. What's Arta got here? That's not going to do it.
Scout Bite or Swoop Bright Marauder, that'll just draw you a card and attack as a 4/4. I just need to double check Sintakaz. Yeah, while this unit is upgraded, she gains Sentinel, and there's the swing
and
with
that's
Han,
it. There is the fist bump. Francesco gonna take game 1 by blind Han Solo poking with a stick. That is gonna be enough to destroy the base and give Francesco the win.
Yeah, that's really, really unfortunate. I would have loved to have seen what would have happened if Arthur did elect to upgrade the Sintakaz with the Velsatha ability. I wonder if the Overwhelm maybe would have just gotten over the line either way, even with the experience token onto it. But it would have at least given you an extra action, an extra chance to either find an answer to the Han or just be able to give yourself enough of a way to punch through and take the game yourself, maybe. So, yeah, maybe a slight error of judgment on Artur Lipinski's pass, but, I mean, he is a reigning set to qualify champion, so who am I to sit here and question his judgment?
And he's going to be reigning for a while. We don't make any more sectors in Europe until after the Galactic Championships when we get into Season 2. I'm just having a quick look at Sintakaz here. He's got 5 willpower. Han was at 1 strength, or 1 power. You then add on 1 for the experience token, 2 for the leader skill. I don't think Han could even have taken out Sintakaz there. I think she would have blocked the attack quite nicely, and that would have given Arta some time to reevaluate. If we missed anything, as always, please do let us know. But right now, it doesn't matter because he did lose game 1, and we are heading into the second game of this best of 3. And that Han Solo, that is, if I'm not mistaken, that is a spotlight card, right?
It is indeed a spotlight card. Yes, it is, and it's a really, really fun one. Again, another fun tool in GAR ECL, which getting a lot of love in the stream for GAR ECL in Eternal.
Really is.
But yeah, just back to that Sinter Kaz play. Remember, it did have 2 damage on it from the collateral damage, so that softens it up a little bit and gives a little bit more room for overwhelm. But
Still would only have done
again,
one to
then,
base.
but again, then the experience token potential from the Velsatha would have also made the maths awkward as well. So a really, really intriguing situation. Again, whether it would have just gotten over the line with the overwhelm or whether the +1 health from the experience token that Velsatha would have granted would have done enough to, like you say, defend the initial Han attack quite nicely. We'll never know, unfortunately, because that was the way the game 1 ended. So hopefully, if it was a case and it was an error of judgment on Artur's part that he's learned going into game 2, and if it didn't really matter, then, well, it didn't matter. Let's just go to game 2.
Indeed. I'm trying to run this through. If there's 2 damage on Sinter Kaz, that leaves her at 3 HP. Harm was doing 4 with Overwhelm, needed to put 2 on the base. So by my calculation, and again, a lot happened in quick succession, I think there's only 1 going on the base from the Han there. 4 into 3 leaves 1 onto the base. We needed 2. It is, at the end of the day, irrelevant. We have got the players getting ready for this game 2. They are shuffling up. You get 6 cards in your opening hand. 4 become your opening hand for the game. 2 become your opening resources. If you look at them and you think, I don't like this opening hand, and this is, I think, what we're seeing from Artur right here, you have the opportunity to shuffle your hand into your deck and draw a new hand of 6, but that is the only chance you get. If you look at your second hand of 6 cards and you go, oh, I think Francesca's done it as well, and you go, wow, that's even worse than my gutted, frankly. If your second hand is worse, then you are stuck with it.
Yeah, and there's one big thing as well between games 1 and 2 that we haven't mentioned yet, Ross, which keen-eyed viewers might have found out. Francesco swapped his leader and base. He's not playing Saw Gerrera Quaxia Mine anymore. He's playing Aura Sing with a cunning off-aspect base.
That is quite wild, frankly, because, well, we've gone from aggression, command, vigilance, to vigilance, cunning, villain. That's very, very different to what we had last time. It's not even like they changed that one. They changed that 2 aspects. But regardless, we are rolling here. We got the shield technician on one side. We've got the Weequay pirate on the other for Francesco. This is a significant... I wonder how many cards were swapped out here, because we've got completely different aspects.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got, notably for Aura Sing, the presence of the villainy aspect. For Saw Gerrera, the trade-off for being a double aspected leader of one of the 4 primary aspects, vigilance, command, aggression, and cunning, we've now not got we didn't have the heroism or villainy as a possibility. Now we've got villainy here for Aura Sing. So like you say, it'll be very intriguing to see just how many cards with that villainy aspect that we were either not playing in our first deck with Saw Gerrera or were trying to play out of aspect.
We're going to find out as we go. We got Honor coming down for Francesco here. So that still is an option there. But I had to use the epic action because, of course, Honor is aggression. We don't have aggression anymore. That's not on the base or on the leader. So I had to use the epic action for Honor. It's a Weequay pirate here on the other side for Artur. And using Bell to give an experience token to it. And granting a credit token to Francesco. Do you think there's an argument here that Francesco goes, I'm playing against Vel. I know I'm going to have some credit tokens. I can afford to occasionally play in a different aspect and just use the credit tokens.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Absolutely. Like you say, it was a pretty quick switch up between games 1 and 2, and especially after Francesco winning in game 1, electing to try and swap here. It's almost kind of like a counter swap for those that are maybe familiar with the world of esports. After games 1 and 2, you're seeing something on the enemy team, the enemy composition that you don't like, and you know that you can play with a big answer to. Francesco's gone, yeah, let's absolutely do it.
The big change after you win a game, that is worth highlighting. Good shout there, Ben, because big change when you've lost because you want to try something different. Yeah, fine. This went well. Let's change things. is a little bit wild. We do see, however, a trade coming in here. The Shield Drive Outfitter and the Weequay Pirate, they are taking each other out. And we're left with a Weequay Pirate on the other side and a Honor for Francesco. I'm looking at the credit tokens. There is one here. You've got to think there are a few cards in that deck that now, like Honor, in fact, which now are no longer an option to play in Aspect because we've wildly changed your aspects here. Now we do see, Bix Colleen comes down. I can get you some credit tokens.
Yeah, first time we've seen Bix Colleen here today. It felt like we were seeing quite a bit a couple of weeks ago down in London. But yes, when played and on attack, you may discard a card from your hand. If you do, create a credit token. So a bit of a way for the cost of a card in hand, which in the limited environment is pretty precious. You're only playing with a minimum 30 card deck, but it just sort of outlays and offsets that credit advantage that you're granting your opponent with that Velsatha leader action.
Indeed, it does. Still, there's 4-5 if nothing else. Here's one we haven't seen. The Troy coming down. That is a card. Now, this is a really interesting one because you can give it to your opponent. Two-Face Troy. You can give it control to your opponent and create 2 credit tokens. Clearly not done that, which means it's just a 2/4 Sentinel. But it's still a Sentinel. And also, they commentate. They're basically me and you in one body, but for pod racing, not through. I'm down with that, Ben.
Message out in hope to FFG if we ever can get caster playmats. I vote Two-Face Troig as the first potential threat as a caster playmat. Please and thank you, FFG. We love you.
One's me and one's you. I'll let you guys at home figure out who should be on which head. Zeb Aurelius, however, has gone and hit the board. And Bix Colleen, it's worth mentioning, played out of Aspect. So that means that we did get the 5. And again, we took out Honor. But it's a Two-Face Troig actually throwing into Zeb Aurelius here. And then we've got Bix just swinging into base for 4.
Yeah, the attack into the Zeb Aurelius with Two-Face Troig is interesting here. Can only potentially signal that there's some kind of ambush on its way here. Also, maybe trying to set up for the Aura Sing ability later on. That's exactly why we're trying to deal with it. Incapacitate to get the final -2/-2 and defeat Zeb Aurelius.
Absolutely. By the way, I should have mentioned, sorry, it was Zeb that was played out of Aspect, and the cunning things are there. The cunning are out of Aspect compared to Zeb. Zeb was played with the epic ability. Regardless, it still let you do 5 to take out Honor. That's the most important thing here. It's a good card.
So it is a very good card. Yeah, very, very strong. A lot of these kind of multi-aspect Spectre cards are actually really, really fun. You've got Zeb Aurelius. We've seen Kanan Jarrus throughout the day as well. We saw the Ghost earlier on in the day as well, which had some serious threat up in the ground or up in the space arena. The Spectre engine is just generally really, really fun.
And here is a card we do occasionally see in Premier. And that is going to bounce Zeb right in. Oh, I love this. So the Blade Wing, it returns a non-leader to hand, but basically you've gone, well, I assumed, was that not Zeb that got bumped to hand?
Well, no, because we defeated Zeb.
Now.
We defeated Zeb with the Incapacitate last
I was going to say, so what got bounced to hand with a Blade Wing?
Maybe nothing. It is a You May ability, so...
It is?
Might have, it was the Bix Colleen.
Oh, and then, okay, then Bix gets put straight back down again. Thank you, there. So Bix got bumped, put down. One really fun use of the Blade. If something like Zeb, which is played of an epic action, is still on the board, bouncing that is so much more impactful. But Zeb was already gone. You bounce Bix. It's fine. You've already got an experience token back from Velsatha here. And then we are going back into our resource phase. And I believe we're now up to 7 resources. So we are now at the turn where Aura Sing will be able to make an appearance as a leader, getting rid of a 5 HP unit. And I do see some options.
Yeah, there's some serious options here. But the biggest worry right now for Francesco is actually just surviving this action phase. We do see the Aura Sing leader deployment to get rid of the Weequay soldier there. But now between Bix Colleen and Velsatha, that's 9 power on board already. If Velsatha grants her the experience token on the on attack, that's just game on board right now. So Francesco needs to find a way in this next literal action to stop himself from losing the game.
You need to find a way to stop Vel. She's got 4, but like you say, gives herself an experience token, goes up to 5. That goes from 22 to 27. So, and leaders are notoriously hard to get off the board. I do see a shielded sentinel in hand there, that laser droid turret, or droid laser turret. That is going to be an option at least. So I think, yeah, play that one down, and at least now your opponent can't just swing at the base for game. But you are behind here.
Yeah, you're in a big pot of bother here, and especially now when Incapacitate comes down to get rid of the droid shield turret. We do have the backup sentinel, though. Nightwind Assailants here as the 5/5 body. Does Arthur have an answer for this? He's going all out. It's Haymaker.
He does. He's got a Haymaker. 2 sentinels. Both of them answered immediately. I mean, Francesco needed to stop Vel swinging to survive in the game. Twice! He played a sentinel. Both times Arthur got rid of it. And then Francesco goes, well, I can't do it a third time. And that is how Arthur is going to even this up at 1 game apiece. I thought he had it with the first sentinel. I was convinced he'd saved himself with a second. Nope. Needed a third.
Absolutely. Where there's a will, there's a way, and there's a giant Haymaker swinging in to win in game 2. Also want to highlight just for a moment a play with the Bix Colleen, who attacked first, that went a little bit under the radar. Arthur used the when attacking ability of Bix Colleen to create the credit token, which was necessary to play the Haymaker. And for the keen-eyed viewers among you who would have noticed the card that Arthur discarded, it was a copy of Haymaker. So almost there, lulling his opponent into a bit of a false sense of security and going, well, Haymaker's gone. Maybe I could play this Nightwind Assailants and feel relatively safe with the 5 power. And Arthur saying, you've seen 1 Haymaker. How about 2 Haymakers? And winning the game.
Nothing he can do in that situation, unfortunately, and that is all it takes sometimes. And I've been thinking in that game, right? Obviously, we saw winning game 1 with Saw, and then switching to Aura Singh for game 2. I want to see him switch back. Like, firstly, you get a choice of first or second here, but specifically, the Saw Gerrera ability was used a few times really effectively in that game 1. To actually go over the top and get some damage. So I'm not saying he will, but I am saying I would almost expect it at this point, especially when you got the choice of first or second, because that game with Aura Singh did not look particularly smooth. It looked like it wasn't going great. Whereas game 1, unless you just think game 1 was a little bit of an aberration, maybe you feel like you got lucky in game 1, and then you really do think you should switch, but looks like we're still on Aura Singh, and Francesco has put down his opening resources. He's got his opening hand. He is sticking with Aura Singh and that partisan hideout, that cunning base. So apparently we are sticking with it. Maybe just going first is going to have an initiative to start the game. Maybe that alone, Francesco thinks, is going to make a difference.
Yeah, it's really intriguing here as well, actually, because I think the only card that we saw get played in game 3 that was with the villainy aspect was the Nightwind Assailants. I don't think I remember seeing anything else that would have necessitated Aura to make its way in. We are into game 3. Toydarian Technician to kick things off for Francesco with the initiative. And Arthur Lipinski does have a phase 1 action. It's just going to be the Artful Pickpocket.
Yeah, grabbing that bag, running away with it. It's frankly a little bit mean if you ask me, Ben. But regardless, it is at least a 2-drop that you can get down nice and early here. So that's what we got from both of these players. Nothing too impactful yet. Let's see. And with Francesco, you've stuck with Aura Singh. Need to try and make sure it's worth it when you get to the end here. There is your, what is that, Cage Elite, Kage Elite? Do I know how to pronounce this, Ben? Do you have any insight for me?
I would pronounce it Cage Elite, but also it's wearing kind of like almost samurai-esque regalia, so Kage Elite could very well be a correct pronunciation, actually.
It's not a unit I'm familiar with in the Star Wars canon, I'm afraid, and I'm very familiar with a lot of Star Wars. Shield Drive Technician does come down, and just like we saw in the previous game, doesn't shield up itself, shields up the Artful Pickpocket instead.
Yeah, intriguing. I think the biggest reason why we're shielding up the pickpocket here is so that Francesco doesn't just have the easy value trade with either the Toydarian Technician or this Kage Elite, because the Elite does have Saboteur, so it gets around and ignores the shield token that is on the board at the moment. So just trying to give it a little bit more space, a little bit more room to work with. Wouldn't surprise me if Artur puts an experience token onto the pickpocket as well here. In fact, we're just going to crash.
Right now, just crashing in, popping the shield, taking out the Elite, however you pronounce the first part of that. And then we are stuck with a Toydarian against a pickpocket. Let you figure out how you think that fight's going to go. Just don't try any mind tricks. Mind tricks don't work on him. He is a Toydarian after all.
Yeah, feels like very much a scene right out of Mos Eisley between a pickpocket and a Toydarian. But we see here the Toydarian Technician is going to take the first attack at the start of the 4 resource action phase. Does have that raid 1 keyword, so is going to swing for 3 damage. Artur's just going to return the favor with the printed 3 power of the Artful Pickpocket.
Yeah, we've got Raid 1 and Restore 1 on the Toydarian. We've got Saboteur on the Artful Pickpocket. Now, we do see this droid laser turret coming down, but remember, the Artful Pickpocket's got Saboteur. So, if Artur... Oh, doesn't even need that because we have got the -2 there, and that is going to take it down. And a Toydarian Technician of his own. I'm loving it. We're on Toydaria, Ben, and I've never been happier.
Yeah, the pickpocket's actually found the Toydarian Technician's brother and has decided to recruit him along to the gang, and is a little bit stronger as well with the experience token that's been granted by Velsatha there as well. That's what, a 3/4 with Raid 1, so it's swinging in for 4?
Yeah, on attack, it's 4/4. That is not too shabby, quite frankly. And this is what we said about Velsatha all the way along. You are, yes, you're giving your opponent a credit token, but you're having stats which are above what you should normally be able to have. And generally speaking, these leaders that grant experience tokens do tend to be the best in Limited. So if you want to know what's going to be the best when we get to Fall of the Empire, Ashes of the Empire, look for the one that gets experience tokens. Right now, it's collateral damage. It's taking out the Artful Pickpocket and getting a couple of damage on the Toydarian Technician in the process.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of Ashes of the Empire as well, there's been a brand new card, a brand new leader that's been revealed on the official Star Wars Unlimited social channels. If you haven't checked it out, have a look, because I think
Ben, we're in the middle of a game, man. Pay
really
attention.
Intriguing. Yeah, but
Ben, we're in the middle of a
Ross.
game, man. Also, I just need to go and see this leader quickly, so cover for me. I'm joking. We do see another ground unit. Oh, Ben, it's escaped me. I've seen it. So there we go. Vigilant Scouts. That is down there for Artur. That Restore 2 unit. And once again, things are looking pretty good for Artur here.
Yeah, just building things quite slowly but steadily at the moment. And also that Vigilant Scouts having the Restore 2 is going to be able to wipe off the damage that is on Artur's base as soon as it attacks, if it gets the chance to, in the first action for Artur here. So very nice little card to find at this juncture of the game. We are at 6 resources as well. So Velsatha is able to use her epic action and deploy into the ground arena. Francesco just going to make that Vigilant Scouts a little lost and a little forgotten.
Who? Sorry, I don't remember them. But I
Very
did have a
good.
sneaky look at the leader. I think it's the best leader we've seen for Matches of the Empire so far. I am in love.
Oh, yeah.
Nihil Stormsower comes down, which is kind of imposing, but maybe not so much against Velsatha here. The leader is out as a 4/7, given experience tokens on attack. That Nihil Stormsower, really good early game. Oh, and it's not any good now, because now we got the Haymaker coming down. 1 cost 2/2 a hidden is great, but that's a turn 1 play. Maybe turn 2 if you got a resource spare, but that is it. It's not great for this point in the game, so I mean, at least I suppose you made your opponent play Haymaker. That's a win, I suppose, maybe?
Yeah, yes and no. Yes, you've seen one of the 2 copies that you know are in Arthur's deck getting burned of Haymaker. You're absolutely right. But also no in the fact of, well, Velsatha was at most hitting for 5 by giving herself the experience token in that action phase. She instead ended up hitting for 6 because of the experience from Haymaker. So a little bit more awkward. Lost and forgotten now to deal with the 5/5 Sentinel from Francesco's side of the board. And he's in some dire straits here. This Velsatha is going to just keep getting bigger and bigger and hitting harder and harder as these action phases go on.
Night Wind Assailants came down. Night Wind Assailants, well, it went into the Night Wind, quite frankly. And I think you've nailed it here, Ben. This Velsatha, it's not just that it's hitting for 6. It's hitting for 6, and the next action phase hits for 7, then it hits for 8, then it hits for 9, and that's if you don't play something else, because you know there's at least another Haymaker in Arthur's deck. We saw it in game 1. And it's going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And this looks a lot like game 2. Arthur is doing a great job controlling the board, getting a bit of damage on there, and Francesco has just not been able to get damage on the board really at all.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Francesco just try and durdle an action here with the Aura Sing ability. Has no target, but you can still declare the action, and Arthur goes, okay, cool. I'll take the free 7 damage into your base. Now we see Aura Sing getting the mastery. It's going to swing in for 6 here, so it's not going to be able to clear the way of Velsatha, who's up to 10 base HP now with the 3 experience tokens. But maybe just trying to set it up for either, maybe, I don't know, out of aspect collateral damage, attack from all sides, incapacitate something.
I think you put it really nicely there, Ben. Something. We really don't know what's going to be the goal here, and that is a little bit of a problem. There's just too many, there's too many things that Velsatha is doing right now, and too few ways to get rid of her. Because a lot of these cards that target units don't target leaders. So now you got to try going through without using any of those. Now we see Zerberelli come down. That's a Sentinel, which is also going to take out the Aura Sing leader, because that is something that can target down those leaders. And now you got a Sentinel in front of Vel, although Lost and Forgotten will get rid of whoever.
Sentinel? What Sentinel?
Well, that's my point. I don't remember there being a Sentinel. But I do remember there being Velsatha. She gets out of control.
I was just about to.
You leave her
I was
be,
just about to say, yeah, it doesn't clear the core problem here. Is just this giant Velsatha that's just punching in for damage and damage and damage. Have we given the experience token again there? It doesn't look like we have.
We're on.
No, we
8.
didn't.
Did we not?
No, because there was 3
regardless,
experience
we're
tokens.
swinging for 8. We got game on board. So if Vel swings, Vel wins. And we've actually got one more than we need. And we are 1 game each here. So if his swing game's through, it's not just game, it is match. Francesco needs a way to get Vel off the board. Francesco does have the initiative. He will have the first action. That first action has to. But they're playing something out of aspect with an epic action. What have we got? It's Chris Santon ambushing in. Big giant Wookiee punching Vel right in the face. But is it actually enough? Oh, yeah, it's easily enough. It's got 7 power.
Yeah, well, I mean, is it enough being the correct sort of worry here? But it's a case of sort of, is it enough to bring Francesco back into this game? There's a 17-point damage differential between the 2 bases right now, with Artur's base having taken 3, Francesco's having taken 20, and we've lost the Chrysanthemum in that trade as well. So Artur can go, okay, I'm just going to flood out the board with this X-Wing and Finn in space and ground, and do you have a 2-pronged way to deal with the threats that I've replenished?
And that's the thing. You spent 8 resources. You used your epic action. You got Chrysanthemum down. Brilliant. But it wasn't a clean defeat. You traded. Vel took you down as well. If you could keep this 7 strength on the board while your opponent's got nothing in the ground arena and you can keep swinging at the base for 7, I'm down with it, but it feels more like a delaying tactic. Now, we do see Kill Switch coming down onto Finn here, exhausting down, giving a -1/-1 with that upgrade. But Alliance X-Wing can at least swing for a couple, get you a little bit closer. And if Arta can just play a few units, it feels like they're going to get over the edge here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that kill switch really, really big, prevents game from being on board in this action phase. But again, it continues the same question of, well, where do we go from here? I see that there's a pod racer in hand. I think there's attack from all sides as well. This is the cunning villainy pod racer here, the cutthroat pod racer. Will deal 2 to a exhausted unit, so that's not bad. A little bit more damage on Finn.
Another card you couldn't play if you were playing Saw Gerrera, at least not without overpaying for it. It's a villainy card there. We do see Zeb Aurelius coming in, and that is going to take out the Cutthroat Pod Racer. That is heartbreaking here. And now there's a Sentinel set up in the ground unit as well. We get an experience token from Velsafa's leader ability, giving a credit token to Francesco while boosting up Zeb. Game very much on board here. It will take a couple of swings, which is something, but Francesco's got nothing on the board, so you're not really going to be, it's either going to be ambush or it's got to be an event card. It's the only way you're getting through here.
Yeah, it's time for that aptly pulled single reactor ignition to completely wipe out the board. No, it's going to be the Blade Wing.
Will do. Yeah, Blade Wing will do it. Oh,
Not
and there's
enough,
nothing more to be done. Francesco shakes a hand. Arta takes this 2-1. Cannot stop winning, Ben, when we're commentating him playing at a large Star Wars Unlimited event. Just won the sector qualifier in London just a couple of weeks ago. Now here at a record of 6-0-1 in Prague at the Limited Regional Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very well played there from Artur Lipinski after losing game 1 in potentially a situation that he didn't need to put himself into. Got himself picked back up, won game 2, won game 3. And I think one of the biggest question marks around that game and around that set in its entirety, Ross, is the choice from Francesco to switch from Saw Gerrera after winning in game 1 to Aura Singh and then proceeding to drop the next 2 games. It was clearly a calculated risk. There was clearly something brewing in the back of Francesco's mind, but it's a call that just did not pay off.
I mean, look, he knows his deck better than me. He's got a very good record at the tournament today. He has got a lot more information here than I have, and I want to make that clear at the beginning. But I also look at it, and I just watched all 3 games. In game 1, it wasn't some kind of amazing, massive victory, but he pulled it out. Games 2 and 3 really were not that close. And after game 2, I'm not really sure why you would keep, but you did. Regardless, we can muse on this later. Now we've got Emiliano Bolzoni with Velsafa against Martin Medley with, stop me if you've heard this already, Velsafa. I love, we're bringing 2 feature matches around. You know, one a little peek behind the curtain. We're recording a game while we show you a game. And when the first game finishes, we're like, play the second game. And it means we can bring you nearly non-stop action here from Prague at this limited sector qualifier. This isn't from a previous round. This isn't from 3 rounds ago. No. This is a second game from the current round, which is ongoing, that we can show you a little bit of fun. And it actually looks like we are joining in. Well, we're joining in after game 1. Martin already 1 game up here. So, going to need to see something here in game 2 from Emiliano.
Yep, absolutely will have to. And big pressure actually on Emmy here. A teammate of Artur Lipinski's who we just saw win in our first feature match just a couple of moments ago, both on the acclaimed UK-based team, Team Nexus. So Emiliano Bolzoni still at a very respectable record, X1 going into round 7. There's the fist bump. We are ready to get underway. Emmy with the initiative, and it's Leppy Lookout to start.
Not a bad turn 1 play. You get that shielded overwhelm. And in fact, Martin likes it so much, he's going to do the same gosh darn thing. Very much a bit of a mirror match here. Although, do check out the aspects here. We have a command for Zell, for Emiliano, but we've got Cunning for Martin. Now there are two of them. I love it. It's not been played. Whoever's there spotting for us, good work. I appreciate that.
Yeah, we got you. We knew exactly where you were going. I was trying to help you set it up by saying that this was getting out of hand, but we have the two Leppy lookouts on the board. And like you say, Ross, it is important to point out the difference of choice here in the base with the aspect. Partisan Hideout as Cunning for Martin, and then Command for Imperial Command Complex for Emiliano. We've heard pretty much throughout most of the day about how strong that the Cunning card pool is in A Lawless Time, which makes a lot of sense, very thematic, a lot of trickery, a lot of, dare I say, cunning involved in the deck building process and in the card design process. But very intriguing to see that Martin is going to have access to all of those tools a little bit more readily than Emiliano has. And it will be about what cards has he got in that command pool that has made that choice worth it.
Well, the Leppy Lookout, unfortunately, not worth it anymore, but there is a follower of the code, which is sitting there on Emiliano's side there with that Restore 1 as a 2-free. Leppy Lookout still there on the other side, but Vel is giving an experience token to the follower of the code, and that is given a credit token to Martin. And then we head off to the resource phase. You draw 2, and if you wish, you can resource a card. At this point in the game, you're going to resource a card.
Yeah, always will do. With your leader being at that 6 or more resource deploy necessary, you always want to at least get up to that point in time when your leader is going to be eligible to deploy. Some decks tend to stop at that point. Chewbacca from A Lawless Time is one that comes to mind that just sort of stops at 4 resources and then starts destroying its own resources, and it gets very, very complicated with that leader in particular. But the point still stands. You know, some decks do just like to accumulate the card advantage in hand as opposed to thinking, right, more resources equals more threats in one action phase.
Well, we have the Circuit Challenger coming down from Martin, and that does ambush in and takes out follower of the code. So Martin, 1-game-1, early lead, I would say, here in game 2. And it is still very early, but in a decent position, keeping that ground arena on lockdown, at least for the time being. Oh, but we've got ourselves... Don't tell me, Ben. Don't tell me, Ben. It's a season tracker. There we go. Coming down from Emiliano. It's got hidden. Don't try attacking him this phase. Ain't going to work.
Yeah, the hidden keyword stopping any potential attacks from this Leppy Lookout coming in, which gets itself an experience token. So definitely a worthy usage of the keyword here. Now we're going to see Leppy Lookout swinging into base for the 4 damage. The season tracker got an experience token as well, so that's a 5/5 on board right now.
Yeah, that's not too shabby. It's another one of these cards. It's just, what do we call it if it's got no aspect whatsoever?
I call it aspectless.
Aspectless. It's an aspectless card, so it can be played in absolutely any deck.
Al calls it.
What's he called? Neutral. Neutral works, actually.
Yeah.
Regardless, it's not impressive, but Vel absolutely excels at taking units that aren't impressive and making them significantly more impressive than they might otherwise appear.
Yeah, absolutely. It points back to the point that we were making at the start of this round before we jumped into our first feature match about making a good Boba deck versus an average Vel Sartha deck. You look at a card like Season Tracker, okay, maybe not the best comparison because it does have the Bounty Hunter tag, but a card of that sort of nature, a neutral 4/4 with hidden, you know, normally in a sealed pool, you'll look at that and you go, oh, okay, this is maybe my filler 29th, 30th card just to make ends meet. But in a deck like Vel Sartha, all of a sudden, it becomes an actual legitimate threat when combined with the leader action. You know, you're paying 4 for potentially a 5/5. Yes, you're still giving away the credit token, but you're getting a lot more value out of it as opposed to what you would by shoving a card like that into a very secular leader like Boba, for example.
And we just saw a really good example of it when we had the experience token allowed it to take out the circuit challenger while surviving, which it wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. But Stalwart Fleet Trooper comes down as a sentinel here, and Hidden Hunters over on the other side. Very similar to the season tracker we saw a moment ago, but with 1 extra HP. So, yeah, we're nothing too impressive yet. No big bombs coming down, but even though it's been quite a muted start, there's 10 damage on Emiliano's base. Neither player's had a big swing or done too much of anything, and yet there's 10 damage on Emiliano's base. And I do feel like the cunning version of Vel is going to have an advantage over this command version, but maybe we can. The Axe remembers that is going to go and get rid of... Oh, it bounced back
Leppy
the...
Lookout.
Thank
Leppy
you, Ben.
Lookout.
It bounced back the Leppy Lookout to hand.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward one, really, I think, here, actually. The Axe forgets. You've burned the base epic action to do that, so it does just give Martin the opportunity to replay the Leppy Lookout back down, re-get the shield token on it, and then just boost it up again with Velsatha and make it a 4-2 with an experience token. Now Shield Drive Outfitter coming down, giving a shield to the Stalwart Fleet Trooper as well, making it a 3-3 shielded unit, which is statistically strictly better than a Village Protector's. It's just, it feels a bit desperate for Emiliano here. I'm not sure I'm a fan.
Well, either way, over on Martin's side, we're using the Vel ability to go and pop an experience token onto your Stalwart Fleet Trooper, boosting that up to a 4-4 Sentinel now, and it is shielded, remember, because that shield technician, it came in, and it gave a shield to a different unit. We saw it with After a Bunch in the previous round. We've seen it here, paying 1 to put a shield on a unit you'd much rather be keeping. Turn 1, play it as shielded, that's fine. After turn 1, often comes in mostly to just give a shield to something else, and frankly, it is working. So, right now, advantage Martin. What can Emiliano do here? He's got the worst board and more damage on his base.
But we have now approached the leader deploy phase here for both of these players. We are at the 6 resource action phase, so Velsathas on both sides will be eligible to flip on this turn. Of course, with an activatable action on your leader side as well. Generally speaking, you want to use that first before you then deploy the leader unit out into the ground arena, get sort of double duty from the abilities, so to speak.
Absolutely. We saw the swing with Hidden Hunters there. Still only 3 damage on Martin's base. Has got that Stalwart Fleet Trooper. They can just kind of chill there for a little bit, start swinging in a moment. Taking a bit of time to decide what's going to be going on here is Martin. He's got a few cards in hand. And finally, we're paying 6 resources. Make it something good. It's Finn coming down. And that is going to be enough to take out those Hidden Hunters. Nice.
Yeah, not bad by any stretch of the imagination. Would have maybe preferred it to have been a card like Incapacitate, so he doesn't have to take a load of damage onto this Finn unit here. But at the very least, we've still got the Sentinel on the board right now in the Stalwart Fleet Trooper. Actually going to regain the shield token as well, thanks to Finn's on attack ability, which is really, really nice. So that's now a 4-4. Yeah, and it's a 4-4 shielded Sentinel right now, so it is doubly better than a Village Protector's.
I love Finn coming in. You know, it gives a shield to a non-unique unit. The problem is, we've seen a lot. There's a lot of unique units people are playing with here, but where you can find an opportunity to go and give that shield really does make a difference. Val goes and gets deployed. Emiliano, first person to get the leader down, immediately swings and then goes and gets that experience token on there. But all it really did was take the shield off the Sentinel, which is not, you know, you've taken 4 damage on your leader and all you've done is pop a shield. I don't love it.
Yeah, and we've snap deployed the Velsatha as well without using the leader side action. Whereas with Martin, we've used the leader side action here to give an experience token to the shield drive outfitter and make it, what is that, a 2-3 now?
2-4, is it? Yeah, 2-3. Something like that. Let me have a quick gander. Regardless, it's now a lot better than it was before, and that's kind of the point here. Yeah, so yes, it is a 1-3, so it goes up to a 2-4. So, frankly, good start. I mean, it's turning it into a valid unit. It's not good, but that's not the point. It's going to stay around. It's going to make your opponent have to deal with it, and if not, it's going to keep piling 2 damage into the base. We see a Biff Brute coming down from Emiliano, sitting there as a sentinel now, protecting his damage leader.
Yeah, and it's such a shame that we didn't already have an experience token on that shield drive outfitter right now as well, because you would have loved to have had that be the unit to go into this Bith Brute and clear the way of it as the Sentinel. Instead, we have to use Velsatha first to deal with the Bith Brute. Does give the experience token, of course, to something on attack. Where it's going to go, it's going to go
You could give it to the shield drive outfitter, and then it would be able to swing free into the leader, and I believe that would be enough to take... Oh, no, because there's an experience token to be 1 short. That's a bit sad. Instead, just swinging into base with both Finn and the shield drive outfitter, and then we see the pickpocket is back.
Yeah, pickpocket back once again, and look at this board state disparity as well between the two players. Martin is 5 wide in the ground arena up against Emiliano, who's just got this partially damaged Velsatha leader unit in his ground arena at the moment. And look at the aspects that are being represented here as well. 2 units in Martin's side of the board have the cunning aspect representing.
Oh, and that's going to be it. Martin's going to take this one.
Wow.
Emiliano looks at the board and goes, no. Frankly, no. There's already 16 damage on my base. I ain't beating all of that. And slightly earlier than we may have expected, but I do think there was no way back for Emiliano. He saw it as well. Still a fantastic 5-1-1 record, but Martin 6-0-1. That ain't shabby.
That is a really, really strong performance and should very much confirm him as well into day 2 of the limited regional championships as well. And ultimately that was just the numbers game being able to be played there from Martin Medley there, and also playing Star Wars Unlimited the simple and the right way as well. I mentioned about the deploy phase there for both players with Velsatha. Emiliano's deployment phase for his leader was deploy the leader, whereas Martin's was play a unit, use the leader side action to get an extra experience token, deploy the leader, get more experience tokens around, and get that, like I said, double duty of your leader before it went and used the epic action and deployed into the ground arena. So really, really well played there from Martin. And yeah, as we say, X01 should be into day 2 tomorrow.
Looking very nice. And look, Emiliano, before this round, was sitting at 5-0-1. Had not dropped a single match at all, you know, going through this tournament here. So clearly he's got a very good deck, and his deck is working very nicely. No arguments there. But watching what we did of that game, we only really saw game 2, not game 1. But it really did seem like the cunning version of Vel had quite an advantage over the command version. It really is just, I've got these few little cunning cards which are making a difference. Cunning, you know, Al's made the point, and I agree with him entirely. It looks to be such a strong aspect here. I'm really excited to see what happens when we get to tomorrow, when we move from sealed to draft, and everyone knows how good these cunning are. And it's going to be even more interesting than normal, because normally we play sealed and we're drafting. People know we can't really go too far off aspect. But now, you can draft some random card thinking it might be good, knowing that there is an epic action that can bring it out with no penalty. But something else we can bring out with no penalty right now is somebody you saw do a win not very long ago. So let's go and have a chat with them.
Hello everybody and welcome back. I'm here back in the interview area. I'm joined with Martin, who we just saw won his feature match. And for Martin, it's a very special tournament, this event, because it's actually where he lives. It's home territory for him.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, very exciting. I saw you win pretty smoothly.
Actually, I was very surprised it went so smooth, and
Yeah.
Lepilka did like amazing job this game. It was great. Yeah.
So you saw everything that you needed.
Yes, basically.
Are you happy with the pot that you got?
At the start of the day, I wasn't happy.
Okay.
But like now I'm 6-1, so I'm very happy.
Yeah, I can imagine that your score is important
Yeah,
at
it
the end
is.
of the day. We're certain that you will make day 2, right?
Yes.
Going X2 guarantees you to be in the spot for day 2. Are you going to play day 2, or do you prefer to play Premier?
I prefer Premier, but I'm definitely gonna play day 2 because I need my last 10 points actually for Galactics, and if I end up top 64, I will get the points. So it's actually very nice.
Yeah, of course. So you're a contender to go to Galactic?
Yeah, I already have plane tickets. I have a ticket for Galactics, and I will go even if I don't qualify. So
Okay, you're locked in. You're going
Yes,
anyway.
yes.
That's really nice to hear. Preparing for this format, were you already with the intention to play limited, as in I will make day 2 with limited, or did you more have a mindset of playing Premier tomorrow and limited is just for fun?
Honestly, I was just wanted to play Premier.
Yeah.
And I didn't try limited at all,
Okay.
besides of some pre-release or some, I don't know, showdown we had.
Like most people, yeah.
So I'm very surprised it went so good.
Yeah.
And so.
Yeah, very nice. You're actually doing really, really well. I'm happy for you. Hopefully we see you tomorrow again for some more feature matches. And yeah, thank you so much for the interview,
Thank
Martin.
you as well. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our final round. We have the 8th round just coming up for you now. What do we think we're going to see?
Well, I'm no Mystic Meg, but I'm going to guess there's a Vel involved somewhere along the line. Although I've been saying all day that as the day gets later on, I'm expecting fewer Vels, so I guess I've been disproving that because I've seen so many of them. But to be fair, we might have just, we don't have the breakdown here, so it may be just they're the ones that have appeared on stream, in fairness. But yeah, probably reasonable bet that there will be a Vel involved in this final round.
Yeah, I'm in. I think the numbers, I mean, like you said, we don't have the numbers to hand due to the nature of the event, but I think if you looked around, it's probably going to be a Vel, at least between one of the two players.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a very interesting day. I've seen what I wanted to see. I've seen Saw Gerrera, I've seen Boba Fett, and that makes me happy.
Yeah, it was nice we got the Boba mirror. That was a really interesting one. Like I said, we saw Saw Gerrera, and it did saw things, which was nice to see as well. Again, I would have liked to have seen a Han, but you know, you can't have everything. And yeah, I think we've had a pretty decent diversity on stream. In the hall, I do think there's been a reasonable diversity of leaders as well. Like I said, I think Vel, the thing she does is she just hoovers up all the kind of weak decks.
Yeah.
You know, maybe some of the less experienced players as well, but you know, the key thing really is I think some of those weaker pools do get obliterated by Vel. So that's why she does tend to do well across a large, you know, event. But I think if you're building your deck and you sat there and you've ended up with a different pool than one that works with Vel, or you haven't opened Vel herself, I think you're fine with that, honestly. I don't think it's a situation where you need Vel to do well here. It's just that the people who maybe have weaker pools or are weaker players can do a bit better than they would usually with Vel.
Yeah, definitely. Not to kind of downplay some of the players that we've seen today, but it can definitely kind of help crutch against a potentially weaker pool that you've opened, like you said.
Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't. You know, if everyone was equally skilled, there'd be no point in us being here, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So at the end of the day, there is different skill levels, especially in an event of this size with this many hundreds of people. There are going to be people who are more new to the game. There are going to be people who've been card gamers for years.
Yeah.
You know, the world champions here. You know, so at the end of the day, like, there's going to be a big variety, and I think Vel does help to bridge that gap a little bit. But obviously, there's still many decisions to make in a limited game. Limited in particular, I think, is full of little micro decisions that do end up, you know, resulting in a win. Oh, look at that! I was right. I was right. We have a Vel, but also finally Han Solo. Just what I wanted to see. All day we've been missing Han. I've wanted Han in my life, and here he is.
So, give us the breakdown. How does this Han Solo kind of operate? What does he want to do?
Well, obviously you can defeat a friendly token to deal 1 damage to a unit. Vel gives you tokens, so in that sense, you can utilize those tokens in a slightly different way, which can sometimes be really useful. A lot of the time, I think if you can defeat an opposing unit that you otherwise wouldn't be able to defeat, then that is very much worth a credit token. So it does mean that Jens is probably going to have to be a little bit more careful with when and how he's using Vel's ability, just because he obviously doesn't want to open up those options for Han. Turning Han's ability kind of into an Aura Sing type effect. Obviously not quite as good because he can't defeat units with shields and things like that. But yeah, it's I think it's an interesting conundrum puzzle that Jens probably won't have had that much practice with, because like I said, we haven't seen that many Hans today. As a common leader, I don't think it's hugely popular. It's probably on the weaker end. So yeah, I think advantage Vel, but certainly if Hans got to this stage of the day, then it's probably going to be at least a reasonably powerful deck, which I think gives him a good opportunity to do well here.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're seeing it with the blue base matched up as well. So it'll be interesting to see in what kind of potential big bombs we might find from that. Obviously, we've seen consistently throughout today that vigilance aspect coming through with so many like big savior cards dealing with all these massive threats. Tree Remembers and Lost and Forgotten, just to name two. They're just super helpful cards to see in this format.
Yeah, Vigilance gets a huge a boost because, they both rolled a 10 there. So let's see, how many times are we going to roll? Oh, twice. Nope. Okay. So Bartosz gets to go first. Big advantage, especially in this format. In Limited anyway, going first is huge, but a big advantage here for him in what's obviously an important round here for both players. It says they're 6-0-1, but this is the final round, so I think those records may need to be updated. But yeah, we've got both players. I think it's no coincidence that they're both on Vigilance, Cunning, and Heroism. I think the three strongest aspects.
Yeah.
Again, I think you can absolutely do well without those aspects, but they just make things a bit easier. The card pool slightly deeper. Some of the commons are a bit more powerful than other aspects, and again, Vigilance in particular gives you access to that removal that you don't really get in other aspects.
Yeah, definitely. The uncommon and common pool, like you said, within those aspects, I think, is just point for point probably stronger, especially in this type of format where you don't have access to all your rares, you don't have access to all your legendaries. That kind of core section of cards fit within those aspects is on average probably stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see here both got premium turn 1 players.
Yeah.
The Lepi Lookout, obviously on the side of Bartosz, and then the Canyon Frontrunner. Both really good. Again, the only thing holding Lepi Lookout back from being, again, probably the best 2-drop of the set is that Aura Sing makes it unplayable. But when Aura Sing's not present, it's a phenomenal turn 1 play. And here in particular, it's very, very good against Jens' start of Canyon Frontrunner, especially because Bartosz got to go first. So he gets to, it's probably the only way in the game to value trade really into the Canyon Frontrunner is having one of the very select few units, like a shielded turn 1 player or a 2-4, and then actually go first. So it turns out winning the die roll here to go first is huge for Bartosz. It's put him in a much better position than he would have been having going second. Syndica's a really good follow-up for Jens, though. Again, a fantastic curve, typically. If Jens had been going first against most decks, that would have been enough to win the game, I think. But the fact that he went second and Bartosz had the Leopard Lookout means that this is a real game.
Yeah, definitely super important there. It'll be interesting to see if the first action from Jens will be the leader action to help give out the Sentinel once it's upgraded. But we're not going to see... Well, we are going to see an upgrade, just not quite what I was thinking.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch what the upgrade was. Can't make it out. Oh, that is absolutely disgusting.
It'll be interesting to see if we can
We'll find out what it was. It was Layer's Disguise. Yeah, Kanan there, I mean, that is just a disgracefully powerful curve against what Jens put out. Jens put out a really solid curve of his own, but Bartosz having the Lepi Lookout, the Cage Elite is decent, and then the Kanan on 3 with the... obviously used the base for the Lepi Lookout. It's just unbelievably powerful. To bounce that and defeat the Layer's Disguise, I mean, this puts Bartosz miles ahead in this game. Again, I think because of the sheer value of Val, pun intended, it's called Val, she's called Vel, so there's no fun there at all. Because of the pure value of Vel, I think that maybe Jens could still be in this game, whereas other leaders might have been completely out of the game at this point. But I do think he's very far behind here.
Yeah, definitely, and I mean, we're already seeing a good stack of damage come through. The Toydarian Technician coming down from Jens, I mean, it's now sat as a 3-4 raid 1 restore 1, so it will be able to punch back quite hard and start to chip away at some of the damage that he's got on his base. But it's definitely not a favourable position.
So there's no tokens for Bartosz. Oh, he has got a credit token, actually. So even if the Toydarian Technician value trades into... He'd have to value trade into the Cage Elite, I think. That way it can't just then get pinged off with the credit token. So that could be a way to start. Or Lando, okay. Both players have got, as you'd expect at this stage, getting to the final round undefeated, both players have got very, very strong decks here.
Seen a lot spent here.
Is that Finn?
Yeah.
Yeah, these are the all-stars of the common and uncommon slots, honestly. Like every single turn here is just a complete banger after banger. Yeah, the Finn there, amazing answer to Lando. There are very few answers, clean answers to Lando in this set. That's why Lando's such a powerful card to pull as a spotlight card. But Finn is one of them. Not only does he get to defeat Lando, but also value trades and sticks around afterwards. Kanan gets value traded, but the Toydarian Technician now, because it took the trade into Kanan, can now be finished off with Han's ability by defeating the shield token. Okay, yeah, fair enough. That's another way of doing it.
Yeah.
So yeah. So obviously, with the hand ability, when you his deployed side is when you on attack, you can defeat any number of friendly tokens, deal that much damage. You can still defeat the shield and deal 1 damage. It makes no difference which order you do it in.
I mean, yeah, this is going to be a lot of damage to push straight away, and at only a 5 resource deploy, dealing in that 4 can be. I mean. As we're going to say, it's going to push so much damage so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both players playing really cleanly here as well. I mean, every decision I think is well thought out.
Yeah.
And they're making all the right trades in the right order. So yeah, good to see. It's tough. I mean, I think the game really got out of hand. That Kanan play was the big play. That was the one. Yeah, every other turn has been slightly Bartosz favoured, but Kanan was the brutal play. If you bounce your opponent's units upgraded, the game's over. And Jens there concedes.
Yeah. When you've spent your first kind of 2 turns to build up with this unit, you've spent that many resources to just have it all achieve literally nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, what really are you meant to do?
Yeah.
Very similarly to seeing how kind of devastating it can be for our pilot leaders from jump to just have them removed through the various amounts of gear removal and
the thing they've got all their
upgrade.
Yeah, well, they've all got it all in common. They're all upgrades, right?
Yeah.
And that's exactly the double-edged sword of upgrades in this game.
Yeah.
On leaders, it's a bit different because a lot of leaders can't be affected by the same removal, but it can be equally devastating if you put removal on a leader and that leader gets removed. But yeah, upgrades on any unit in limited, if it gets bounced or defeated, the upgrade gets defeated and you're in a really bad spot. Obviously, pilot leaders were an extreme example because it was your leader itself that was the upgrade, and that put you in a tricky situation if your opponent had upgrade removal. But here, again, when you put upgrades on a unit, you are playing with fire, and there aren't that many ways to answer them in this set. But obviously, Bartosz had the Kanan, and in these aspects in particular, he'd already used his base, but he is in exactly the aspects for the Kanan. So, when your opponent's in the right aspect for that card, you've got to be wary of it. I do agree with Jens' play, though. I think at that point you're so far behind, you've got to just risk them not having a Kanan, and obviously you took the risk and got punished.
Yeah, absolutely. There's that level that we've been talking about kind of at different points today of you can be the kind of bell curve we were talking about of you can be a very new player and not play around things. You can be that player in the middle who plays around things too heavily, and then you can be at the other end where you know that it is a potential problem, but you're not going to play directly around it because if you can get this out, you can push for a win.
Yeah, I completely agree, absolutely, and it's a skill you've got to practice. It takes you years to build up that skill in any game. The Toydarian Technician gets bounced by the Axe Forgets, but that's fine because your opponent's not tempoing you out or anything like that, so it's really not a bad trade for Jens there. Pretty happy with that. Sinterkaz, one of the few units that can trade evenly with this droid turret as well, so a pretty good start for Jens here. Again, didn't really matter that he went first actually in this game, but the fact that he did go first means he has the initiative, so a much more favourable game for him at this point. I think, again, he has to get through this, but there's also going to be a real challenge next game if he wins this one, where he tries to win when going second. Kill switch, beautiful answer to droid laser turret, very thematic as well. Turned off the droid laser turret there and got past its shield, very nice.
Absolutely. I'm expecting we're just going to see, potentially just stall out an action using your leader, get Sinterkaz up to being a sentinel and that little bit beefier, just to see if anything comes out to the ground.
And there it is, the toy maker himself back again. Let's see what Bartosz can do. Still got all 4 resources here, so we know Kanan's an option potentially to bounce the Technician. He passed and claimed. Okay, it's interesting.
Yeah, I mean...
Either Bartosz had a very bad hand or he wasn't expecting Jens to claim there, but yeah, to skip 4 resources is... it's bad news bears. It's not ideal.
Interesting choice to offer the pass.
Yeah.
I take it he's not able to stall out using the Han action, is he? Is it a requirement to have?
No, you can. Yeah, you can.
Or would he have been able to?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, you can use it and not have a token.
So potentially that would have been the more heads-up decision to then make sure that you couldn't have just been claimed against, like in that situation.
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. You can't have claimed because obviously Jens had the initiative. So yeah, I'm really not sure what happened there.
I think he offered a pass, hoping that Sintra-Kaz would swing.
Yeah.
And then Jens just said, "No, I'm fine with this."
Yeah. I suppose if he had have soft passed, then Jens could have just used Vel's ability, but then he could have maybe played something else with the tokens. So yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Very strange. Again, I think Bartosz was behind from the offset here. The first few turns really didn't go his way, but missing that turn 4 really has got to be heavily Jens favoured now.
Absolutely. We are going to see Han come out, and obviously he does deploy sooner, but I mean, I still don't think it's too great of a situation to be in here.
Yeah, just a 4/5 Saboteur. At this point, his ability not doing anything because Jens has not used Vel's ability. Bartosz hasn't generated his own tokens other than the one on the turret, which was defeated. So no way for Han to actually make use of any of his abilities here. And this is the luxury you're afforded. If you have a better turn 1, turn 2, and turn 3 than your opponent, you're allowed to not have to use Vel's ability. You know, you're not forced to make risky plays. You can just make very safe plays. Just slowly gain an advantage over them. You know that you're going to win the late game in all likelihood because Vel is stronger in the late game than Han is. She can continue to grow.
Yeah, and like we've seen time and time again, Finn comes out, just instantly clears up leaders or your big threats that you're seeing, and even in this, it was able to distribute out that shield token. I imagine the Guild Ambush will probably go into Finn out of fear from taking another 6 damage, and again another shield token to be distributed.
Yeah, it's Bartosz might be looking at this and thinking, you know what, if I'm going to win this game, I'm going to have to just go base. But the thing is, the Toydarian Technician is going to be constantly restoring, so you're not really going to be able to win any kind of base race.
Oh, but and it leaves up that 6 attack Finn.
It's constantly generating shields as well.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Bartosz conceded, much like Jens did last game. He conceded very early on because he recognised there's no way for him to get back into it. I would not be surprised if something similar happened. Yeah, the Technician is an unnamed Toydarian. Can be given that shield token from Finn. They were just checking there why Toydarian hadn't taken any damage back. Ah, snap. There's my own Toydarian. And these, you can see here, these are part of the reason why these aspects in particular are so strong. I mean, we've just seen the whole lot there.
Yeah.
Toydarian Technician at common, turn 1 player, really, really strong, one of the best in the set. Kanan, you know, probably the best 4-cost card in the set, uncommon, brilliant. And then Finn, I think the best uncommon 6-cost, and they're all in the same aspect combination, which is exactly why we see Vigilance, Cunning do so well here. And then we see a classic, you know, Jens just clearing at the board here. There's very few ways, really, for Bartosz to get back onto the board. We are in the aspects for Rhydonium Detonation, which can help, but obviously, you know, it's not going to do much against Vel is the problem. And I don't see how Bartosz is going to actually clear off this Vel.
Yeah, as you kind of said before, I wouldn't be too shocked if we're going to see another kind of quick game or the handshake be offered, because I mean, like you said, there is answers, but I'd be impressed if we can find them.
Yeah, just flung his credit token at Finn's head there. That's it. Nice use of Han's ability. That's the first time I've actually seen it be used, I think. Maybe the second time, but first time to good effect. But again, Vel, she's just growing and growing and growing.
Yeah.
Gaining that experience.
Yeah, 6 damage coming in after each swing.
Liberty's good. Liberty is good, and I'm guessing that's why we haven't seen Bartosz concede, because Liberty really, I mean, he obviously knew he had that in his deck, maybe even had it in his hand, but, you know, that is one of the cards that can get you out of these tricky situations. But yeah, that's...
And there she goes.
Yeah, she's lost and forgotten in the depths of space there, unfortunately for her, so that will be... I think Bartosz is probably ace in the hole dealt with.
Yeah.
I mean, for all we know, he has another one, but it's a legendary, so unlikely. I wonder how many games that Liberty's actually won for Bartosz today. I guess a good number of them.
Absolutely. And this is kind of what we were talking about. The kind of just aspects and the cards that you get with both Cunning and Vigilance, thank you. There's so many powerful cards, and both of them on screen now, both Liberty being an amazing legendary, if you can pull it, it's, I mean, just amazing. And then Lost and Forgotten being equally as good, being able to go, I see you're a very good card, I'm going to deal with it, and heal a little bit on the way out.
Yeah, it's a card that we've... was that played out of aspects? I believe it was, yeah. So that's Sabine. We've not seen much of Sabine so far today, although I do think she's a pretty good card, just simply because her on the face of it isn't amazing, but the fact that you get to defeat an experience token is reasonable, and then sometimes you actually get to defeat things like Mastery, which would be an incredible little swing as well. So a card that I did want to talk about more, but just hadn't seemed to come up that often. Again, not really in the right aspect, but here, you know, you obviously an out of aspect card for Bartosz, absolutely fine. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw that in Game 3 come out to good effect, just to defeat an experience token.
Yeah, definitely. We see the Tree Remembers coming out again, another staple that we've been talking about, one of those ideal cards to find for it.
Bix Kalin there, one of the cards that actually is translated, one of the few cards that's translated successfully over to Premier in Lando decks. Bix has been pretty good, good way to set up Anakin. You can discard card from your hand and then set up the 6-cost Anakin, so we'll probably see some Bix over the rest of the weekend. Not as much of a key player in Limited, but a 4/5 for 4, you know, with some upside is still pretty good. So, you know, again, a Wampa really, so you're pretty happy with a Wampa, although she's not on the same level as some of these other heavy hitters. Artful Pickpocket, just generic 2-drop, nothing wrong with that. Not the best one, not the worst one. If it's in aspect, just stick it in your deck.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's currently Jen's game, I would say quite confidently. I'd be interested to see if Bartosz has much else in the gas, really. We've seen a lot of his kind of, what you would imagine to be his the kind of cream of the crop that is in his deck.
Yeah, Liberty probably is going to be the peak. I mean, for all we know, like I said, he has another bomb in there, but he is continuing to play despite being so far behind. So that makes me think he probably does have some of the tricks up his sleeve. Might just be going through the motions, but you know, again, the game's not going to take that long to complete. Not really in any rush here. You've got plenty of time on the clock, so there's no reason to concede as such. It's just, you know, I think if a player knows that there's absolutely no way that you would generally concede. But again, he's spending a lot of resources here, so this is either something mid-level out of aspect or a big bomb again. 4, 5, 6, 7 was that? 8 resources, I believe he spent there. Count those up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 resources. For an out of aspect, is that
Pursuers.
Yeah, that's it. Dogged Pursuers, thank you. So it was actually 7. I swear he turned over 8 there, but maybe I'm wrong. That's almost certain that's 8.
Yeah.
Anyway. Anyway, yeah. So, or you can pay 1, of course.
He's paid one still. One played effect.
Yeah, of course. There we go. It's been a long day. Yeah, so Dogged Pursuers there. It's funny that card normally costs 5. In here it costs 8, which is unusual. But there you go. Again, not enough to really trouble Vel too much. Ambushing in there with yet another pod racer.
I mean, yeah, he's one away here. I can't imagine I imagine he'll claim the initiative, potentially find Sentinel.
Rhydonium Detonation doesn't do it. A Sentinel would stop him losing immediately, but it wouldn't do much beyond that. Yeah, there's nothing here. I'd safely say this game will be going to Jens, finally. I mean, we knew that on turn 4, but at least we played it through, giving Bartosz a chance, although he has revealed his Liberty now, which is something to be said for doing that. Does have the Sentinel, so we keep going. He's miles away from getting Mechanical Lethal himself, so no worries there.
Yeah, I mean, the Bith Brute coming in just to get sent away.
Forgets that Bith Brute. Back to hand.
I imagine he's just going to play it again.
Yeah. I've still not lost. I'm going to make this game go as long as humanly possible. And then there we go. The tree forgets. That's great. The action remembered the Bith Brute. It came back. The tree forget it. And that's done. And okay. Yeah, Bartosz strikes me as someone who will never concede. So, yep, he'll keep going till the bitter end. So here we go. Fitting end to our day here at the Regional Championship. We've got one more game. Possibly another match to watch after this, actually. But anyway, to think a fitting end to this match, at least. Nice to see Bartosz holding on there again. I think giving away the information about your deck, you learn some more information about your opponent, so you can make an argument either way there. So I think that's reasonable. Again, we don't know what's in his deck. If he had a second copy of Liberty or something crazy like that, then who knows what could have happened. So don't mind that. But yeah, that game was decided very early on. The early turns really didn't go in his favour at all. Unlike game one, which, again, we've said it so many times. I made my horrible analogy earlier about your childhood trauma, where, for those of you who had to stick around for that, after that, should I say? So, if the early turns don't go well, usually you're going to go on to lose that game. It's not always the case. Sometimes there are comebacks and things like that, but there's very few, especially limited. There's not that many ways to actually get back onto the board once you've lost it. So it really is important to have a good early curve and fight for the board in the first few turns.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be the nature of the game. There's going to be few of those kind of heavy-hitting cards that kind of bring back losing games. Usually we find them at the higher rarities, like your Liberties, and kind of without that, you are going to struggle in a game in which you are on that back foot.
Yeah, of course. I think that's true, again, of all Star Wars Unlimited, but particularly Limited. Let's see, mulligan there. No mulligan for Bartosz. Unless he already has mulligan, but if he had, it was very quick. So I don't think he's mulliganing here. No changes there in leaders or bases. We saw that early on in the day. I think it's quite rare that you would actually want to do that, especially with the quality of decks these players are operating with.
Yeah, definitely.
It's more of a sort of, if you've got a very diverse but weak pool, then you can kind of sneakily do it in the early rounds. The players who tend to get those kind of pools do get eliminated when it gets later on. So, or they're not the top tables like with broadcasting. So yeah, it's
it becomes a very difficult game if you've not got any kind of clear direction in what you want.
Yeah,
it becomes such a, even if you're an exceptionally good player, there's always going to be a case of I'm just playing against cards that are just on the page, just the numbers are just better.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Toydarian Technician start from Bartosz. We've seen that many times. And the Rhodian Bondsman, we've seen that many times as well from Jens. Again, typically that would make Bartosz favoured here, but it does mean now that Jens can use the ability, buffing up the Rhodian to a 3-4, which makes him favoured in the trade. However, we do now have the credit token to either ramp Bartosz or use the Hana ability. So again, I think just the fact that Toydarian is a better unit on the face of it, and the fact that Bartosz went first does mean in this very early stages we are slightly Bartosz favoured. But there we go, so we can take the trade there with the Raid 1, meaning that Han's ability can finish off the Rhodian. We can also use Vel's ability again. Yep, keep ahead of the curve. Use the Vel's ability. Means that we can't now ping off that last point of HP of the Rhodian Bondsman. Nice. Bartosz could potentially pay a 5-drop here, though, so be a perfect time.
It'd be interesting to see if Bartosz kind of set this up as a potential bigger punish. But it looks like we're just going to be playing kind of onto the average curve as you would have expected for this turn.
Yeah, it's the Wookiee Gorilla there, 2-4 hidden with Raid 2, so it can't be traded into now because it is hidden. Which is nice because Rhodian Bondsman actually does have, he only has 2 HP actually, so I wouldn't want to take that trade anyway. Sinterkaz can't be now upgraded because Jens has already used the experience token ability, so she doesn't have Sentinel as it stands.
Why didn't Jens attack? Am I missing something? He could have hit base, no?
And Bartosz
I will
claimed.
Bartosz had claimed. I will happily be proven wrong. Why wouldn't have Jens attacked?
I guess he passed. Yeah, very strange. Very strange.
But he played Sinterkaz, and in response, Bartosz claimed, no?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right, yeah. Not sure why he didn't attack. Yeah, he just lost out on... Unless I'm missing something, he just lost out on 4 damage there.
I'm confused, but I quite possibly have missed something there.
Well, I've missed it too if you have, because, yeah, he claimed... He played Sinter, he claimed, didn't deal the damage to base. So just lost out on 4 damage. Very interesting. Okay. I mean, I know I talk about base damage not mattering, but I wouldn't miss out 4 damage for nothing.
Yeah.
Again, high pressure situation, and these players are on stream. Absolutely. So, but again, we may have missed something, but I suspect that's just one of those pressure misplays. I wonder if Jens is remembering it now. Yeah.
He won't get a choice, I don't think.
That's a, what's that, turn 3 Liberty?
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be a problem. There is a credit token of his own. Jens has got a credit token from his defeated 2-drop, so it does mean next turn he does open up Lost and Forgotten. So it's possible Jens could claims without playing anything. So he's just going to, I think, immediately slam down Lost and Forgotten. What a strange game this has ended up being. Yeah. So yeah, we know Jens has got Lost and Forgotten. I think that's the only reason he would have claimed there is to play it. So I'm going to assume that's going to come out and defeat the Liberty, which is great news for Jens because he's not just going to lose the game. Kill switch, okay. That's not quite as good, but, you know. It looks like it's a 2-cost kill switch. It's really a 7-cost because last turn he didn't play any resources, or a 6-cost. So, yeah, not the best.
This is an interesting situation to find yourself in. Well, I can't imagine too many players were anticipating to find themselves to face a Liberty this early on.
No. But that's what credit tokens do, especially if you're going to abuse them with Vel.
Yeah.
Which he really was. I mean, Vel was, he was pumping him out because he was desperately trying to keep his units above water, above the 1 HP range.
Yeah.
Claims initiative there, so Bartosz is free reign now to attack with the Han. Just going to go to base, it looks like. Again, Jens desperately holding on to initiative to try and find an answer to Liberty so it doesn't get to attack. 9 damage plus exhausting a unit is, you know, it's pretty difficult to come back from that. So no wonder he's so
will be down to 8 just from the kill switch, won't it? But I mean,
oh well, never mind then. It's only 8
damage.
Oh, I don't even know why he's bothering dealing with it. Right, so now he can still Lost and Forgotten. He doesn't have to even spend his credit token here. So yeah, first attack. So he gets to take the trade there. -2 onto the Han. So it doesn't look like he has an answer to... Could still have an answer to the Liberty. He might even have made the calculation that taking 8 damage is worth it, just to make sure that champion frontrunner gets to take the trade. Okay.
Yeah. Han going to swing for the 2, like you said, with that Canyon frontrunner. We are going to see a Space Sentinel come
through. The Arkenzi Patroller coming out, so that is going to deny Bartosz a lot of damage.
Kanan bounced back from Kanan.
I think Jens may have missed the boat here on the answer to Liberty. I think his time's running out because it's getting to the point where answering Liberty isn't enough because he's you know, getting so far behind on the board. And while kill switch was great last turn, it's not a permanent solution.
I imagine he's just going to play the unit again.
Mm-hmm. There's the kill switch.
Kill switch to kill it.
Takes the 8 damage.
Yeah.
So it does actually mean that Bartosz has lethal next turn.
Yeah.
So that's 14 damage, 13 remaining, 8 plus Han is 12. So Jens can trade into the Kanan. So technically, as it stands on board, Bartosz is going to be 1 away.
Well, obviously, Vel wasn't able to get her on attack off due to Liberty exhausting her.
Yeah, that's right.
And that, I imagine, will probably just happen again if Bartosz chooses to trade out in space and then exhaust Vel again.
That's the Kessel Hulk now. So it's going to take Liberty down to 1 HP. But again,
I think it's done its job at this point.
Yeah, I mean, well, also 1's as good as 7 at this point. I mean, it makes as long if he doesn't have a way to actually defeat it, it makes a difference. There's not that many ways to ping, really. Kill switch being one of the only few ways. 4 damage there into the base. Doesn't decide to attack Liberty first, which is interesting because now Jens
might
can
suggest that potentially he's got something else to hand to help get past this Sentinel.
Yeah, not using the ability there from Vel. Doesn't want to give hand fodder or give Bartosz ways to play cards. Lost and forgotten there, defeating the...
And well pushed for
Kessel
exact
Hulk.
lethal.
That's 26, right? Because of the kill
sorry.
switch. You forgot
Yeah,
the kill switch
I
now.
forgot. Okay, we've done it once each. It's allowed.
It's a draw.
It's a draw.
So yeah, one off lethal here, but there's not going to be any way. I think to answer both of these, like I said, even things like Radonium Detonation wouldn't answer this board, so that's it. That's good of it. Well played from Bartosz.
3 exceptionally fast games.
Yeah, I mean, pretty incredible. I think it's interesting to see. Liberty's one hell of a legendary and a bomb. You know, like I said, even in Premier, it sees tons of play. And the reason it sees so much play in Premier is because Lando can cheat it out several turns early.
Yeah.
And it turns out if your opponent's on Vel, you can actually do that yourself as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think obviously all of the credit tokens were generated. You know, on the side of Vel there, even whether it's through her own ability or through the use of the Vigilance 2 drop. So, you know, at the end of the day, he kind of did it to himself. But I think you've got to lean into that. You can't just avoid using your leader's ability. So
yeah, exactly that. I think we have another match to just tide everyone over for the time being.
Ooh, one more match. As if what has it been? 12 hours of 10 hours of Star Wars Unlimited isn't enough for you. We've got one more match before we come back tomorrow and do it all over again. More Star Wars Unlimited, always more. It is Star Wars Unlimited after all.
You can't not have more Star Wars Unlimited.
No, it's unlimited. It is unlimited.
Yeah.
Here we've got Thomas against Isaac. Let's see, the client against Vel, both on the Aggression Stygian Prime.
So it
Spire. I just said Stygian Prime again. Stygian Spire.
It even says it twice.
Yeah, it does.
It looks like Isaac had pulled away with the first round of this best of 3. So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, and he looks like he's in a quite strong position here.
Yeah, just take a second to get our bearings here. We've joined sort of tail end of game 2, haven't we? As you say, Isaac already a game up. Behind on board here, doesn't look like Vel has deployed. Although, how many... maybe she has. We're just on 1 million. How many resources is that? Okay, she must have
Quite
deployed. I think we're just not
on
epic action.
8, potentially 9.
Naughty boys haven't put the epic action on Isaac there. Oh, on Isaac. Put it on him. They haven't put the epic action on Vel. Qui-Gon coming out.
Qui-Gon, yeah.
Yeah, not a card you see all too often. It is a rare, but obviously a nice little Sentinel ability, you know, reasonably useful, but mainly it's there to be a 4 cost 3/5 Sentinel. Coming up the board.
I think I saw Stranger?
What, just walking past? You saw Stranger?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people here. I don't think we know all of them.
I'm a sociable guy.
There we go, Chirrut Imwe. So we haven't seen him at all today, at least in the games we've commentated. I don't believe we've seen Chirrut yet. Nice little card though. It's a rare again, so not that common for it to come down, but obviously an 8/6 Saboteur is reasonable, and if it don't combat damage to a base, you can heal 4 from another unit. And healing in Limited is not like in Constructed. Healing units in Constructed is almost useless. In Limited, it's far more usable because there's a lot of more damaged units. Constructed things tend to just get defeated in one attack. It doesn't happen as often in Limited. And so Chirrut, reasonable ability, pretty good stat line. I mean, nowhere near as impactful as the other, you know, like the Zeborelius or other things in that aspect of combination, but it's still pretty reasonable.
Yeah, definitely. And he's, I mean, like you're saying, Chirrut's definitely, I mean, at 8 attack Saboteur as well, it definitely puts a target on him as a major threat, especially with the fact that he himself was pushing for lethal damage there. We are going to see Flash the Vents come through to help put him down.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody,
Nice
and
just
welcome
flash
for the
of your,
final time of today in the interview area. We had our 8 rounds of Limited. Tomorrow, these guys will continue to play day 2.
So you can overwhelm
Meanwhile, here on
Chirrut,
stream,
base damage, absolutely nothing wrong with that. It's 1 damage, I think it was, overall, yeah. And there is a Stranger, you're right.
Exactly, you were making me feel like I was insane. I knew I saw him.
I was gaslighting you. There's no Stranger there. So that's how much stack do we take back? So that's we take
6 back.
Yeah. So
Z5 attack by default.
Yeah.
The resignation. Either way, the resignation has been offered.
Well, it's 7, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. 7. So the Stranger just trades equally with that, actually.
Yeah. I mean,
What more can be said?
Yeah.
That's second game for Isaac there. Win for Canada.
Yeah.
So, obviously I can't say great game because we saw 5 minutes of it, but from what we saw, at least we got to see a little bit of some cards we haven't seen too much today. We got to see Chirrut make an appearance, Qui-Gon make an appearance, the Stranger I think we've only seen once otherwise today. So some nice uncommons, rares, legendaries, seeing some play there, which is cool to see. But yeah, I think it's been a day pretty much dominated by Vel. There's definitely been other leaders that have done well, had success for sure. We obviously saw the Han in the previous round do really well against Vel. So as I mentioned earlier, definitely weaknesses to that leader. But that is going to be the sealed portion of the Prague Regional Championship completed. That's sealed, done now. So for those of you who want to see other formats, you're in luck, because over the rest of the weekend we will be seeing primarily constructed in the form of Premier, and that will be a second regional championship. But also, if we can, we'll try and get some games to you as well from the latter stages of this regional championship. Hopefully at least the final, so you'll be able to see a bit of draft as well. But yeah, all three formats in play here in terms of the main competitive events. Side events galore. I mean, there's loads of other things people are playing here as well. Eternal, Twin Suns, all that kind of fun stuff. But the major events, Sealed, Draft and Premier Constructed, are in full swing.
Yeah, it's going to be a super interesting weekend. What kind of things are you thinking about? Like, what kind of decks do you think we might see tomorrow?
Well, I mean, the meta is pretty wide open, I would say. There's lots of decks that are good. I think at the moment, some that I'm interested to see do well, as people might hate to hear me say, but Boba. I think Boba 4 Data Vault is going to do pretty well. And I also think that Dedra as a control deck is making a resurgence after London as well. I think Dedra might do pretty well just coming up, depending on how well the Bobas do. And hopefully we'll see a bit more control than we've seen in the previous tournaments.
Cool. I think we have a few closing remarks from Driss, so I'm just going to send you guys out over there.
Hello, everybody. This was day one of our regional championship here live in Prague. We had a day full of limited action. Tomorrow we will be back because these guys will play day two, and meanwhile our premier event will start. And that's what we will showcase you. So a lot of diverse decks, a lot of action, and a lot of viewing joy. So please stay with us. Thank you so much for watching. Tomorrow we'll be back at 9.